After my rebirth, I had a flash marriage with my mom's best friend. Zheng. Don't go on this blind date. In a café, Yu Xiaocheng rushed in, panting, and shouted toward a stunningly beautiful woman. Zheng Yanru, who was in the middle of her blind date, stared wide-eyed at the sudden intruder, shock and disbelief filling her gaze, mixed with confusion. Who the hell are you? The man sitting across from her glared at Yu Xiaocheng furiously, looking about ready to start a fight. Zheng. If you're really that desperate to get married, then marry me instead. Yu Xiaocheng said seriously to his mother's wealthy best friend. In the previous life, Zheng Yanru had slit her wrists. Yu Xiaocheng remembered it vividly. Every time he thought back to it, his heart ached. It had all started with her parents forcing her to marry, pushing her into blind dates until she hastily entered a marriage contract with the wrong man. That man turned out to be scum, vicious as a viper. He schemed to drain Zheng Yanru of all her wealth, kept several mistresses, and in the end, the devastated Zheng Yanru had chosen suicide. The tragedy had crushed U.S. mother Zheng Yanru's closest friend, practically her sister despite their 10-year age gap. The grief nearly drove her into depression. And Yu Xiaocheng had mourned deeply too. Because Zheng Yanru wasn't just his aunt. She was his secret white moonlight, his unreachable love. From the very first time he saw her, he felt his heart stir. That feeling had never faded. But the story had ended in tragedy. Now, reborn, Yu Xiaocheng was determined to stop that tragedy. Hey! What are you doing? The man jumped up as Yu Xiaocheng grabbed Zheng Yanru's wrist to pull her away. Yu Xiaocheng glanced at him, the same man who had ruined her in his previous life, then released Zheng Yanru's hand and said calmly, "Cut the act already. You're a piece of trash." Then he pulled out his phone, opened his photo album, and handed it to Zheng Yanru. As she scrolled through the photos, her brows furrowed. She silently returned the phone, her face cold. "Xiaocheng, let us go." "Xiaocheng? How did you know he was a scumbag?" In the car, Zheng Yanru turned to the young man in the passenger seat, her tone curious but unsure. Well, Yu Xiaocheng couldn't exactly tell her the truth that he had been reborn and knew the man's future crimes. "I have a female friend who got tricked by him," he said instead. "He sweet-talked her into bed, got her pregnant, then dumped her. When I heard my mom say you were meeting someone today, and the description matched him exactly, I rushed over." "I see." Zheng Yanru nodded lightly. She didn't care about the ruined blind date anymore. Instead, the words "if you're desperate to get married, marry me" replayed in her mind, making her lips curve into a faint smile. Thinking about it. Rather than marrying some unreliable stranger, why not marry Yu Xiaocheng? At least she knew what kind of person he was. But the thought only lasted a moment before she pushed it down deep inside. He's Fang's son, she reminded herself. My best friend's son. If I really married him, Fang would lose her mind. "Xiaocheng," she said, lightly tapping his forehead with her slender finger. "What did you mean by that earlier? You still planning to marry me?" Yu Xiaocheng laughed awkwardly. I was worried you'd do something impulsive. My mom said your family's been pressuring you and even gave you an ultimatum, so I just..." Zheng Yanru pressed her lips together and murmured, "Don't worry. I'm not the impulsive type." Right. You're a rational woman," Yu Xiaocheng replied quickly. She rolled her eyes at him, about to say something, when her phone started ringing. Seeing the name on the screen, she frowned. "Stay here, I'll take this call." She stepped out of the car, leaving Yu Xiaocheng sitting alone. "Hello? Mom." Zheng Yanru stood a short distance away, answering her mother's call. "Xiaoru. How did the date go? Was the guy any good?" Her mother's eager voice came through the line. "It failed," Zheng Yanru said flatly. "What? How come? Did you do something to scare him off?" "The guy's character was bad." "I wasn't interested," she replied, irritation creeping into her tone. "Xiaoru," her mother sighed. "Forget today's date. But I need to be honest with you. All these years, your father and I have let you make your own choices, study abroad, focus on your career, whatever you wanted. We never interfered. But now you're 31. Your father and I haven't even seen a shadow of a son-in-law. We only have one request: get married this year. Can you do that? This year? What about next year? Zheng Yanru muttered. Next year are you planning to delay until menopause? Her mother snapped. Do you need your father and me to get on our knees before you'll listen? Zheng Yanru's temper flared. So in your eyes, it doesn't matter who I marry or whether I'll be happy as long as I'm married, right? You? Her mother faltered, then sighed. A few days ago, I visited your grandparents. Your grandmother asked if you'd found anyone. I told her no. I saw the disappointment in her eyes. She didn't dare say much, but she said quietly. I'm afraid I won't live to see it. Zheng Yanru's heart clenched. The sharpness in her tone melted away, replaced by sorrow. Her throat tightened, she couldn't get a word out. Her grandmother's health had been failing since the new year. Her biggest regret was not being able to see her beloved granddaughter walk down the aisle. Zheng Yanru didn't even remember how she ended the call. When she got back in the car, her face was pale, her eyes distant. What happened? Yu Xiaocheng asked softly. Anchen? Are you okay? His worried voice pulled her back to reality. She turned to look at him, the young man who had always been so familiar, so sincere. And suddenly, a daring thought crossed her mind. Fang. I'm sorry. But I need to borrow your son for a while. Biting her lip, Zheng Yanru turned away, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiaocheng. When you said you'd marry me, did you mean it? Chapter 2, Let us go get our marriage certificate. Oh, this. So sudden? Yu Xiaocheng quickly snapped out of his shock and nodded repeatedly at Zheng Yanru. It's always been valid. Zheng Yanru bit her lip lightly, a hint of determination in her eyes. Then let us meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 p.m. Don't forget to bring your ID card and household register. Okay? Yu Xiaocheng obediently nodded and sat there quietly, his mind still buzzing. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was as silent as death. Although, in a way, it was Yu Xiaocheng who had proposed, from another perspective, wasn't it also Zheng Yanru who was pushing for marriage? At this moment, the two of them maintained a tacit silence. They were both somewhat at a loss and bewildered about what would happen next, and even about the problems they might face in the future. Especially Zheng Yanru. After a brief moment of calm, her consciousness finally returned, followed by an intense sense of shame. I'm actually going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with my best friend's son to get a marriage certificate. This. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed and absurd it felt. Suddenly, Zheng Yanru wanted to back out. But considering her actual situation, she had no choice but to go through with it, leaving her in a dilemma. After much thought, Zheng Yanru decided to go ahead with the marriage. In her eyes, Yu Xiaocheng's mother was a reasonable woman who would, probably, understand her predicament. Besides, it was only temporary. Once everything was over, she could divorce him if he was willing. Xiaocheng. Auntie Zheng doesn't really want to marry you. It's just to deal with the pressure from my family. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and explained softly, after this is over, we can get a divorce. Of course, I know, this is very unfair to you, leaving you with the label of being divorced for no reason. But don't worry. Auntie Zheng won't treat you poorly. In fact, Yu Xiaocheng had already guessed the reason for the marriage proposal. He also knew that Zheng Yanru would choose to divorce once she had dealt with her family. He wasn't surprised and murmured, when my mom and I were going through the toughest times, you were the one who helped our family pull through. So, there's no such thing as fairness or unfairness. It's not the same. Zheng Yanru shook her head and said quietly, I've ruined your life. Actually, it's fine. Divorced men are quite popular these days. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and replied nonchalantly. If he remembered correctly, there were plenty of divorce-themed novels in the urban fiction section. The male protagonists, after getting divorced, always had one romantic encounter after another. If he got divorced now, with the combination of being reborn and divorced, he'd be stacking all the buffs. It'd be hard not to succeed. You're quite optimistic. Zheng Yanru shot a glance at the handsome young man beside her and continued, anyway, Auntie Zheng won't let you suffer. Also, after we get the marriage certificate, I won't take you to see my family right away. I'll find a suitable time to bring you home. Is that okay with you? Whatever you say. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged, looking completely indifferent. Then, should I take you home now? Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. No need. I'll take a taxi back. Yu Xiaocheng opened the car door and said to Zheng Yanru. Wait. Just as Yu Xiaocheng was about to get out of the car, Zheng Yanru suddenly called out to him. Don't let your mom find out. Zheng Yanru tilted her head and whispered. Got it. Auntie Zheng. Yu Xiaocheng closed the car door and walked off in a certain direction. Zheng Yanru watched him through the rearview mirror, her eyes gradually growing distant as she stared at his retreating figure. A faint trace of bitterness flickered across her brow. Whereas the household register. I remember it was always here. Why can't I find it? Yu Xiaocheng rummaged through every drawer and cabinet in his bedroom but couldn't he find the red booklet. Strange. If I can't find the household register, how am I supposed to marry Auntie Zheng? Just as Yu Xiaocheng was growing anxious, he heard the sound of the door opening, followed by a string of curses. What bad luck! Every time I run into Mrs. Wang, I never win. Chu Fang grumbled as she walked into the house and plopped down on the sofa. The next second, she saw her son walking out of her bedroom and asked curiously, Cheng Cheng. What were you doing in Mom's room? Mom. Where's the household register? Yu Xiaocheng asked urgently. Household register? What do you need it for? Chu Fang frowned, eyeing him with suspicion. Let me tell you. Our family has finally started living a good life. Do you know how much I've suffered raising you all by myself? You were so young when your dad passed away. I fed you and changed your diapers since you were a baby. I'm not planning to do anything bad. Listening to his mom's nagging, Yu Xiaocheng felt warmth in his heart, though her way of phrasing things was a bit hard to take. What did she mean by fed you and changed your diapers? Did I grow up eating diapers or something? Then what do you need the household register for? Chu Fang asked, puzzled. I'm. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment but quickly came up with an excuse. I just graduated with a Master's degree, and I'm thinking of pursuing a PhD to make myself more competitive. You know, Mom, these days, a diploma is like a brick that can knock open the door to wealth. In fact, Yu Xiaocheng had actually been considering this. As a top student in his previous life, he hadn't taken his advisor's suggestion to pursue a PhD and had instead gone out to find a job after getting his Master's. Although he found a pretty good job, he always felt like something was missing, probably that PhD diploma. Good. I'm really glad you have such awareness. Chu Fang nodded with satisfaction, looking at her precious son with a serious expression. I was a bit worried before. Now that my beauty salon is doing so well, what if you ended up going down the wrong path? But now it seems. I was overthinking it. After saying this, Chu Fang stood up, went back to her room, and returned moments later with the household register. Do you have enough money? How about I transfer you another 20,000? Chu Fang handed the household register to her son and asked about his financial situation. I have enough. Yu Xiaocheng took the household register and, without a second's delay, dashed out of the house. Chu Fang returned to the sofa. A few minutes ago, she had been cursing her luck after losing a few thousand at the mahjong table, but now her face was full of joy because her precious son was so well behaved. Thinking about it carefully. Ever since Cheng Cheng became sensible, he had rarely given her any reason to worry. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Oh no. Chu Fang suddenly slapped her thigh and shouted in frustration, I think I miscalculated the money. On a sunny afternoon, Zheng Yanru waited anxiously at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was both nervous and scared, nervous about marrying her best friend's son and scared that he might back out at the last minute. Amid her anxiety and unease, she suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching slowly. Auntie Zheng. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yu Xiaocheng walked up to Zheng Yanru, his face full of apology. It's fine. I just got here too. Zheng Yanru bit her lip lightly and whispered, Let us go get our marriage certificate. Chapter 3, the same age as my son. Compared to the couples who came to register for marriage, their faces beaming with happiness, Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru were somewhat different. Their calm expressions were mixed with a hint of fear and unease, as well as a little hesitation. Yes. Come a little closer, don't stay so far apart, it's not like we're getting a divorce. The marriage certificate requires a 2-inch joint photo, but Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru had not prepared one. They had to pay to have it taken on the spot, which stumped the fake couple. Their bodies could not touch each other, and there was always a noticeable gap between them. Ouch. What's wrong with you two? Can't you stand a little closer? The photographer said irritably. There are other people waiting in line behind us. Could you please cooperate a bit? After much urging, the two finally got together, but a new problem arose. While others smiled when taking wedding photos, Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru remained expressionless. Smile. Madam, please smile, the photographer said. After much effort, the wedding photos were finally taken. After taking their photos, the couple rushed to the marriage registration window. The staff asked Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru for their ID cards and household registration books, and after verifying their information, they handed them some forms. Zheng Yanru held the pen and carefully filled in the contents until she was about to write her name. At this moment, she stopped writing and secretly glanced at Yu Xiaocheng beside her out of the corner of her eye. Little did she know that a pair of bright eyes were also secretly watching her. Zheng Yanru was stunned for a moment, then felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, a strong sense of shame welling up from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, Yu Xiaocheng was also a little uneasy, never expecting that their eyes would meet. After handing over their forms, Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru sat there quietly. At that moment, their appearance didn't seem like they were there to register for marriage, but rather to register for divorce. Congratulations to you both. The staff offered their blessings and presented 2 marriage certificates, symbolizing love and responsibility. Zheng Yanru received her marriage certificate and looked at the photo on it. Although they were both smiling, the smile seemed fake, like forced smiles. But that wasn't the point. The point was that from now on, she was legally the wife of her best friend's son, and her best friend was her mother-in-law. At first, I didn't have any thoughts, but after getting the marriage certificate, how should I face Xiaocheng next to me? Should I call him husband? When the word husband popped into her mind, Zheng Yanru's usually cool and aloof face instantly flushed red. She, who had always considered herself an elder, had suddenly become Yu Xiaocheng's wife, something she couldn't accept. But that wasn't the key issue lay with her best friend. Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly, a wave of regret washing over her. She felt incredibly sorry for her best friend, Fang, who treated her like her own sister, only for her to turn around and marry her son. Or, how about we get a divorce now? Anyway, the divorce processing window is right next door. Zheng. They want us to take an oath over there. Yu Xiaocheng nudged her lightly with his elbow and whispered in her ear. After regaining her senses, Zheng Yanru responded and followed Yu Xiaocheng into the room where the oath was to be taken. The oath-taking process went smoothly. It was just a matter of reading the words on the text. Afterward, the two left the Civil Affairs Bureau and returned to Zheng Yanru's car, remaining silent to each other. Neither of them was prepared for the change in their identities and relationship. Have you sorted out your job situation? If not, why don't you come work for my company? Zheng Yanru asked softly. I plan to pursue a doctorate, Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, at Shen University, which is in our area. Will you live at school from now on? Zheng Yanru asked again. Generally, doctoral studies are mainly research-oriented. My major is physics, and it leans towards theory, so I don't need to spend a lot of time in the lab, Yu Xiaocheng explained. The key is that when I was doing my Master studies, I already had several papers that were at the doctoral level, so compared to others who are doing their doctoral studies, I had much less pressure. Zheng Yanru knew that Yu Xiaocheng was a top student, and she agreed with his choice from the bottom of her heart. She pursed her lips and said, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to contact me. Don't keep them to yourself. Subsequently, Zheng Yanru took a bank card out of her bag and handed it to Yu Xiaocheng. This is my supplementary gold card. It allows you to overdraft several million. You can take it and spend it, Zheng Yanru said softly. Looking at the gold card handed to me, a classic line flashed through my mind, hey, go out and have some fun, this is my supplementary gold card. What to do? Take it or not? If I take it, I'll become like Cao Dahua. If I don't, I'll be letting Aunt Jing down. I don't like money. And there are government subsidies for pursuing a doctorate. Yu Xiaocheng shook her head and declined. Is that all the money you have for a year, enough for you to live on? Zheng Yanru pouted, forcefully stuffing the gold card into his arms, and whispered, how about I buy you another car? It'll be more convenient to go to school or go home. Do you like Ferrari sports cars? Or Mercedes SUVs? Or how about I buy you an apartment near Shandai University? This is a rich woman's love this intense. They are giving away cars and houses. I'm a little overwhelmed. Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and said, Aunt Zheng, I know what you're thinking, but there's really no need for this. Zheng Yanru opened her mouth, but then hesitated, unsure how to say it, and muttered, let's leave it at that for now. Shall I take you home? Zheng Yanru turned to look at him. Need not. I just had something else to take care of. Aunt Zheng, please go ahead and do your work. Yu Xiaocheng opened the car door and smiled gently, I'm leaving. Before the wealthy young woman could react, Yu Xiaocheng got out of the car, leaving her sitting inside, dazed and somewhat at a loss. To this day, she still hasn't accepted the reality of her marriage, let alone the fact that her best friend's son has become her husband. Should I tell Fang Fang? Zheng Yanru bit her lip, pondering the question. After much thought, she finally decided to tell her best friend, because she knew she couldn't hide the fact that she was marrying her friend's son. Rather than letting her friend find out, she decided to confess on her own initiative. What's wrong? You seem to be in a rush. What problem have you encountered? Yu Xiaocheng's mother, Chu Fang, hurriedly arrived at a coffee shop, found Zheng Yanru sitting in the corner, and asked her with concern. Sister, please sit down. Upon meeting her best friend, who was also her mother-in-law, Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said softly, I have something I want to tell you. What's up? After Chu Fang sat down, she pressed for an answer. I. Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly and stammered, I've already gotten my marriage certificate. What? Have you gotten your marriage certificate? Chu Fang stared at her in disbelief, then asked anxiously after she came to her senses, what's going on? Weren't you always single? How come you suddenly got a marriage certificate? A man proposed to me, and I was so confused that I agreed. We got our marriage certificate this afternoon. As Zheng Yanru spoke, her head involuntarily lowered. Oh my! You're so confused. After hearing Zheng Yanru's words, Chu Fan was so angry that her face contorted. She said angrily, that was too impulsive. This concerns your happiness for a lifetime, you. Actually, I know him very well. Zheng Yanru murmured, he is of good character, handsome, and comes from a respectable family. In a way, he meets my criteria for partner, except he is younger than me. Chu Fang was taken aback, looked at her with a puzzled expression, and asked in a low voice, from what you're saying, it seems you and this man have been in contact all along. Zheng Yanru nodded. Chu Fang, who was initially a little angry, instantly changed her tune and said with a sullen smile, you scared me. I thought you had found a strange man to be your husband. Well, how many years younger is he than you? Chu Fang asked with a gossipy look, 3 years old. 5 years old. 7 years old. Zheng Yanru answered hesitantly. 7 years old. Oh my. Isn't that the same age as my son? Chu Fang looked at her good sister with a mischievous smile, Xiao are you? You're really something. You actually managed to snag a young man, such a young guy, good. I support you, sister. Zheng Yanru's face flushed red to her neck. She lowered her head awkwardly, her heart filled with indescribable shame. No. I can't tell her yet, at least not now. Chapter for the rich woman's gift. She had originally prepared to be honest, but her best friend's words made her change her mind. The same age as my son. An old cow eating young grass. At this moment, Zheng Yanru felt both ashamed and helpless. In particular, the feeling of being utterly humiliated almost overwhelmed her, making her want to crawl under the table. She pursed her lips, wanting to retort, but didn't know where to begin. Oh my! I never noticed before, but I didn't expect him to show his true colors at such a crucial moment. Chu Fang winked at her best friend and said with a smile, Xiao are you, that young man is quite strong, isn't he? He is, quite strong. Zheng Yanru gripped the armrests of the table and chair tightly, lowered her head, and stammered, Sister, that's enough, don't say anymore. How? You're already shy. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and laughed irritably, it's not like it's something that can't be talked about. Let alone a 7-year age gap, 10 or 20 years is not unheard of in society. Besides, you're so beautiful and capable, what's wrong with finding a young and strong guy? Which law says it's not allowed? The law allows it, of course, but you might not allow it, because he is your son. Zheng Yanru bit her lip and said softly, my situation is a bit special. This man is not an ordinary man. His relationship with me is unusual. Of course. The person who can marry you must have a very special relationship with you. Chu Fang smiled slightly and asked curiously, who is it? Can you tell me? I. After hesitating for a long time, Zheng Yanru said cautiously, he just graduated from university, and I can only tell you this much. Nonsense. My son just graduated from university, and your husband is the same age as my son, so he must have just graduated from university too. Chu Fang pursed her lips and continued to press, tell me something of value, like where you're from, what your family situation is, what you do for a living. Zheng Yanru hesitated for a moment, then murmured, he's a local, and his family is fairly well off, probably middle class. As for his job, he's currently unemployed and plans to continue his studies. That's all I can say. Please don't ask any more questions, sister. Why are you so easily embarrassed? Chu Fang rolled her eyes at her best friend, then said with a smile, but then again, you found someone so much younger than yourself, actually. I'm not that surprised. It's just like going to the market to buy vegetables. For example, cucumbers. When choosing, you should pick the ones with thorns on the top, do you know why? Chu Fang asked. Zheng Yanru, who had never bought groceries before, shook her head, completely baffled by her best friend's words. So fresh and juicy. Isn't this the same principle as you finding a younger man? Chu Fang replied. In an instant, Zheng Yanru was going crazy. Fang was still the same. She always spoke without any regard for the facts, saying things like picking cucumbers with thorns on the top and being fresh and juicy. How could a young woman like me listen to that? Why? You've already gotten your marriage certificate, but my Xiaocheng. Chu Fang sighed, starting to worry about her son, and murmured, Xiaocheng just graduated with his master's degree this year, but today he told me he's going to pursue a doctorate. I heard that it takes at least until he's 30 to finish a doctorate. Could it be that Xiaocheng won't be able to get married until he's over 30? Need not. He and I have already registered our marriage. Zheng Yanru pouted and muttered softly, Xiaocheng has already told me that he's planning to pursue a doctorate. I fully support his decision. As for marriage, there's really no need to worry. With a handsome young man like him, do you think he won't find a wife? Forget it. A blockhead like that. I think it's unlikely. Chu Fang pursed her lips, looked at Zheng Yanru sitting opposite her, and said earnestly, Xiaoru, do you have any suitable girls in your company? Zheng Yanru picked up her coffee, took a small sip, and replied casually, there are some, but I don't think any of them are good enough for Xiaocheng. Sister. Xiaocheng is only 24 years old, and you're already worrying about a daughter-in-law? Isn't that a bit too early? Then what should we do? Other people get married at 24, and my son is 24. Chu Fang muttered to herself with a look of utter despair, when will I ever become a grandmother? I will become one. Zheng Yanru's expression was calm and composed as she sat there dignifiedly drinking her coffee, but her frequent pursing of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. They seemed not to be talking about me, but in fact, every sentence was about me. What to do? I feel like I can't sit still any longer. Xiaoru. When do you plan to have your wedding? Chu Fang asked. I don't have any plans for that yet, Zheng Yanru replied casually. Actually, a wedding is just a formality, it doesn't really matter whether we have one or not. That's true, but will your family agree? Chu Fang smiled, stood up and sat down next to her best friend, gently patted Zheng Yanru's hand, and said tenderly, actually, you were forced into it, weren't you? Zheng Yanru was stunned for a moment, and after hesitating for a long time, she nodded. I think so. Marriage is a mistake no matter how you choose it. Long-lasting marriages are all about making the best of a bad situation. Chu Fang said softly, if you can make it work, then make it work. Don't rush into a divorce. What if your brother-in-law was your son? Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly, silently burying her deepest secret in her heart. In the time that followed, the two sisters chatted briefly about everyday matters, and after finishing their meal, they went to a nearby restaurant together. "I'll call my son." Chu Fang took out her phone and dialed Yu Xiaocheng's number directly. It was connected in a short while. "Cheng, where are you?" "Your Aunt Cheng and I are at Starry Sky Plaza. Would you like to come over for a meal?" Chu Fang asked. "Oh, that far away?" Chu Fang said leisurely, "Then forget it, you'll have to take care of dinner yourself. Hang up the phone." Chu Fang held her phone, staring at the screen for a long time, her face full of contemplation. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Zheng Yanru noticed that her best friend seemed troubled and asked with concern, "You look like you have something on your mind. These past few days, Cheng is acting a bit strange." Chu Fang replied thoughtfully, "He leaves early and comes home late every day. When I ask him what he's doing, he won't even tell me. He's all grown up now, it's normal for him to have his own privacy, sis, just don't worry about it too much." Zheng Yanru paused for a moment, then continued, "By the way, didn't you say you were going to buy Xiaocheng a house? Have you decided where to buy it?" Chu Fang sighed, "I haven't decided yet. I don't like the bad ones, and I can't afford the good ones. I'll think about it later." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yanru raised her eyebrows slightly. "I own a villa. I bought it but haven't lived in it yet. It's been sitting there vacant. How about I sell it to you at a low price?" Zheng Yang tentatively suggested. "Okay. The house you bought must be pretty good." Chu Fang nodded repeatedly. "How much?" "Well, I spent 10 million to buy it, and I'll sell it to you for 2 million. Zheng Yanru asked tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang stared at her in disbelief, hardly able to believe her ears. "Too expensive." Then 1 million. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said seriously, "I'll give you another Mercedes." Is chapter 5 there? Zheng Yanru was going all out, filled with endless guilt, determined to repay her best friend handsomely. However, Chu Fang was completely dumbfounded by her best friend's unexpected gift. A house worth 10 million was sold for 1 million, and a Mercedes was also given as a bonus. There are only 3 possibilities. First, Zheng Yanru is a philanthropist. Second, Zheng Yanru did something wrong to her. And third, this villa might be a haunted house. Xiaoru. Is that villa, is it where someone died? Chu Fang asked cautiously. Zheng Yanru was stunned on the spot. After regaining her senses, she shook her head and replied seriously, "Sister, don't misunderstand. I just felt that the villa was just sitting idle. Since you were going to buy a house for Xiaocheng, I just sold it to you. Actually, I originally wanted to give it to you, but I know your temper, so I'll just accept 1 million or 2 as a token." Chu Fang rolled her eyes and said irritably, "You little brat, you're trying to play tricks on me. That villa, I'll pay whatever price you paid for it. Of course, I can't come up with that much money all at once. I'll give you 3 million first, and then I'll give you 700,000 every year for the remaining 7 million. What do you think?" Zheng Yanru frowned, about to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Fang. "Xiaoru, you've helped me so much already. Before I met you, I was working for someone else." Chu Fang held her best friend's hand and said softly, "I was able to open that beauty salon thanks to you, and you also introduced so many clients to me. Chu Fang's beauty salon is very famous in the area and is the top choice for wealthy women. A large part of this is due to Zheng Yanru's help. As the president of a large company, she would introduce others to her best friend's beauty salon every now and then, and over time it became a place frequented by local celebrities." That car. Zheng Yanru was still a little unwilling to give up, and asked in a low voice. "Car? You mean Mercedes?" Chu Fang pursed her lips and said leisurely, "Why drive such a nice car while still studying?" Zheng Yanru bit her lip, unsure of what to do. She felt a deep sense of guilt with nowhere to vent it. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke up. "Xiaocheng is pursuing her doctorate at Shin University. Your home is so far from Shin University. Having a car would be quite convenient. Or you could buy an apartment near Shin University, sister. If you don't have the money, I'll buy it for you. I feel like you're acting a little strange." Chu Fang looked at her suspiciously. "Giving me a car and a house, did you do something to betray me?" In an instant, Zheng Yanru's heart clenched, and she replied with a mix of embarrassment and composure, "What could I possibly do to offend you? I was just thinking of Xiaocheng. After all, I'm his aunt, so is it wrong to care about him?" After speaking, he picked up the teacup in front of him and sipped the tea frequently. That's true. Cheng Cheng is so lucky to have an aunt like you, Chu Fang said with emotion. If possible, I would like Cheng Cheng to recognize you as his godmother. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yanru, who was drinking water, almost choked. Sister, I think this is fine, don't have any godmothers. Zheng Yanru put down her teacup and said with a hint of anxiety. I was just saying it casually. Chu Fang smiled and continued, you, focus your attention on your man, and stop being so nice to Cheng Cheng. Be careful your man gets jealous if he finds out. Zheng Yanru nodded without saying much, but her heart was filled with turmoil. What to do? I suddenly feel so guilty. Fang Fang treated me like her own sister, but I secretly got married to her son. Never mind. Let's talk about it later. Yu Xiaocheng is preparing his application materials for a doctoral degree. He has chosen the most difficult and prestigious doctoral entrance exam, which usually requires a certain number of articles published in core journals, as well as written and oral examinations. Yu Xiaocheng had a general idea of his plans after his rebirth. He wanted to do academic research to make up for the regrets of his previous life. Moreover, he had an advantage in this area because he could accurately sense the dynamics of cutting-edge fields based on his memories from his previous life. Just then, Chu Fang returned home and called out to her son. Your Aunt Jing got her marriage certificate. Chu Fang patted the seat next to her, gesturing for him to sit down next to her, and then said, the other person is the same age as you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaocheng was startled. She awkwardly sat down next to her mother and asked in a low voice, did Aunt Jing tell you who it was? She kept her mouth shut and wouldn't say anything, so I didn't ask, Chu Fang said softly. But I'm quite relieved, though. She's finally figured things out. Although there's a suspicion of forced marriage involved, at least her life's most important matter is settled. Speaking of this, she turned to look at her son and then pinched his thigh hard. When do you plan to get married? Chu Fang asked seriously. Hiss. Ouch. 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 Yu Xiaocheng grimaced and begged for mercy. Mom, let go first, it hurts so much. Chu Fang released her hand and said irritably, although Mom supports you in pursuing a doctorate, you can't neglect your marriage. Let me tell you, you must get married by the time you're 27 at the latest, otherwise our mother-son relationship ends here. Yu Xiaocheng had a sudden inspiration, shrank back, and cautiously asked, Mom, what kind of daughter-in-law do you envision? Well, your Aunt Jing is pretty good. You can use Aunt Jing as a template when you look for a girlfriend in the future, Chu Fang said. Oh. Well, I have a bold idea. What if I marry Aunt Jing after she gets divorced? Yu Xiaocheng suggested in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, I was slapped hard on the back of the head. What are you thinking, you little brat? Chu Fang glared at her son and said irritably, they just got their marriage certificate, and you're already hoping for their divorce. Besides, Aunt Jing is your aunt, what kind of marriage is that? Are you my brother-in-law or my son? Democratic family, call it whatever you want. Yu Xiaocheng scratched the back of his head and explained awkwardly, only to see his mother fly into a rage. He immediately backed down, just kidding. Just kidding, how could I dare to have designs on Aunt Jing? It seems my mom is probably quite opposed to me marrying her best friend, but we've already registered our marriage. I don't know how my mom and I will face her if she finds out. Will I get beaten to death? At this time, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Yu Xiaocheng took out her phone and looked at it. A WeChat message had just arrived. Zheng Yanru, are you there? Chapter 6. This road leads to her house. Yu Xiaocheng was completely bewildered when she saw the message from Zheng Yanru. What does she want from me? Could it be another monetary gesture from a wealthy woman? Who is it? Seeing her son staring blankly at his phone, Chu Fang, sitting beside him, peeked over, but Yu Xiaocheng quickly covered her eyes, preventing her from seeing the contents of the phone. Chu Fang frowned and asked earnestly, what is it that you're so ashamed to hide? You're even keeping it from your own mother. It's nothing, just a classmate. Yu Xiaocheng stood up and silently went into her bedroom, leaving her mother sitting alone on the sofa in the living room. There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong with this kid. Chu Fang looked intently at her son and sensed a hint of love emanating from him. If nothing unexpected happened, it must have been a girl who sent Cheng Cheng the message, probably something affectionate. Thinking of this, Chu Fang smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, after returning to her bedroom, Yu Xiaocheng sat in front of her computer, holding her phone, and quickly typed a message. Yu Xiaocheng, Ancheng, is there anything I can help you with? Not long after, Zheng Yanru then sent her reply. Zheng Yanru, today I was with your mom, and she told me about getting our marriage certificate. You must keep this a secret. Please don't let your mom find out. I think your mom might not be able to accept that we got our marriage certificate. Yu Xiaocheng didn't think much of it and sent her a hum. Actually, my mom is a bit resistant. I thought my conversation with Zheng Yanru was over, but then she sent me another message. Zheng Yanru, what are you doing? Well, what's the meaning? Ancheng, would you like to explore this further? After pondering for a moment, Yu Xiaocheng decided to continue the conversation with Zheng Yanru. In fact, he should chat with her. In her previous life, Zheng Yanru was a very quiet woman, but at the same time, she was extremely fragile inside. She appeared strong and calm on the outside, but was actually very sensitive. Yu Xiaocheng, I was just preparing my application materials for the PhD program, and now I've finished them all. I'll go to Shandai University tomorrow to submit the materials. Zheng Yanru, pretty impressive. All right? Is that all? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and picked up her phone to type. Yu Xiaocheng, I'm nowhere near as good as you. To be honest, if I didn't pursue a PhD, I would have planned to work at your company. On the other side, Zheng Yanru sat on the sofa, glancing at the message he sent, pursing her lips and quickly pressing the virtual keyboard on her phone. Zheng Yanru, after you graduate with your doctorate, you can come work for my company. I will arrange a senior position for you. But I think you probably won't come. You were just saying that to appease me. You're thinking of joining a national research institution and becoming a pure scientist. Am I wrong? Put down your phone. Zheng Yanru picked up her wine glass and took a small sip. A faint blush appeared on her cool and charming face, and her eyes were filled with a misty haze. I didn't originally intend to contact him, but suddenly at that moment, I felt an urgent need to do so. I don't know why I wanted to contact him, I just wanted to chat with him. In response, Zheng Yanru's answer to herself was that she was bored and lonely, and wanted to find someone to chat with to relieve her boredom. But is that really the case? Whether others believe it or not, Zheng Yanru herself believes it. While Zheng Yanru was still in a daze, her phone, which was on the coffee table, vibrated. Yu Xiaocheng, please accept my deepest respect, Ancheng. Ancheng is indeed incredibly intelligent, nothing escapes her notice. Naughty. I never expected him to have this side to him. Zheng Yanru's full, red lips curved into a slight smile. Zheng Yanru, you're such a chatterbox. Zheng Yanru, I'm a little tired. You should go to sleep early too. Good night. Yu Xiaocheng, okay, good night, Ancheng. After finishing the last sip of red wine in her glass, Zheng Yanru walked lightly to the bathroom, then took off her clothes one by one, and in a moment her tall and voluptuous body was completely exposed in front of the mirror. Splash. Zheng Yanru stood under the shower head, feeling the warm water washing over her body, but her mind was a jumbled mess. I don't know how much time has passed. Wearing a thin silk nightgown, Zheng Yanru walked out of the bathroom. Her light steps carried a heavy body as she walked unsteadily to the balcony. Because she lived alone, Zheng Yanru was always so unrestrained at home. Looking at the city's night view through the glass, my thoughts once again took flight. Since Yu Xiaocheng wasn't Chu Fang's son, she wouldn't feel so guilty. The next day, Yu Xiaocheng arrived at Shandai University, filled out the application form, submitted the relevant materials, paid the application fee, and then went straight home. Since the doctoral application review takes some time, at least a week, Yu Xiaocheng decided to take advantage of the free time to plan her future path. The general direction has been decided, and the details need to be planned. What are we researching? Sitting in front of the computer, Yu Xiaocheng tilted her head, trying hard to find memories of her past life. After thinking it over, We decided to start with quantum communication. Fortunately, Shindai University ranks relatively high in the field of quantum communication and has a complete set of related equipment, so there shouldn't be any problems. With a goal in mind, the rest was relatively simple. Yu Xiaocheng wrote down the plan on his computer. His project was to achieve complete long-distance quantum key distribution under the current conditions of quantum communication. Although some people have already developed such technology, the transmission efficiency is not very high. Yu Xiaocheng's work is to improve efficiency and transform previously useless results into technologies that can be applied in practice. If all goes well, I'll definitely be able to wear the Outstanding Young Scientist award. Hello. Mom, I'm home. Yu Xiaocheng suddenly received a call from his mother and spoke absent-mindedly. Oh. I know. Don't worry. I won't starve. Yu Xiaocheng replied helplessly, you go ahead and do your thing, I'm not a child anymore. Beep beep beep. Hang up the phone. Yu Xiaocheng continued writing her plan. As I was writing, my phone, which was lying next to me, suddenly rang again. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Zheng Yanru. I'm at the entrance of your residential complex. Zheng Yanru said calmly on the phone. At the entrance of the residential area. Yu Xiaocheng was taken aback and asked curiously, Aunt Zheng, why did you suddenly come here? Your mom's a bit busy today, so I'll take you out to eat, Zheng Yanru replied. She called you? I asked her. Speaking of this. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Get out here quickly. Zheng Yanru started urging them. Oh. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaocheng quickly tied it up and hurriedly left home. When she arrived at the entrance of the community, she saw a Porsche Panamera parked not far away. Zheng Yanru, who had just come out of the company, was wearing a black business suit with a white shirt, which showed her noble and capable temperament. In particular, her black-rimmed glasses highlighted her unique mature and elegant charm. Did Aunt Zheng just get off work? Yu Xiaocheng asked casually while fastening his seatbelt. Zheng Yanru responded and then gently pressed the accelerator. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Originally, Yu Xiaocheng thought they were heading to a restaurant in a shopping mall, but as the car drove along, she realized something was wrong. This road seems to lead to her house, right? Chapter 7 is definitely messing around with women. What's going on? Wasn't she taking me out to eat? Why am I being taken to her house? Is Aunt Zheng herself their food she was talking about? Well. This road seems to lead to your house, right? Yu Xiaocheng, sitting next to him, said cautiously, weren't we going to eat? How did we end up at your house? I'll cook for myself, Zheng Yanru said casually. She can cook. How come I didn't know that before? Yu Xiaocheng frowned, looking at Zheng Yanru who was driving. She felt a slight sense of apprehension, fearing that she might be poisoned. After a moment's thought, she cautiously asked, Aunt Zheng, do you really know how to cook? I didn't know. Is it safe to eat? Zheng Yanru glanced at Yu Xiaocheng beside her and replied expressionlessly, your mother has eaten the food I cooked. Oh. That's fine then. Yu Xiaocheng breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. You seem to have little confidence in me. Do you think a woman like me should be clueless about basic farming? Zheng Yanru said softly. I've been independent since I was little. I can do many things around the house. Xiaocheng, I'm not just good at making money. I'm much more capable than you think. Yes. My Aunt Zheng she's absolutely amazing. That guy, she's so amazing. It's like a huge commotion, with drums and firecrackers going off, red flags waving, and a sea of people. Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile. Whoever marries you will have their ancestors' graves emitting auspicious smoke. No. They'll all be blown away. Little man. He's quite good at charming women. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said softly, haven't you already married me? Ask your mother if the family's ancestral graves have been blown up. Oh, this. I'll go home and ask her. Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and at a loss for words. In a short time, the car returned to a silent atmosphere. Zheng Yanru was even more embarrassed than Yu Xiaocheng about her slip of the tongue. She had been trying her best to avoid the matter, but she had ended up bringing it to the forefront herself. Biting her lip, she murmured, "What do you like to eat?" "It will be all right. I'm not a picky eater," Yu Xiaocheng said absent-mindedly, shrugging. Zheng Yanru responded and continued driving her car. For a long time, Yu Xiaocheng arrived at Zheng Yanru's home, a large single-level apartment of over 200 square meters, decorated in an extremely luxurious style, but it was a bit deserted, giving people a feeling of emptiness. "Please sit wherever you like. I'll go to the kitchen and cook for you." Zheng Yanru left a sentence and went into the kitchen alone. Yu Xiaocheng sat on the soft sofa, idly playing with her phone. Then she turned her head and looked towards the kitchen, where she saw Zheng Yanru wearing an apron, skillfully chopping vegetables with a cleaver in her hand. Her movements were full of strength and elegance. "So you really know how to cook?" Yu Xiaocheng was a little shocked. She never expected that the aloof and cold female CEO could actually cook. Usually, women like this wouldn't know anything about food. But then again, Anchen was simply too perfect. She was a perfect woman who could be elegant in public and skilled in the kitchen. No. She should be called a perfect mature woman. After thinking for a moment, she stood up, went to the kitchen, opened the sliding door, and said to Zheng Yanru, who was chopping vegetables, "Aunt Zheng, let me help you." Before she could agree, he snatched the cleaver from her hand and quickly chopped the vegetables on the cutting board. Zheng Yanru looked at him quietly, her lips slightly parted, but she didn't say anything. After giving him some instructions on how to use the knife safely, she went to the stove to prepare to cook. "Xiaocheng, get me some cumin powder and chopped parsley from the cabinet next to you." "Okay." "Xiaocheng, hurry up and take this dish out, and help me wash the pot while you're at it." "Yes, sir." "Xiaocheng, prepare the bowls and chopsticks. We can eat after I finish cooking this dish." "Receive." With their tacit cooperation, for dishes and a soup were quickly served on the table. At this moment, Zheng Yanru, who had taken off her apron, brought a bottle of red wine and strolled to her seat. "Do you drink alcohol?" Zheng Yanru asked. "Give me some." Yu Xiaocheng nodded, and then saw the wine glass, which was about to overflow, being handed to her. "So much?" I can't hold my liquor," Yu Xiaocheng said with a wry smile. "This wine won't make you drunk." Zheng Yanru replied casually, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of food. "Aren't you going to drink?" Seeing that Zheng Yanru hadn't poured her a drink, Yu Xiaocheng asked in confusion, "Am I supposed to drink it myself?" "I'll drive you home," Zheng Yanru said casually, continuing to eat the dishes on the table. "This reason." I was speechless. Yu Xiaocheng also picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of eggplant and put it in her mouth. Then, the next second, she was conquered by the taste. She never expected that the pretty and wealthy woman next to her would have such good cooking skills. TSK. It's absolutely delicious. Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zheng Yanru with a face full of surprise. "Aunt Zheng, your cooking skills are simply comparable to those of a chef in a 5-star hotel. Then you should eat more." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and muttered, "This wine is pretty good, you should drink more too." "Absolutely." Next, Yu Xiaocheng ate and drank heartily, losing himself in the rich woman's feast. By the end of dinner, most of the dishes on the table had been eaten, including the expensive bottle of red wine. Zheng Yanru pulled out a tissue and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. Then she glanced at Yu Xiaocheng, who was sleeping on her stomach next to her. Her full lips curved slightly, but a faint sadness quickly flashed between her brows. What to do? He's so drunk, how can I get him home? Or can I let him sleep here? Just as Zheng Yanru was hesitating, a cell phone rang on the dining table. It was Yu Xiaocheng's phone. She peeked at it and saw that it was her best friend calling. I didn't pick it up. The phone rang again. Zheng Yanru still didn't answer. The next second her phone rang, and this time Zheng Yanru had no choice but to answer it. "Xiaoru. Do you know where my son went? That brat. I called him twice, but he didn't answer either time," Chu Fang said angrily on the phone. "I haven't seen him at home either." Looking at Yu Xiaocheng, who had passed out drunk, Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and muttered softly, "Maybe something came up and she didn't have her phone with her." "Sis. Xiaocheng is 24 years old and has her own social circle. Don't worry too much. He's definitely cheating on his wife with some woman." Chu Fang snorted coldly and said seriously, "Xiao, are you You probably don't know yet, but someone sent him a WeChat message yesterday, and then he deliberately avoided me. I bet it was a woman. So embarrassing. The woman who texted your son yesterday was me, and the woman who's fooling around with your son today is also me. At this moment, Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly, her face filled with shame, guilt, and helplessness. Chapter 8. He has a thing for mature women. Sister. You were hoping Xiaocheng would find you a daughter-in-law yesterday, so why are you unhappy about it now? Zheng Yanru said, biting her lip. The main problem is that we don't know what she looks like. What if she's some random girl? Chu Fang sighed and said earnestly, Xiao, are you, could you ask him for me sometime? He listens to you a lot, so if you ask him, he'll definitely tell you. I. Looking at Yu Xiaocheng, who had passed out drunk, Zheng Yanru replied softly, let him tell you this himself. If only he could have told me. Chu Fang complained angrily. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and calmly comforted her, it's normal for children to have their own thoughts as they grow up. I think what you need to do now is to stay calm and wait for the right time. Xiaocheng will naturally tell you. Chu Fang sighed deeply on the phone and murmured, fine, I'll listen to you. As soon as he finished speaking. After a brief pause, she continued, do you have time now? Would you like to go shopping together? I am now. Zheng Yanru looked at Yu Xiaocheng, who was passed out drunk, and opened her mouth to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by her best friend. How about I come over to your place for a while? Hearing her best friend's words, Zheng Yanru trembled and hurriedly said, let's go shopping together. I haven't been shopping in a long time. Okay. Let's go to the Starry Sky Mall from last time. Hang up the phone. Zheng Yanru breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a question arose in her mind. What should she do with this handsome young man? She couldn't just leave him lying there like that, could she? After thinking it over, she decided to help him to the sofa first and then make a decision when she returned. Xiaocheng. Wake up quickly, Auntie will help you lie down on the sofa for a while. Zheng Yanru tried to wake Yu Xiaocheng, who had passed out drunk, but when she pushed him, there was no response. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly squatted down, put one of his arms on her shoulder, and helped him up from the chair. Why is it so heavy? However, he is quite sturdy. With a blush on her face, Zheng Yanru gently helped Yu Xiaocheng to the sofa, and then thoughtfully found a blanket from the bedroom to cover him with. Instead of leaving, Zheng Yanru sat down and drank water. When she put down her glass, her eyes involuntarily drifted to her best friend's son lying down. Suddenly, her thoughts wandered, and an indescribable emotion surged within her. I hadn't paid much attention to him before, but now that I'm just quietly looking at him, I realize that Xiaocheng is so handsome. Thinking about it carefully, he really does fit my criteria for partner: tall, handsome, smart, and gentle, and is also quite good at sweet-talking people and can make them laugh from time to time. It's just a pity that he is Fang Fang's biological son. If you and Fang Fang aren't mother and son, so maybe I might try to you. Zheng Yanru couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Yu Xiaocheng's face, but after a few seconds, the charming and sophisticated rich woman trembled and abruptly pulled her hand back, her cold and alluring face already flushed red. What was I just doing? Why did I touch his face? Zheng Yanru didn't know how to explain what had just happened. In short, it all happened too suddenly, so suddenly that it was impossible to guard against, and it was impossible to explain this behavior with normal thinking. Maybe it's a reminder that I should find a man, Zheng Yanru muttered softly, biting her lip. Inside a large shopping mall. Chu Fang was arm in arm with her best friend Zheng Yanru, and the two were strolling aimlessly through the streets. Xiaoru. What kind of person do you think the girl who's dating Cheng would be? Chu Fang asked casually. I have no idea. Zheng Yanru pouted and asked softly, Sister, what kind of daughter-in-law do you envision? Chu Fang smiled slightly, of course, it's based on you, and that's what the brat thinks too. You might not know. Cheng really likes you. There's a word for goddess these days, and you are Cheng's goddess. In the past, Zheng Yanru would have just laughed it off, but now, after hearing her best friend's words, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. No wonder he said those things. He had previously tried to justify himself by saying he was afraid I would rush into marriage and do something irrational. Turns out, this was his true inner monologue. What a little rascal. Would he like my aloof and cold personality? Zheng Yanru murmured. Of course. Chu Fang tightened her grip on her best friend's arm and said mysteriously, let me tell you. Cheng Cheng has a bit of a mature woman complex, in other words, he likes women who are older than him and also very voluptuous. Yeah. Zheng Yanru raised her eyebrows slightly and said leisurely, sister, you have so many mature women in your beauty salon, why don't you introduce one to him? What nonsense are you talking about? Those women are all my age, and most of them are married. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and said irritably. After saying that, she reached out and gently pinched her best friend's waist. Xiaoru. When did you become so naughty? How dare you joke about me like this? Chu Fang said angrily. Without. No. Zheng Yanru replied awkwardly, you said it yourself. Xiaocheng has a thing for mature women, and I was just thinking that your beauty salon has so many mature female customers, wouldn't that be perfect? You little brat. I never expected her to turn bad after we got our marriage certificate. Chu Fang poked her best friend's waist, pretending to be angry, and said, she started flirting with me. Let's see if she dares to do it again. The two sisters continued frolicking like this until they passed a store that sold men's jackets. Walk. Let's go in and take a look. Chu Fang pulled her best friend to go inside. What's so interesting about a place that sells men's jackets? Zheng Yanru said somewhat reluctantly. Oh my, I'll buy it for my son, and you can buy it for your husband. It's perfect for both of us, Chu Fang replied. Final. Zheng Yanru was still dragged inside. After a long while, the two came out of the store, each carrying a bag. Should we go home or wander around some more? Chu Fang asked. I'm planning to go back, Zheng Yanru said softly, pursing her lips. I have some things to take care of tomorrow. Okay. The two sisters parted ways in the parking lot and drove their own cars home. While waiting at a red light, Zheng Yanru looked at the shopping bag lying on the passenger seat, pondering what to do with it. For Xiaocheng? That's not telling Fang Fang that my husband is her son. Got it. Suddenly, Zheng Yanru had a brilliant idea. Inside a villa in a high-end residential area, Zheng Xingwu was sitting on the sofa watching TV with his wife when his phone rang. Zheng Xingwu glanced at the caller and quickly picked up his phone. Dad. I bought you a jacket. Hearing his daughter's voice and learned that she had bought him a jacket, Zheng Xingwu's face lit up with a fatherly smile. Chapter 9 probably already had ulterior motives. Whose call was it? When Zheng Xingwu's wife, Chu Chunyang, saw that her husband's face was full of smiles after answering a phone call, she couldn't help but ask him curiously. It's my daughter on the phone. She bought me a jacket and will bring it over now. Zheng Xingwu said with a smile, you're such a sweet little girl. You even know to buy clothes for your dad. Good, good. Dad hasn't spoiled you for nothing. Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes and said irritably, don't be too happy yet. As the saying goes, no one comes to the temple without a reason. There's probably something else waiting for you here. Yo. Our daughter is so good to me, are you jealous? Zheng Xingwu asked with a smile, looking at his wife's slightly angry expression. I'm just thankful she didn't drive me crazy. Chu Chunyang pouted and said angrily, she's already over 30, and she doesn't even have a boyfriend. She always makes excuses. If I try to talk to her, she starts giving me the cold shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, she reached out and pinched her husband's waist hard. It's all your fault. You've spoiled your daughter so much, that's all because of your parenting. Chu Chunyang roared angrily. Faced with his wife's accusations, Zheng Xingwu was speechless, because it was the truth. He smiled awkwardly and said, all right, she'll find a man eventually, she just hasn't met one yet. When she does, I think Xiaoru will get married. Snort. You'll be on her side. Chu Chunyang released her grip and glared fiercely at her husband. After some time, the doorbell rang. Zheng Xingwu knew it was his daughter and hurriedly got up to open the door. Dad. The clothes I bought for you. Upon seeing her father, Zheng Yanru handed him the bag she was carrying. Okay. Taking the bag from his daughter, Zheng Xingwu's face was full of fatherly smiles. He then said, come in and sit for a while. Your mother and I are watching TV. No, thank you. I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't be coming in. Please tell my mom. After saying that, Zheng Yanru turned around and left. She got into her car and sped away. Where is my daughter? Seeing that only her husband was there and not her daughter, Chu Chunyang asked in confusion. They left already. She has something to do tomorrow, so she won't be coming in. Zheng Xingwu carried the bag back to the sofa, glanced at his wife beside him, and said earnestly, "Look at you, you've driven your daughter to the point where she won't even come in. There has to be a limit to forcing marriage. In recent years, how many parents have driven their children to their deaths because of forcing them to get married? You know that all too well." Chu Chunyang pursed her lips and said angrily, "Do you think I want this? Do you think I want this? You just left all the problems to me and then expect me to take responsibility when things go wrong? Fine. From now on, I won't interfere in our daughter's marriage anymore. You can handle it. Why are you getting so angry after I just said a few words to you?" Seeing that his wife was about to give up, Zheng Xingwu had no choice but to quit. He opened the shopping bag in his hand, took out a brand new jacket, and praised it, saying, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad, it's the style I like." As they were speaking, I got up to try it on. Something's wrong, something's really wrong. Why is this jacket so small? Although Zheng Xingwu hadn't put it on yet, he could already tell the size was wrong when he held it in his hands. He couldn't help but wonder, even if my daughter got the size wrong, it shouldn't be this drastically wrong. Let me see. Chu Chunyang took the jacket, examined it carefully, and then looked at her husband's overweight figure. She muttered to herself, "It doesn't look like it was bought specifically for you. This jacket is more suitable for a young man." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chunyang suddenly realized something and hurriedly said to her husband, "Is it possible that this jacket was originally bought by Sheru for some young man, but because of some things, you ended up wearing it? You mean our daughter has a man?" Zheng Xingwu asked incredulously. "I was just saying maybe." Chu Chunyang looked at the jacket in her hand and said meaningfully, "I'll find an opportunity to get some information out of her." When Zheng Yanru returned to her home, she saw Yu Xiaocheng still lying paralyzed on the sofa. The blanket that had been covering him had fallen to the floor. She silently walked to the sofa, bent down to pick up the blanket and covered him up again. Then she picked up his phone and unlocked it with his fingerprint. I found my best friend's WeChat and started typing away a message. "Yu Xiaocheng, Mom, I'm not coming home tonight." After sending, Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly, her brows furrowed with guilt towards her best friend. "Sister Fang Fang. My sister didn't lie to you on purpose, it was because I. Anyway, please forgive me one more time, and I won't lie to you again." At this time, Yu Xiaocheng's phone rang. Her best friend called directly to inquire. "I dare not accept." Zheng Yanru silently hung up. "Yu Xiaocheng, I'm not available to answer the phone right now. I'll explain to you tomorrow." Subsequently, Zheng Yanru turned off Yu Xiaocheng's phone and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Just a moment later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. When the beautiful and wealthy woman came out again, she had changed into a light pink gauze nightgown. With light steps and carrying her heavy body, she shakily returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down next to Yu Xiaocheng. Looking at him quietly, at this handsome and strong young man, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions deep within my heart. "I'll marry you, you'll marry me." The words he had once said to me echoed in my mind, and combined with Fang Fang's description today, I was afraid that the little rascal had long harbored wicked intentions. "Do you really like it? Or are you just lusting after your aunt's body?" Zheng Yanru reached out and pinched her best friend's son's cheek, questioning him angrily. It's no wonder Zheng Yanru had this idea, because Chu Fang had said that her son liked older women who were also quite voluptuous, and she just happened to perfectly fit that standard. Back in his bedroom, Zheng Yanru tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Every time she closed her eyes, a wave of guilt towards her best friend would wash over her. After much thought, Zheng Yanru picked up her phone, found a number, and dialed it. "Hello. What brings you here, beautiful CEO?" A playful woman's voice came through the phone. "Chin Chin. Do you have anyone with you?" Zheng Yanru asked softly. I'm home alone, Song Chin said softly. What do you want? I'd like to ask you a question. Zheng Yanru bit her lip and stammered, it's me. I have a friend who got married to her best friend's son, and she kept it a secret from her best friend. Speaking of this, he asked cautiously, do you think my friend is a bad person? Chapter 10. Buy me a pair of underwear. Hearing her best friend's words, Song Chin remained silent for a long time before cautiously asking, Roru, tell me honestly, is this friend really you? Lying on the bed, Zheng Yanru trembled and hurriedly retorted, no. It wasn't me, it really wasn't me, it was a friend of mine, really a friend, Chin, you have to believe me, I wouldn't do something like that. Thinking about it, that makes sense. Song Chin smiled and said softly, actually, it's normal. Falling for your best friend's son isn't unheard of. There's a saying online, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. The problem is. Zheng Yanru bit her lip and stammered, my friend feels very guilty right now, especially towards her best friend. Do you think there's any way to alleviate this feeling of guilt? Well, if you have your friend give birth to a grandson for her best friend, I think all the problems will be solved, Song Chin replied. This probably won't work, right? Zheng Yanru sat up, her hand gripping the corner of the blanket so tightly it was almost twisted into a pretzel. She muttered, she and her best friend's son got their marriage certificate because they were forced into it. They couldn't find a good man around them, so they had to go after someone they knew. You should understand what I mean, right? It's a marriage agreement. I understand. If that's the case, my advice is to be lenient if you confess and severe if you resist, Song Chin said. If you keep hiding it, it will eventually come to light, and then there will really be no turning back. Frank? I don't dare. I don't have the courage. After hesitating for a long time, Zheng Yanru said slowly, is there any other way? Way? What method? You mean ways to alleviate guilt? Song Chin replied helplessly, sister. I'm a cardiologist, not a relationship expert. You're asking me, how would I know about these things? Besides, this is someone else's business, why are you so concerned? Let's show some concern. I usually care about you a lot. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and muttered softly. Yeah. How come I don't feel anything? Song Chin said resentfully, you only come to me when you need something, and ignore me when you don't. It's been half a month since we sisters last met, hasn't it? Put your hand on your heart and tell me, have you thought about your good sister? You know I'm a bit busy with work, Zheng Yanru said awkwardly. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? I have to work tomorrow. Song Chin said irritably, you bad woman. You know it's my day off, yet you deliberately asked if I was free tomorrow. What kind of sister are you? After saying that, Song Chin took a deep breath and said softly, let's make an appointment again next time when we both have time. Then you should get some rest. Hang up the phone. Zheng Yanru lay back on the bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling above her head, her mind a complete mess. At the same time, after finishing her phone call with her best friend, Song Chin sat alone on her sofa at home. A variety show was playing on the TV screen, but her eyes were fixed on her phone. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong with the inexplicable call from Zheng Yanru. Does Roru have any other best friends besides me? Sister Fangfang. Song Chin suddenly stood up, her face filled with disbelief, and she seemed somewhat at a loss. No. No way. Roru and Fangfang's son got their marriage certificate. The more Song Chin thought about it, the more likely it seemed. To verify her guess, she immediately opened her contacts, found Chu Fang's number, and was about to call when she silently locked the screen. Since Roru was capable of doing such a thing, even if I asked Sister Fangfang, she would definitely be kept in the dark. Of course, there's another possibility, that it really happened to her friend. It shouldn't be that bad. Song Chin shook her head, forcibly dismissing this absurd thought, but to be honest, if Zheng Yanru really got a marriage certificate with Fangfang's son, wouldn't that be too exciting? The next morning, Yu Xiaocheng, still asleep, slowly opened her eyes and found herself on the sofa in Aunt Jing's house. Then, a severe headache swept over her entire body. Ouch. I should have known better than to drink so much. Yu Xiaocheng held her forehead and muttered to herself in pain. After adjusting for a while, Yu Xiaocheng sat up from the sofa, poured herself a glass of water, gulped it down, and then sat there quietly in a daze. Yu Xiaocheng didn't seem to care much about lying on Anqing's sofa, and it was easy to guess why. At this time, Zheng Yanru, dressed in a business suit, came out of the bedroom and saw that her best friend's son was awake. She asked softly, "Awake? Are you still feeling unwell?" "Anqing, I'm not feeling bad anymore." Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zheng Yanru and said awkwardly but politely, "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." "It's all right." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, "I turned off your phone. Turn it back on yourself. By the way, I used your phone to send a message to your mom. Take a look at the chat history and then make up a suitable lie." "Oh." Yu Xiaocheng reached for her phone, turned it on, and scrolled through the chat history between Aunt Zheng and her mother. She was speechless for a moment. "It's over. I'm sure I'll get a beating when I get home." Just as Yu Xiaocheng was feeling helpless, her phone rang. The caller was an unknown number, but the number's location was local. "Hello. I am Yu Xiaocheng." "What?" Yu Xiaocheng's body tensed, and he said excitedly, "It's approved so quickly." Okay. I'm here to report now." After hanging up the phone, he said to Zheng Yanru, "Anqing? Can I take a shower at your place?" "As you like. Treat this as your own home." Zheng Yanru pouted and asked in confusion, "What was that on the phone just now?" "I got accepted into the PhD program and I'm going to Shan University to report for duty now. But I need to take a shower first, otherwise I'll reek of alcohol." Yu Xiaocheng stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Entering the bathroom, she quickly took off her clothes and stood under the shower to wash herself. As she washed, she suddenly remembered something and looked down at her wet underwear, completely frozen in shock. Tragedy. I forgot to take off my underwear. What should we do now? Aren't you going to wear it? But I'm wearing jeans, and if I don't wear them, it'll really be a problem. On the other side, Zheng Yanru was sitting on the sofa drinking hot water, as she had a habit of drinking hot water in the morning. Then, she heard her best friend's son shouting from the bathroom. "Anqing, do you have any underwear?" Zheng Yanru paused for a moment, then replied calmly, "Yes, but they are all for ladies." Well. Could you buy me a pair of underwear?" Zheng Yanru was stunned, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. "Then wait a moment." Zheng Yanru got up and walked towards the door. However, not long after she left, Zheng Yanru returned with a flushed face. While Yu Xiaocheng was taking a shower and waiting for Zheng Yanru to return from buying underwear, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Xiaocheng. I've left the underwear by the door, please get it yourself." Yu Xiaocheng was completely dumbfounded. "So fast? Is there a minute?" After quickly drying herself off, Yu Xiaocheng stepped out of the shower area, opened the bathroom door, and reached through the crack to touch the underwear. When he saw the underwear in his hand, he was instantly dumbfounded. Received, 1 brand new black lace panty. Chapter 11. Isn't this my best friend's underwear? Yu Xiaocheng stared wide-eyed at the brand new black lace panties in her hand, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, and she was even a little caught off guard. "Why the hell, why are you giving me a pair of women's underwear?" Yu Xiaocheng was almost going crazy at this point. She asked Anqing to buy her a pair of underwear, but instead received a pair of women's lace underwear. "Anqing. Anqing." Yu Xiaocheng opened the door a crack and cautiously called out, This, did you take the wrong one?" Sitting on the sofa, Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and murmured, "I suddenly remembered that the convenience store nearby doesn't sell underwear, so. I gave you my own to wear, but don't worry, this one is brand new and unopened." Is this a problem because it's brand new and unopened? Is this a question of being abnormal or not? As a grown man, if people found out I was wearing a pair of see-through lace underwear, they'd laugh their heads off. "Anqing, Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth and said bitterly, "It feels incredibly perverted for a grown man like me to wear women's underwear." Zheng Yanru bit her lip and said softly, "It's not like I'm asking you to wear it on the outside. Underwear is worn inside. If you don't let others see it, they won't know you're wearing women's underwear." "That's true, but. Yu Xiaocheng looked down at the lace-trimmed panties in her hand, her heart filled with hesitation and helplessness. If she didn't wear them, her balls would be ripped off. If she did, she would be considered a pervert. Good heavens, this is driving me to the brink. Do you have any cotton ones? Yu Xiaocheng asked in a low voice, this lace trim. I can't accept it. No. They are all this type. Zheng Yanru replied, her face flushing red as the blush spread to her neck and ears. Do you usually dress this sexily? Yu Xiaocheng paused for a moment, picked up the underwear in his hand and looked at it. Then he couldn't help but think of Zheng Yanru wearing lace underwear. Although Yu Xiaocheng prided himself on being a gentleman, he sometimes couldn't resist Zheng Yanru's indescribable mature charm. Although I haven't seen Zheng Yanru's voluptuous figure, judging from her usual attire, the subtle hints of curves suggest what kind of alluring figure is hidden beneath her serious formal wear. I didn't think much of it. I just touched on it briefly. After regaining her senses, Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a long time before finally putting on the underwear in a humiliating manner. However, despite the humiliation, at least it protected her vulnerable crotch. When he came out of the bathroom, Zheng Yanru looked up at him and saw the embarrassed and indignant expression on her best friend's son's face. She knew that the young man had finally given in, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Let's put on some perfume. Try to cover up the smell of alcohol on your clothes and pants, Zheng Yanru kindly reminded her. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng nodded. Once everything was ready, the two left the house together. On their way to Shindar University, Yu Xiaocheng sat in the passenger seat, his buttocks swaying back and forth, his face full of pain. How? A needle in the seat. Zheng Yanru glanced at him beside her and asked casually. Yu Xiaocheng replied awkwardly, it's too tight, it's a little uncomfortable. You're too big. Zheng Yanru replied casually, but quickly realized that her words were problematic, and quite seriously so. In a short time, the atmosphere inside the car fell into a silent stillness. You could even hear each other breathing. I mean. Zheng Yanru blushed and stammered, I meant your buttocks are too big, so it feels tight. I didn't mean anything by it. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and answered softly. No. Are you sure you didn't have any impure thoughts? Zheng Yanru secretly glanced at the little man beside her and saw his suppressed laughter, which made her delicate face blush even more. You little rascal. He even said he didn't mean anything by it. The two didn't talk much after that until they arrived at the gate of Shin University. Just as Yu Xiaocheng was about to get out of the car, Zheng Yanru suddenly spoke up. You can come to my house anytime if you're free, Zheng Yanru said gently. Just come and keep me company. Before Xiaocheng could react, the beautiful and wealthy woman stepped on the gas and drove off, leaving him standing there at a loss. Yu Xiaocheng didn't expect to pass the doctoral application so quickly. However, he had only passed the initial review and still had the re-examination to wait for him. After completing the relevant procedures, he left the Shindar campus and took a taxi straight home. When he got home, it was already noon. He rushed into the bathroom, took off his clothes, including his black lace-trimmed underwear, took another shower, put on loose shorts, and collapsed comfortably on the sofa. Ouch. This is amazing. This swaying and rocking feeling is so good, it's almost unbearable. Yu Xiaocheng muttered to himself, crossing his legs. Perhaps he hadn't fully sobered up yet, and unknowingly fell asleep again. The door opened, and Chu Fang walked in from outside. When she saw her son who hadn't come home all night, a nameless anger welled up inside her, but she quickly suppressed it. There was nothing she could do, after all, he was her own son. I found a blanket to cover him and silently walked towards the bathroom. Then I saw clothes scattered all over the floor. I picked up a piece of clothing and smelled it. A faint perfume scent wafted into my nose. It seems my son did indeed spend last night with a woman. Chu Fang sighed. Although she felt quite bad, the thought of holding her grandson suddenly made her a little excited. Why? That's fine too. I want to become a grandmother soon and hold my adorable grandson in my arms soon. Chu Fang continued picking up the pants from the ground, and then she saw a pair of underwear that didn't belong to her son. Black, lace-trimmed, sexy panties. You brat. Why did you secretly take someone else's underwear back? Chu Fang picked up the underwear, feeling a mix of embarrassment and worry. Did this brat ask for it, or was it a gift from the other party? Although the results are the same, the nature of the problems is completely different. But why does it look so familiar? Chu Fang frowned, carefully examining the underwear in her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she felt she had seen it somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember. Just as she was feeling lost and confused, she suddenly shuddered and her face was filled with fear and unease. This lace trim is so delicate. This style is so sexy. Isn't this the pair of underwear that Xiaoru bought herself when we went shopping together last month? Chapter 12. Today, we must uphold justice and even sacrifice our own family. Although more than a month has passed, Chu Fang is certain that the underwear in her hand is the same pair her best friend bought. She even teased Zheng Yanru about it, asking if she was trying to seduce men. After all, such a seductive style wasn't her best friend's personality. Although Zheng Yanru's drawer was basically full of lace panties, there wasn't a single one that was so daring and sexy. How did Xiaoru's underwear end up here? Chu Fang frowned, her face full of confusion. Could it be that Cheng stole it? When this thought crossed her mind, Chu Fang's heart sank. She couldn't help but imagine her son being imprisoned, dressed in prison clothes, and taken directly to the execution ground, where he would be executed by firing squad. As the trigger was pulled, her son fell to the ground. With a thud, Chu Fang slumped to the ground, her eyes devoid of light. That's all. I raised my son for nothing, and I never imagined that after all the hard work I put into raising him, I would be the one to bury him. After grieving alone for a while, Chu Fang struggled to her feet. Even though things had come to this, she still had to find a way to salvage the situation, otherwise, would she really have to watch her son go to jail? But how exactly could she salvage it? Chu Fang stood there lost in thought, considering countless solutions, but she rejected them all. Just when she was in despair, she suddenly heard her son's voice. Mom! You're home so early. Once Chu Fang regained consciousness, she stormed out of the bathroom. Instead of confronting her son, she went into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and headed straight for him. Mother! What are you doing? Seeing her furious mother holding a kitchen knife and walking menacingly toward her, Yu Xiaocheng was terrified and quickly hid behind the sofa. I'll chop you to death today, you brat, that'll be my contribution to society. Chu Fang shouted angrily, brandishing a kitchen knife. Of course, she didn't really want to kill him, she was just using this method to intimidate him. No. What happened to me? Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly dodged the question, asking with a confused look, are you talking about me not coming home last night? I was drinking with friends outside, and then I got drunk. My friend got me a room, and I stayed in the hotel all night. I woke up in the middle of the night to send you a WeChat message, and then I turned off my phone because it was almost out of battery. We'll talk about that later. What I'm talking about now is the underwear. Chu Fang gave up the chase, took the underwear in her other hand and held it in front of her son, and seriously questioned, explain to me what's going on with these underwear. Oh no. I forgot to throw it away. Seeing the pair of underwear in her mother's hand, Yu Xiaocheng knew something was wrong. She was filled with regret, but since it had already happened, there was no use in regretting it. She forced herself to answer, Mom, let me explain. Actually, it's like this. Okay. Then I'll listen to your explanation. Chu Fang sat down on the sofa, then pointed to the seat next to her and said, sit here and explain to me. Isn't that a bad idea? Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and cautiously reminded him, you should throw away the kitchen knife first. Stop talking nonsense. Get over here right now. Chu Fang roared angrily. Yu Xiaocheng pouted, slunk over to her mother's side, and sat down cautiously. She murmured, I know you're anxious, but Mom, don't worry. Actually, the story is very simple, just a few words. As for what was said, it's nothing more than those words, so the details aren't important. And then. Stop. Do you think I have dementia? Chu Fang glared at him. Do you have any substance to your statement? It's not all nonsense. Speaking of this. He took a deep breath and said seriously, since you're unwilling to tell the truth, then I won't hold back. These underwear. Chu Fang tossed the black lace panties onto the coffee table, pointed at them, and demanded, aren't these your Aunt Xing's panties? In an instant. Yu Xiaocheng was so frightened that her whole body stiffened, as if time had stopped at that moment. No. Once he came to his senses, Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly denied it, saying, how could this be Aunt Xing's underwear? Mom, even if your son is incredibly lecherous, he wouldn't do something like this. If you really don't believe me, just call Aunt Zheng and ask her if she's missing a pair of underwear. Looking at her son's righteous and indignant expression, Chu Fang began to doubt whether her initial thought was correct. After a moment of contemplation, she asked seriously, then where did you get these underwear? Who cares where it came from? It's not Aunt Zheng's anyway, Yu Xiaocheng muttered under her breath, pursing her lips. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his mother holding a kitchen knife, looking fierce and menacing. He immediately changed his story, saying, "My friend deliberately messed with me, bought me a pair of underwear like this. My underwear was wet at the time because I forgot to take it off when I took a shower, so I had to wear this one. This reason. That does have a certain degree of credibility." Chu Fang frowned, pondered for a moment, then took out her phone and dialed her best friend's number. Soon, the call went through. "Xiaoru. Are you busy right now?" Chu Fang asked gently. "Not busy. Sister, is there something you need?" Zheng Yanru asked casually. "You?" Chu Fang hesitated for a long time, glanced at her son beside her, covered the phone and said softly, "Did one of your underwear get stolen? It was last month when we went shopping, you suddenly bought a very daring style. I even teased you at the time, asking if you were trying to seduce men." Upon hearing her good sister's words, Zheng Yanru, who was sitting in the office, turned pale with fright. Fang Fang would never ask about this for no reason, unless she saw the underwear Xiaocheng was wearing. "You little rascal! How did your own mother find out?" At this moment, Zheng Yanru was anxious, angry, and helpless. She bit her lip and murmured, "I really don't know. I've never worn it since I bought it, so it shouldn't have been stolen. After all, no outsiders have ever come to my house." At this point in the sentence, Zheng Yanru suddenly had a flash of inspiration and decided to teach that careless little rascal a lesson. She then said, "A few days ago, Xiaocheng did come to my house." Chu Fang's anger had just subsided, but Zheng Yanru's words reignited it. "Okay. I see." Chu Fang gritted her teeth and hung up the phone, then sat there without saying a word. "Mom. Now can you clear my name?" Yu Xiaocheng, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, had an air of righteous indignation on his face. Chapter 13. Do you want to come to my house? Thinking he had finally seen the truth, Yu Xiaocheng, seeing his mother's silent expression, assumed she was ashamed. As her son, he naturally wanted to add fuel to the fire. After clearing his throat twice, he earnestly lectured her, "Mom. I have to criticize you a bit here. Don't jump to conclusions without knowing the truth. Look, you've wronged your own son, haven't you?" Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and continued, "But I'll let it go this time. You must be careful next time. You may not trust others, but you must trust your own son." Chu Fang slowly turned her head to look at her son, whose face was full of righteous indignation, her eyes almost spitting out fury. "Huh? What's going on? Why are you even angrier now?" Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Wasn't the truth revealed? Why are you still wearing that long face?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang picked up the kitchen knife on the coffee table and roared angrily, "I'll chop you to death today, you little bastard. Holy crap. Sarilang. Sarilang." Seeing her mother's menacing approach, Yu Xiaocheng immediately dodged and fled, anxiously asking as she hid, "Mom. This, wasn't I wronged? Why are you going to betray your own family? Didn't Aunt Zheng tell you the truth? Injustice. What are you being falsely accused of?" Chu Fang stopped and said through gritted teeth, "Although your Aunt Zheng doesn't know if it's missing, she said you went to her house a few days ago. I asked you, what were you doing at her house? Did you go to steal underwear?" "I went to her house a few days ago." "Wait, that's not right. I just got reborn a few days ago and have been busy helping Aunt Zheng get rid of that scumbag. I didn't have time to go to her house." Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and asked suspiciously, "Did Aunt Zheng tell you that? What else could it be? Did I just make it up?" Chu Fang glared at him. "That's strange. Why did she say that?" Yu Xiaocheng was confused, not understanding why Zheng Yanru would lie, especially since her lie was clearly aimed at him. "Mom. Calm down. Let's both calm down first." Yu Xiaocheng frowned and said seriously, "Impulsiveness is the devil. Don't let your momentary impulse cause irreparable consequences. Let's get back to the main topic. Anqing said she didn't know if it was lost. Does that mean the underwear is still here? Reminded by her son, Chu Fan gradually regained her composure, pouted, and muttered to herself, the logic is sound, but. Speaking of this, she looked up at her son and asked sternly, you really didn't steal Anqing's underwear? Then what were you doing at her house the other day? I. Yu Xiaocheng opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and said, Guess my ass. Give me a straight answer right now. Chu Fang roared, her face dark. Oh my. One wrong step leads to another. Or you could say that she gave me these underwear. Since she started it, it's not too much to give her a taste of her own medicine, is it? I was just passing by. I went to see Anqing while I was there. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yu Xiaocheng sat back on the sofa and replied leisurely, I didn't stay long, just for the time it takes to have a cup of tea. Then Anqing saw me downstairs. I stayed in the living room the whole time. Just as Chu Fang was about to speak, her phone rang. After answering it twice, she looked at Yu Xiaocheng and said, this matter is still undetermined. I will contact your Anqing again tonight. After saying that, she tossed him that sexy black lace panty. Throw it away right now. Chu Fang said with a look of disgust. After Chu Fang left, Yu Xiaocheng was left alone in the large house. Without saying a word, he picked up his phone and dialed Zheng Yanru's number. Well. And then you hung up on me. This is clearly a case of a guilty conscience. Yu Xiaocheng called again, but was hung up on once more. Just then, I received a WeChat message. Zheng Yanru, what's the matter? Seeing the innocent question sent by the charming and wealthy woman, Yu Xiaocheng was so angry that her face almost twisted out of shape. How come she never noticed that the woman was so cunning before? On the other side, Zheng Yanru stayed in her office, quietly waiting for someone's reply. Yu Xiaocheng, Anqing, you've really screwed me over. My mom almost turned against me for the greater good. Looking at the message he sent, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on her lips as she pursed them and silently edited the message. Zheng Yanru, who told you to be so careless? Your own mother found out about this, so I wanted to teach you a lesson so you'd remember it and avoid causing even bigger trouble in the future. Snort. Silly boy. After sending the message, Zheng Yanru leaned back in her chair, a thoughtful expression on her face. Is it a little unsafe to keep his marriage certificate with him? What if Fang Fang does a thorough cleaning one day and finds that marriage certificate? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Just as I was lost in thought, I received a message from that little rascal. Yu Xiaocheng, it's not entirely my fault. I didn't expect my mom to come home halfway through. Oh well. I've already covered this up. Just tell her that the underwear is still there. Don't say anything more. The more you say, the more loopholes there will be, and you won't be able to cover it up later. Zheng Yanru pouted and silently replied with a hum. For Yu Xiaocheng, this matter has come to a temporary end, but for Zheng Yanru, she is caught in a dilemma. Did I go too far? I pushed the little rascal into a fatal abyss. Thinking of this, she gently bit her sexy lips, a hint of worry appearing on her cool and charming face. When did I become so cunning? The key point is that this kind of cunning seems to belong only to her best friend's son Yu Xiaocheng. Why? Maybe. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and muttered to herself, who told him to be such a little rascal? It's not lost. That's fine. While Chu Fang was still at the beauty salon, she received a call from her best friend and learned that her underwear had not been stolen, which finally put her mind at ease. Xiaoru. The beauty salon is a bit busy, so I can't talk to you now. I'll chat with you when I get back. The call was abruptly ended. Zheng Yanru sat on the sofa, looking at the empty room, when suddenly a strong sense of emptiness and loneliness swept over her. She opened WeChat and found a certain little rascal, but while holding her phone, she hesitated to edit the message. After thinking it over, finally, I mustered up my courage and quickly pressed the virtual keyboard on my phone. Zheng Yanru, are you there? Yu Xiaocheng, yes, what's up? Zheng Yanru, your mom should be home very late tonight. Would you like to come to my house? Chapter 14 The Drunken Rich Woman. Looking at the message sent by the beautiful and wealthy woman, Yu Xiaocheng suddenly felt like he was having an affair. What's going on? What's with this inexplicable sense of immorality? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, hesitated for a long time, then picked up her phone and started typing away on WeChat. Yu Xiaocheng, my mom hasn't resolved the issue of me not coming home last night. If I don't come home today, she might explode. Ancheng, you know my mom's temper. When she gets angry, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. Just a short while later, the charming and wealthy woman sent a reply. Zheng Yanru, I didn't intend for you to stay overnight. I just wanted you to come over and chat with me, you little rascal, don't get the wrong idea. Zheng Yanru, are you coming or not? Actually, Yu Xiaocheng didn't want to go. Going back and forth was too much trouble. Just as he was hesitating about how to reply, his phone rang. When he looked at the caller, it was Zheng Yanru, that pretty and wealthy woman. Yu Xiaocheng answered the phone, looking distressed, and said, Aunt Zheng. Shall I come pick you up now? Zheng Yanru asked directly. All right. That's troublesome. Yu Xiaocheng originally intended to refuse, but in the end she silently agreed. She didn't know why she suddenly softened. Perhaps it was because Zheng Yanru's life in the past was too tragic, so she now had the urge to protect her. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaocheng stood up from the sofa and then walked out of her house. As I was smoking at the entrance of the residential area, pondering philosophical questions about humanity and the universe, a Porsche Panamera suddenly pulled up in front of me. I casually stubbed out my cigarette, tossed it into the nearby trash can, and then opened the car door and got in. When did you learn to smoke? Zheng Yanru smelled a faint scent of smoke on him, and frowned, saying in a serious tone, Don't smoke anymore, it's bad for your health. New. Yu Xiaocheng fastened his seatbelt and casually responded. The two didn't talk much on the way. Yu Xiaocheng tilted her head and looked out the car window at the city under the setting sun, feeling a little sentimental. What's on your mind? Zheng Yanru suddenly asked. Nothing. I was just spacing out. Yu Xiaocheng snapped out of her reverie, looked at Zheng Yanru who was driving, and said slowly, Aunt Zheng, actually, I've been wanting to ask you something, but I don't know how to bring it up. What's up? Zheng Yanru said calmly. What kind of man do you like? Yu Xiaocheng asked softly. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and answered absent-mindedly, a simple man. After saying that, Zheng Yanru asked, and you? What kind of woman do you like? A simple woman, Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile. Upon hearing Yu Xiaocheng's answer, the sophisticated and wealthy woman couldn't help but roll her eyes and said irritably, Why are you copying me? You're not being honest. It's not that I'm imitating you. We just share the same sentiment on this issue, Yu Xiaocheng replied leisurely. To some extent we both like simple, uncomplicated people and things. Sometimes, even the daily grind can bring new joy. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and muttered, Can happiness really emerge from the monotony of daily life? Why not? Yu Xiaocheng shrugged, As long as you want it, even the most ordinary day can become romantic. Being alone is very difficult. Zheng Yanru bit her lip lightly and murmured to herself in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Well, what are you saying? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Nothing. Oh. When Yu Xiaocheng arrived at the home of the beautiful and wealthy woman again, he sat alone on the sofa. At this moment, Zheng Yanru slowly walked up to him with 2 bottles of red wine. I'm not drinking anymore. I'm not drinking anymore. If I drink any more, I won't be able to go home tonight. Upon seeing the bottle of red wine in the hand of the sophisticated and wealthy woman, Yu Xiaocheng's face was full of resistance. This is for myself, you can have the juice. Zheng Yanru sat down next to Yu Xiaocheng with a bottle of red wine, skillfully uncorked one of the bottles, then filled the wine glass in front of her and gulped it down in one go. I'd heard it from my mom before, that Zheng Yanru was a female alcoholic, but Yu Xiaocheng didn't believe it. After all, how could such a mature and composed woman be a drunkard? But then, Yu Xiaocheng watched the rich woman finish her drink in one gulp and was at a loss for words. Xiaocheng, do you think I'm old? Zheng Yanru, who had downed half a bottle of red wine in an instant, asked in a low voice. Under the subtle influence of alcohol, the mature and wealthy woman was like a blooming flower, radiating a captivating and alluring charm. Her eyes were filled with tender and dreamy eyes, and her cheeks were flushed with a rosy glow. No. I think your age is just right. Yu Xiaocheng twisted open a bottle of juice and said softly, a woman in her 20s is young, like a sweet candy. Indeed, you can't help but want to taste it, but if you eat too much, you'll get tired of it. A woman in her 30s, on the other hand, is like a fine tea. It may be a little bitter at first, but the aftertaste is endlessly sweet. Yeah. Zheng Yanru held her wine glass, carefully examining the red wine inside, and muttered, suddenly, I feel much better. In addition, Zheng Yanru turned to look at him and said earnestly, stop using those formal yous, it's annoying me. It's out of respect. Since you don't want to listen, then I won't say anything. Yu Xiaocheng smiled, looked at the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman drinking water from her cow, and asked cautiously, what's wrong? You seem very disappointed. Zheng Yanru sighed, I don't know what's wrong, I suddenly feel a bit down. Is it possible? Is the work pressure too great, causing premature menopause? Yu Xiaocheng said thoughtfully. What do you mean, early menopause? You little rascal. Zheng Yanru gritted her teeth in anger, reached out and pinched his waist, twisting it hard, and said angrily, I'm only 31 years old, how can I be going through early menopause? Ouch. 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 I just said it offhand. Yu Xiaocheng was surprised that Zheng Yanru would take action directly. Snort. How come I never realized you were so bad before? After letting go, Zheng Yanru stared at him with her dazed eyes, then picked up her wine glass and took a big gulp. Where are those underwear? After finishing a bottle of red wine, Zheng Yanru asked softly. It's lost. It has to be lost. After all, my mom has already seen it, Yu Xiaocheng said casually. Upon hearing that he had thrown away the underwear, Zheng Yanru frowned immediately, a hint of displeasure showing on her drunken face. She abruptly stood up and went alone to her bedroom. What's going on? What was she doing back in the bedroom? Before Xiaocheng could even figure out the situation, she saw a drunken, beautiful, and wealthy woman walk out of her bedroom. Don't throw it away again. Chapter 15. Your mom said I have a big butt, which makes me good at childbirth. A tipsy Zheng Yanru grabbed a brand new pair of purple lace panties and shoved them into Yu Xiaocheng's arms. Then, with her eyes glazed over, she murmured, you little rascal, if you dare to throw them away again, I'll make you regret it. Looking at the dazed and charming rich woman, and then glancing at the alluring lace panties in her arms, Yu Xiaocheng was almost going crazy. She never expected that Zheng Yanru, after drinking, would be so fierce, which was completely different from her usual cold and sassy female CEO style. What's wrong with this woman? How did drinking a little bit of strong liquor turn him into this? That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and asked cautiously, aren't you? You're drunk, aren't you? No. How could I possibly be drunk? Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes, silently walked over to sit next to Yu Xiaocheng, opened another bottle of red wine, but this time she didn't use a wine glass, she drank it straight from the bottle, quite the tomboy. Oh my. My goddess has been ruined just like that. This was the first time Yu Xiaocheng had seen Zheng Yanru so carefree. In the past, the mature and wealthy woman had always been calm and composed, but at this moment, she was only straightforward and carefree, which made her seem more down to earth. Usually, people who are drunk will say they are not drunk, Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile. The sophisticated and wealthy woman ignored him, continuing to drink the remaining bottle of red wine. In the blink of an eye, half the bottle was gone. After setting it down, she muttered softly, Xiaocheng. I'm here, Yu Xiaocheng replied. Originally, I planned to find some time to take you home, and then find some excuse to divorce you. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said slowly, you should know this, I've told you, but now I don't really want to divorce you. Why? Yu Xiaocheng asked gently. Zheng Yanru bit her lip, her hazy eyes revealing a hint of bewilderment, and an indescribable complexity between her brows. She replied, maybe it's really because I'm getting older, and I've suddenly started to feel lonely. I want someone to keep me company, to talk to me, to go shopping with me. I want to find someone I can confide in about my inner turmoil. Can't my mom do it? Yu Xiaocheng asked. Your mother is a woman. What I mean is, I want to find a man. Zheng Yanru turned to look at Yu Xiaocheng beside her. Her drunken face was flushed, and her eyes sparkled with a seductive charm after drinking. She whispered, "Your mother said you have a thing for mature women. You like women who are a little older and have a fuller figure. Is that true?" Holy crap. Why would mom even say this? Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly but politely. This is half true and half false. Then I'll take it seriously. Zheng Yanru pouted and continued, "Your mom also said, you've always liked me, and that you see me as your ideal woman. That must be true, right? Ancheng, you're drunk." Yu Xiaocheng replied earnestly. Zheng Yanru suddenly revealed a gentle and sweet smile, reached out and pinched her best friend's son's handsome face, and said in an annoyed tone, "You little rascal. I suddenly realized that you are quite cute. As long as you listen to your aunt might have a sweet romance with you." Was she truly drunk or faking it? Yu Xiaocheng frowned, carefully examining the beautiful, mature, and wealthy woman beside him. After a brief moment of thought and calm analysis, he hesitated before finally making up his mind and cautiously saying, "Aunt Zheng, I want to sleep with you. Are you willing? You're tempted, aren't you? And while we're at it, I'll have 2 more kids for you." Already delirious, Zheng Yanru leaned against the soft sofa and mumbled, "Your mom said I have a big, perky butt, that I'm good at having twins, and my breasts are big too, so I'll be very fertile in the future." It's confirmed. She was so drunk that she was completely out of it. Yu Xiaocheng glanced at the glamorous, wealthy woman who was living a life of debauchery, and then at the 2 bottles of red wine on the coffee table. He was speechless for a moment. If there had been a plate of peanuts, she wouldn't have gotten this drunk. Good heavens. She forced down 2 bottles of red wine. If she didn't get drunk to death, who would? Just then, the pretty rich woman collapsed onto the sofa. Well, I'm truly impressed. Yu Xiaocheng sighed, silently tidied up the coffee table, and then sat down next to her, quietly watching her as this pretty, mature woman slept. Zheng Yanru lay on the sofa in a sleeping posture like a kitten, her limbs slightly curled up, exuding an indescribable lazy and charming style. Compared to her usual cool and noble beauty, she possessed a pure and serene beauty in her sleep, making her unforgettable. Hot. It's so hot. Zheng Yanru frowned, muttering to herself, and raised her delicate hand to try to unbutton her coat. Upon seeing this scene, the understanding Yu Xiaocheng took the initiative and unbuttoned the button one by one. When the fitted women's blazer was unbuttoned, a white shirt was revealed, looking as if it would burst open at any moment. However, before Xiaocheng could figure it out, Zheng Yanru turned around and faced the inside of the sofa, curling up all over. The consequence of this sleeping position was that her loose suit pants were outlined in a perfect curve because of her round and perky buttocks. "Aunt Zheng," Yu Xiaocheng whispered in the pretty rich woman's ear, "shall I help you to the bedroom?" Zheng Yanru slightly moved her head and stammered, I can't walk anymore, carry me." "Okay. I'll carry you to the bedroom." Yu Xiaocheng reached one hand under her body and the other hand to her knees, then lifted her up with a forceful lift. "It's a bit heavy. But the reason for the heavier weight is valid." She strolled into her bedroom, gently placed her on the bed, took off her shoes, covered her with a blanket, and then turned and left. Back in the living room, Yu Xiaocheng hesitated whether to go home, but he was worried about the drunk and wealthy woman. After a moment's hesitation, he silently took out his phone and called his mother. "Hello. Mom, Yu Xiaocheng opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain to her mother. "Just say what you have to say, or shut up," Chu Fang said irritably. "I'm busy, so hurry up and say what you want to say." "Tonight. I might not be able to come back tonight," Yu Xiaocheng replied cautiously. In a short time, there was silence on the phone. After a long while, Chu Fang finally said, "Be careful, don't catch any diseases." "Mom. It's not what you think." Okay, just don't do anything reckless outside. I'm hanging up now. I'm very busy." Beep beep beep. Before Xiaocheng could react, her mother hung up the phone. It's over. The misunderstanding has deepened. Chapter 16. Isn't this my underwear? The next morning, Zheng Yanru slowly opened her eyes from her sleep, and then immediately felt a severe headache. However, she was already used to hangovers, so she was not in pain. After taking a few deep breaths, she quietly looked at the ceiling above her head, and then suddenly sat up abruptly in bed. How did I get here? Zheng Yanru muttered to herself in terror, then a lost memory flooded back into her mind. She seemed to have drunk a lot of red wine last night, and then she got drunk. Could it be that he brought her here? And how did he do it? Did he take advantage of her? Thinking of this, Zheng Yanru looked at her clothes. Her coat was nowhere to be found, but she was still wearing her shirt and pants. She breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lay down again. How could I possibly drink alcohol? The key question is, did I do anything out of line while I was drunk? Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly, a faint hint of shame showing in her hazy eyes. Based on past experience, she might say some strange things. She just hoped it wouldn't be something about wanting a man. If her best friend's son heard that, wouldn't she lose all face? But then again, this little rascal is quite honest. I thought he would take advantage of such a mature and voluptuous woman, but I didn't expect him to do anything. Does this guy have a thing for mature women? Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, bent down behind her, reached out and pulled open the drawer next to her, took out a red wedding photo book, flipped through it and looked at the photos. Looking at the wedding photo of herself and her best friend's son, a strange thought gradually began to sprout. In a sense, is this already his home? Does that mean he has the means to live with me? Just as the beautiful and wealthy woman was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Anchen. Anchen. Are you awake? Hearing her best friend's son calling out, Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and murmured, awake. Is something wrong? I've prepared breakfast for you, come out and have a bite to eat, Yu Xiaocheng said softly. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. He even made me breakfast. The little rascal is quite thoughtful. Zheng Yanru got out of bed, grabbed a coat, and slowly walked out of the bedroom. The moment she opened the door, a faint fragrance wafted out, making the hungover rich woman feel a pang of hunger. She went to the dining table in the living room, and just as she sat down, Yu Xiaocheng came out carrying 2 bowls of porridge. Century egg and lean pork congee. You drank so much last night, have some porridge this morning to warm your stomach. Yu Xiaocheng pushed one of the bowls in front of Zheng Yanru and handed her a small spoon. The sophisticated and wealthy woman took the small spoon, gently scooped up some food, and put it in her mouth. The rich taste and unique flavor collided in her mouth, and Zheng Yanru, who was already a little hungry, immediately became very hungry. How about it? It tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Yu Xiaocheng glanced at the wealthy woman who was eating porridge and said softly, eat slowly, there's more in the pot. Zheng Yanru responded, but secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, and asked absent-mindedly, Xiaocheng, last night when after I got drunk, did I do anything strange? Strange behavior? There are just too many. First, she inexplicably gave me a pair of purple lace panties, then asked me some strange questions, and finally wanted to have 2 children for me, saying that she had big breasts and a plump bottom and was good at giving birth. You guess? Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. Guess whether I'll guess or not. Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes at him, pursed her lips, and said slowly, no matter what I did or said back then, it was all my unconscious behavior when I was drunk. Please don't take it seriously. Also, forget everything that happened last night. New. Actually, you didn't do anything, Yu Xiaocheng said softly. There's no need to worry. Zheng Yanru didn't say anything, just sat there quietly eating her porridge. She seemed calm and collected, but in reality, she felt a little lost and regretful. Are you going to work today? Yu Xiaocheng asked casually. Zheng Yanru shook her head and replied calmly, I'm not going, it's nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, she couldn't help but glance at him. Do you have anything planned for today? Zheng Yanru asked. What could possibly happen to me? Of course nothing's wrong. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said leisurely, although I passed the initial screening, there's still the second round of interviews waiting for me, so I'm currently a slacker, or what's known as an unemployed bum. Zheng Yanru hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, how about becoming my personal driver? I'll pay you 20,000 a day. What do you think? Hearing the rich woman's words, Yu Xiaocheng almost spat out the porridge in her mouth. She said helplessly, no, I'm fine with being your personal driver. I'm free anyway, but don't give me so much money. Zheng Yanru pouted, I don't have the habit of getting things for free. If you think 20,000 is too much, then 10,000 is fine, right? That's my bottom line. Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and asked curiously, are you this generous at the company too? Zheng Yanru couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had no desire to answer her best friend's son's ridiculous question at all. In the time that followed, the two ate breakfast in silence until it was over. Zheng Yanru wiped her mouth with a tissue while looking at the handsome young man cleaning up the kitchen, her eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. Suddenly I felt. It's good to have a man in the family. Xiaocheng. You didn't go home last night, did you? How did you explain it to your mother? Zheng Yanru asked. I told her I wasn't going home tonight, and my mom agreed, but she seems to have misunderstood. She thinks I'm having an affair with a woman outside, Yu Xiaocheng replied casually while washing the dishes. This. Actually, I deserve some credit for it. But there's nothing I can do about it. I can't exactly tell your mom that you and I were together the night before last. I'm going to take a shower. Then come shopping with me in the afternoon. Zheng Yanru stood up and walked towards her bedroom. Ancheng, wait a minute. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng came out of the kitchen and called out to the pretty and wealthy woman. Zheng Yanru was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at him, her eyes full of doubt. For you. Yu Xiaocheng handed the rich woman a sexy purple lace panty. When the rich woman received the underwear, she froze on the spot, her face showing utter bewilderment. This isn't my underwear? How did it end up in his hands? Did he steal my underwear? Seeing the bewildered, sophisticated, and wealthy woman, Yu Xiaocheng explained in a serious tone. You were drunk last night, and then you forced me to give you a pair of your underwear. They even said I couldn't throw it away, and told me to keep it safe. Chapter 17 Crisis. His run into his mother. Upon hearing her best friend's son's words, Zheng Yanru suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and even bewilderment. I forced him to give me a pair of my own underwear? And I even told him to keep it safe. Faced with the bloody truth, Zheng Yanru was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. However, she didn't know, there were even more shameful things to come. You. I asked you before, did I do anything strange? Why didn't you say so then? Zheng Yanru tightly gripped the sexy lace panties in her hand, turned her head slightly to one side, and questioned her in a whisper as soft as a mosquito's ant. I forgot. I only just remembered, Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. But it's a stroke of luck. If I had taken him home, even if I had a mouth full of words, I probably wouldn't have been able to explain it. With my mom's temper, she could kill her own son in a heartbeat. Zheng Yanru tried to calm herself down and regain her usual composure, but the thought of the underwear clutched in her hands still sent waves of intense shame through her body. After hesitating for a long time, she muttered to herself, Did I do anything else strange? Well, let me think, strange behavior. Yu Xiaocheng tilted her head, pretending to try to remember, and said thoughtfully, You know what? I suddenly remembered, you said, you have a big butt and big breasts, you're destined to have sons, and twins at that. In your best friend's words, which is what my mom said, you're the kind of woman who's good at bearing children. I'm going to die. Zheng Yanru felt like her head was about to explode. She never expected that she would say such absurd things, talking about big butts and big breasts, and having children, especially twins. Oh my god. How am I supposed to live after this? That's right. Back then you were still. Before Xiaocheng could finish speaking, Zheng Yanru shouted impatiently. Enough, stop talking. Zheng Yanru, trembling slightly, said in a shaky voice, I'm going to take a shower, you sit for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, she ran into her bedroom, leaving Yu Xiaocheng standing there all alone. Watching the flustered figure of the mature and wealthy woman leave, Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but smile. What an adorable rich woman. Call. The sophisticated and wealthy woman stood at the door, her back pressed tightly against the door panel. Her cool and charming face was already flushed, the redness even spreading to her neck and ears. At the same time, her rapid breathing caused her chest to rise and fall continuously, like a surging river. How embarrassing. So incredibly embarrassing. How could I ever face him again? Maybe I should just kill him to silence him. Zheng Yanru was lost in thought, which explains her panic. She always presented a cool and aloof demeanor in front of him, but she had personally torn off the mask on her face, revealing her unbearable longing and loneliness. The forced delivery of underwear, the claim that big butts and big breasts are good for childbearing, it all stems from, because I'm too lonely. Well. Anyway, he's not an outsider, so, let's just leave it at that. Zheng Yanru ultimately chose to compromise. After all, what's done is done, and there's no use in regretting it. It's better to accept the current situation openly. There was a bathroom in the bedroom, but it was rarely used for showering. After entering the bathroom, Zheng Yanru first took off her coat, and then unbuttoned her shirt one button at a time. After unbuttoning just 2 buttons, the shirt immediately popped open to the sides, revealing her ample bosom. As all the buttons were undone, the white shirt slid down her smooth, fragrant shoulders, revealing a stunningly curvaceous body in front of the mirror. Sister Fang Fang is right. Looking at herself in the mirror, Zheng Yanru murmured to herself, indeed, the child won't starve. After I took off those pants and stepped into the shower area. A cloud of white steam rose as the sophisticated and wealthy woman stood under the shower head, feeling the warm water washing over her body. The cozy sensation swept away the after effects of her hangover, leaving Zheng Yanru feeling incredibly comfortable. Zheng Yanru woke up quite late. By the time she finished showering, it was almost noon, so she decided to go out for lunch and do some shopping in the afternoon. Yu Xiaocheng drove the rich woman's Mercedes to a nearby shopping mall. They barely spoke the rest of the way. Zheng Yanru sat in the passenger seat, tilting her head to look at the city street seen through the glass, lost in thought. Suddenly, the rich woman blushed slightly. Her legs rubbed together gently, and an indescribable shyness welled up in her mind. I'm going crazy. I actually put on that purple lace panty. I even specifically looked for a purple bra for it. It's so weird, I must be doing something wrong. I feel like things are going in a strange direction. Antchen. After lunch, I'll go shopping with you, and then we'll go see a movie. What do you think? Yu Xiaocheng asked. Coming to her senses, Zheng Yanru responded softly. You seem to have something on your mind. Yu Xiaocheng glanced at Zheng Yanru beside her and asked in confusion. Nothing. Focus on driving. Zheng Yanru replied calmly. Yu Xiaocheng didn't pay any attention and drove the car to the parking lot. Soon the two arrived at a restaurant and chose a secluded spot. Yu Xiaocheng took the menu and ordered, while Zheng Yanru sat quietly, fiddling with her phone, looking absent-minded. At this moment, she secretly raised her eyes and looked at the handsome young man sitting opposite her. After spending the past few days together, she had a good feeling about him. Putting aside the issues of age and status, Yu Xiaocheng was simply the husband tailor-made for her. But even if they can ignore the 8-year age gap, how can they overcome Fang Fang's obstacle? Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, silently suppressing the absurd thought. No matter how thirsty or lonely she was, she couldn't have a physical relationship with Yu Xiaocheng. Just then, 4 wealthy women entered the restaurant and chose a window seat. At first, Zheng Yanru didn't pay attention to the 4 middle-aged women and was playing with her phone until she inadvertently looked up and happened to meet the eyes of one of the wealthy women. The next second, Zheng Yanru froze on the spot, her once clear eyes now filled with astonishment, and her brows revealing fear and unease. Fang Jie. In the large restaurant, in a noisy environment, the two sisters were looking at each other. Chapter 18 The Little Cow Welcomes Spring. Zheng Yanru and Chu Fang looked at each other. Compared to the former's anxious expression, Chu Fang had a smile on her face. Instead of working properly at the company, she secretly ran away to go on a date with a young man. Looking at her panicked younger sister not far away, Chu Fang winked at her a few times, then shifted her gaze to the young man's back. His shoulders were quite broad, he must be very strong, but then again, why did he look so familiar? Chu Fang stared at the young man's retreating figure, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Her dear sister's mysterious husband always gave her a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember who he was. At the same time, after exchanging glances with her best friend, Zheng Yanru was filled with fear and sat there absent-mindedly. Yu Xiaocheng saw through her strange behavior. What's wrong with you? It looks like I saw something terrifying. As she spoke, Yu Xiaocheng prepared to turn her head to see what Zheng Yanru had seen. Just as she turned her head, Zheng Yanru suddenly reached out and forcefully cupped her best friend's son's face, replying tremblingly, "Don't turn around." Please don't turn around. R. Oh, then I won't turn back. Although he found Yanru's behavior strange, Yu Xiaocheng didn't pay much attention to it. When the beautiful and wealthy woman let go of his hands, he asked, "Then tell me what you saw. Why did you look so inexplicably scared, like you saw a ghost?" "I'd rather see a ghost than see your mother at this time." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and muttered cautiously, "Just don't turn around, and don't speak loudly either." Just as Yu Xiaocheng was about to try and get the rich woman to talk, Zheng Yanru's phone vibrated. She picked it up and glanced at it. The sophisticated and wealthy woman bit her lip and quickly typed a message. "Chu Fang, you little brat, instead of working properly at the company, you actually sneaked out to date your lover. Zheng Yanru, sister, the situation isn't what you think. Put down your phone." Zheng Yanru looked up at her best friend not far away and saw her smiling at her. She felt like banging her head against the wall. "Anchen, did you run into someone you know?" Yu Xiaocheng was extremely curious, but the beautiful and wealthy woman in front of him wouldn't let him turn around, so he had no idea what was going on behind him. "Don't worry about it. Anyway, remember what I said, whatever you do, don't turn around, and don't speak loudly," Zheng Yanru solemnly instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yanru's phone vibrated again, and she quickly glanced at it. "Chu Fang, oh my, I caught you red-handed, still stubborn as a mule. The young man sitting in front of you, shouldn't he be the man you're going to marry? Looking at that back view, he has broad shoulders and should be quite strong, but for some reason, I feel like that back view is very familiar." After reading the message from her best friend, Zheng Yanru's heart was in her throat. She picked up her phone tremblingly and made several mistakes in the short sentence. "Zheng Yanru, it's just an illusion. Even my parents have never seen him, sis, how could you have seen him? But then again, his build is quite similar to your son's, maybe you've mistaken him for your son." Holding her phone tightly, Zheng Yanru was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She regretted going out. If she hadn't gone out, she wouldn't have run into Fang Fang. But no matter how much she regretted it, it was no use. Since it had already happened, she could only try to deal with it. Buzzing. "Your phone." Yu Xiaocheng kindly offered a reminder. Zheng Yanru picked it up and looked at it, and was immediately terrified. "Chu Fang, I came to see your little husband." Zheng Yanru felt her scalp tingling. She raised her head and found that her good sister had already stood up. She hurriedly shook her head and begged for mercy. Final. Under Zheng Yanru's sincere persuasion, Chu Fang reluctantly sat down again. Immediately afterwards. Then I received her complaint. "Chu Fang, now that you've already registered your marriage, why are you still hiding it? Is it something to be ashamed of? Can be seen by people. You're the only one who can't do it. Because he is your son." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, looking at the little rascal sitting opposite her playing on his phone, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. How did she end up on this path? Never mind. Why worry about this? We've already got our marriage certificate. Zheng Yanru sighed and sent a reply to her best friend while holding her phone. "Zheng Yanru, I'll keep it a secret until the time is right, then I'll let you meet him." A delaying tactic. There's no other way but to drag it out for now. Just then, the waiter started serving the food, and then Chu Fang sent 3 words, "You brat," and stopped chatting with Zheng Yanru. Compared to Yu Xiaocheng's voracious eating, Zheng Yanru had no appetite at all. Her eyes kept glancing at her best friend not far away, as if afraid that she would suddenly stand up and look at the man sitting in front of her. "Well, Anchen, why aren't you eating?" Yu Xiaocheng noticed that the pretty, wealthy woman in front of him hadn't touched her chopsticks much since the dishes were served. He thoughtfully picked up a shrimp, peeled it for her, and handed the shrimp meat to her bowl, saying, "This curry shrimp is quite delicious." Zheng Yanru absent-mindedly picked up a shrimp, put it in her mouth, and chewed it slowly. "Anchen, what's behind me that makes you so nervous?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously, still not giving up. "Don't ask so many questions." Zheng Yanru replied seriously, "I'll tell you later." All right. Yu Xiaocheng peeled another large shrimp, handed it to the pretty rich woman's bowl, and said with a smile, "Whatever you say goes." Zheng Yanru ignored him, eating the shrimp the young man offered her while keeping a watchful eye on her best friend's movements nearby. Seeing her best friend chatting animatedly with her three wealthy female friends, her vigilance gradually eased. After a moment's thought and a calm analysis, Zheng Yanru picked up her phone and sent a message to Chu Fang. Zheng Yanru, sis, where are you guys going later? Moment. I received her reply. Chu Fang, let's go play mahjong later. Zheng Yanru breathed a sigh of relief, sent a good message, and picked up her chopsticks to start eating. Although running into his mother here was indeed unexpected and frightening, I don't know why. I also felt a surge of emotions, a feeling of tension, fear, and excitement all at the same time. Think about it carefully. Stealing Fang Fang's son right under her nose, it's hard not to be thrilled. Thinking of this, Zheng Yanru blushed involuntarily. Oh my god. I feel like I'm turning into a bad woman. Just as Zheng Yanru was lost in thought, a hand slowly reached towards her mouth, holding a tissue in its hand. Zheng Yanru was completely taken aback by this sudden action. Look at you. The curry sauce is practically dripping down. Yu Xiaocheng gently wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled irritably. This scene happened just like that. Chu Fang saw it. Watching the young man with his back to her reach out to wipe her best friend's mouth, Chu Fang smiled like a motherly aunt. Oh my. The heifer is welcoming spring. Chapter 19 The Scheming Sisters. Zheng Yanru watched as Yu Xiaocheng, sitting opposite her, slowly brought her hand to her mouth and gently wiped it a few times, while she heard Yu Xiaocheng's gentle reproach in her ear. In an instant, the pretty, wealthy woman's face was almost completely red. A strong sense of shame seemed to run through her entire body. At this moment, she had completely lost all reason. She just stared blankly as her best friend's son wiped the corner of her mouth, feeling the extreme care and attention brought by her fake young husband. That's about it. Yu Xiaocheng withdrew his hand, looked at the stunned, wealthy woman, and asked softly, do you still want to eat? Would you like me to peel another shrimp for you? I. Zheng Yanru didn't know what to say. Her thoughts were still lingering on the scene that had just unfolded. Gently wiping her own mouth, she couldn't deny that this extreme tenderness had almost driven her crazy. The surging emotions deep within her heart still hadn't stopped surging. Her gaze shifted to a spot not far away, only to find her best friend grinning mischievously at her, instantly making the pretty, wealthy woman feel utterly ashamed. You're still laughing. It's your son wiping my mouth. Zheng Yanru quickly turned her face away and stammered, that's enough, you don't need to peel any more for me. Oh. Okay. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and continued eating her food. Zheng Yanru was still a little dazed. She secretly glanced at Yu Xiaocheng across from her and saw his nonchalant expression. She felt a little confused and puzzled. Why did he do that just now? Was he really concerned about me, or was he trying to take the opportunity to flirt with me? Regardless of Yu Xiaocheng's motives, the feeling he just experienced had a significant impact on the mature and wealthy woman's mind. In particular, the moment her fingers touched the corner of her mouth, it seemed to generate a powerful electric current, leaving her feeling slightly numb all over. Even now, she still felt a lingering tingling sensation. That's about it. I'll go pay the bill. Just as Yu Xiaocheng was about to stand up, Zheng Yanru trembled and hurriedly said, sit down for a little while, don't be so fast. I feel like you're acting really weird. It's been strange ever since we walked into this restaurant, Yu Xiaocheng said with a frown and a serious expression. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, her eyes involuntarily glancing at her best friend not far away, and replied leisurely, don't worry about it. Anyway, I have my reasons. You just need to be obedient. Besides, your aunt likes obedient men, not argumentative men. You little rascal. This is so annoying. She kept asking me questions and wouldn't listen to me at all. Okay. Then sit down for a while. Seeing that Zheng Yanru didn't want to answer, Yu Xiaocheng didn't press her further and picked up her phone to start browsing websites. While keeping an eye on her best friend's movements, Zheng Yanru glanced at Yu Xiaocheng in front of her, biting her lip and murmuring, why did you do that just now? Well, what's the meaning? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her with a puzzled expression. That is. It's just Zheng Yanru opened her mouth, turned her head slightly, raised her hand and extended a slender, jade-like finger, touched her lips, and said, why did you suddenly do that just now? Oh. When I saw the curry sauce was about to drip down, in a panic I just. Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile, you were wearing light-colored clothes and pants, so it would look bad if it dripped down, and it would be hard to wash off. Zheng Yanru was stunned for a moment, then turned around and stared straight at him. A warm feeling was quietly creeping into her heart. She pouted and said softly, how many girls have you fooled with this trick? Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile, right now, it's just you. I am a woman, not a girl. Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes at her best friend's son and said with a hint of annoyance, what an idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, the sophisticated and wealthy woman realized that her words were somewhat ambiguous. She blushed and secretly observed him. When she found that he did not react, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yu Xiaocheng also sensed that his words were somewhat ambiguous, but he did not point it out. A woman like Zheng Yanru, who may appear strong and composed on the outside, is actually very sensitive inside. An unintentional action could hurt her, or of course, it could also move her. Oh, right. Give me your marriage certificate. I'll keep it safe from now on. Zheng Yanru suddenly remembered this and said earnestly, you're so reckless, I'm worried that your mother will find it one day. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng casually agreed, not taking the matter to heart. Just then, Zheng Yanru noticed that her best friend and her 3 wealthy female friends got up, and then she received a WeChat message. Chu Fang, I'm going to play mahjong. You and your little husband can eat slowly. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, picked up her phone, and sent a call. We finally managed to avoid it. The sophisticated and wealthy woman breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally settling back into her stomach. Is that all? Of course not. Based on my understanding of my best friend, would she be the kind of person to compromise? Is that about enough? Can we leave now? Yu Xiaocheng asked. Zheng Yanru shook her head, silently stood up, and instructed him, you sit here obediently and don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. He turned and left, leaving Yu Xiaocheng sitting there looking bewildered and at a loss. Why aren't they out yet? Chu Fang, who had just left the restaurant, was hiding in a corner, secretly observing everything. Despite having arranged to play mahjong with 3 wealthy women, Chu Fang made up an excuse to postpone the game by half an hour. She did this in order to catch her good sister and her young husband, and at the same time, she wanted to see the legendary brother-in-law in person and find out what kind of man Zheng Yanru could marry. They waited and waited, but still no one appeared. Chu Fang was getting impatient and wished she could rush in right now. Ouch! I'm so anxious. Does it really take that long to eat a meal? Chu Fang was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. Her intense curiosity was driving her crazy. Despite her anxiety, Chu Fang patiently waited for her sister and brother-in-law to appear. The thought of the heifer welcoming spring still brought a motherly smile to her face. Actually, it's clear that my stubborn younger sister is very happy now. Although she admits that there was a suspicion of pressuring her to get married, I never expected that this man would actually be slowly healing her. I have to say, a person who doesn't want love won't care what others say. A person who always uses not wanting to be in a relationship as an excuse actually longs to be loved. I knew it. Sis, you must be hiding. Just as Chu Fang was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Turning around at the sound, I saw Zheng Yanru standing behind me, staring intently at me. Chapter 20. You little rascal, you're in luck. Chu Fang looked at her best friend behind her, noticing her critical gaze, and blushed slightly. She said awkwardly but with a smile, oh my. What a coincidence. How did I run into you here? Weren't you with your little husband? Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes and said irritably, sis, that's enough. There's a reason why I didn't let you see him. As for what the reason is, it's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, when the time is right, I will naturally bring him to you. Actually, you see him every day. Chu Fang pursed her lips, stepped forward, and gently took her best friend's arm, saying softly, it's just curiosity. I wanted to see what kind of man would make you risk getting a marriage certificate, especially after seeing that young man wiping your mouth for you at the restaurant. Oh my. Chu Fang nudged her waist with her elbow and said meaningfully, you're so incredibly happy. Faced with her sister's sarcastic remarks, Zheng Yanru blushed instantly, biting her lip and murmuring, what do you mean by being so happy? I didn't feel happy at all. TSK. You brat, why are you still the same as always? Chu Fang rolled her eyes at her and said with a sweet laugh, don't think I can't tell. You actually enjoy being cared for by a man, no, I should say, being pampered by a man. I can see it in your eyes and expressions. Nonsense. I. Zheng Yanru pouted and said softly, I don't enjoy it at all. Oh my god. Was my expression that obvious at the time? At this moment, the mature and wealthy woman felt both ashamed and helpless, and more than anything, she felt a complex mix of emotions that were difficult to describe. You're just being stubborn, Chu Fang said irritably. Do you remember what you said before? That you hated men touching you the most, but look at you now? Oh. I'm even wiping your mouth for you. I think it won't be long before you get pregnant. The beautiful, wealthy woman is going crazy. How did this all suddenly turn into a pregnancy rumor? Why? Let me tell you. Chu Fang leaned close to her best friend, whispered mysteriously in her ear, judging from his back and shoulders, that young man is really strong. You little hussy are in for a treat. Young men are full of vigor and have endless strength. Faced with her best friend's blunt words, Zheng Yanru wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. It would be one thing to talk about these things at home, since no one would know if the door was closed, but to say such things in public, oh my god. I'm so embarrassed. Are you blushing? What's there to be ashamed of? Looking at her best friend's flushed face, Chu Fang smiled and said, women, when facing love, besides feeling happiness, the rest is sexual happiness. Don't look at me now, I'm living with my son, I've been through this before. The more she argued, the more unbearable things she heard. Zheng Yanru finally gave in, nodded, and whispered, weren't you going to play mahjong? Why did you suddenly decide not to? I made up an excuse to delay for half an hour just to catch you and your little lover. Chu Fang sighed, reached out and gently pinched her best friend's waist, and said angrily, so secretive, you won't even let me see, all my love for you is for nothing. It's not that I don't want you to see it, it's that if you do, we might not even be able to stay sisters anymore. After all, he is your son. Okay, I know I was wrong. Zheng Yanru pouted and pushed her best friend while reluctantly saying, I'm going shopping with my little husband later, don't be a third wheel, go play your mahjong. Final. Zheng Yanru chased Chu Fang away, and even watched her drive off to avoid any accidents. Call. They are finally gone. Zheng Yanru breathed a sigh of relief, then returned the way she came to find the little rascal she had abandoned. You're here. I'm dying of waiting. Upon seeing the beautiful, wealthy woman return, Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but complain. I'll buy you some clothes later. Give me this outfit when you get home, and I'll wash it for you, Zheng Yanru said to Yu Xiaocheng. On their way here, she thought it over carefully. Since Sister Fang Fang had seen her son's back, she definitely couldn't wear these clothes home today, otherwise she would be exposed. No need. My mom will wash it off. Yu Xiaocheng shook her head, she just throws it in the washing machine. Zheng Yanru frowned and said irritably, just give it to me when I tell you to. Why are you so disobedient? You little rascal. He's getting more and more stubborn. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and didn't say anything more, but to be fair, this rich woman can be quite domineering sometimes. Let's go. Let's go shopping with Auntie. Zheng Yanru said slowly. The two left the restaurant and began their shopping spree. This shopping trip nearly killed Yu Xiaocheng. What kind of operation is this, just looking and not buying? You're a female CEO with hundreds of millions in assets, shouldn't you be buying everything? Aunt Zheng. Are you really just browsing? Can't you buy a few things? Yu Xiaocheng followed Zheng Yanru, watching her enthusiastically head towards the next store, and said helplessly. Start buying now. Zheng Yanru suddenly turned her head and walked towards a nearby luxury menswear store. This. Take those two down too, and this one too. At this moment, the rich woman exuded the scent of money, recklessly scattering banknotes one after another. Although Yu Xiaocheng was considered a second-generation rich kid, Zheng Yanru's actions were incredibly shocking. A simple t-shirt cost 3,800 yuan, and she bought 3 at once. Her tattered jeans were also worth 18,000 yuan, yet the rich woman didn't even blink. After the two came out, the wealthy woman, who had spent nearly 100,000 yuan, led Yu Xiaocheng into a high-end custom-made suit shop. How much? 100,000. Is the fabric made of gold, or are the buttons made of gold? After receiving the sample, Yu Xiaocheng took the opportunity to ask about the specific price. The figure quoted by the other party made him feel like he was the king of chives. All right. Go try it on first. Zheng Yanru didn't seem to care much, and instead urged him to go into the fitting room. Final. Yu Xiaocheng still went into the fitting room. At the same time, bored, Zheng Yanru wandered around the store, looking at and touching suits of different prices. Suddenly, she felt that the 50,000 yuan suit seemed to be no different from the 100,000 yuan suit. Not long after, Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the fitting room. How about it? Following the sound, in an instant, that heart, lonely for over 30 years, seemed to be struck by something special. Chapter 21: The Rich Woman's Money Offensive. The sophisticated and wealthy Zheng Yanru had fantasized about what her best friend's son would look like in a suit. With his physique, he would definitely be very handsome. But she never expected that when she saw him in a suit, he would be even more handsome and dashing than she had imagined. Despite being only 24 years old, he exuded confidence and mature charm. No way. No way. I'm supposed to be immune to men, so why does my heart start pounding when I see him in a suit? The little rascal has such a tall and straight figure, and despite being so young, he exudes a charming mature allure. In particular, he has a melancholic and decadent air, as well as a touch of cynicism. When these characteristics are combined, it's just too tempting. Zheng Yanru has met many men, including some so-called handsome men, but, at this moment she realized that those men were simply unbearable to look at compared to her best friend's son. Anchen. What do you think? Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zheng Yanru, who was in a daze, and asked her opinion in a low voice. The sophisticated and wealthy woman snapped out of her daze, suppressing the inexplicable surge of emotion welling up inside her, and replied leisurely, "It's fine, but I feel like something's wrong. If a suit costing 100,000 yuan is like this, then what about a 200,000 yuan suit?" Zheng Yanru bit her lip and said to the shop assistant next to her, "Could you get me a sample set worth 200,000 yuan to try on? I want to see how it looks. If it's suitable, I'll put down a deposit right now." Upon hearing that a deposit was to be paid on the spot, the sales clerk scurried into their warehouse to retrieve the sample set worth 200,000 yuan. Anchen. I really don't think it's necessary. Yu Xiaocheng frowned and said earnestly, "That's 200,000. And all we got was a suit. That's even more of a rip-off than being sucked out." The sophisticated and wealthy woman pursed her lips and replied indifferently, "I'm willing. Anyway, don't worry about it. It's not like I'm asking you to spend money. Just be a good girl and do as I say. Also, you need to change your shoes and the shirt underneath. I'll put together a complete outfit for you today." Oh my. This fierce financial offensive is overwhelming. Yu Xiaocheng was speechless for a moment, a huge question mark swirling in her mind. Everyone else's rebirth led to immense wealth in the business world, steadily climbing to the pinnacle of life. But why was her rebirth a whirlwind marriage to a rich woman? While both paths led to the pinnacle of life, it felt somewhat humiliating. "Xiaocheng, what kind of car do you like?" the pretty, wealthy woman asked earnestly. "Give me an answer right now." "Electric scooter." Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "I know what you mean, but that's enough. Besides, if you buy me a car, where will I park it? I can't park it at my house, can I? What am I supposed to explain if my mom sees it? Just buy another apartment, and 2 parking spaces. You can park there," the pretty rich woman replied casually. "Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems. I'm fucking." Such a simple and straightforward solution. Before Xiaocheng could speak, Zheng Yanru continued. "Your mom bought you an apartment, the villa I bought before, which I sold to her," Zheng Yanru said softly. "I originally wanted to give it to her as a token gift for $1 million, after all. Speaking of this." The pretty rich woman found it difficult to speak, so she simply ignored it and continued, "You know your mother's personality. She's a very strong-willed woman and absolutely refused to accept it. There was no other way. In the end, I gave it to her at the original price. She gave me 3 million first, and then 1 million every year, for a total of 10 million. Oh. Actually, my mom made a profit," Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile. "The housing market is booming right now. I estimate that the villa has increased in value by 5 million. Almost. But some things can't be bought with money." Before the pretty rich woman could finish speaking, the shop assistant arrived with new sample garments for trying on. Yu Xiaocheng went into the fitting room again, while Zheng Yanru waited obediently at the door, looking forward to a brand new little rascal. A short while. When he reappeared before her, the charming and wealthy woman's heart was struck by something once again. How much is the deposit? Where do I pay? Without any hesitation, Zheng Yanru took out her credit card. Watching the pretty rich woman go to pay the bill, Yu Xiaocheng felt a mix of emotions. Did I lower the average level of reborn people? After leaving the tailor shop, it was almost dinner time. The two put their shopping bags back in the car, then randomly picked a nice restaurant. After dinner, they headed straight to the movie theater. Yu Xiaocheng wanted to watch a comedy, but the pretty rich woman wanted to watch a romance. In the end, he had no choice but to give in to the rich woman's wishes. The movie has started. The two walked into the theater together and sat down in a secluded corner. There were quite a few couples watching this movie, and they were almost all glued together, as if they were covered in superglue. But Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru were different. Although they were legally married, they were a bit far apart from each other. The movie started soon after. Yu Xiaocheng, who was forced to watch a romance film, had no interest at all, but since she was already there, she might as well see what the plot was like. The story of this film is simple. It tells the tale of a middle-aged female business owner and a young, strong man's love story. A simple, chance encounter leaves a deep impression on them, and a subsequent unexpected reunion leads to them falling in love. But the story is not over. Their test has only just begun. Conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, between husband and wife, within the family, and between different perspectives, the subsequent plot revolves around these themes. Yu Xiaocheng watched for a long time but still couldn't understand the movie. Bored, he couldn't help but secretly look at the rich woman next to him, only to find that Zheng Yanru was watching the movie intently, seemingly a little engrossed. Oh my! Did she project herself into the movie? But thinking about it carefully, this movie is a bit like a true reflection of me and her. Both are older female bosses, and both are young and strong men, but the difference is that in the movie, they are truly in love, while my relationship with the mature and wealthy woman is a sham marriage. The movie continues, and then the plot reaches its climax. After overcoming various obstacles, they finally walk down the aisle. The male and female leads passionately embrace and kiss, and at this moment, the charming and wealthy woman can't help but purse her lips, and for some reason, her mouth secretes a lot of saliva. Xiaocheng, have you ever kissed someone? Zheng Yanru asked softly. But all she received in response was silence. The pretty rich woman frowned, turned her head to look to her side, and saw that the little rascal sleeping like a pig. You stinky man! You suggested going to the movies, but you ended up falling asleep in the theater. Despite her anger, Zheng Yanru didn't wake him up and continued watching the movie, though her mind was no longer on it. Kissing, sleeping together, getting married and having children. These were the thoughts that filled the beautiful, wealthy woman's mind at that moment. Chapter 22. Is he working as a gigolo in a nightclub? Ouch. I feel like my whole body is about to fall apart. As Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the movie theater, she twisted her neck and muttered to herself in pain. Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, You suggested coming to see a movie, but you fell asleep like a log shortly after it started. I'm never going to the movies with you again, you're so incredibly boring. Hearing the complaints from the sophisticated and wealthy woman, Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and carefully explained, Actually, it's not my fault. I didn't want to watch romance movies in the first place. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and didn't say much, but she had already forgiven him in her heart. It was indeed her decision to watch this movie, and he was just keeping her company. But then again, he actually fell asleep less than 10 minutes into the movie, which was really a bit much. The two returned to the car, this time with Zheng Yanru driving. As for their itinerary, they decided to first take the little rascal next to them home, and then go home themselves. They didn't exchange a word the whole way. The pretty, wealthy woman focused on driving, while Yu Xiaocheng remained in a daze until they got stuck in traffic. Come early tomorrow, and then take me to work. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and spoke to him slowly. Oh. I see. Yu Xiaocheng then remembered that she was the rich woman's personal driver, and replied with a smile, Don't worry. I'll definitely come early tomorrow and make you breakfast. By the way, does becoming your personal driver mean I have to stay in the car all day? I will arrange a private office for you. You won't be allowed to stay in the car, Zheng Yanru replied. A private office? Yu Xiaocheng pouted and said earnestly, then Aunt Zheng, could you give me an office that's closer to you? After all, being able to work with a talented and beautiful female CEO, even if I don't do anything all day, just watching how you conduct meetings and listening to what you say and do every day, I think it would be a very happy thing. A slight blush rose on Zheng Yanru's face, and she felt a little annoyed. This flattery, it was all technique without any emotion, it was so fake, so fake. But for some reason, she quite liked listening to him say these things. Come on. The company office resources are very tight. It's already a good thing that we were able to spare a room for you. And you still want to stay by my side. Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes at him and said leisurely, unless you become my full-time driver from now on, you can forget about it as a temporary one. Well. We missed an opportunity to improve. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and muttered to herself with a look of disappointment. You little rascal. They are getting more and more mischievous. Faced with her best friend's son's emotionless performance, Zheng Yanru wanted nothing more than to punch him twice. She gently bit her full, red lips and murmured, are you sure you want to pursue a doctorate? It's basically confirmed. I'm waiting for the interview notification, but there shouldn't be any problems, Yu Xiaocheng replied. Zheng Yanru opened her mouth, hesitated for a long time before swallowing back the words, and said softly, I have a relative at Shandai University, and we're quite close. If you encounter any trouble at Shandai University, just come and find me. Yu Xiaocheng didn't take it to heart and casually replied. Hello. Have you ever kissed someone? Zheng Yanru recalled the plot of the movie and asked in a whisper, as subtle as a mosquito's buzz. Why are you suddenly asking such a question? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked curiously. I suddenly remembered. Zheng Yanru turned her face to the side and calmly replied, did you kiss her or not? There's a trap. There's definitely a conspiracy involved. Although Yu Xiaocheng had no idea what this pretty rich woman was up to, his intuition told him he couldn't tell the truth, or the consequences would be unimaginable. No. When I was in school, I was quite honest and well behaved, and my mind was entirely on my studies. I didn't understand much about love and romance between men and women, Yu Xiaocheng replied. To be honest, I'm still a young and strong virgin. You're a young, strong virgin, so what am I? A thirsty, old maid. Zheng Yanru pouted. She didn't believe a single word her best friend's son said. After spending time with him these past few days, she discovered that this seemingly inexperienced young man was actually very experienced. They are gone. While the pretty rich woman was lost in thought, the little rascal beside her reminded her, pulling her back to reality. I gently pressed the accelerator and drove towards my best friend's house. Take these, I'll keep these. The bag containing the new clothes was handed to Yu Xiaocheng, while she kept all the old clothes she had taken off. Carrying the shopping bags, Yu Xiaocheng turned to leave, but after only a few steps, she suddenly heard the voice of a pretty rich woman behind her. Don't tell your mom about the time I spent with you today, Zheng Yanru earnestly instructed. Don't worry. Yu Xiaocheng waved his hand and slowly walked towards the gate of the residential area. Watching his departing figure until it disappeared from sight, Zheng Yanru finally came to her senses. She looked up at a building and felt a ripple of emotion welling up inside her, but more than anything, she felt an indescribable sense of shame and self-reproach. Sister Fang Fang. I seem to be getting a little too involved. At first, I just wanted to use your son to deal with my family's pressure to get married, but now I'm starting to enjoy being with him, because I feel relaxed and comfortable when I'm with him. Then, with endless sighs, the sophisticated and wealthy woman drove home. At the same time, when Yu Xiaocheng got home, she threw the shopping bags on the sofa and went straight to the bathroom. A moment later, she heard the sound of running water. What bad luck! I lost several thousand again today. Chu Fang, who had just finished playing mahjong, returned home cursing and swearing, only to find that her son was already home and taking a shower in the bathroom. Faced with her son who hadn't come home for 2 consecutive nights, Chu Fang didn't know what to say. After all, he was already so old, so she could only turn a blind eye. Why are there so many shopping bags? Chu Fang looked at the shopping bags on the sofa, picked one up randomly with a puzzled expression, took out a t-shirt from it, looked at it and thought it was not bad, then went to check the price tag. When the price appeared in front of her, Chu Fang suddenly stood up from the sofa. How many? 3,800 for one item. After checking the prices of all the clothes in the shopping bag, Chu Fang was instantly stunned. A t-shirt costs 3,800 yuan, a pair of jeans costs 18,000 yuan, a belt costs 6,000 yuan, and a bomber jacket costs 32,000 yuan. Where does he get so much money? Suddenly, Chu Fang shuddered. Thinking about her son staying out all night for the past 2 days, a terrifying thought came to her mind. Does he mean he'd work as a gigolo in a nightclub? Chapter 23, The son was kept by a rich woman. It's no wonder Chu Fang had such an absurd idea. Being part of the local socialite circle, she knew things that others didn't, especially the secrets of those women. Among them were some women in their 50s and 60s who liked to go to high-end clubs to find young men to accompany them. Moreover, these wealthy women are very generous. As long as you can make them happy, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing. The key is that the son is so handsome and has a very strong physique. He is exactly the kind of fat piece of meat in the eyes of these wealthy women. No joke. When the wealthy women who come to the beauty salon see their son, almost every one of them is drooling with envy. He's definitely going to become a gigolo. He's definitely going to become a gigolo. Chu Fang clenched her fists tightly, her brows furrowed with grief and indignation at the cruel reality. She knew very well how much money her son had, and he absolutely could not afford so many luxury items. In addition, he had just graduated with a master's degree and did not have a job at the moment. The only way he could make a lot of money was to work as a male escort in nightclubs and clubs. The key was that her son had the means to do so, and his means were extremely good. Once this thought took root in her mind, it was accompanied by all sorts of unbearable images, such as her son holding a woman in her 50s or 60s, constantly calling her baby, baby, which almost made Chu Fang faint from anger. Just then, Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bathroom, wearing only shorts. He was drying his hair with a towel when he asked absent-mindedly, "Mom, when did you get back?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang looked up and glared at him fiercely, startling him instantly. "What's wrong?" "It feels like I'd eaten a firecracker," Yu Xiaocheng said cautiously, shrinking back. Chu Fang took a deep breath, pointed to the shopping bags on the sofa, and said with a dark face, "What's with these clothes and pants?" "Oh. Clothes and pants. Of course it was bought, otherwise it could have been found somewhere else." Yu Xiaocheng, unaware of the seriousness of the problem, answered casually. "Purchase. Where did the money come from? These clothes and pants aren't cheap. I calculated it, they must cost at least 70 or 80,000. Chu Fang said through gritted teeth, "Tell me the truth, did you go to nightclubs and clubs to work as a male prostitute?" "What is that?" Go become a gigolo." Hearing his mother's absurd guess, Yu Xiaocheng was both amused and exasperated. He said irritably, "Mom, your son is a master's graduate from a prestigious university. I wouldn't do something so inexplicable. Besides, although our family isn't super rich, we're at least middle class. To sacrifice my soul to satisfy vanity? Am I crazy? Then explain to me where these clothes and pants came from." Chu Fang asked seriously. "Someone bought it for me as a gift," Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and explained dismissively. However, despite appearing calm, she was actually a little flustered inside. This was probably hard to explain. She couldn't very well tell her mom that her best friend bought it for her. Putting aside her mom's reaction, Aunt Xing had already warned her not to reveal that she had spent the day with her. Oh my. I was so stupid. I should have known better than to bring it. Other people. Which other person? Is she an old woman in her 50s or 60s? Chu Fang said coldly. No. A voluptuous, 31-year-old mature woman. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment, then answered softly, "It's definitely not, but as for who it is, I can't tell you yet. Anyway. Mom, don't worry, your son is a law-abiding citizen and would never do anything despicable." Chu Fang sneered and silently walked towards the kitchen. When she reappeared, she was holding a kitchen knife. "No. Why did you suddenly grab a knife?" Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly hid behind the sofa, saying in a terrified voice, "Mom. Mom. Calm down, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Let's talk things out. Why resort to knives and guns? Calm. How can you expect me to calm down? Chu Fang roared angrily, "You brat! You actually dare to become a gigolo? Don't you even respect your mother?" "Ouch! I really didn't become a gigolo," Yu Xiaocheng explained with a wry smile. "All I can say is, the other person is a woman, and quite young." "Fart! Do you take me for a child?" The more Chu Fang thought about it, the angrier she became. At this moment, she lost her mind and chased after Yu Xiaocheng, swinging her sword wildly. Of course, she didn't really want to kill him, she just wanted to scare this troublesome child who had been born from her womb. "Oh dear! Mom! Mom! I'm going to stay out tonight." "Calm down, you were too impulsive." Yu Xiaocheng grabbed her clothes and phone and fled out the door in a panic. "If you don't come back tonight, don't ever come back again," Chu Fang shouted at the door, then slammed the door shut. In fact, today's drama is just a trivial episode in the past few decades. The mother and son would have conflicts every now and then, but no matter how much they argued, they would always make up in the end. After all, they had depended on each other for so long, and many things did not need to be said. Just 3 minutes after Yu Xiaocheng ran away from home, Chu Fang, who was sitting on the sofa, was a little worried about him, but she was too proud to call him. After a moment of thought, she silently picked up her phone and dialed Zheng Yanru's number. "Xiaoru, call Cheng Cheng and tell him to come home right away," Chu Fang said helplessly. Zheng Yanru was stunned when she received a call from her best friend. She clearly saw him walk into the community and then drive away. Why would Fang Fang say something like, "Tell him to go home early"? What's wrong? Has Xiaocheng not come home yet? Zheng Yanru asked softly. "He ran away from home," Chu Fang replied with distress. "Running away from home? What exactly happened? Did you two argue again? What's the reason this time?" Zheng Yanru asked. Speaking of this, Chu Fang suddenly felt wronged, a strong sadness washing over her. She bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back, murmuring tremblingly, "Xiao, are you?" Zheng Yanru noticed that her best friend's mood was a bit off and immediately became nervous. She quickly comforted her, "Sis, I'm here. Don't be sad. Tell me what happened and I'll see if I can help you." Finally, Chu Fang couldn't hold back any longer, because she thought of the image of her son holding her old daughter, and sadness surged through her body like a flood. "Xiaoru, my son secretly became a male prostitute. He's being kept by a rich woman." Chapter 24: The feeling of taking advantage of a vulnerability. Upon hearing her good sister's words, Zheng Yanru, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight, her eyes filled with astonishment, fear, and unease, and she even seemed somewhat at a loss. Could it be that Sister Fang Fang discovered something? Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly and asked in a stammering voice, "Sister, I don't understand. You said Xiaocheng became a male prostitute and was kept by a rich woman. I think this is a bit unbelievable, even far-fetched. Xiaocheng is a very good student and is applying for a doctorate. He wouldn't do something like this, would he? I know this is absurd, and I know Cheng Cheng is excellent and wouldn't he do something so outrageous for her future, but Chu Fang looked at the shopping bags beside her and answered with grief and indignation, reality is like a carving knife, leaving behind painful marks. What exactly happened? Sister, you tell me slowly, I'll help you analyze it. Zheng Yanru was so nervous she could hardly breathe, but she had to pretend to be calm in front of her best friend, and asked softly. Chu Fang sighed and murmured, "Here's what happened. I just finished playing mahjong and came home. I saw that my son was already home. At first, I didn't notice anything, but then I suddenly saw a lot of shopping bags on the sofa. I randomly picked out a t-shirt, and the price tag was 3,800 yuan. Speaking of this, Zheng Yanru lightly slapped her face a few times, feeling extremely remorseful. They racked their brains and calculated everything, yet they completely forgot the simplest thing. I'm such an idiot. You're such a big idiot." Suppressing her helplessness and regret, Zheng Yanru gently comforted her, "Sister, the price tag and the final purchase price don't really have much to do with each other. We sisters often go shopping together, so you should know this better than I do. I remember before, a trench coat had a price tag of 15,000, and you managed to bargain it down to 2,000. Even after buying it, you still felt like you lost out. 500 would have been enough. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. After hearing her good sister's words, Chu Fang suddenly realized a lot and muttered to herself, "That's right. The price tag and the actual price are two different things. How could I have forgotten that? Sister. Actually, it's not your fault. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to figure it out either," Zheng Yanru said softly, pursing her lips. Chu Fang sighed, "I was just in a hurry." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang slapped her thigh suddenly, exasperated, and said, "Oh dear. My son has suffered a great loss." At this moment, Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes. She was indignant about her son being kept by a rich woman before, but now that she heard that the price tag and the actual price were two different prices, she exclaimed that her son had been deceived. "Isn't that too much of a double standard? Damn stinking woman. How dare you take advantage of my son for free?" Chu Fang was so angry that her face turned red, and she cursed loudly. "No. I didn't take advantage of your son for free." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, feeling a slight sting in her heart as she listened to her best friend's insults. Although she knew her best friend wasn't actually insulting her, every word actually pierced the depths of her heart. "Sis, that's enough, stop yelling. You're concluding Xiaocheng is being kept by a sugar daddy just because of a few shopping bags. Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" Zheng Yanru murmured. "In my opinion, you shouldn't worry about it so much. Xiaocheng is an adult. He knows what he can and can't do. Besides, he's seen a lot in his life. Why would he bother with a mere few tens of thousands of yuan?" Chu Fang pursed her lips and replied thoughtfully, "That makes some sense. Although we're not extremely wealthy, we're still quite well off. A mere tens of thousands of yuan, it's really insignificant. Maybe, never mind, maybe it really is my problem." Just as Zheng Yanru breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had gotten away with the matter, she heard her best friend continue. "But this brat is definitely in love, and he even said it himself, it was a gift from a woman," Chu Fang said seriously. "In love? It still seems like a long way off." Zheng Yanru pouted and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, "So what if I'm in a relationship? It doesn't really matter. Look at me. Right." Chu Fang smiled knowingly and said softly, "That's true. He married you when he was only 24. It's not a problem for my son to date at 24. Besides, I'm also eager to have grandchildren, so I'm a little worried about what kind of person my future daughter-in-law will be." Zheng Yanru didn't respond, mainly because she didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, she whispered, "Sister, there's something I don't know if Xiaocheng has told you about it." "Matter? This kid didn't mention anything to me," Chu Fang asked. "What exactly happened?" "Xiaocheng is applying for a PhD, and he needs to wait for a month or two. He's just idling around all day, so I want him to be my driver. I'll pay him 20,000 yuan a day, and of course, I'll also get him a private office in the company." She paused for a moment, then asked softly, "Sister, do you think my arrangement is appropriate? Suitable? It's absolutely perfect. I was worried about him running around every day, but now that you're helping me keep an eye on him, a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders." However, Chu Fang said seriously, "Isn't it going too far to pay him 20,000 a day? Of course. Hiring a future PhD to be my driver is a reasonable price." In fact, the wealthy woman wanted to offer more, but she was afraid that her best friend would not be able to accept it, or even become suspicious. In the end, she gave a price that seemed unbelievable to outsiders. "Then, sister." Zheng Yanru bit her lip lightly, "I'll call Xiaocheng right now and tell him to come home immediately." "Why? It's probably going to be quite difficult. Don't let Cheng's usual nonchalant attitude fool you, he actually takes after me in temperament." Chu Fang sighed and said leisurely, "Never mind, let it be. Anyway, he has a habit of carrying his ID with him at all times, so he'll definitely find a hotel to stay in." In the time that followed, the two sisters chatted for a while longer before quickly hanging up the phone. At this moment, Zheng Yanru sat on the sofa, lost in deep thought. After hesitating for a moment, she silently unlocked her phone, found someone's number, and dialed it directly. "Hello. Where are you?" "Of course I'm taking you home, to my house, not to yours." Stay there and don't move." After hanging up the phone, Zheng Yanru gripped her phone tightly, her brows furrowed with indescribable guilt. Why do I suddenly have this feeling of taking advantage of a weakness? Chapter 25. Oh no. This is getting weirder and weirder. Yu Xiaocheng stood in front of a convenience store smoking, waiting for the beautiful, wealthy woman to pick him up and take him home. Of course, he would be going to the woman's house if nothing unexpected happened. He would most likely have to spend the night there. I don't know how much time passed, but after smoking 3 cigarettes, I finally saw a Porsche Panamera speeding towards me and then coming to a smooth stop in front of me. Yu Xiaocheng opened the passenger door and got into the car. While fastening her seatbelt, she said softly, "Thank you, Aunt Zheng, for picking me up so late at night. You know that too. Go apologize to your mother tomorrow morning," Zheng Yanru said softly, looking at him. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied seriously, "I think you should apologize. You're the one who caused all this." I. Zheng Yanru was speechless for a moment. She glanced at the little rascal beside her, bit her lip, and said angrily, "You little rascal, you have no respect for your elders." I am your elder. Yes. You are my elder, but you are also my wife-in-law. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged, looked at the somewhat exasperated, wealthy woman, and said leisurely, "Aunt Zheng, are you planning to keep this from my mother forever?" Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and replied helplessly, "I don't know what to do either. Ever since we got our marriage certificate, every time I face your mother, I feel incredibly indebted to her, and I don't know how to make it up to her. Maybe this path was wrong from the start." As soon as he finished speaking, her gaze returned to him from the corner of her eye, and she parted her lips slightly, whispering, "Be nicer to your mother from now on. Consider it my way of making it up to her." "How am I being nicer to her and that being blamed on you?" Yu Xiaocheng asked, looking completely bewildered. "You're so annoying." Zheng Yanru suddenly got angry and slammed on the gas pedal. "You little rascal. He's been getting more and more disobedient and mischievous lately. He wasn't like this at first. He used to listen to me completely. How come he's so rebellious now? Are you angry?" Yu Xiaocheng looked at the pretty rich woman with a dark expression and asked with a smile. "No." Zheng Yanru replied coldly and continued driving. "Oh. As long as you're not angry." Yu Xiaocheng casually replied and sat down to play on her phone. Seeing his carefree attitude, Zheng Yanru, who was driving, became even angrier. Just then, she came to a red light and slammed on the brakes. The huge inertia threw him off his seat, and his forehead slammed hard into the glove compartment on the passenger side. "Ouch. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Yu Xiaocheng rubbed his forehead, looking pained as he questioned. Zheng Yanru tilted her head, suppressing a smile, and said irritably, "What do you think?" "I think you did it on purpose." Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes. "I've noticed that you can be quite cunning at times. You like to tease me every now and then, and after you're done, you put on an innocent expression. Any objections?" "I just love teasing you. I'm only cunning towards you." The sophisticated and wealthy woman bit her lip lightly, a hint of inexplicable emotion flickering between her brows, and said softly, "Who told you to become more and more disobedient? Are you disobeying me?" "I think I'm pretty obedient." Yu Xiaocheng murmured to herself. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes. "I don't care what you think, I care what I think. I think if you're disobedient, then you're disobedient." "Oh my. Look how domineering he is." Yu Xiaocheng chuckled twice and didn't continue arguing with her. However, after a brief banter, the originally dull atmosphere changed slightly. The two chatted casually along their way until they arrived at the neighborhood where the pretty rich woman lived. Upon entering the home of the wealthy woman, Yu Xiaocheng changed into slippers and plopped down on the sofa. While peeling an orange from the coffee table, she picked up the TV remote and randomly selected a program to watch. This scene was exactly what Zheng Yanru wanted to see. She silently went into the kitchen, brought out 2 glasses of water, sat down next to the little rascal, and handed one of the glasses to him. "I've already talked to your mom about you being my driver, and I've also discussed the compensation with her." Zheng Yanru sipped the warm water in her glass and continued, "Your salary I'll transfer it to your mom, and there will be a bonus, which will be given to you separately." Yu Xiaocheng was watching Animal World, which was telling interesting stories about male and female lions mating. He was a little engrossed in it, and he didn't pay any attention to what the pretty rich woman next to him was saying. "Did you even listen to what I was saying?" Zheng Yanru frowned and asked coldly. I heard it. Yu Xiaocheng nodded blankly, but her mind was entirely on the lion's mating. Sudden. The TV was turned off. Yu Xiaocheng was taken aback for a moment, glanced at the somewhat furious rich woman, then calmly picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and said, "You speak." Zheng Yanru took a deep breath, suppressing her dissatisfaction, and gently tapped the little rascal's head with her slender fingers, saying angrily, "You little rascal, you're getting more and more presumptuous, and you're taking me less and less seriously. If you keep going like this, be careful, Auntie won't be polite to you." What appears to be an elder educating a younger generation is actually more like a wife venting her frustrations to her husband. Her lips are slightly upturned, and although her eyes sparkle with anger, they also seem like a kitten raising its paw, pretending to scratch someone, revealing a touch of playful charm. "No, no, I wouldn't dare." Yu Xiaocheng smiled and asked softly, "Did my mom call you? How did you explain it to her?" "No matter how it's explained, I've solved it for you." Zheng Yanru picked up her teacup, sipped her tea, and replied softly, "All right." Yu Xiaocheng quietly reached out and touched the TV remote. In the blink of an eye, the pretty rich woman snatched the remote control away. "Stop looking. It's already past 10 o'clock. You can go to bed now. You need to get up early tomorrow," the pretty rich woman earnestly instructed. After saying that, holding the remote control, she walked towards a secondary bedroom, saying as she went, "You can go take a shower now. I'll prepare your bedding." Watching her departing figure, Yu Xiaocheng secretly felt a sense of unease. Why does she seem a bit controlling? The beautiful, wealthy woman helped her best friend's son make the bed and came out of the second bedroom. She sat alone on the sofa. At the same time, the bathroom light was on, and the sound of running water could be heard from inside. I tried hard not to imagine the scenes inside, but I couldn't help but think of that rascal's muscular body. Although I've never seen his physique, I can tell from his appearance in the suit store today that the young man is quite strong. Suddenly, the pretty rich woman became a little restless. She brought her legs together, rubbed them together slightly, and her eyes revealed a faint look of confusion and surprise. "Oh no! Oh no! I seem to be getting weirder and weirder." Chapter 26, Is he here to catch his wife cheating? When Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bathroom, wearing only a pair of shorts, he swaggered towards his second bedroom. Just then, a sultry, wealthy woman came out of the bedroom. Due to her loneliness, she had inexplicably experienced some things and was forced to change her pants in the bedroom. When the two met in the living room, the atmosphere became awkward. Zheng Yanru looked at her best friend's son's strong physique and felt as if something had struck her deep inside, making it difficult for her to even breathe. "You little rascal! How could they be so lawless? He wanders around the house wearing only his underwear, completely shameless. But then again, he really was just as I imagined, with perfectly proportioned body proportions, a subtle explosive power, and clearly defined muscles. The key thing, he actually had abs. I hadn't noticed it before, but after he took off his clothes, it was such a pleasant surprise." The beautiful, wealthy woman blushed and quickly turned her head to the side, breathing heavily. She said, embarrassed and annoyed, "Don't walk around in your underwear anymore." "New." Yu Xiaocheng casually agreed and slowly walked towards the second bedroom in front of the rich woman. Out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but glance over, and what came into view was broad shoulders, a strong, muscular waist, and a round, pert bottom. For a moment, this beautiful, mature, and wealthy woman, who had been lonely for over 30 years, felt her heart pounding wildly. "Aunt Zheng, good night." Yu Xiaocheng stood at the door and spoke to the stunned rich woman. Coming to her senses, Zheng Yanru nodded, then turned and walked towards her bedroom. After closing the door, Zheng Yanru approached it, breathing heavily. She raised her hand to touch her face and found it was still a little hot. She muttered to herself, "What's going on? How could I be so easily tempted? Just looking at his body, and how could he have become like this?" Trying to calm myself down and regain my usual composure, the image of that little rascal was etched into my memory, impossible to shake off. Every time I thought of that strong physique, it felt like a floodgate of emotions was being opened in my heart. But then again, aren't top students usually frail and delicate? How come he's the complete opposite? I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to think about it anymore. If this keeps up, I'm going to break down. The sophisticated, wealthy woman shook her head violently, then collapsed onto the bed with a thud, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, lost in all sorts of wild thoughts. After a long time, he silently took out his phone, found a number, and dialed it. "Chin Chin. Are you busy?" The pretty, wealthy woman bit her lip and asked softly. "Not busy, just a little tired." On the phone, Sung Chin Chin said wearily, "What's wrong? What does the female CEO want with me? Stop fooling around. I have something very important to ask you." The sophisticated and wealthy woman took a deep breath and asked earnestly, "You're a doctor, I'm asking you, after a long period of loneliness, does a woman's heart suddenly race when she sees a man? What does this question have to do with me being a doctor? You're just lonely, wanting to find a man to relieve that loneliness. Why all this mysterious and high-end stuff, even involving medicine?" Song Chin Chin said irritably, but then she fell silent for a second, before asking with great interest, "Did you suddenly become incredibly horny when you saw your husband?" "Pooh. You can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth." Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Can you be serious? We're discussing diseases, don't bring these filthy things into this. Yo. Look at your pretentious act, I know you too well." Song Chin Chin said sarcastically on the phone, "You look like an iceberg on the outside, but inside you a churning magma, Yanru. I'm not exaggerating when I say you're more of a repressed pervert than anyone else." You. The sophisticated and wealthy woman was furious, but in her haste, she didn't know how to retort. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore." Song Chin Chin said leisurely, "Actually, your situation is very normal, including me. I also occasionally experience a racing heart. From a medical perspective, this is related to norepinephrine, which produces a hormone that can make people feel their heart flutter." "Oh." Zheng Yanru responded, then stammered, "This shouldn't have anything to do with liking someone, right? Fool. Would you ever be attracted to someone you dislike?" Song Chin Chin paused for a moment before continuing, "However, your situation is a bit special, after all, you've been lonely for so long." Snort. "Do you have a marriage certificate?" "No, right?" "But I do," Zheng Yanru said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent's defenses were breached immediately. The quick-witted and wealthy woman hurriedly hung up the phone, leaving her best friend with nowhere to vent her anger. It probably has nothing to do with liking someone. Maybe it's true what Chin Chin said, I've just been lonely for too long." Zheng Yanru sighed, her eyes glazed over as she stared at the ceiling, her brows furrowed with melancholy. Thump thump thump. Just as the beautiful, wealthy woman was feeling lost, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Aunchen. Do you want some glutinous rice balls?" "I found some glutinous rice balls in the refrigerator, so I cooked a pot of them," Yu Xiaocheng called softly from the doorway. "Wait a moment. I'll be right out." The sophisticated and wealthy woman sat up, took a few deep breaths, and slowly walked to the door. The moment the door opened, she saw the little rascal dressed in clothes sitting at the dining table, eating glutinous rice balls while scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, in front of another seat, there was another bowl, steaming continuously. As she strolled to her seat, Zheng Yanru looked at the 4 glutinous rice balls in her bowl, which were thoughtfully sprinkled with osmanthus flowers and white sugar. A warm feeling immediately flowed through her heart. She picked up a spoon, scooped up a glutinous rice ball, and gently brought it to her lips, blowing on it a few times. She parted her lips slightly and bit into the glutinous rice skin, and instantly the sweet sesame filling flowed out. Just then, suddenly, the doorbell rang again. "Property management. Didn't you pay the property management fee?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. "It's paid. I'll go check on the situation." The sophisticated and wealthy woman stood up and slowly walked to the front door, peering through the peephole to check the situation outside. In an instant, Zheng Yanru trembled all over, so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground. The wealthy woman staggered back several steps, her eyes filled with fear, dread, and utter surprise. "Sister Fang Fang. Why is Sister Fang Fang here? Was she here to catch her husband cheating?" Chapter 27. Is this rich woman you? When Zheng Yanru saw Chu Fang standing outside the door, she was instantly terrified and lost her composure. Her legs almost gave way, and she took several steps back, leaning against the wall beside her, her fear and anxiety mixed with a hint of despair. What to do? What to do? Standing at the door was Sister Fang Fang. Did she hear something and come here specifically to catch them cheating? At this moment, the pretty rich woman was completely at a loss. Her brilliant mind had also crashed. The thought of being caught alone in a room with her best friend's son was heartbreaking. But since the problem had already arisen, there was no way to avoid it. She could only bite the bullet and deal with it. However, on the other hand, isn't this also an opportunity? First of all, Yu Xiaocheng ran away from home, in other words, he was kicked out by his best friend. As Yu Xiaocheng's aunt, how could she bear to watch him wander the streets? Taking him to live in her home was both reasonable and morally sound, placing her on the moral and emotional high ground. In this way, why would Sister Fang Fang have any doubts? What gives her the right to doubt? She's more than grateful to her. And, moreover, given that incident, in the future, even if she were to find herself alone with her son in a room again, she wouldn't think about that aspect. The sophisticated, wealthy woman took a deep breath, turned to look at Yu Xiaocheng sitting on the sofa, then winked at him and whispered, "Your mother is at the door." Yu Xiaocheng, who was eating glutinous rice balls, was startled when she heard Zheng Yanru's voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She stood up abruptly and instinctively tried to run away, but stopped abruptly after only a few steps. No. Why do I feel guilty about having an affair? Running away from home, staying at Aunt Jing's house for one night shouldn't be a problem, right? Yu Xiaocheng silently returned to her seat, calmly eating the glutinous rice balls in her bowl while nodding to the pretty rich woman at the door. When their eyes met, they reached a tacit understanding in silence. Zheng Yanru took a deep breath, stepped forward, gently grasped the doorknob, and slowly opened the door. Looking at her travel-worn best friend, she feigned surprise and asked in confusion, "Sister? What brings you here?" "Miss you. I just came to chat with you." Chu Fang smiled gently and then went into her best friend's house. As soon as she entered the house, she saw a young man sitting in the living room, eating glutinous rice balls while staring intently at her. In a short time, Chu Fang was completely dumbfounded, but she quickly recovered and said angrily with a dark face, "You brat, why don't you stay in a nice hotel and instead come to bother your Aunt Jing?" Yu Xiaocheng didn't speak. At this moment, Zheng Yanru walked to her side, gently took her best friend's arm, and said softly, "Sister, you misunderstood Xiaocheng. I'm the one who brought him here. As his aunt, how could I bear to let him wander the streets? So I called him immediately and brought him home." Speaking of this, Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said apologetically, "Sister, I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just..." Before the pretty rich woman could finish speaking, Chu Fang gently grasped her hand and said earnestly, "You don't need to explain so much, I understand everything, Xiao are you. I don't know how to thank you. If this family didn't have you, it would probably fall apart." "That's not true. Sister, you're making fun of me again." Zheng Yanru replied stammeringly, her face full of embarrassment. At the same time, sitting at the dining table, Yu Xiaocheng ate the few remaining glutinous rice balls in her bowl, staring intently at her confused mother, secretly thinking, "That's all ancient history. Now your best friend has already stolen me away from you." But to be fair, this rich woman's acting skills are amazing. Look at her calm and collected demeanor, and the words of concern and care she utters for her best friend. She's comparable to an Oscar-winning actress. Chu Fang smiled at her best friend, then turned to her son and said in an annoyed tone, "Have you finished eating? Have you taken a bath?" Yu Xiaocheng nodded and casually agreed. "Then go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow you'll take your Aunt Jing to work. From now on, you'll be her personal driver. Listen to your Aunt Jing and don't do anything reckless." Chu Fang instructed impatiently. "Ouch. I know this even if you don't say it." Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, silently got up, took the bowl and went into the kitchen, then walked alone towards the second bedroom. The moment she closed the door, only the two sisters remained in the large living room. Seeing that her son was gone, Chu Fang reached out and gently pinched her best friend's waist, saying in an annoyed tone, "You, how could you be so foolish? Even though you're Chingching's aunt, you can't bring him home. If your husband finds out, it'll easily cause misunderstandings." "Won't. As long as you don't misunderstand, that's fine," Zheng Yanru replied leisurely, pursing her lips. "What could I possibly misunderstand? What could I possibly misunderstand? Do you think I'm having an affair with Cheng Cheng? I'm not crazy." Chu Fang laughed irritably, then continued, I was just saying it casually, don't take it to heart. Anyway, this is the gist of it. You don't bring any men home in the future, not even Cheng Cheng. Why is the situation different from what I imagined? The pretty rich woman opened her mouth, hesitated for a long time before swallowing the words back down, and muttered, okay. I'll listen to you. That's right. Chu Fang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at another bowl on the table and asked, did he cook this? I was a little hungry, so Xiaocheng cooked some glutinous rice balls for me. While fabricating the lie, the pretty rich woman didn't forget to give Yu Xiaocheng a hand. At least he has a conscience. Chu Fang tightened her grip on her best friend's arm and asked curiously, where's your husband? Why doesn't he live with you? Still studying. Zheng Yanru answered in a murmur. Ouch. My goodness. Chu Fang looked slightly shocked, winked at her best friend, and laughed. I didn't expect her to be so young. You little vixen, you're quite something. Zheng Yanru blushed with embarrassment, but her eyes couldn't help glancing at the second bedroom. She bit her red lips and said softly, Sister, that's enough. Stop making fun of me. If you keep making fun of me, I'll get a divorce. Okay. Chu Fang said angrily, but are you willing to do that? Oh. Okay, stop asking me these questions. Zheng Yanru pulled her best friend to sit on the sofa, pressing her body tightly against hers and snuggling up to her. Sister, would you forgive someone who hurt you? Zheng Yanru asked casually. Well, Chu Fang replied, that depends on what hurts me. The sophisticated and wealthy woman hesitated for a moment, then said softly, let me give you an example. Imagine there's a rich woman next to you who snatches Xiaocheng away from you. What would you do? Chu Fang looked at her and teased, this rich woman isn't you, is she? Chapter 28 Stealing her son from her best friend. Zheng Yanru stared blankly at her best friend beside her, her mind still buzzing. Her dazed eyes revealed a barely perceptible fear. When she came to her senses, she hurriedly shook her head and denied it, saying, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? He started off in a very strong tone, but his voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, and eventually he didn't even dare to look Chu Fang in the eye, silently turning his head to the side. I was just joking. Chu Fang chuckled and said lightly, but from another perspective, you really did snatch Cheng Cheng away from me. Look, starting tomorrow, my son will be inseparable from you. After all, he'll be your personal driver, and the key is that you like to work overtime. So that's what she was thinking. I misunderstood. Zheng Yanru breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally settling down. She muttered, what I mean is, what you suspected before, if Xiaocheng were to be taken over by some rich woman by your side, both mentally and physically, what would you do? Then it can only be a blood feud. Chu Fang replied softly, although I'm eager to have grandchildren, I don't want an old woman to become my daughter-in-law, especially since this old woman is my sister. I absolutely cannot accept such a thing. Hearing her best friend's words, Zheng Yanru's face turned pale. She gripped her trouser leg tightly with one hand, her eyes filled with unconcealed guilt and helplessness. However, if you were my daughter-in-law, I would have no objection. Chu Fang stepped forward and took her best friend's arm, saying with a smile, Xiao are you, I really did have that thought before, and not just once or twice. Her originally pale face flushed red again. She rolled her eyes at her best friend beside her and said irritably, Sis, your idea is really absurd. You actually want me to become your daughter-in-law. Thinking about it isn't illegal, and the key is that Cheng Cheng really likes you. Chu Fang smiled and continued, of course, it's just thinking about it. If you can think of it, you can do it. Actually, a few days ago, I was already legally your daughter-in-law. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, not impulsively revealing the secret. After all, she didn't know how her best friend would react when the bloody truth was laid out. Perhaps, as she said, the two would become sworn enemies. I almost forgot. I didn't pour you any water. The pretty, wealthy woman stood up and said softly, Sister, please sit down for a while, I'll go get you a glass of water. After saying that, he went straight to the kitchen, leaving Chu Fang alone in the living room. In a short while, they brought 2 glasses of water and cut some apples. Then the two sisters sat on the sofa and chatted about everyday things, but most of it was about skincare and beauty. TSK TSK TSK. I've noticed your skin is very radiant, even fairer and smoother than before. Wow. Young men really know how to nourish a person. Chu Fang looked at her best friend meaningfully, then smiled mysteriously at her. Is the young man particularly energetic? Can you, a little vixen, handle it? Here we go again. Here we go again. Why is Fang Fang always so outspoken? Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and replied softly, we've never slept together. We were just in a marriage of convenience, so there's hardly any affection between us. I don't think so. Because judging from your appearance, Chu Fang looked her over and said thoughtfully, you have particularly strong needs in certain areas. You should know this yourself, otherwise you wouldn't have chosen a young and strong man as your husband. Oops. The rich woman stood up, her face flushed, and said in embarrassment and annoyance, Sister. That's enough, this is endless, it's so annoying. Look, you're in such a hurry again. Chu Fang pulled her back to her seat, gently patted Zheng Yanru's hand, and said tenderly, you're a married woman now, what's there to be ashamed of? Let me tell you, the happiness of marriage is built on sexual happiness. Without sexual happiness, there is no happiness, and even if there is happiness, it will not be happy in the long run. Okay. The sophisticated and wealthy woman was nearly driven mad and quickly changed the subject. Are you staying here tonight? It depends on whether you want me to stay. Is that even a question? Then let me stay, and I will stay. The night was quiet. Zheng Yanru and Chu Fang lay on the same bed, chatting quietly before going to sleep. Suddenly at this moment, the phone next to the pretty rich woman's pillow rang. She looked at it and saw that it was a message from the little rascal sleeping in the second bedroom. Yu Xiaocheng, are you asleep? Your husband? Chu Fang asked casually. Zheng Yanru bit her lip, locked the screen, and replied faintly, Miss you. Chu Fang turned over and looked at her best friend beside her. In the dim light, she could only make out a blurry outline. Without. He asked me if I was asleep, Zheng Yanru murmured. Oh. So what was your answer? Chu Fang asked curiously. Zheng Yanru pouted and said casually, I haven't answered him yet. So? You just sent me, do you miss me? Chu Fang started to give her best friend advice, saying seriously, you should take the initiative when you should. Don't pretend to be aloof, or you'll scare your husband away. The pretty rich woman was about to refuse, but then a brilliant idea struck her. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Fang Fang would never have guessed that I would be right next to her chatting with her son on WeChat. But Zheng Yanru gripped her phone tightly, an indescribable shame welling up from the bottom of her heart and spreading throughout her body. What's wrong? Hurry up and act. Stop dawdling. Seeing that her best friend hadn't moved, Chu Fan was starting to get anxious for her. I'm a little embarrassed, the pretty rich woman stammered as she explained. Is it because I'm right next to you? Oh dear, give me your phone, I'll send it for you. Chu Fang said, exasperated. No. I can do it myself. The pretty, wealthy woman quickly protected her phone and cautiously warned, Sis, don't peek. Okay. Send it quickly. Chu Fang said irritably. Zheng Yanru cautiously opened her phone, then turned around and nervously typed her reply, even typing a single word 3 times before getting it right, showing just how nervous the pretty rich woman was. Xiaoru. Are you shaking? Huh? I didn't. As the two were talking, the phone accidentally fell to the ground. The pretty rich woman hurriedly bent down and reached out to pick up her phone from the bedside. I accidentally dropped it. Chapter 29. He actually tickled my palm. Lying beside her, Chu Fang smiled slightly and said softly, I see you're a little nervous. What's there to be shy about saying sweet nothings to your husband? You're not young anymore, you're not at the age where you're just starting to fall in love. Be bold when you should be bold, be flirtatious when you should be flirtatious. The pretty rich woman gripped her phone tightly, her face flushed, and retorted, Sister, what do you mean by seductive? Anyway, my situation is a bit special. It would be one thing if it were someone else. The crucial point is that the brother-in-law you're talking about is actually your son. At this moment, Zheng Yanru's heart trembled slightly, filled with tension, fear, and a touch of excitement. What do you mean by special circumstances? I'm just asking you if you're lonely. If you are, then hurry up and make your move. If you're not lonely, then you can do whatever you want. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and said irritably, "You're dragging your feet. It's only because the other person hasn't left campus that they don't understand. If it were any other man, he would have been impatient long ago." The sophisticated and wealthy woman pursed her lips and replied leisurely, "I'm used to it. No man, no man. I'll live the same way I always have. It's not a big deal. I don't believe. I can't live without a man. You. Why are you so stubborn?" Chu Fang said in exasperation, "Fine, do whatever you want, I'm going to sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned over and faced away from her. Seeing that her best friend had finally fallen asleep, Zheng Yanru breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully opened her phone and continued editing the content she hadn't finished writing. However, she was still cautious and didn't let her guard down. She would occasionally turn her head to observe her best friend beside her to prevent her from pretending to be asleep and peeking at her. "Zheng Yanru, I sleep with your mother. I was just chatting with her. She's asleep now. Is there anything you need?" I locked the screen, stared quietly at the ceiling above my head, and waited for the little rascal's reply. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the quiet environment. "Sent." The sophisticated and wealthy woman was startled and angrily retorted, "Sister. You scared me to death. Weren't you asleep?" Chu Fang turned to face her and replied with a smile, "It's because I care about you." Care? It's obviously just gossip. Facing her good older sister, the pretty rich woman seemed more like an ordinary girl, without her usual aloofness. She became more talkative and her emotions were more complex. At this moment, she pouted, her brows furrowed with dissatisfaction towards her best friend. You really took my kindness for granted. I was so concerned about your love life, afraid that you would ruin this relationship, but you treated my concern as gossip." Chu Fang said angrily, "It seems that this sisterhood has come to an end. Can you blame me? Who told you to be his biological mother?" Just as Zheng Yanru was about to speak, her phone rang, and a certain little rascal sent a reply. He replied. Quick, let me see, Chu Fang said impatiently. No. The beautiful, wealthy woman clutched her phone with her life, nervously refusing, "Sister, please don't get involved, can't you just get some sleep? How stingy. See. I'm ignoring you now." Chu Fang turned around and lay down on one side, fuming. Zheng Yanru quietly turned on her phone and glanced at her best friend beside her. Sure enough, she carefully turned over, and the two sisters stared at each other. An awkward atmosphere rose between them, but the old hand was indeed an old hand. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, Chu Fang calmly yawned, turned over again, and acted as if nothing had happened. The pretty rich woman pursed her lips and looked back at her phone screen. "Yu Xiaocheng, let's delete each other right away. My mom is cunning and scheming. If she sees this, we're definitely doomed." Mutual deletion? Why delete each other? If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, quickly edited the content, and then sent it out. Send friend request. Did he really delete me? The sophisticated and wealthy woman stared wide-eyed at her phone screen, her face filled with disbelief, a chill running down her spine. Okay. Deleting me is a momentary pleasure, adding me back is a nightmare. You little rascal, you just wait and see. After plugging in his phone, he lay quietly on the bed, looking furious. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's quite normal to do that, but Zheng Yanru felt like she had been abandoned by the little rascal, so she was a little angry. It's over? Chu Fang suddenly asked. Zheng Yanru was not surprised and casually agreed. Well. That tone, why are you still angry? Chu Fang asked, her face full of confusion. Zheng Yanru gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to talk to him. What's going on? What on earth happened? I don't think we even talked for long, so how could you have made Sheru so angry? Although Chu Fang was very curious about what had happened, she didn't press the issue. After all, it's best not to get involved in these kinds of things to avoid getting into trouble. Besides, it's normal for couples to have minor disagreements. As the saying goes, couples don't hold grudges overnight, they fight in bed and make up in bed. She'll probably be fine by tomorrow morning. The next morning, Zheng Yanru woke up from her sleep, opened her eyes and found that her best friend was gone. She didn't care, stretched lazily, got out of bed, put on her work clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. The moment I opened the door, I saw the mother and son sitting together eating breakfast. The scene was quite harmonious, not like they had argued the night before. "Are you up? Cheng, go get your aunt a bowl of porridge." Seeing her best friend get up, Chu Fang gave instructions to her son. Yu Xiaocheng obediently stood up, went to serve porridge to his pretty rich wife, and then brought it to her. At this moment, the pretty rich woman looked up, glared fiercely at the little rascal, and then secretly reached out and pinched his waist hard, making him wince in pain and suffer unspeakably. I endured the pain and returned to my seat. When my mom wasn't looking, I gently rubbed the spot where I had been pinched, while secretly glancing at her out of the corner of my eye. I had a rough idea of what had happened. If I wasn't mistaken, it was probably related to deleting her on WeChat. Yu Xiaocheng pouted. There was nothing she could do at this moment, so she could only eat her breakfast in silence. And at that moment, after finishing breakfast, Chu Fang went into the bedroom to change her clothes, leaving only Yu Xiaocheng and the charming, wealthy woman in the spacious living room. "You deleted me," Zheng Yanru muttered angrily, her face dark. "Then I'll add it back now." Yu Xiaocheng took out his phone, ready to add the pretty rich woman back. The offer was rejected. Delete when you want, add when you want. The shrewish, wealthy woman rolled her eyes at the little rascal beside her and said angrily, "Am I that cheap?" Yu Xiaocheng put down his phone and stared intently at her. The rich woman's angry expression was like the red glow of the setting sun, charming yet with a hint of shock, especially her fierce eyes, which were like blazing stars, both frightening and captivating. After a brief moment of thought and a calm analysis, Yu Xiaocheng decided to take a risky step. He quickly reached out and swiftly grasped her fair and smooth hand, holding it tightly in his own. "Don't add it back." "I kept catching her until my mom came out," Yu Xiaocheng said earnestly. Caught off guard by the little rascal's sudden action, the sophisticated and wealthy woman trembled slightly like a startled fawn, struggling to break free, only to find it was futile, as he was holding on too tightly. "I won't let you through." The pretty, wealthy woman bit her lip, replying angrily and embarrassed. Yu Xiaocheng smiled mischievously, "Fine. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Anyway, I'm not going to agree, so what can you do about it?" The pretty rich woman suppressed her inexplicable emotions. Just when she thought the little rascal was a paper tiger, she suddenly felt a piercing itch in her palm. "Oops. He actually tickled my palm." The beautiful, mature, and wealthy woman twisted her body while forcefully covering her mouth, her watery eyes gazing at him with a hazy, pitiful expression. One went a little too far, and the other couldn't hold back in the end, resulting in a sound of emotional release echoing in the living room. Amidst this exclamation of exhilaration, Chu Fang rushed out of the bedroom in a panic. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chapter 30. Do Aunt's feet feel comfortable to touch? Chu Fang, who had just changed her clothes, suddenly heard a soul-resonating sound coming from outside the door, as if it were the release of some kind of emotion. She was immediately frightened and hurriedly rushed out the door, only to see her best friend sitting there calmly. "What's going on? What just happened?" He quickly walked to Zheng Yanru's side and carefully examined her. Only then did he notice that his best friend's face was flushed, and the redness even extended to her neck and ears. "And nothing. I accidentally bumped my toe, so I cried out in pain." The pretty rich woman subconsciously turned her face away, not daring to meet her best friend's eyes, and murmured softly, "Sis. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine." "You little rascal. You little rascal." I struggled so hard, but he still wouldn't let go, and even scratched my palm. He's getting worse and worse, and more mischievous. Zheng Yanru's heart was filled with resentment towards someone, while at the same time, an inexplicable emotion was brewing. She had to admit, the moment he grabbed her hand, it felt as if a mysterious force struck deep into her heart, especially when he gently scratched her palm, that tingling, itchy feeling, like a million ants crawling all over her body. "Ouch. You're so careless." Chu Fang breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at her nonchalant son and said irritably, "Seeing your aunt in so much pain, didn't you know to get her a bottle of safflower oil? You just sat there like an idiot. How come you're not quick-witted at all?" Yu Xiaocheng was utterly embarrassed. She glanced at the pretty, wealthy woman beside her and saw her glaring at her fiercely. She quickly stood up and asked, Aunt Zheng, where's the first aid kit? No. It doesn't hurt much anymore. The beautiful, wealthy woman stared at him intently, her soft words carrying a hint of hatred. That won't do. It would be troublesome if we injured our bones or muscles. I'll go get the first aid kit. After Chu Fang finished speaking, she walked towards a certain room, leaving Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru alone in the living room once again. In the quiet and silent atmosphere, the two remained seated side by side. Yu Xiaocheng secretly glanced at the pretty rich woman next to her, and their eyes met by chance. The next second, Yu Xiaocheng looked away. You little rascal. The sophisticated and wealthy woman bit her lip and said angrily, You're getting more and more outrageous. How was I supposed to know you were so ticklish? Yu Xiaocheng shrank back, smiling awkwardly, and said, Then add it back. At your head my foot. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, It depends on your performance. If you perform well, you can get it back. If you don't, forget about it for the rest of your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang returned carrying a first aid kit, sat down next to her best friend, and took out a bottle of safflower oil from the kit. I'll do it. I'll do it. With quick eyes and hands, Yu Xiaocheng took the safflower oil from her mother's hand and helped her take off her left slipper, revealing a fair and flawless jade foot. The beautiful feet of the pretty rich woman were delicate and exquisite, with toes as delicate as pearls, making people want to hold them in their hands and play with them carefully. When Yu Xiaocheng's fingers touched the rich woman's toes, gently stroking and pinching them, the warmth from his fingers mixed with the coolness of the safflower oil, creating an indescribable sensation that swept through his entire body. A wave of shame surged from the depths of her heart, but the words to stop her were stuck in her throat. She wanted to say them but couldn't, especially since her best friend was sitting next to her, and the worst part was that this best friend was the mother of the little man who touched her toes. Gently. Gently. Be careful not to hurt your aunt. Chu Fang frowned and seriously warned her son. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng responded. Then she applied some safflower oil to her fingers and gently massaged her delicate toes, her fingertips occasionally touching the spaces between them. Aha! The sophisticated and wealthy woman pinched her thigh, trying to use the pain to dispel the inexplicable feeling throughout her body, but it was completely ineffective. The sensation coming from her toes was like a powerful electric current rushing into her body, instantly affecting every corner of her body. Okay. Stop applying safflower oil. Zheng Yanru tried her best to stay awake and avoid being noticed by her best friend beside her, and said softly, Xiaocheng, thank you. Fine. It's what I should do. Yu Xiaocheng looked up and smiled at her, a hint of mischief and wickedness in his smile, then asked, Aunt Zheng, is the service quality all right? 1 to 5 points, can you give it a rating? The pretty rich woman suddenly froze, glancing at the little rascal beside her. She felt a mix of anger, anxiety, and helplessness. It was clearly a calculated move. If she gave him 5 stars, it meant she could add him back on WeChat. If she didn't give him 5 stars, his mother would be sitting right next to her, and her best friend would look rather embarrassed. Auntie will definitely give you 5 points. The beautiful, wealthy woman pursed her lips, smiling at him while a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Your praise is my motivation to move forward, and I will continue to work hard in the future. Before Xiaocheng could finish speaking, his mother gently patted the back of his head and took the bottle of safflower oil from his hand. Stop fooling around. Clean up the table, then take your aunt to the company, Chu Fang said irritably. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng tidied up the table and washed the dishes. When he came out of the kitchen, the beautiful, wealthy woman was already wearing high heels and waiting for him at the door. Sister. I'm going to work. Please close the doors and windows before you leave, Zheng Yanru instructed. Don't worry. Chu Fang nodded and looked at her own son, Cheng, drive slowly and be careful on the road. No. Yu Xiaocheng put on his shoes and went out with the pretty rich woman. The two walked to the underground parking lot, remaining silent to each other throughout. Yu Xiaocheng opened the back door for the rich woman, but Zheng Yanru ignored him and silently walked to the passenger side and opened the door herself. Sigh, women. Yu Xiaocheng pouted, returned to the driver's seat, and while fastening her seatbelt, said softly, Fasten your seatbelts, let's go. Wait a moment. Zheng Yanru suddenly spoke up. Yu Xiaocheng turned her head and looked at her with a puzzled expression. The beautiful, mature, and wealthy woman leaned over, raised her hand, and gently tapped his forehead with a slender, delicate finger. She said angrily, "If you dare to act like this again, Auntie will really be angry." This time, Yu Xiaocheng didn't argue, but just smiled sheepishly. Once the vehicle left the residential area and entered the main road, the atmosphere returned to its previous quiet state. The pretty rich woman tilted her head, looking at the pedestrians on the roadside, but her mind was a mess. She didn't know why, the feeling of him kneading her toes still lingered in her heart. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, watching the young man driving, and suddenly, on a whim, asked in a soft voice, "You little rascal. Does Auntie's foot feel nice to touch?" Chapter 31. Which girl do you like? After blurting out those words, the sophisticated and wealthy woman realized the seriousness of the situation, but it was too late to take them back. At that moment, she clutched her pants tightly, turned her head away, bit her lip, and blushed deeply. What's going on? How could I say something so frivolous? Compared to the incredibly embarrassed rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng, who was driving, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and confusion after hearing these words, but she quickly regained her composure and replied thoughtfully, "It's comfortable, but I didn't touch it long enough. Like Auntie's beautiful feet. I want to touch them for a lifetime." R. This little rascal. This little hooligan. This little pervert. He actually replied to my thoughtless remark, and the answer was so embarrassing. The already blushing, wealthy woman was now almost completely red. A strong feeling surged from the bottom of her heart throughout her body, causing her breathing to become rapid and noticeably heavier. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said angrily, "You have no manners, how dare you flirt with me? You asked me yourself, so I'll answer." Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said with a smile, "But to be honest, Auntie, your feet are really beautiful, and they are so soft and white. They feel really nice to touch. By the way, when I touch your feet, do you feel comfortable?" Hearing the little rascal's words getting increasingly outrageous, the mature and wealthy woman was both angry and a little embarrassed. She pinched her thigh hard, trying to use the pain to bring herself back to consciousness. Suppressing her rapid breathing, she scolded him angrily, "Yu Xiaocheng, I'm your aunt, you should show me some respect. 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 I have always respected you. Let us discuss this. The key is that you started it," Yu Xiaocheng replied seriously. I. That was a slip of the tongue. The sophisticated and wealthy woman pursed her lips and said earnestly, "Let's leave this topic behind and not bring it up again. When we get to the company later, I'll have someone give you a VIP pass, so you won't have any obstacles going anywhere. Also, there's a cafeteria in the company, so you don't need to eat out. Finally, you're not allowed to have any contact with any of the women in the company." Faced with the last request, Yu Xiaocheng was not surprised. He had long noticed that this woman had a strong desire for control, or in other words, she was very jealous. He could easily overwhelm her with jealousy if he wasn't careful. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. I'll stay in the office. After all, I have things to do myself, and I've also written relevant project proposals." The pretty rich woman responded and then ignored him. In a short time, the car pulled up to the company building and, guided by the wealthy woman, parked in her designated spot. The two then got out of the car together. Zheng Yanru didn't hold back at all, and walked into the company with her best friend's son in a very open manner. Along the way, they encountered many company employees. Yu Xiaocheng would occasionally observe their expressions and found that these people were intentionally avoiding Zheng Yanru's gaze, and their brows revealed a hint of fear. Certainly, Yu Xiaocheng observed the company's employees, and the employees were also secretly observing him, all speculating about who he was and what his relationship was with President Zheng. Arriving at the rich woman's office, Zheng Yanru had barely sat down when her secretary arrived. The secretary was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, who had a touch of maturity, but lacked Zheng Yanru's charm, beauty, and voluptuousness. After the wealthy woman finished giving her instructions, the secretary, Sister Zhang, left, leaving only Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru in the office. "Wait a moment. The office will be arranged for you right away." After Zheng Yanru finished speaking, she began her day's work, leaving her little rascal there. As the saying goes, every profession has its own secrets, and although Yu Xiaocheng didn't know what the pretty rich woman was doing, she seemed very busy, so she didn't bother her. She sat there quietly scrolling through her phone until her secretary, Sister Zhang, arrived, breaking the tranquility. Yu Xiaocheng was taken to a brand new office. It wasn't particularly luxurious, but it was fully equipped, and it was clearly the kind of office only a general manager could afford. Tell me if you need anything. Secretary Zhang smiled and spoke to Xiaocheng, her words filled with respect. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Zhang, Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. After Sister Zhang left, Yu Xiaocheng sat in his office, smoking and lost in thought. He turned his head to look down at the city through the huge glass window and suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. God gave me a second chance at life, but I used it to climb the social ladder by marrying a rich woman. I'm truly guilty of a terrible sin. When it was lunchtime, Yu Xiaocheng, in a daze, walked out of the office and followed the group to the canteen for lunch. The company cafeteria was outsourced, but the food was decent. After ordering a few dishes, Yu Xiaocheng sat down in a corner with his tray and enjoyed his hearty lunch by himself. While eating, Yu Xiaocheng noticed that many people were secretly watching him, most of whom were young girls. Just then, the appearance of the beautiful and wealthy woman in the cafeteria made everyone tense. After choosing her food, she glanced around the entire cafeteria and spotted the little rascal hiding in the corner. She hesitated whether to sit down there, but considering there were so many people, she felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, she chose a seat that was a bit far away, but still within easy reach of him. Handsome guy. Can we sit here? Yu Xiaocheng, who was engrossed in eating, heard a crisp voice. He looked up and saw three beautiful young girls staring at him with smiles. Yu Xiaocheng glanced around and, finding no available space, nodded silently. Seeing that the handsome guy had agreed, the three girls immediately sat down. Handsome guy. Which department are you from? It's as if I've never seen you before. One of the girls, with her hair in a ponytail, stared intently at Yu Xiaocheng and asked in a soft, charming voice. I am your CEO Zheng's husband, Yu Xiaocheng replied earnestly. Upon hearing Yu Xiaocheng's words, the three girls were stunned. The girl with the ponytail quickly recovered and hurriedly said, Sure. Don't joke like that. If that shrew finds out, you're finished. A shrew? What role does she play in the company? However, his dark expression was indeed quite frightening. Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but look at the pretty rich woman in the distance, only to find that a pair of bright eyes were also secretly watching him. Moment. The phone in his pocket rang. It was a text message from the rich woman. Zheng Yanru, which one do you like? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and quickly edited the content. Yu Xiaocheng, I want all three. Chapter 32 The Leaky Little Cotton Padded Jacket. The saying, skill breeds daring, means that someone like Yu Xiaocheng, knowing full well that he was going to be beheaded, still stubbornly stuck his head out. However, he did this not because he was truly insane, but as a form of self-preservation, using poison to fight poison. The sophisticated and wealthy woman sitting not far away was initially quite displeased with the little rascal sitting with the three girls, a faint sour feeling welling up inside her. But when she saw his reply, she was both amused and annoyed. She glanced at the little rascal in the corner, silently picked up her phone, and quickly typed out a message. Zheng Yanru, you little rascal, you have quite the appetite. You actually want to take them all in at once. Do you think you're the emperor? Want to have your own harem? Stinky man. I clearly warned you not to have any contact with women in the company, but you ignored me. After putting down her phone, the pretty rich woman ate her lunch, her stomach full of complaints about someone, but she wasn't really angry, because she had actually seen what had just happened. It was three girls who had approached her on their own initiative, not some little rascal who had provoked them. Think about it carefully. The little rascal is so handsome and strong, he is indeed very popular with girls, including those mature women like myself. Zheng Yanru frowned, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis. If one day in the future, a woman who was more beautiful and had a fuller figure than her appeared, and who was also the mature woman type that the little rascal liked, then she probably wouldn't be able to keep him at all. Sister Fang Fang? What should I do now? How can you protect your son? Just as the charming and wealthy woman was lost in thought, Yu Xiaocheng, sitting in the corner, was chatting enthusiastically with three girls. Zheng Yanru glanced at him and was so angry that her face almost twisted in anger. No wonder he hadn't sent a reply after waiting for so long. It turned out he was chatting with the girls. Look. He actually managed to make the girls laugh so hard. Damn jerk. The pretty rich woman really wanted to drag that little rascal over, but that was just wishful thinking. After all, there were so many people in the cafeteria, and if she actually did it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hello. Can you please talk to me? At this moment, Zheng Yanru couldn't eat at all. Her mind was completely on that little rascal. Seeing him ignore her and chat with the girls, she felt a sense of loss, as if her most beloved toy had been snatched away by other children. Which department do these three girls belong to? Who is their supervisor? The resentment she felt towards someone gradually shifted to innocent people. The pretty rich woman couldn't stand the three girls no matter how she looked at them, and she wished she could fire all three of them immediately. Waiting and waiting. Finally, the little rascal replied. The pretty rich woman almost flipped the table when she saw the message. Yu Xiaocheng, I'm a bit busy right now, I'll talk to you when I get back. Zheng Yanru raised her head and glanced at the person sitting in the corner. Seeing the three girls covering their mouths, their brows full of smiles and tender expressions, she felt genuine anger towards Xiaocheng for the first time. He silently stood up and left the cafeteria without looking back. At the same time, Yu Xiaocheng glanced back and then said to the three girls, "That's enough. I've finished eating. Time to go save the world." Before the three girls could say anything, Yu Xiaocheng turned and left, leaving behind only a mysterious and lonely silhouette. Zheng Yanru sat in her office, lost in thought, her mind filled with the lingering image of a certain person and the joyful scene of him chatting with the girl just now. In fact, the sophisticated and wealthy woman had already noticed her own unusual behavior, a kind of inexplicable possessiveness towards her best friend's son. However, she had her own explanation for this change. After all, she had registered her marriage with the little rascal, which meant that he belonged to her and no other woman was allowed to touch him except her best friend. Well, what's wrong with me? Why is it getting stranger and stranger? The beautiful, wealthy woman rubbed the acupoints on her head while muttering to herself with a puzzled look on her face. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence in the office. Zheng Yanru composed herself and calmly called out to the door, "Please come in." As soon as the words fell, the office door slowly opened, and a figure, whom she both loved and hated, slipped in from outside. When she saw it was the little rascal, the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman's face instantly fell. "What are you doing here? Where are those three girls from earlier?" Pretending to look at a document in his hand, he coldly questioned. "Are you angry? Isn't that a bit much?" Yu Xiaocheng sat down opposite the wealthy woman, glanced at the document in her hand, and kindly reminded her, "You're holding it upside down. You can understand it even if you hold it upside down." The pretty rich woman looked up and glared at him, her seemingly cold face revealing a hint of embarrassment. Yes. My Aunt Jing is the most amazing." Yu Xiaocheng smiled sheepishly and asked gently, "Are you hungry? I noticed you didn't eat much in the cafeteria." "It's none of your business." The pretty rich woman closed the document in her hand and started clicking the mouse randomly. "Of course they are related." Yu Xiaocheng replied earnestly, "You are my wife." Upon hearing the word wife, the rich woman felt as if something had struck her heart. Her originally cold face began to flush, and a strange emotion surged through her body. "Tar da. Look what I brought you." Yu Xiaocheng suddenly pulled out a plastic bag from behind her and smiled gently, "Mackerel dumplings. I remember you really like these dumplings. My mom has made them for you many times, so I went out and bought some for you. Eat them while they are hot." As they were speaking, he took a box out of the plastic bag and presented it to the pretty rich woman. Zheng Yanru was originally prepared to throw a tantrum in front of him to teach him a lesson. This was supposed to be a thunderous anger, and she had even built up her emotions. But to her utter surprise, when she saw the mackerel dumplings, all the anger she had accumulated vanished. "What's wrong?" Looking at the stunned rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng asked in confusion, "Don't you like it?" Zheng Yanru snapped out of her daze, shook her head at him, and gently opened the lid. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The thin-skinned, generously filled dumplings lay neatly in the box, waiting for her to enjoy them. I picked up a dumpling, dipped it in some vinegar, and gently put it in my mouth. The moment it entered my mouth, the taste of seafood instantly filled my mouth, constantly stimulating my taste buds. "I'm going out now. If I stay here too long, people will become suspicious." Yu Xiaocheng stood up and walked alone towards the door. The beautiful and wealthy woman really wanted to call him back, but the words she was about to say lingered for a long time before she reluctantly swallowed them back down. After Yu Xiaocheng left, only the wealthy woman remained in the office. Zheng Yanru hurriedly opened a drawer, took out an exquisite little gift box, and looked at the little box in her hand. The rich woman fell into deep thought. Dad. Next month is your birthday, and this is a Rolex that your sweetheart bought for you. But considering you already have so many watches, and your daughter won't be any less. I'll just buy you a tie instead. Chapter 33. The watch still couldn't be saved. As expected, the wealthy woman chose to work overtime, while Yu Xiaocheng naturally stayed to keep her company. Seeing that most people had left, Yu Xiaocheng pushed open the door to the rich woman's office. Looking at the mature and attractive woman sitting in front of the computer, working diligently, he had to admit she had a unique charm, especially with her serious business attire. If she wore black-rimmed glasses, she would be even more perfect. If possible, black stockings would also be a must. How much longer? Yu Xiaocheng slowly walked up to the rich woman, sat down with a thud, and asked in a soft voice. I don't know. If you're getting impatient, you can take a taxi home. Zheng Yanru replied casually to the little rascal while operating the computer. I won't blame you, after all, overtime wasn't included in the calculation. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would abandon you? Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes, got up to make herself a cup of coffee, and casually asked, Want me to make you a cup of coffee to perk you up? No, thank you. Drinking coffee late at night makes it hard to fall asleep. Zheng Yanru glanced at the little rascal with his butt sticking out and said in a soft, sweet voice, Are you bored today? It's all right. Yu Xiaocheng returned to her seat with her coffee, saying as she sipped it, I also have my own things to do. If I pass the second round of interviews, I need to submit a project plan. Actually, the time is quite tight, and I also need to look up various materials, etc. The wealthy woman pursed her lips, a hint of disappointment flashing between her brows. The thought of him going to Shin University to pursue his doctorate and leaving her side made her feel a little reluctant to let him go. Besides, she couldn't keep him after all, it was his own choice. Zheng Yanru responded and continued operating the computer. In the large office, the two were busy with their own things, and apart from the sound of typing on the keyboard, there was no other noise. Yu Xiaocheng looked up and glanced at the pretty, wealthy woman opposite her. She wore a simple white shirt paired with a black business suit. The classic black and white color scheme exuded endless elegance. Coupled with her exquisite makeup and flowing black hair, she further accentuated her mature charm. How? You're frowning. What's wrong? Yu Xiaocheng asked, puzzled. My computer suddenly crashed. Zheng Yanru bit her lip, her face full of displeasure. She reached out and patted the screen, saying angrily, This damn computer, it crashes every few days. My computer crashed. Why are you hitting the screen? Yu Xiaocheng stood up, walked around the spacious desk, and went to the rich woman's side, saying, Let me take a look for you. The pretty rich woman got up and gave up her seat, standing obediently behind him. She watched the little rascal sticking his butt out and fiddling around under the table. Although she didn't know what he was doing, it looked quite interesting. But then again, having a man by her side was indeed reassuring, especially this kind of strong and handsome young man, and the key was that he was also a super academic genius. The memory stick is loose. I've already reconnected it for you, so it shouldn't crash again. Yu Xiaocheng crawled out from under the table and turned to look at the sophisticated and wealthy woman behind her. Doesn't anyone in your company know how to fix computers? I have a lot of things stored on my computer that I don't want anyone else to touch, Zheng Yanru replied. That's true. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and then moved aside. The sophisticated and wealthy woman, now back in her seat, had lost all interest in working. She secretly glanced at the little rascal across from her, at her best friend's son, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. How come I never noticed how good he was before? But sometimes he can be quite wicked. Well, not going to continue working. Yu Xiaocheng noticed the dazed rich woman and thought she was a little tired, so he said earnestly, Are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. As they were speaking, he had already gotten up and walked around to the back of the rich woman. Before Zheng Yanru could react, he pressed down on both of her shoulders. Faced with this unexpected situation, the beautiful and wealthy woman, who had been lonely for over 30 years, felt as if she had been electrocuted, and an unprecedentedly strong feeling surged from the bottom of her heart to every part of her body. The little rascal's technique was excellent. He always applied just the right amount of pressure. My shoulders, which were initially a bit stiff, gradually relaxed under his kneading. Aha! How come he's so skilled? Zheng Yanru bit her lip lightly, her flushed face revealing a hint of comfort, and even her breathing became a little rapid. Etc. Something's not right. I think I'm starting to act strangely. The wealthy woman, who was enjoying a massage, suddenly noticed something. She realized that her emotions seemed to be overflowing, and her heart, which had been lonely for more than 30 years, was now stirring with restlessness. That's enough. Zheng Yanru pinched her thigh hard, using the pain to wake herself up, and murmured, I feel better now. Feeling better so quickly. Okay. Yu Xiaocheng released his hands, stood next to the wealthy woman, and asked with a smile, how was the service? Were you satisfied? The sophisticated and wealthy woman tilted her head, not daring to look at him, afraid he would notice her flushed face, and muttered softly, quite satisfied. I'm satisfied. Are you hungry? Do you want me to go out and buy you some late-night snacks? Yu Xiaocheng asked again. No. Zheng Yanru said softly, I'm done. Let's go home together. As soon as he finished speaking, the rich woman quickly stood up and hurried towards the door. Yu Xiaocheng followed her. On their way back, the two did not talk much until they reached their floor. As the sophisticated and wealthy woman unbuckled her seatbelt, she said to the young rascal driving the car, drive this car straight home, and don't forget to pick me up tomorrow morning. Because Chu Fang knew about this, Yu Xiaocheng didn't refuse. She casually replied and said softly, don't worry, I won't forget. I'll come over and make you breakfast. Oh, and, give me a key to your house. I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Zheng Yanru opened the car door and walked straight toward the gate, but halfway there she suddenly turned back. How? Yu Xiaocheng rolled down the car window and, sitting inside, looked at the wealthy woman standing beside him and asked, somewhat bewildered, is there anything else you need me to tell you? I. Zheng Yanru suddenly found it difficult to speak, and stammered, do you know what the most important thing is to become a qualified driver? Well, driving skills. Yu Xiaocheng replied thoughtfully. The sophisticated and wealthy woman rolled her eyes, raised her hand, and gently tapped his forehead with a slender, delicate finger, saying irritably, time. Of course, it's time. After saying that, he took a small box out of his bag and stuffed it into the little rascal's arms. Before Xiaocheng could even react, the pretty rich woman had already run away. Dad. Sorry. The watch still couldn't be saved. Chapter 34. Do you want to stay overnight at your aunt's house? Sitting in the car, Yu Xiaocheng was holding a delicate little box in his arms. By the time he came to his senses, the rich woman was long gone from his sight. What is that? Why did you suddenly give me this? Yu Xiaocheng picked up the box and shook it near her ear, but didn't hear anything. She silently turned on the car's interior light and carefully examined the box. She then saw the Rolex logo on the box and froze on the spot. Good heavens! It's a Rolex! Opening the exquisite little box revealed a gleaming gold watch, which shone brightly under the car's interior lights. This. Is it a gift for me? Holding the Rolex gold watch, Yu Xiaocheng was somewhat at a loss. Although he didn't know much about watches, something taken out of a rich woman's bag, it must be very expensive, probably over 500,000 yuan. After a long silence, Yu Xiaocheng put the watch back, took out his phone and dialed the rich woman's number. A moment later, the other party answered the call. It's too valuable. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment, then said softly, I can't accept it. When will you take it back? The sophisticated and wealthy woman had just stepped out of the elevator and was standing at her door when she heard him reject her offer. She felt a strange pang in her heart and pursed her lips, murmuring, it's not that expensive, only a few 100,000. It was originally meant for my dad, but he already has many luxury watches, so he doesn't need another Rolex. Hearing the words of the sophisticated and wealthy woman, Yu Xiaocheng was speechless. The key was that she did indeed have the qualifications of Versailles. She opened her mouth, but swallowed the words back and said helplessly, giving me such an expensive watch for no reason. As the saying goes, one should not accept a gift without merit. I am a little flustered now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaocheng asked nervously, You're lusting after my body. Just as she took out the key to put it in the lock, she suddenly heard Xiao Huai's words and accidentally poked it crookedly. The pretty, mature, and wealthy woman rolled her eyes and said angrily, Don't think nonsense. How could I be lusting after your body? I'm not that thirsty. Oh. Then I'm relieved. Yu Xiaocheng let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, still shaken. Faced with the suddenly cheeky little rascal, the mature and wealthy woman was both amused and annoyed. She gently opened her bedroom door and said softly, It's been so long. Auntie hasn't given you any gifts. Consider this what your gift. That. Then how should I repay him? Yu Xiaocheng asked cautiously. Before you start your PhD, please drive me to and from get off work, and make me breakfast every morning. That's the best reward you can give me. The sophisticated and wealthy woman lay on the sofa and replied softly, That's all I ask for. You should be able to do all of that, right? Or shall I perform a spinning, handstand, and poop-eating act for you? Yu Xiaocheng chuckled. Otherwise, it won't feel real. Zheng Yanru chuckled and scolded him angrily, Be serious, you little rascal, you're getting more and more naughty. Yu Xiaocheng smiled sheepishly, then said earnestly, I hope this is the last time. Don't give me such expensive things again. I know what you mean, but I really don't need it. We owe each other nothing. Do you know what I'm thinking? Actually, you don't understand at all. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and replied angrily, I'll send it if I want to, and I won't if I don't want to. It's none of your business. The sudden display of arrogance and stubbornness caught Yu Xiaocheng off guard. She didn't know what she had done to offend her, and said bitterly, I was just saying. Don't say things like that again. I don't want to hear it a second time. The sophisticated and wealthy woman pouted her full, red lips, a hint of coquettish anger in her eyes, and said leisurely, I'm going to take a shower. You should go home early, be careful on the road, don't drive so fast, and send me a WeChat message when you get home. We can't do that last one. Why? You always reject my friend requests. You add now. Soon after hanging up the phone, Zheng Yanru received a friend request on WeChat. This time, she didn't refuse and silently accepted the request. Seeing that person reappear in the list, the sophisticated and wealthy woman's thoughts were overflowing. She had to admit that some people, after going around in circles, would eventually come back to her. She had originally planned to ignore him for 3 to 5 days to teach him a lesson, but it only took 1 day, and he was added back. Zheng Yanru, wearing a light pink chiffon nightgown, slowly walked out of the bathroom. Her steps were light, yet they felt heavy. I picked up my phone and saw that my little rascal had sent me a message 5 minutes earlier to let me know I was safe. The sophisticated and wealthy woman sent him a good message, and then inquired about her best friend's whereabouts. Yu Xiaocheng, she's playing mahjong, she'll probably be home late at night again. Looking at the message he sent, Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, feeling a slight pang of regret. If she had known her best friend was playing mahjong and would be playing until so late, she should have let her son stay overnight. Hesitating for a moment, I picked up my phone and typed him a message. Zheng Yanru, would you like to stay overnight at Auntie's house? After sending the message, the sophisticated and wealthy woman felt a little nervous, but also a little expectant. Soon, a certain little rascal replied. Yu Xiaocheng, I don't want to. If you're not going to come, then don't come. It's as if I invited you here. The pretty rich woman angrily threw her phone aside, grabbed a headrest, and pounded it a few times. After venting her emotions, she finally regained her usual composure. It doesn't matter. My life goes on just fine without you. Just as the charming and wealthy woman was rambling on, her phone, which was lying on the sofa, suddenly rang. Thinking that some little rascal had changed his mind, she hurriedly picked up the phone to take a look, but the next second, her face was filled with disappointment. Why is it Dad calling? Although it was a man calling, the sophisticated and wealthy woman preferred it to be a young and strong man. With a helpless sigh, the wealthy woman silently answered the phone. Hello. Dad. Zheng Yanru asked softly, Is there something you need? Next month is Dad's birthday, my dear daughter, will you come back? The middle-aged man on the phone asked gently. Zheng Yanru responded and murmured, I will definitely come back, and I even bought you a gift, Dad, a very beautiful tie. Hearing his daughter's words, Zheng Yanru asked in confusion. You said it was a Rolex gold watch just a few days ago. Why did it suddenly become a tie? Chapter 35, The Truth Comes Out, I'm your brother-in-law. Faced with her father's questioning, the sophisticated and wealthy woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to think of a proper answer, she stammered, well, there was a bit of a problem. That Rolex gold watch, it. My precious daughter. You've been explaining for so long, but you haven't really explained anything. Zheng Yanru wasn't short of watches, but he was a bit confused and curious. His daughter had clearly prepared the items beforehand, but then things inexplicably changed, from a watch worth hundreds of thousands to a tie that cost at most a few thousand. What exactly happened in between? How am I supposed to explain this? I'll never tell you. I gave that watch to a strong young man. Zheng Yanru's face was almost red as she stammered, anyway, the watch is gone, but I have a beautiful tie. Dad, do you want it? If you do, I'll give it to you. If you don't, I'll give it to someone else. Yes. It was a gift from my darling daughter. Even if it were just a rock, I would still love it, Zheng Yanru said with a smile. But I'm still a little confused. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Just then. Sitting next to Zheng Yanru, Yu Xiaocheng took her ear away from her husband's phone, nudged him a few times with her elbow, and then shook her head vigorously, indicating to her husband not to dwell on the issue anymore. Dad. Why do you ask so many questions? Zheng Yanru pouted and said angrily, that's enough. Why keep harping on this issue? If it's gone, it's gone. You already have so many expensive watches in your collection, you won't miss my Rolex. Yes. Zheng Yanru smiled awkwardly and then said, Dad won't disturb your rest anymore. Go to sleep early. Good night, Dad. Zheng Yanru pouted and answered softly. After the father and daughter hung up the phone, Zheng Yanru looked at his wife with a bewildered expression and asked curiously, what's going on with our daughter? Are you stupid? Of course she has a boyfriend. That Rolex I was going to give you, I think, it's probably for her boyfriend now. Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes at her husband, then smiled and murmured, connecting it with that jacket incident, the truth is starting to come to light. That girl is really good at hiding things, she didn't even let us know she had a boyfriend. Snort. I do not agree to this marriage. Zheng Yanru, his face dark, said irritably, it was originally my Rolex, but it inexplicably became his. As soon as he finished speaking, my wife grabbed my waist and pinched it. Is a Rolex more important, or holding your grandson and granddaughter? Can't you even tell the difference? You're supposed to be the chairman, but you're completely clueless. Yu Xiaocheng was furious. She pinched her husband's soft flesh with all her might, making Zheng Yanru wince in pain and beg for mercy. After Yu Xiaocheng let go, she warned her husband earnestly, our daughter finally found a boyfriend, don't you dare try anything funny. You should try to persuade your daughter more. With her temper and personality, don't let them break up suddenly while they are getting along well, Zheng Yanru said helplessly. Don't worry about that. I will talk to her alone, Yu Xiaocheng replied thoughtfully. At the same time, after finishing the call, the pretty rich woman tossed her phone aside, clutching the headdress tightly in her arms, her brows furrowed with unspeakable shame. She had lied to her best friend and then to her own father. How did she feel like she was going down a darker and darker path? Well, is it that my heart is fluttering, or that I'm just lonely? Zheng Yanru pouted, her dazed eyes fixed on a certain spot, her thoughts already a jumbled mess. She was a little confused about her relationship with the little rascal. They seemed very close, but she always felt there was an invisible barrier between them. But one thing is for sure, he really treats me well. Although he can be mischievous and play pranks on me occasionally, all that's left is his care and concern. In this unrestrained and tempting world, if someone can be honest with you, give you a sense of security, and take meticulous care of you, then that person will definitely be more charming than the rest of the world. You little rascal. Why are you getting more and more demanding? The sophisticated and wealthy woman bit her lip, her complex emotions mixed with an indescribable feeling. She didn't know how to explain this feeling. She probably just wanted to go find him. Even if we don't say much to each other, I feel at ease just having him sitting next to me. The next morning, Yu Xiaocheng got up early, put on his clothes, and casually put the marriage certificate in his pocket. When he walked out of his bedroom, he found that his mother had gotten up early as well. Mom, what time did you get back last night? Why did you get up so early? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Just a little. Chu Fang brought a bowl of porridge from the kitchen and placed it in front of her son, saying, I got up so early to make breakfast for you and your aunt. After you leave, I'll go back to my room and catch up on some sleep. After saying that, she went into the kitchen again. When she reappeared, she was carrying a thermos of porridge. Take it away later, Chu Fang instructed. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng casually agreed and continued eating her breakfast. Chu Fang sat down next to her son, carefully examined him, pursed her lips, and asked seriously, Is there something you're hiding from me? Well. No. Yu Xiaocheng ate her porridge calmly, showing no sign of anything amiss when her mother asked her questions. Who is that woman outside? Chu Fang asked seriously. Aunt Zheng. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said casually. Nonsense. I'm asking you, besides your Aunt Zheng, who exactly is that woman who bought you clothes? Chu Fang rolled her eyes and asked impatiently. You guess. Yu Xiaocheng replied playfully. I bet you. Chu Fang was so angry she almost ground her teeth to powder. She said seriously, Yu Xiaocheng, I'm giving you one last chance. Who exactly is that woman? Faced with her mother's relentless questioning, Yu Xiaocheng was finding it difficult to cope. She couldn't very well tell her that her mother was her best friend, etc. Why not? He deliberately did the opposite, openly admitting that he and Aunt Zheng were a legally married couple, just to see if his mother would believe him. I bet there are no bullets in Mom's gun. Why? I originally planned to get along with you as your son, but all I got in return was all sorts of suspicion. Yu Xiaocheng put down her bowl and chopsticks, turned to look at her mother beside her, straightened her clothes, and said meaningfully, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm your brother-in-law, and I'm coming clean. Chapter 36 I'm lonely. I want you to be with me. Yu Xiaocheng openly revealed her secret, then sat there nonchalantly, eating the pork rib porridge her mother had cooked, without any sign of panic on her face. Upon hearing her son's words, Chu Fang first stood there dumbfounded, looking at him with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Then, her expression turned fierce, her eyes blazing with fury that seemed capable of engulfing her son. You brat! What nonsense are you spouting all day long? Chu Fang said angrily, pinching her son's arm hard. Your Aunt Zheng already has a man and her own family. Stop thinking about it. What do you mean by becoming my brother-in-law? You deserve a beating. You made the right bet. My mom's gun was indeed empty. While grimacing in pain, Yu Xiaocheng pleaded with her mother, It hurts. I was just joking. That's no joke. After letting go, Chu Fang glared angrily at her son and said earnestly, Don't have any improper thoughts about your Aunt Zheng. She is a married woman now, no longer a single woman, so you need to be discreet, and understand the boundaries between you. Yes. I know all that, Mom, you don't need to say anything more. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and continued eating her breakfast. Chu Fang sighed and murmured, If you don't want to answer who that woman outside is, I won't force you anymore, but I have one requirement, she must be a good girl. If you dare to bring any shady woman into their house, I will absolutely not agree to you marrying her, you brat, do you hear me? Yu Xiaocheng remained absent-minded, completely disregarding her mother's advice. Chu Fang could also see her son's impatience. She felt a mix of emotions, including a sense of helplessness. Although it was a good thing that her son was growing up, the older he got, the more disobedient he became. Everyone else had a mama's boy, but her son was a troublemaker. After breakfast, Yu Xiaocheng left with the porridge bucket, driving his luxury car straight to the home of the mature, beautiful, and wealthy woman. For a long time, Yu Xiaocheng arrived at the rich woman's door, rang the doorbell twice, and waited quietly for the door to open. A short while later, the door slowly opened from the inside, and Zheng Yanru appeared in front of us, dressed in a black business suit. She was as charming and elegant as ever, but unfortunately, her loose trousers concealed her long, beautiful legs, and it was unclear whether she was wearing stockings underneath. Good morning. Yu Xiaocheng greeted them and went into the house on her own. While changing into slippers, she said to the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman beside her, Your best friend made you some porridge. From now on, call her Mom. Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes and strolled towards the living room. Isn't it all the same? Yu Xiaocheng muttered something to herself, picked up the porridge bucket and silently walked towards the kitchen. Then she came out with a bowl of porridge, handed it to the rich woman, and said softly, "This morning my mom asked me who the woman who bought me clothes was. What was your answer?" Zheng Yanru picked up a spoon, scooped up some porridge, and brought it to her mouth, taking a big gulp. "I answered truthfully, saying that you bought it, and I also told her that I am now her brother-in-law," Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, sitting next to the wealthy woman. The next second, the sophisticated, wealthy woman choked, coughing violently a few times with a flushed face. Then she turned her head, glared at him angrily, and asked through gritted teeth, "You really said that to her? How could this be fake? It must be real." Yu Xiaocheng smiled slightly, and before the rich woman was about to explode, he continued, "She insisted that I tell her who that woman was. I had no choice but to use my ultimate move, to muddy the waters with the truth. I bet my mother's gun is empty. Yes. I admit I was risking my life, but I gambled and I won. My mom really didn't have a bullet in her gun." Yu Xiaocheng said with a mysterious look. "She refused to believe it, and even lectured me not to break up your family, not to be a male mistress." In the end, the question of who that other woman was naturally left unresolved. The pretty rich woman didn't speak, sitting there watching him, but her face was ashen, her eyes were cold, and an invisible anger was burning fiercely. Her hands were clenched into tiny iron fists, seemingly controlling her emotions, but in fact she was gathering strength, and at this moment, her anger had reached its peak and could explode at any moment. "That damn little rascal! What if your mom has a bullet in her gun? Come over. Stick your head out." The pretty, wealthy woman gave the order with a dark expression and an icy demeanor. "What?" Yu Xiaocheng looked at her warily. "Hurry up." The pretty rich woman urged him on with a coquettish anger. Final. The little rascal still stuck his head out, and the next second, a slender, jade-like finger poked his forehead a few times. "If you do anything dangerous like that again, be careful, your auntie won't be so lenient with you." The sophisticated, wealthy woman poked his forehead a few times, then gently tugged at his ear, asking angrily, "I'm asking you, if your mother believes you, then what will you do? Have you thought about that?" Ouch. Wrong, wrong. Heroine, spare my life. Yu Xiaocheng tilted her head, pleading with a pained expression. Seeing the little rascal in so much pain, the rich woman felt a little sorry for him. She let go of his hand and poked him again, murmuring, "Be good in the future, don't cause trouble for auntie." "It's all your fault that all of this happened," Yu Xiaocheng muttered under her breath. "What did you say?" The rich woman straightened her back, her voice rising several octaves, and threatened in a soft, hushed tone, "Say that again." "No, no. I said I'll remember." Yu Xiaocheng chuckled sheepishly, then took a marriage certificate out of her pocket and handed it to her mother's best friend. "I brought you the marriage certificate." The sophisticated and wealthy woman responded, picked it up, and flipped through it. When she saw the couple's wedding photo inside, a slight blush rose on her face, and she quickly closed the book, continuing to eat the bowl of porridge in front of her. In the large living room, the two sat side by side, but remained silent. "Xiaocheng." Zheng Yanru suddenly broke the silence. While eating her delicious pork rib porridge, she casually asked, "Could you go home a little later tonight?" "How? Is there something you need?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. "Feeling lonely? I want you to be with me." The sophisticated and wealthy woman pursed her lips, not daring to speak her mind, and replied softly, "The bathroom drain seems to be clogged. Could you help me unclog it tonight?" Chapter 37. This ox is very good at plowing. Upon hearing the mature and wealthy woman's demands, Yu Xiaocheng looked bewildered and slightly puzzled, and couldn't help but entertain some wild ideas. The little rascal pouted, and asked cautiously, "Is this drainpipe legitimate?" "Well, there's a difference between proper and improper." The rich woman looked puzzled and muttered as she explained, "It's the drainpipe in the bathroom." "Sure." Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and said cautiously, "Just the drainpipe in the bathroom. Otherwise what?" The sophisticated and wealthy woman looked at him, noticing the little rascal's thoughtful expression. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, she pondered briefly, calmly analyzed the situation, and suddenly realized something. A wave of intense shame washed over her, her face instantly turning bright red. Biting her lip tightly, she said angrily, You little pervert, what are you thinking about? Cough cough cough. It's never a bad thing to ask more questions. Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly but politely, then replied seriously, since it's a proper sorepipe, then leave it to me. The one that gets poked is fast, ruthless, and accurate. People call it big iron rod poking the director. Tui. You little pervert. Like mother, like son. Your mother likes to talk about dirty things, and I didn't expect you to have inherited it from her. The sophisticated and wealthy woman rolled her eyes, poked his head hard with her slender, jade-like finger, and said angrily, "You little rascal, don't spout weird nonsense in front of me, or else don't blame me for turning my back on you. How does poking a drainpipe become some weird thing? Besides, you asked me to poke it." Yu Xiaocheng argued. I. The sophisticated and wealthy woman was speechless for a moment. Upon reflection, she realized that she had indeed started it all. But who would have thought that his thoughts were just as filthy as her mother's? Was this little rascal really a top student? There wasn't a trace of a top student in him. He was nothing but a little hooligan. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Seeing that the rich woman was about to lose her temper, Yu Xiaocheng asked softly, "Where are the keys? Did you prepare them for me?" The rich woman responded and gave him a key. After putting the key away, Yu Xiaocheng sat quietly next to the wealthy woman, reading an article entirely in English on his phone. At this moment, Zheng Yanru secretly glanced over and saw the little rascal sitting there, reading a foreign paper. He was so engrossed in it, and it had to be said, it was quite charming. At least for her, she couldn't take her eyes off him. "What are you looking at?" the charming, wealthy woman suddenly asked. Regarding the feasibility of transmitting large amounts of data using the quantum Hall effect, Yu Xiaocheng replied gently, "This is an article from Nature Physics, which is quite close to my future research direction, so let's see if there's anything I can learn from it." Oh. The rich woman couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Although she had once been a top student, there were different levels among top students. Zheng Yanru was just entering the realm of top students, while Yu Xiaocheng stood at the top of the pyramid of top students, looking down on all the so-called top students. After Zheng Yanru finished breakfast, the two left the house together. The pretty rich woman was still sitting in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt as she said softly, "I have a meeting at 1:30 this afternoon. Could you take me to the Triumph Hotel, and then you can do whatever you want? Just come pick me up at 4:30. I have nowhere else to go, so I'll just stay in the car and wait for you to come back," Yu Xiaocheng replied casually, stepping on the gas pedal. "Whatever." Zheng Yanru glanced at his wrist, bit her lip lightly, and asked softly, "Why aren't you wearing the Rolex I gave you?" "It's too expensive, I can't afford to wear it. If I accidentally bump into it, I'll be heartbroken for half a day," Yu Xiaocheng explained with a smile. The wealthy woman didn't say much. Since it was a gift, it naturally belonged to him, and she had no right to interfere. She sat quietly in the car, watching the city streets and the hurried pedestrians, her thoughts slowly drifting away. "Hello. You little rascal. What do you mean by love?" the rich woman asked in a low voice. "Love?" Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and smiled gently, "Auntie, would you find a man you love?" "Certainly. Finding a man you don't love, isn't that just asking for trouble?" the pretty rich woman replied. "You might love someone today, but not tomorrow," Yu Xiaocheng said softly. "Because people change. We can easily find resonance with different people, or in layman's terms, feelings. Many people will say, 'I don't have feelings for you anymore,' which actually means they have found new resonance with someone else. Speaking of this," Yu Xiaocheng paused for a moment, then continued, "You asked me what love is. Love is not a fleeting feeling, it is a responsibility, a mutual sacrifice, mutual respect, and mutual compromise. True love is definitely not a momentary emotion, but a lasting commitment." The pretty, wealthy woman pursed her lips, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and asked softly, "Does that mean suffering is all there is to love?" "It could also be the determination to do something even when you know it's impossible," Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. The rich woman paused slightly, then quietly turned her head, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes held a hint of dazedness. She opened her mouth, but swallowed the words that were about to come out. "You little rascal. Auntie can't quite figure out what you're thinking anymore. You're becoming more and more unpredictable in Auntie's eyes, but one thing Auntie is certain of, you little rascal, without me even realizing it, have quietly taken over Auntie's heart. Chu Fang was in her beauty salon, looking at the recent financial statements and smiling from ear to ear. Sister Fang Fang. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. Chu Fang looked in the direction of the voice and froze on the spot. Then, she stood up with a look of surprise and grabbed the woman's arm. Qin Qin. We've been waiting for you. Chu Fang looked at Song Qin Qin excitedly, beaming, and said, Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I wasn't prepared at all. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Song Qin Qin said with a smile, Are you busy? Have I bothered you? It's all right. I'm not too busy right now, Chu Fang said gently. Come, let's go to my office and sit down to talk. The two sisters arrived at the office together, and Chu Fang busied herself serving Song Qin Qin tea and snacks. Sister. Did you know that Yanru got her marriage certificate? Song Qin Qin put down her teacup, looked at Chu Fang sitting next to her, and asked in a low voice. Ouch. She told me a long time ago, and I even saw my brother-in-law's back once by chance. Chu Fang whispered mysteriously in Song Qin Qin's ear, He's so strong, like an ox, and you can tell at a glance that this ox is very good at plowing. Chapter 38 My best friend suddenly visits. Song Qin Qin looked at her with a puzzled expression, then looked at Chu Fang sitting next to her and asked curiously, Sister. What do you mean? What do you mean this is a cow that's really good at plowing? Chu Fang winked at her, then said meaningfully, Look. Xiaoru is like a fertile field, but unfortunately, this field has never yielded any grain. Why is that? Because no oxen have been used to plow the field, so it has been abandoned over time. Now, finally, a calf has appeared. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Let me tell you. Chu Fang leaned close to Song Qin Qin's ear and rambled on, making the doctor blush with embarrassment and wish he could disappear into the ground, because the content that followed was too shameful for a young virgin to hear. Sis, that's about it. I'm still single, I can't listen to these things, Song Qin Qin said, her face flushed. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, Don't give me that. Do you think I don't know? I've been secretly dating a boyfriend, and he's even your senior from college. Xiao Yu has told me all about it. She told us all that. Song Qin Qin was stunned for a moment, feeling anxious, angry, and helpless. She had clearly told her best friend not to tell anyone, but she turned around and told Sister Fang Fang. But then again, Sister Fang Fang wasn't an outsider. Although she hadn't met her many times, every time she came to the beauty salon, she would give her lots and lots of things, and even get free skincare treatments. How? You're not happy about it. Xiaoru is your sister, so why shouldn't I be? Chu Fang asked with a smile. Song Qin Qin quickly grabbed Chu Fang's arm and pressed herself tightly against her, whispering, Sister, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that. It's just that little girl kept saying she would keep it a secret from me, but she turned around and told everyone. Actually, she let it slip herself, she didn't tell me on her own initiative, Chu Fang replied gently. Although we rarely see each other, I'm genuinely happy for you to see you find happiness. Thank you, sis. Song Qin Qin nodded and sincerely thanked her. All right. Let's continue talking about Xiaoru. Chu Fang pouted, looking troubled. That little girl is so possessive of her food. I still haven't seen my brother-in-law's face. The last time I saw his back was purely by chance. Such opportunities are rare, but when I see my brother-in-law's back, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't remember who. Upon hearing Chu Fang's words, Song Qin Qin suddenly raised her eyebrows and asked cautiously, What has Xiaocheng been doing lately? I remember he seems to have graduated with his master's degree, right? He graduated with a master's degree, but he is going to pursue a doctorate. Now he is Xiaoru's personal driver. Anyway, he is just sitting around doing nothing, so I think it's fine. Besides, Chu Fang paused here, then glanced at Song Qin Qin and said bitterly, Never mind family scandals showed and be aired in public. Well, what's wrong with Xiaocheng? Song Qin Qin looked at Chu Fang and said earnestly, Sister, if you still consider me your sister, then tell me what happened, and I'll see if I can help. Actually, it's nothing really. It seems Cheng is in a relationship, Chu Fang replied. Isn't this a good thing? How did it turn into a family scandal? Song Qin Qin asked in confusion. Chu Fang pursed her lips, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and slowly said, "If he were dating an ordinary girl, I would definitely be happy. But the other girl is a bit unusual. I suspect is being kept by a rich woman." Song Chin didn't seem too surprised. She pursed her lips and asked softly, "Does Yanru know about this? What's her opinion?" "Her? It feels like trying to smooth things over." Chu Fang shrugged and said leisurely, "They told me to take it easy." "How can I take it easy? Just thinking about my son being held in some old woman's arms, kissed and nibbled on, and even having to go to bed with her, oh my heart just goes cold." Song Chin bit her lip lightly, a smile appearing between her brows, and softly comforted her, "Sister Fang Fang, I think we shouldn't think too much about this for now. There might be many unexpected twists and turns. What kind of reversal could there be?" Chu Fang looked at her in confusion. "I don't know either. But time will tell," Song Chin said softly. In the afternoon, Yu Xiaocheng successfully picked up the wealthy woman and brought her home. Since he had notified her in advance, he took Zheng Yanru directly home, with groceries in the trunk. The two didn't say much during the ride. Zheng Yanru sat in the passenger seat, flipping through the documents in her hands, while Yu Xiaocheng concentrated on driving, trying to keep the car as steady as possible so as not to disturb this pretty and mature young rich woman. Back at the rich woman's house, Yu Xiaocheng carried groceries into the kitchen, ready to show off her culinary skills. Zheng Yanru sat on the sofa in the living room, eating oranges while watching the little rascal in the kitchen, a barely perceptible emotion on her face. "It's so nice to have a man in the house. Soon. A sumptuous dinner is ready." The wealthy woman sat at the dining table, casually picked up a piece of eggplant with her chopsticks, slowly put it in her mouth, then nodded to him, saying with satisfaction, "It's quite delicious. In the future, if you take on another task to cook dinner, I'll pay you. What's money to me? It's only right and proper to cook dinner for Auntie." Yu Xiaocheng handed over a bowl of rice and said with a smile, "It's the greatest honor of my life to be able to make Auntie Zheng eat a hot meal every night. Stop being naughty and eat your food. After you finish eating, you still need to unclog the drain." The pretty, mature, and wealthy woman rolled her eyes at him and said irritably. The two then ate a delicious meal, chatting occasionally but not going too far. After some time, Yu Xiaocheng cleared the table, gave the dishes a bath, and was finally led into her bedroom by the pretty rich woman. A mature woman's room always has a faint fragrance. Yu Xiaocheng sniffed and smelled a faint loneliness and solitude in the air. At the same time, the elevator doors suddenly opened on the floor where the glamorous, wealthy woman was located. A mysterious woman emerged from inside, went straight to the rich woman's door, gently pressed the doorbell, and then hid to the side. In a short while, then I heard a click as the door opened. Surprise! Song Chin hurriedly darted out from the side. In the brightly lit hallway, the two sisters looked at each other, one with a big smile on her face and the other with a look of terror on her face. The next second, Song Chin looked at Zheng Yanru and slammed the door shut. "Hello. Open the door." Chapter 39. She treats you like a younger sister, but you want to be her daughter-in-law. Yu Xiaocheng was fiddling with the drainpipe in the bathroom. The pretty, mature, and wealthy woman standing beside him watched him, her expression a mixture of amusement and helplessness at his flustered state. The little rascal even claimed to be a professional pipe cleaner. Turns out he was just bragging in front of me. Do you even know how? Or, stop bothering me, okay? Leave the professional issues to the professionals. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and didn't say anything more, quietly watching him mess around. But then again, looking at the little rascal squatting on the ground with his butt sticking up so high, how come his butt is so round and perky? She really wanted to go up and give him a good kick. Are you losing hair? Why are so many hairs coming out? The sophisticated and wealthy woman was immediately displeased upon hearing this, and retorted angrily with a pout, "You're the one losing hair. This is clearly a normal metabolic process. Yeah. It seems like there's no problem." Yu Xiaocheng took the wire she had prepared beforehand and poked around in the clogged drainpipe. Suddenly, she heard a sound, turned around and looked at Zheng Yanru behind her, and asked in a low voice, "I think I heard the doorbell. Is someone coming to your house?" The sophisticated and wealthy woman paused for a moment, listened carefully, and indeed faintly heard the doorbell ringing. She frowned slightly and replied leisurely, "It must be your mother again. I'll go open the door for her." After speaking, She silently walked out of the bathroom, left her bedroom, and headed towards the door. Looking through the peephole, I saw that there was no one outside. This wasn't strange at all. Fang Fang liked to do this, playing childish tricks and then suddenly popping out from the side to give me a so-called surprise. Well, how can someone who's almost 50 years old still be so childish? Zheng Yanru sighed, a faint smile on her face, reached out and grasped the doorknob, gently opening the door. But the next second, a figure suddenly darted out from the side. Surprise! The sophisticated and wealthy woman stared at Song Qianqin standing in front of her, her mind buzzing for a moment, her eyes filled with astonishment and a look of being caught off guard. In the brightly lit hallway, the two sisters faced each other, one with a beaming smile and the other with a look of terror on her face. Thud. She slammed the door shut and stood motionless behind it, still processing the unexpected shock she had just experienced. She never imagined that the person knocking would be her other best friend, Song Qianqin. Song Qianqin's appearance was completely unexpected and utterly illogical. Hello. Open the door. What do you mean? Did you see me close the door again? Song Qianqin, who was outside the door, was furious. She pounded on the door of the pretty rich woman's house and shouted loudly. Zheng Yanru took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging emotions within her. She carefully opened the door a crack, while simultaneously bracing herself against the doorframe to prevent her best friend from rushing in. She asked warily, "What are you doing here?" "She's very nervous right now. Something serious must be wrong." Song Qianqin rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Since when do I need a reason to come to your house? Didn't you always want me to come and keep you company? Why have you changed your mind now? The past is the past. Now I've hidden a han in a golden house." Zheng Yanru bit her lip and replied softly, "Today isn't a good day. You should go back to where you came from." "You? Zheng Yang? Are you? Isn't this a bit too much?" Song Qianqin was so angry her face almost twisted, but inside she was extremely excited. The more abnormal her best friend's behavior was, the more problems there were. "There's someone inside." Zheng Yanru stammered in response, "Don't come in, come back tomorrow, okay?" Song Qianqin smiled slightly and said meaningfully, "Is he Fang Fang's son?" In an instant, a flicker of fear crossed the mature, wealthy woman's face. Her body seemed to be struck by an invisible force, causing her to tremble involuntarily before stiffening like a stone. Her breathing became rapid and heavy, each inhale accompanied by a tremor, as if the air itself was filled with the scent of fear. "I went to see Sister Fang Fang this afternoon. Sister Fang Fang said her son is your driver. If nothing unexpected happens. Yu Xiaocheng is in the house, right?" Song Qianqin said mysteriously. You went to see Sister Fang Fang?" Zheng Yanru looked at her with a complicated expression. "How? Is that not allowed?" Song Qianqin smiled and, taking advantage of her best friend's inattention, rushed inside. "Oh dear. You. The pretty rich woman was almost knocked over. By the time she came to her senses, her best friend was already standing in her house. Xiaocheng. Where are you? Aunt Qianqin is here." Song Qianqin changed into slippers and shouted loudly in the room. Moment. Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bedroom and saw Song Qianqin in the living room. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses and said with a smile, "It's Aunt Song. It's been a long time." Hum. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. What were you doing in Yanru's room? Song Qianqin looked at him and asked softly. Oh, I see. Yu Xiaocheng calmly replied, "Aunt Qing asked me to help her unclog the pipes. The drain pipe in the bedroom bathroom is blocked." "Oh, so they were unclogging the pipes. All right, you continue with your work. I'll chat with your Aunt Qing for a while, and come join us when you're done," Song Qianqin said with a smile. Watching Chu Fang's son walk into her best friend's bedroom, Song Qianqin grabbed the rich woman's arm and pulled her to sit on the sofa. Looking at the beautiful mature woman beside her, and seeing her fearful and uneasy expression, she was overjoyed, but also a little shocked. She and Fang Fang were as close as sisters, but Yanru actually secretly got a marriage certificate with Fang Fang's son. My God! What was she thinking? Repairing the pipes. It definitely needs to be repaired. Song Qianqin nudged her best friend lightly with her elbow and asked meaningfully, "Is it comfortable?" What are you talking about? What does this have to do with comfort? Zheng Yanru knew very well what Song Qinchin was talking about, but at this moment she pretended to be confused and said irritably. Yo yo yo. Is he playing dumb? Song Qinchin rolled her eyes, then took her best friend's arm and said softly, Yanru, do you know why I suddenly came to visit? It's because I guessed your secret. How can you do this? Do you think you're doing right by Fang Fang? Fang Fang treats you like her own sister, but you want to be her daughter-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Zheng Yanru's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm and said, I didn't have that idea at all. Yeah. You just don't want to admit it. Song Qinchin wasn't surprised. Looking at the stubborn, pretty rich woman beside her, she said leisurely, it seems I can only teach Sister Fang Fang a lesson. Some things are clearer to outsiders than to those involved. If I help her organize the clues, maybe she'll suddenly see the light. At this time, Zheng Yanru suddenly grabbed her hand, her eyes filled with pleading. Please. Please don't do that. Chapter 40, she's already confessed everything, now it's your turn. Seeing her best friend pleading with her, Song Qinchin couldn't help but smile knowingly. She took her arm tightly and said softly, so, does that mean you admit it? I. Now that things have come to this, Zheng Yanru has no choice but to admit it. She pursed her lips and murmured, indeed. I got a marriage certificate with Yu Xiaocheng, who is Fang Fang's son, but the situation is not what you think. I have no emotional foundation with him. Getting the certificate was just to appease my family's pressure to get married. Hearing her best friend's words, Song Qinchin frowned immediately and said seriously, aren't you hurting him? Why did you have to choose Fang Fang's son for this kind of marriage to appease your family? Fang Fang has been so good to you, and you actually. You can't judge a book by its cover, who knows what kind of jerk you'll meet. I met a complete jerk on my last blind date. Zheng Yanru pouted and continued, but Yu Xiaocheng is different. After all, his Fang Fang's son, and I know him pretty well, so you turned your evil clutches on him. Song Qinchin rolled her eyes, pinched her best friend's arm hard, and said irritably, how could you be so foolish? How could you do something like this? They were truly desperate, otherwise they wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure. At this moment, the sophisticated and wealthy woman looked like a child who had made a mistake, huddled on the sofa with her head down, a far cry from her aloof demeanor at the company. Song Qinchin wanted to say something more, but seeing her pitiful appearance, she couldn't bear it and said helplessly, now that things have come to this, there's no other way. You should give Fang Fang 2 big, healthy boys. For the sake of her 2 grandsons, she should forgive you. Are you kidding me? Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes at her sister and said angrily, are you deliberately teasing me? I deliberately teased you. It was clearly you who deliberately teased Sister Fang Fang. Song Qinchin said irritably, Sister Fang Fang now suspects that her son is being kept by a rich woman. Although she is not wrong, could she have imagined it would be you? I've already tried my best to make it up to her, Zheng Yanru replied softly, pouting. Compensate. Is it right to compensate with money? Do you think this kind of thing can be solved with money? Song Qinchin sighed and said earnestly, Yanru, the harm you caused to Sister Fang Fang cannot be measured by money alone. Zheng Yanru hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, then what should I do? Give Fang Fang 2 grandsons, and all the problems will be solved, Song Qinchin said earnestly. The sophisticated and wealthy woman rolled her eyes, exasperated, and said, not again. Don't you think things are chaotic enough already? It's already such a mess, what difference would it make if it got any more chaotic? Song Qinchin pursed her lips and said leisurely, to be honest, you two could totally turn your fake relationship into a real one and try dating. What if you two spark a flame of love? The key is that you two are quite a good match. Look. Xiaocheng just graduated from school, a handsome and strong young man, and you, a battle-hardened career woman, a lonely and charming mature rich woman. Speaking of this, she nudged her best friend with her elbow and said with a smile, aren't you tempted? What's it that makes your heart flutter? If I really do that, how am I supposed to face Sister Fang Fang? Zheng Yanru pouted. Then should I call her mom, or continue calling her sister? Does she call her own son brother-in-law or son? Yo. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Song Qinchin smiled mischievously and said softly, actually, you already like him, don't you? It's just that due to societal pressures, you haven't dared to face your true feelings and have been suppressing this shallow liking in your heart. Hearing her best friend's words, the sophisticated and wealthy woman felt as if something had struck her heart. She didn't know if this was love, but she kept thinking about being with him, even if they didn't do anything together. Just having him by her side made her feel very comfortable. Impossible. Although we got our marriage certificate, it doesn't mean I'm going to date him, let alone have his children, Zheng Yanru said casually. It's all just to appease my family's pressure to get married. Once things calm down, I will divorce him. Song Qin smiled and said softly, I don't think so. Others may not understand you, but do you think I don't understand you? If you were really just dealing with your family's pressure to get married, would you have brought him to your home? Would you have made him your personal driver? You won't. You just want to avoid seeing it and not worry about it. Song Qin said softly, and you made Xiaocheng your driver, seemingly to compensate Fang, paying her 20,000 a day, but actually you're trying to embezzle. The sophisticated and wealthy woman was going crazy, her scalp tingling. That stinky woman, instead of being a doctor, became a detective. And the key point is that she was right. Compensating Fang was a pretense she really wanted to keep him by her side. Nonsense. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, her eyes involuntarily glancing towards the bedroom, and whispered, and don't get so excited, be careful he doesn't hear you. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. You're usually so quiet, but I never expected you to make such a big splash. Song Qin looked at her mischievously, then stood up and prepared to go to the bedroom to find Yu Xiaocheng. You? What are you doing? Zheng Yanru reacted quickly, grabbing her best friend's wrist and saying angrily, are you going to find him? Ouch. Why are you so nervous? I was just chatting with my nephew, what's it to you? Why are you being so nosy? You don't even acknowledge him as your husband, you're just being a busybody. Song Qin shook off her best friend's restraint and strode towards the bedroom. Oh. I'm going crazy. Zheng Yanru was on the verge of a breakdown, but now was not the time to vent her emotions. Something even worse was happening, and she had to stop the tragedy immediately. The pretty, wealthy woman stood up and hurried towards her bedroom. When she grasped the doorknob and tried to push the door open, she discovered that the door was locked from the inside. Xiaocheng. The woman outside has already explained everything to me. Now it's your turn to be interrogated. My policy is clear and simple, leniency for those who confess, and severity for those who resist. Standing beside Yu Xiaocheng, Song Qin looked at her bewildered nephew and said meaningfully, go ahead and tell me everything about your situation. Chapter 41, A Lonely Heart Touched. Looking at Song Qin interrogating her, Yu Xiaocheng was completely dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. Aunt Jing has explained everything? She's already told Aunt Song about me getting our marriage certificate. In a short time, Yu Xiaocheng considered many possibilities, but in the end he still believed Song Qin's words. Most likely, the pretty rich woman outside couldn't withstand the pressure and revealed the secret she had been keeping hidden. The key point was that Aunt Song wasn't an outsider. She was the closest person to Aunt Jing besides his mother. Yu Xiaocheng didn't know much about Song Qin. They hadn't had much contact in their previous life. He only knew that she later married a doctor and had twin daughters, and that she lived a happy life. Now that you already know, I don't need to explain anymore, right? Yu Xiaocheng gave a vague and ambiguous answer, trying to dodge the question. No, the same. There are some details your Aunt Jing didn't tell me, so I need to find out from you. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Song Qin winked at her eldest nephew and said with a forced smile, Xiaocheng, tell me honestly, don't hide anything. What do you want to ask about? Yu Xiaocheng shrank back, preparing to argue with her a little longer. Song Qin rolled her eyes and said irritably, what? Are you planning to argue with me? Don't want to tell the truth? Fine, go find your mom tomorrow, I'll tell you. Just then, a loud banging came from outside the bedroom door. Thump thump thump. Open the door. The one surnamed Song. Open the door for me right now. Locked outside, Zheng Yanru pounded on the door and shouted at the top of her lungs. Outside. Never mind what's outside, explain yourself to me first. I don't know what to say. Could Aunt Song give me a hint? Okay. Song Qin looked at him meaningfully, then at Fang's precious son, and said with a smile, have you and Yanru, that is, your Aunt Zheng, slept together? She thought he would be asked about the marriage certificate, but to her utter surprise, he went straight to asking her to sleep with him. Yu Xiaocheng replied helplessly, how could that be? She's my mom's best friend, my mom treats her like her own sister, how could I dare? Don't you dare. But your mom said you're into mature women, the kind who are a bit older, with a full figure and great figure, and you're really into them, Song Qin said softly. No. Mom, why do you tell everyone everything? Yu Xiaocheng's scalp was practically splitting open. She'd seen strangers spread rumors before, but this was the first time she'd ever seen her own mother spread them. When did I ever say I was into mature women? Good heavens, now rumors spread like wildfire, the label of mature woman fetishist is probably stuck with her forever. Open the door. You filthy woman. If you don't open the door for me, I'm going to lose my temper. The sassy, wealthy woman at the door was about to lose her temper. She was already swearing. Should we go open the door first? Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and cautiously reminded him, I feel like I'm about to explode. Ignore her. She's all talk and no action, she can't really cause any trouble. Song Qin smiled and said softly, she's already told me about getting the marriage certificate, but she said, there's nothing between you two, it's just a fake marriage to appease her family's pressure to get married. Yes. Is there a problem? Yu Xiaocheng countered with a question. You? Song Qin smiled even more brightly, gently poked her nephew's head with her finger, and said angrily, you really don't understand women at all. But I can't entirely blame you. After all, a mature woman like Zheng Yanru has a much more complicated mind than a young girl. It's normal that you can't figure her out. Speaking of this, Song Qin leaned close to Yu Xiaocheng's ear and said meaningfully, your Aunt Zheng is very meticulous and has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Be careful, don't fall for her tricks without thinking. And you should be careful with your body. She hasn't been with a man for over 30 years. You'd better pray for yourself. After saying that, Song Qin left, leaving her eldest nephew in the bathroom. Yu Xiaocheng pouted, subconsciously touching her waist, secretly thinking. With my kidney function, there shouldn't be any problem, right? I can't go on a rampage, but I should be able to scream loudly. On the other side, Song Qin opened the door and saw her best friend, who was furious and glaring at her. Before she could even speak, Zheng Yanru pulled her out and closed the door behind her. What did you say to him? Zheng Yanru questioned aggressively. Nothing. I just asked him if he liked you, and also told him to be careful, I mean physically. After all, you've been starving for over 30 years, and now that you've caught such a delicious piece of meat, I'm afraid my nephew won't be able to handle it, Song Qin replied mischievously. The beautiful, wealthy woman stared at her in disbelief, then a surge of intense shame welled up from the bottom of her heart, coursing through her entire body, making her wish she could smash her head against the wall and die. Oh my God! Oh my God! How am I supposed to live after this? Walk! Get out of here! Get out of my sight right now! Zheng Yanru dragged her best friend out of the house and then slammed the door shut. Hello. Yanru. Remember, love is a verb. The pretty, wealthy woman standing behind the door blushed deeply upon hearing her best friend's advice, her lips pressed tightly together. She silently cursed inwardly, then ignored her and quietly walked towards the bedroom. Gently pushing open the door, the pretty, wealthy woman strolled to the bathroom doorway. Seeing him still busy unclogging the drain, she coughed twice and asked leisurely, is it still not done? That's about it. I'll mix some drain cleaner later to dissolve the viscous membrane in the pipes, Yu Xiaocheng explained softly while squatting there. Zheng Yanru responded and stepped in, standing beside the little rascal as he poked at the sore. I. The pretty rich woman tried to open her mouth, but then she didn't know how to say the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Aunt Song didn't say anything to me. Even if she did say it, I won't take it to heart, Yu Xiaocheng said gently. Oh. The pretty rich woman bit her lip, glanced at the little rascal squatting beside her, hesitated for a long time, finally mustered up her courage, and murmured, if I said, I'm not lonely at all, and I'm not alone at all, would you believe me? Letter. Of course I believe you. Yu Xiaocheng turned around and smiled at her. Why? Will you believe everything I say? The rich woman asked in a low voice. Yes. Yu Xiaocheng squatted there and answered softly, because you deserve my unconditional trust. In an instant, a sweet warmth washed over the rich woman's heart. It was the feeling that stirred her lonely soul. Chapter 42. Why don't you sever your mother-son relationship? The sophisticated, wealthy woman watched him quietly, observing this mischievous young man. It seemed as if a deep chord within her had been touched. She bit her full, red lips, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up within her. Turning her head slightly to the side, she said irritably, "Clean it up properly." As soon as he finished speaking, she hurriedly slipped outside, quickly returned to the sofa in the living room, grabbed a headrest, and hugged it tightly to her chest, her face full of complex expressions, mixed with a hint of tenderness. "You little rascal. She has a sweet tongue. She's got a whole repertoire of ways to coax me. It seems I'm really too lonely and isolated. Such a fake, deceptive lie can actually make me overjoyed." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, her brows furrowed with a mixture of helplessness and bitterness. She had finally developed a desire to explore men, but this man just happened to be her best friend's son. Although she was quite young, in the prime of her life as a mature woman, but he had just graduated from university, and suddenly she felt incredibly guilty. Just then, Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bedroom and said to the pretty rich woman who was sitting on the sofa lost in thought, "It's almost clean. Do you have any baking soda at home? You go look for it yourself. I've forgotten if you still have it." The sophisticated and wealthy woman snapped out of her daze, quickly turning her face away to avoid the little rascal's eyes, and murmured, "Are you planning to go back later?" "More or less." After answering, Yu Xiaocheng went into the kitchen and searched around. Finally, he found the baking soda he wanted, then poured in some vinegar, and with the prepared solution in hand, he stepped into the rich woman's bedroom. Seeing him busy himself with everything, Zheng Yanru felt a little reluctant to let him stay, but she couldn't find a suitable reason to ask him to stay. She couldn't very well tell him, "Auntie wants you to stay overnight because Auntie is lonely." A short while later, Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bedroom again and said to the gloomy, wealthy woman, "Okay, it's all taken care of." Zheng Yanru responded, looked at the little rascal who was about to leave, patted the seat next to her, and said seriously, "Come here. Auntie wants to say a few words to you." Although he didn't know what the rich woman was up to, Yu Xiaocheng was still obedient. He silently walked over to Zheng Yanru's side and sat down, though not right next to her, keeping a distance between them. "What's up?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. "Does looking for you always mean something's wrong?" Zheng Yanru poked his head and said angrily, "You little rascal, remember this, Auntie will look for you when she wants to, and she won't look for you when she doesn't want to. Don't ask so many whys, Auntie doesn't like to hear them." Ouch. Look at that domineering look, how can it be so cute? Yu Xiaocheng smiled and then said, "Yes, yes, yes. From now on, your words are law." The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at him, withdrew her hand, and said softly, "You little rascal, have you ever thought that one day you would get married to your own mother's best friend and your aunt?" "No. It's just too exaggerated." Yu Xiaocheng replied, "Then what about you, Aunt Zheng? Did you ever imagine that such a day would come? Getting a marriage certificate with your best friend's son?" "Neither do I." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said softly, "But I have thought about what my future husband will be like." "What does it look like?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. The sophisticated and wealthy woman glanced at the little rascal beside her and said irritably, "Why are you asking about this?" "Just out of curiosity." Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile, "Let me tell you about mine first. My requirements for my wife used to be just similar to yours." Snort. "Your standards are quite high." The pretty, wealthy woman rolled her eyes at him and asked casually, "Why do you want to find a woman like me?" "Well, there are too many reasons, I don't know how to answer for a moment." Yu Xiaocheng shrugged. "Then name a few." "Oh, let me think. She's beautiful, has a great figure, and is very rich." "That's it? It's gone. You should think about it again." "That's all I can think of for now." The rich woman, who had initially looked expectant, now had a gloomy face and her eyes revealed anger, as if she was about to devour Yu Xiaocheng alive at any moment. "Beautiful, voluptuous, rich. Am I only good at these things?" Zheng Yanru almost ground her back teeth to powder. She had thought she would hear some comforting words from him, but she never expected to hear this. "Aunt Zheng. The first time I met you, You seem to have just graduated from university, while I was preparing for the high school entrance exam, Yu Xiaocheng said. After that I would only see you occasionally during the winter and summer vacations each year, and I even remember one year I didn't see you at all. Hearing his words, the wealthy woman realized the vast distance between them. She had just graduated from university, while her husband, with whom she had registered their marriage, was currently in his final year of junior high school. Thinking of this, a strong sense of shame washed over me. So much time has passed, and I can finally see you every day. Yu Xiaocheng pouted, turned to look at the rich woman beside her, and smiled gently. I heard a saying when I was in school, I don't know if Aunt Xing has heard it. It is, if you meet the right person at the wrong time, then God will definitely separate you for a while, and then meet you again at the right time. Although it didn't express any specific meaning, it stirred up a strange emotion deep within the wealthy woman, like a blooming flower releasing some indescribable feelings. That's about it. I should go home now. I'll pick you up for work tomorrow. Yu Xiaocheng had already stood up and was walking towards the door. At this moment, the pretty rich woman came to her senses, watched his departing figure, and couldn't wait to follow him. Etc. I'll walk you downstairs. The two walked downstairs, where the Porsche was parked in a temporary parking space. Watching the little rascal open the car door and get in without looking back, the rich woman felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow, and even the air was filled with a sense of loss. He left so decisively. There wasn't even the slightest bit of lingering affection. Zheng Yanru pouted, her face full of displeasure towards someone. Just as the rich woman turned to go back, she hadn't taken more than a few steps when her phone suddenly rang. It was that annoying little rascal calling. Zheng Yanru answered the phone, but did not speak immediately. Good night. The sophisticated and wealthy woman remained silent, but she couldn't help turning around to look. With the dial tone after the call ended and the car receding into the distance, all that remained was the longing for that little rascal. Zheng Yanru bit her lip, secretly cursing in her heart. Sister, why don't you sever your mother-son relationship and do your sister a favor? Chapter 43. What are you going to do, auntie? You're back. Chu Fang, who was watching TV on the sofa, heard the sound of the door unlocking and then saw her son return. She asked softly, why are you home so late today? Is your Aunt Xing working overtime? I took her to her meeting this afternoon, then went straight home, made her dinner on the way, and helped her unclog the drain in the bathroom. Yu Xiaocheng sat down next to her mother, picked up the teapot, poured herself a cup of tea, gulped it down, and put the cup down, saying helplessly, I'm exhausted. Tired already. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and said irritably, before your mother opened the beauty salon, she had to support you, this troublesome child, while also working 2 jobs outside. Did you ever see me say I was tired? You brat, after a few years of comfortable life, you've forgotten how hard it was before. Ouch. My dear mother, Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, slumped on the sofa, didn't you read To Live Before? It says in that book never believe that suffering is something to be praised and celebrated. Suffering is suffering. Suffering will not bring success. Suffering is not something to be pursued. The reason we suffer is because we cannot avoid it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaocheng paused for a moment, then continued, our family's recovery is entirely thanks to your best friend. Without Aunt Xing, no matter how much hardship you and I endured, we would still be in the same situation. You brat. Chu Fang was speechless for a moment, but she was right about one thing, Zheng Yanru was the biggest contributor to the family's increasing wealth. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and murmured, my son and I owe your Aunt Xing so much, we feel we can never repay her in this lifetime. No. Now it's her turn to owe you something. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied leisurely, then you should take better care of her on a regular basis. Even though Aunt Xing has gotten her marriage certificate, she still can't live without you, her good older sister. That's for sure. My relationship with your Aunt Xing has long surpassed that of ordinary best friends. Chu Fang glanced at her half-dead son and then asked, are you hungry? Do you want Mom to make you a bowl of fried rice with eggs? Never mind. I think I'll take a shower and then get into bed. Yu Xiaocheng stood up and slowly walked towards the bathroom, leaving her mother still sitting on the sofa. At the same time, the sassy, wealthy woman had already finished her shower and was wearing a sheer black nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, facing the noisy television, her thoughts already drifting to a certain mischievous boy. Am I in love with him? Zheng Yanru bit her lip, reached for a headrest, and hugged it tightly to her chest. Her eyes were glazed as she stared at the cup on the coffee table. At this moment, she felt a little confused. The rich woman was not sure if she had fallen in love with her best friend's son, but one thing could answer that. After spending these past few days together, this little rascal has become a part of my life. With him around, I feel incredibly fulfilled, while without him, I feel empty inside, just like this house, even the air is filled with the scent of loneliness. Well. The wealthy woman sighed deeply. She had originally thought it was just a fake marriage to appease her family's pressure to get married, but she never expected it to turn out like this. She had actually been attracted to a mischievous young man, and the worst part was that he was her best friend's son. Such an outrageous thing had happened to her. What should I do? Do you intend to continue sinking deeper into this mess, or should the relationship end here? But then again, am I really willing to give up? Although the road ahead is full of thorns and various problems lie before me, including that insurmountable chasm, but that little rascal is just too good. If I give up and hand him over, I'll definitely be jealous. Suddenly at this moment, the phone on the coffee table rang, breaking the silence in the room and pulling the rich woman back to reality from her daydreams. I picked up my phone and glanced at it. It was a WeChat message from that little rascal. Yu Xiaocheng, are you asleep? The wealthy woman hesitated for a moment, then silently sent him a reply. Zheng Yanru, not yet, I just finished showering. Is there anything I can help you with? After sending. The rich woman pouted, thinking to herself. You better be in trouble. Yu Xiaocheng, it's nothing, just asking you. I'm sleepy, goodbye, good night. Seeing the message from that little rascal, the sophisticated and wealthy woman was furious. Her brows were furious with him, and she wished she could drag him out of bed right now, give him a good beating, and then throw him in the trash can. Zheng Yanru, you don't need to pick me up tomorrow, I can go to the company by myself. She thought he would obediently admit his mistake, but the rich woman underestimated Yu Xiaocheng's wickedness. Yu Xiaocheng, really? That's great. Tomorrow I can finally sleep in, I'm going to sleep until noon. Oops. I'm so angry. Zheng Yanru stood up angrily and stomped her foot hard on the spot. At this time, someone sent another reply. Yu Xiaocheng, okay, I won't tease you anymore. We'll meet at the same time tomorrow. The sophisticated and wealthy woman pouted, her irritable mood slightly calmed, but she was still a little annoyed. Zheng Yanru, I want to eat the breakfast you make for me by hand. It has to be breakfast made at my house, otherwise I won't eat it. I'm in a panic. Small emotional outbursts can erupt unintentionally. The wealthy woman tossed her phone onto the sofa, buried her head in the headrest in her arms, feeling both nervous and a little ashamed, much like a young girl confessing her feelings to her crush. Just as the sophisticated and wealthy woman was still caught off guard, she heard a WeChat notification sound, and her heart skipped a beat. Reaching for the phone, I peeked up. Yu Xiaocheng, hum. Although it was just a simple word, it made a certain mature and voluptuous rich woman feel overjoyed. She didn't know why she was so happy. Perhaps it was because, apart from her father, there was finally another man who could satisfy her unreasonable demands. The pretty, wealthy woman picked up her phone, sat there hesitating for a long time, as if she had made up her mind, and quickly typed on the screen. Zheng Yanru, why are you so good to me? Yu Xiaocheng, does this need a reason? Zheng Yanru, don't you need it? Yu Xiaocheng, of course. The rich woman looked at the chat window with him, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Although the little rascal didn't reply, his words seemed to have already given her the answer. Oops. What to do? What to do? The wealthy woman tossed her phone aside, slumped onto the sofa, pulled a headrest over her shoulder, and kicked the sofa repeatedly with her long, slender legs. You little rascal. What am I supposed to do? Chapter 44. I've got an older brother named Jing Xinghua. The next morning, Zheng Yanru woke up from her sleep. Still half asleep, she vaguely heard a sound, as if it were coming from outside the bedroom. However, she didn't think much of it. She reached for her phone, checked the time, and concluded that it was some little rascal who had come. She was still wearing that black business suit, paired with a white shirt. Although she was a wealthy woman at home and dressed casually, she was always conservative in the workplace and did not easily reveal her alluring figure. When the wealthy woman opened the bedroom door, a fragrant aroma wafted out, instantly making her a little hungry. Are you up? Breakfast is just ready, it's just simple rice porridge with vegetables, I don't know if you're satisfied. Yu Xiaocheng came out of the kitchen carrying a clay pot, and seeing the wealthy woman who was already dressed in a formal suit, she said with a smile, hurry up and wash up, then you can have breakfast. The wealthy woman casually agreed and silently went into the bathroom. Not long after, she came out and went straight to the dining table. Yu Xiaocheng personally served her a bowl of rice porridge, then served himself a bowl as well. He sat down next to the rich woman and ate it in small bites, with a few pickled cucumbers and pickled vegetables. It was practically a delicacy. The sophisticated and wealthy woman took a small bite and found it quite delicious. She gradually relaxed her guard, though, unlike the man beside her, she remained as refined and elegant as ever. At the same time, she secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. It has to be said, ever since the little rascal arrived, this place has felt like home. Is there anything going on today? Yu Xiaocheng suddenly asked. Probably not. Zheng Yanru raised an eyebrow and said absent-mindedly, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Just asking. If I have nothing to do all day, I plan to go fishing, Yu Xiaocheng said casually. Upon hearing the word fishing, the wealthy woman frowned, feeling somewhat reluctant. It wasn't that she disliked the recreational activity, but rather that a man in her household was already fishing, and this had caused numerous conflicts within the family. You like fishing? Zheng Yanru asked casually. It's all right. I used to go fishing with my mentor, and I gradually learned how to fish. But I do lure fishing, not traditional fishing. Of course. I can fish too. Yu Xiaocheng pouted and said with emotion, thinking about it, it's been about 2 years since I last touched a fishing rod. I suddenly got a little itchy last night, so I decided to go fishing today. The wealthy woman pursed her lips, glanced at the young man beside her, and said leisurely, why do you men like fishing so much? What's so interesting about fishing? This. Actually, I don't know either. But whenever I'm under a lot of pressure, I go fishing in the wild. I find a reservoir and sit there for a whole day, and slowly the pressure is released, Yu Xiaocheng replied. Especially when I'm fighting with fierce big fish, the effect of relieving stress is even better. Hearing Yu Xiaocheng's explanation, the rich woman suddenly understood her father a little. However, her father didn't seem to be going there to relieve stress. How could someone go there for 3 days and 3 nights to relieve stress, driving a campervan to a pond in the deep mountains and forests? The key is that he never saw many fish when he came back. Then go ahead. Remember to pick me up at 5:30, the rich woman said softly. Rest assured. I definitely won't forget. Yu Xiaocheng patted his chest and solemnly assured him. After dropping the pretty rich woman off at the company, Yu Xiaocheng drove straight to the reservoir 20 kilometers away, taking the highway, of course. Once we arrived at the reservoir, I took the fishing gear I had prepared in advance, paid the fee to the owner, and chose a spot that I thought was where the fish would gather. I sat down and started preparing the bait, pouring various powders into a small dish, mixing in some water, and stirring it vigorously. Thump. He threw a large bait into the water, and then Yu Xiaocheng sat down in a chair, quietly fishing while smoking and scrolling through his phone. Oops. That's not how you do it. Didn't you read the document above? The document clearly states that the priority should be on ensuring happy and stable housing. The way you're doing things is going to cause a huge problem. Just as Xiaocheng was in a daze, she heard a middle-aged man's voice from not far away. Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a pot-bellied man sitting in a chair, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, talking leisurely. Fortunately, the phone call didn't last long, and soon the man quietly started fishing. In a short time, Yu Xiaocheng had already caught 5 large crucian carp, while the middle-aged man not far away had not caught any yet, which made him very envious. He silently stood up and walked towards Yu Xiaocheng. Young man. What kind of bait are you using? How come it's so effective? The middle-aged man handed over a large golden leaf and asked Yu Xiaocheng curiously. These are all fish baits that can be bought on the market. The main thing is that my location is good. Look, brother, this is a bend in the road, and the fish tend to gather here. Yu Xiaocheng pointed to the area in front of him and explained earnestly. Oh. There's such a trick to it. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Yu Xiaocheng and asked awkwardly but politely, Young man, can I discuss something with you? Yu Xiaocheng immediately saw through the middle-aged man's thoughts, smiled, picked up the fishing rod, and said, "Brother, I know what you mean, it's okay. You can have this spot, I'll go fishing somewhere else. I wish you a good catch today." Ouch! The middle-aged man, beaming with joy, hurriedly pulled a whole packet of golden leaves from his pocket and forcefully stuffed it into Yu Xiaocheng's pocket, saying gratefully, "Young man, thank you so much. For anglers, a fishing spot is more important than life itself." Yu Xiaocheng's willingness to give up an excellent fishing spot is, in the eyes of a middle-aged man, a tremendous sacrifice. "It's all right." Then Yu Xiaocheng carried her fishing gear to the middle-aged man's fishing spot, sat on a small stool, and began fishing. Result: the two poles reversed. Yu Xiaocheng was catching fish like crazy, but the middle-aged man who had gotten the best fishing spot remained motionless on the surface of the water, just like before. As time slowly passed, it was noon before we knew it. Yu Xiaocheng took out the snacks he had prepared, intending to just make do with them, but then, the middle-aged man walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Little brother, come on in, sit in my RV. I'd like to ask you a few questions." The middle-aged man offered Xiaocheng a cigarette. "Sure. Then I'll have to bother you, brother." Yu Xiaocheng didn't refuse and agreed immediately. That's how simple the bond is between men. Even though they don't know each other, they can start calling each other brother and buddy in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. "What is your surname, sir?" "My surname is Zheng, as in Jing He, and my given name is Xinguo, as in Xinguo, meaning to bring prosperity and peace to the country." "And you, my little brother?" "Me? I'm not worth mentioning. You can just call me Xiaocheng, the Cheng with a bright future." Chapter 45. Your son has been missing for half a day. Inside the trailer, Yu Xiaocheng and his older brother Zheng Yanru were sitting at the dining table eating delicious instant noodles. After all, being able to eat a bowl of fragrant instant noodles near a reservoir in the middle of nowhere was a real treat. "Brother, I have to admit, bro." Zheng Yanru looked at Yu Xiaocheng sitting opposite him and said with a sigh, "I've been fishing for a long time, but I never expected that I would be completely clueless in front of you. Just choosing a fishing spot, including how to prepare bait, I really don't know anything like you." No. Actually, it's just that young people learn quickly, and they have more time. Successful people like you probably only fish occasionally, so it's understandable that you don't know some things, Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. Zheng Yanru looked at him curiously and asked with a smile, "How am I a successful person?" "The aura you exude, brother, including your words and actions, gives me the feeling that you are the best among men, like Lu Biyu, and the best among horses, like Red Hair." Yu Xiaocheng explained earnestly, "Brother, don't think that I'm bragging or trying to flatter you, this is my genuine feeling." Zheng Yanru laughed heartily, looked at his younger brother, and said meaningfully, "I've discovered that you're not an ordinary person either." "Me? I'm just an ordinary college student, of course I'm a PhD student, a PhD candidate," Yu Xiaocheng said. "Ouch. Looking so young, how can he be a PhD?" Zheng Yanru asked, his face full of surprise. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and replied helplessly, "What's the use? In the end, I'm still destined to be exhausted. But I've also figured it out. The point of living is to strive, which is actually quite good. Just like my brother's name, Xinguo, to bring prosperity and peace to the country, to contribute my own strength to the nation. And I don't have any special skills, so I can only contribute to the country in the field of science." Zheng Yanru nodded in satisfaction and said earnestly, "Brother, I'm really pleased that you have such awareness. It proves that I didn't misjudge you. I didn't take you as my brother for nothing. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me, and I'll solve them for you." Definitely. I'll definitely contact my brother then, but I'm afraid he might not recognize me as his younger brother anymore," Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile. "That's something. I don't like hearing that from you, brother." Zheng Yanru rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Is this the kind of person you are, brother? Luckily we're not at a dinner party, otherwise you'd have to punish yourself with 3 drinks. Yu Xiaocheng picked up a bottle of Wahar purified water from the side and said in a serious tone, "Then I'll punish myself by drinking half a bottle of water instead of alcohol." As he spoke, he gulped down half the bottle. It was precisely this gesture that appealed to Zheng Yanru's taste, making him feel as if they had known each other for a long time. Brother. I've been pretty free lately. If you want to go fishing, you can invite your brother to come along, Yu Xiaocheng said. In the future we can actually go fishing together. Doing a PhD is a bit different from reading books. I can squeeze out a day or two, but a week I'm afraid that would be difficult. That's enough. Actually, I fish occasionally to relax. Zheng Yanru handed Yu Xiaocheng a cigarette and said leisurely, Brother, you should be under 30 this year, right? 24, Yu Xiaocheng replied, then turned to his older brother and asked, Aren't you 40 yet? Less than 40. I'm 53 this year. Zheng Yanru said with a hearty laugh, but my mentality should be similar to yours, mainly young and playful, of course, provided that you do your job well. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yanru then asked, Brother, do you have a girlfriend? No. What? Are you going to introduce me to a girlfriend, bro? Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile. It depends on whether you need it or not. There are indeed many single female employees in my company. If you want, I'll naturally grant your wish, Zheng Yanru said. Yu Xiaocheng sighed, feeling both emotional and helpless, and said, I really don't dare to have such thoughts, mainly because someone disagrees. If that person agreed, I wouldn't have any objections. Who is it? Why do they even regulate blind dates these days? Zheng Yanru asked in confusion. My wife. Actually, I'm already married. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said with a smile, If I were to find another mistress, I'm afraid my wife at home wouldn't be happy. They are married. Zheng Yanru looked surprised, but quickly regained his composure and said, It's good to get married early. Settle down first and then build a career. Your child must be quite grown up by now, right? Yu Xiaocheng asked. I have a daughter, she's over 30 this year. Zheng Yanru sighed and replied with a bitter expression, She's not married yet. She seems to have a boyfriend, but I don't really like him. Oh well, let it be. Oh. Then if I see my brother's daughter in the future, what should I say? Yu Xiaocheng asked in a low voice. A minor issue. You call me brother, you call her sister, let us each address each other separately. Zheng Yanru waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Each has its own perspective. But if you don't care, why should I? Brother. Are you free tonight? How about we go over to my place for dinner? Zheng Yanru invited Yu Xiaocheng, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This. Yu Xiaocheng initially wanted to refuse, after all, a beautiful and wealthy woman was waiting for him. However, faced with his older brother's burning, sincere, and expectant gaze, he felt a pang of guilt. A brief moment of reflection, a calm analysis, and a hesitation to speak. Brother. I'm going to call my partner. After Yu Xiaocheng finished speaking, he walked out of the carriage to inform the pretty rich woman. Zheng Yanru had just finished lunch and was about to rest in her office when she received a call from that little rascal. Snort. You little rascal. They even knew to call me. Because someone wasn't around, the pretty rich woman had been listless all morning and couldn't muster any enthusiasm for work. However, seeing this phone call seemed to give her an outlet for her loneliness. Hello. What's wrong? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Is there something you need? The wealthy woman asked softly as she answered the phone. That. I have a dinner party tonight, so I can't pick you up. You'll have to take a taxi home yourself. The little rascal on the phone stammered, I met a guy while fishing. He's so enthusiastic and insisted that I come to his house for dinner. Hearing the little rascal's words, the rich woman almost fainted from anger. Suppressing her rage, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, go ahead, I can go home by myself. The rich woman hung up on him without giving him a chance to speak. Zheng Yanru gripped her phone tightly, growing angrier the more she thought about it. After a moment of contemplation, she called someone's biological mother directly. Sister. I want to eat your cooking. Could you come pick me up while you're at it? Your son. Your son has been missing for half a day. Chapter 46. The young man has a really sweet tongue. Chu Fang was in her beauty salon when she received a call from her best friend. When her friend asked if she wanted to eat the food she had cooked, she naturally agreed without hesitation. However, when she asked about her son, the reply she received almost made her explode. What did you say? That brat's been missing for ages. Chu Fang suddenly stood up, asking angrily, Did you go to the company by yourself this morning? Zheng Yanru pouted and continued to complain to her good sister. Your son dropped me off at the company this morning, but after he dropped me off, he went fishing. He said his hands suddenly felt itchy last night, and he hadn't touched a fishing rod in a long time, so he didn't know where to go fishing. He just called me and told me to take a taxi home this afternoon. In a short time, Chu Fang was so angry her scalp was about to split open. Her fierce and menacing appearance made it seem like she could devour her son alive at any moment. She was breathing heavily and said through gritted teeth, "This isn't just itching for a hand, it's clearly itching for a beating. Xiao are you, don't worry, I will definitely teach your nephew a lesson. If I don't break his legs tonight, I'll change my surname to yours." The rich woman was taken aback, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She knew her older sister was capable of real violence. She remembered one time, the little rascal somehow got his feather duster broken by Fang Fang, and if she hadn't protected him, the little rascal might have been beaten to death. No. Sister, you mustn't be impulsive. I wasn't complaining to you about anything. The pretty, wealthy woman bit her lip and murmured, "It's not really a good thing that Xiaocheng has been staying by my side all this time. After all, he has his own life too, I think. What's going on? I was clearly complaining, so why did I suddenly start pleading for him?" Zheng Yanru pouted and continued talking to Chu Fang on the other end of the phone. "Fishing is pretty good. My dad loves fishing. Whenever he's stressed, he goes fishing by himself. Although he doesn't catch many fish, he seems much more relaxed when he gets home. All right. I know you're speaking up for that brat, don't think I can't tell." Chu Fang took a deep breath and said seriously, "Giving him a beating is probably not going to work. That brat is slippery and will get away in the blink of an eye. We won't be able to catch him, but I can teach him a lesson for you." The pretty, wealthy woman responded softly, then added, "Sister, can you pick me up at 4:30 this afternoon and we'll go straight to your place? Tonight. I'd like to sleep with you tonight, is that all right?" "Oh my. I'd love to," Chu Fang said with a smile. "I'll go buy groceries right now and cook you a big dinner tonight." Hang up the phone. Zheng Yanru put down her phone, gently pressed her head, and her mind wandered aimlessly. It was afternoon. Zheng Xingguo had something to do and parted ways with Yu Xiaocheng early, but he sent Yu Xiaocheng the address and told him to go there by himself. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng was carrying the health products he had bought and was looking for a villa in an upscale residential area. He originally wanted to buy some cigarettes and alcohol, but considering that his older brother was a successful person and naturally had no shortage of such things, and that it might also displease his sister-in-law, he simply bought some high-end health products instead. This should be the one, right? Yu Xiaocheng looked at the house number, then glanced at the address on her phone, pondered for a moment, and then gently pressed the doorbell. In a short while, the door in front of her slowly opened from the inside, and a middle-aged woman appeared in front of Yu Xiaocheng. "You must be Xiaocheng, right?" Chu Chunyang looked at the young man in front of her and said gently, "Your older brother has been waiting for you for a long time, hurry up and come in." After saying that, seeing the gift Yu Xiaocheng was carrying, she began to complain to him, "Xiaocheng, your sister-in-law was going to criticize you, and you came, but why did you bring this? I'll accept it this time, but you can't do this again next time. It's my first time visiting someone's home, and I feel uneasy if I don't bring something with me," Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile. "But then again, sister-in-law, you're so young. I thought you were Brother Zheng's daughter. Brother Zheng told me before that he has a daughter in her 30s, and I thought you were her. Ouch. I'm still young. I'm already 50 years old, what's with the youth?" Despite saying this, a bright smile spread across his face. No. So young? Yu Xiaocheng said seriously, "Sister-in-law doesn't look like a 50-year-old woman at all, but rather like a woman in her 40s, no. She should be a woman in her 30s. No woman can resist being praised for her youth." Chu Chunyang was laughing heartily. She had initially held a grudge against Xiaocheng, especially since the two of them called each other brother. After all, they were almost 30 years apart in age. But now, Chu Chunyang was extremely satisfied. "No way. The young man in front of me is so good at charming women. Xiaocheng, you have a very sweet tongue. All right, let's not stand here anymore, come in quickly." Chu Chunyang welcomed Yu Xiaocheng in, then said softly, "You two brothers sit for a while, I'll go to the kitchen to cook." Xiaocheng is here. Quickly, quickly. I've already prepared the tea for you. When Zheng Yanru saw Yu Xiaocheng, he quickly waved to him. Yu Xiaocheng looked at her older brother sitting on the sofa, then glanced at her sister-in-law in the kitchen, and said in a serious tone, "Brother, I'll go help my sister-in-law first. She probably can't manage all this by herself." Before Zheng Yanru could react, Yu Xiaocheng walked into the kitchen. In just a moment, Yu Xiaocheng had taken control of the entire kitchen, and then the troublesome Chu Chunyang came out. "Why did you come out? Is Xiaocheng cooking inside?" Zheng Guoxing asked, puzzled, as his wife entered the living room. Chu Chunyang replied with an embarrassed expression, "Xiaocheng thought I was clumsy, so he kicked me out." What kind of nonsense is this? The guests are cooking in the kitchen while their host is sitting in the living room. Zheng Guoxing was speechless. He had just stood up when his wife pulled him back down. "You'd better not go and you'll only make things worse," Chu Chunyang said irritably. "Just let Xiaocheng handle his own business." Speaking of this, Chu Chunyang said with emotion, "But then again, Xiaocheng is indeed quite good. Let me tell you, this little brother of mine is a PhD. Zheng Yanru couldn't help but boast." Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes and said irritably, "You call him brother and sister, what am I supposed to do? When Xiaocheng sees my daughter in the future, will he call her niece or sister?" "Sister. He calls me brother, and our daughter's sister. We can just call each other that," Zheng Yanru replied casually. "You? How can someone in their 50s be so unreliable?" Chu Chunyang was furious, pinching her husband's waist hard as she spoke in a fit of rage. "Ouch. You readily accepted being called sister-in-law, didn't you?" Zheng Yanru grinned. "Don't think I didn't hear. I was practically laughing my head off at the door." I. Chu Chunyang was speechless and said helplessly, "I can't do anything about it. Who told Xiaocheng to have such a sweet tongue?" Just then, Zheng Yanru leaned close to his wife's ear and said cautiously, "Wife, I want to invite Xiaocheng over on my birthday too." Chapter 47, Opening the Door reveals a battlefield of carnage. When Chu Chunyang first heard that her husband wanted to invite Xiaocheng over on his birthday, she was inevitably a little surprised and confused. But seeing Xiaocheng busy in the kitchen and hearing his cheerful words, she suddenly felt that the idea wasn't entirely out of the question. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. But Xiaocheng isn't an outsider. He is sensible and knows his place. "I'm just worried that he might not have the time," Chu Chunyang replied thoughtfully. "Don't worry about that, we can always find the time. When we eat later, I'll mention it to Xiaocheng and see if he's willing." Zheng Yanru genuinely liked this younger brother and felt as if they were old friends who had met too late. Chu Chunyang nodded, then said, "Old man, do you think our son-in-law will come?" "Who is it?" "The man who stole my watch, right? Come or not, I don't care." Zheng Yanru was still a little resentful about the incident, and replied nonchalantly, "It's best if he doesn't come, out of sight, out of mind. He stole my watch for no reason." Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes, pinched her husband's waist hard, and said irritably, "Before our daughter had a boyfriend, you were clamming to hold your grandchildren. Now that she has a boyfriend, you look down on him. What exactly do you want?" I was just saying. If my daughter really brings her son-in-law back, what can I do? Of course, I'll serve him in every way." Zheng Yanru replied helplessly, "Be gentle, don't pinch the kidneys inside too hard. It'd be best to break it." Chu Chunyang glared at him fiercely, then released her hand and continued, "If on my birthday, my daughter really brings her son-in-law home, you better put away your airs and stop acting so superior." Okay. Whatever you say goes, after all, you're the head of the family," Zheng Yanru replied bitterly. Yu Xiaocheng cooks very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 dishes are laid out on the table. When Chu Chunyang picked up her chopsticks and tasted the fish-flavored eggplant, her taste buds were instantly conquered. "TSK. Xiaocheng, your skills are quite good," Chu Chunyang praised. "Actually, it's nothing special. They are just ordinary home-style dishes that aren't worth mentioning. Compared to a hotel, they are not exactly impressive," Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. "Don't mention it, I think it's great." Chu Chunyang picked up another piece of braised bamboo shoots and asked curiously, "Xiaocheng, did you learn your cooking skills somewhere?" "Without Because I come from a single-parent family, I learned to be independent from a young age. Yu Xiaocheng poured a Coke, stood up with the glass in hand, and said to the couple, "Let us not talk about that for now. Brother and sister-in-law, I'll toast you with Coke instead of alcohol." As soon as he finished speaking, he gulped down the entire glass of cola in an instant, and then started burping. Zheng Xinguo and Chu Chunyang, the couple, looked at Yu Xiaocheng with increasing fondness and affection. Chu Chunyang picked up some food and placed it in Yu Xiaocheng's bowl, saying softly, "Xiaocheng, if you don't have anything to do in the future, come to your brother's house more often, just to keep us company." Yu Xiaocheng nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Since you've said so, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll treat this place as my own home from now on and come here every few days to freeload. I'm just afraid that you and my sister-in-law will get annoyed if you see me every day." Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes and said angrily, "What are you saying? Do you think your brother and I are such petty people?" "Oh, right. I heard from your brother that you're married?" Chu Chunyang asked. "Hold head high." Yu Xiaocheng chuckled and said, "We only got the marriage certificate, but we didn't have a wedding ceremony. However, legally speaking, we're married." "So you're married? The wedding, well, it's just a formality. The main thing is getting 2 marriage certificates." Chu Chunyang's curiosity suddenly piqued again, and she continued to ask, "Is your wife pursuing a doctorate like you?" "This, Yu Xiaocheng replied awkwardly, "Actually, my wife, she's 7 or 8 years older than me, and she's a senior executive at a company." 7 or 8 years older? Isn't she about the same age as our daughter?" Zheng Xinguo asked with a look of surprise and doubt. "With such a big age gap between you, don't you have any objections?" Before Xiaocheng could answer, Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes at her husband and said irritably, "What do you know, you old fogey? These days, relationships between older women and younger men are all the rage. There's a saying, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick, a woman 7 or 8 years older is like holding a gold mountain. Don't you understand? It's more than just a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. But the saying a woman 7 or 8 years older is like a mountain of gold is quite true. My beautiful and wealthy wife is not just a mountain of gold, she's practically an inexhaustible oil field. Little Cheng, don't take it to heart. Your brother doesn't know anything and doesn't watch his mouth. Sometimes he says things without thinking." Chu Chunyang said with a smile, "I think it's fine. As long as they truly love each other, it's not a big problem." Yu Xiaocheng responded but didn't say anything more. "There's one more thing. Next month is your brother's birthday. Come to our house for dinner then, and remember to bring your wife," Chu Chunyang instructed. "This will do." Yu Xiaocheng readily agreed, but whether or not he would bring the wealthy woman was another matter entirely. "Sister-in-law. Brother, is he really okay?" Looking at Zheng Xinguo, who was lying half dead on the sofa, Yu Xiaocheng asked with concern, "Should we make you a bowl of hangover soup?" It's all right. That's just how he is, you don't need to worry about him," Chu Chunyang said helplessly. Yu Xiaocheng smiled bitterly. Just half an hour earlier, a drunken Zheng Xinguo had insisted on making him a sworn brother, and Chu Chunyang couldn't stop him. In the end, the two became sworn brothers. From that moment on, Yu Xiaocheng officially became Zheng Xinguo's sworn brother. "Sister-in-law. Then I'll head back now. Please look after my brother for me. I'll come visit you again when I have time," Yu Xiaocheng said. Okay. Come anytime you want, treat this place like your home," Chu Chunyang said gently. "Then I won't see you off, drive carefully." After saying goodbye to Chu Chunyang, Yu Xiaocheng left Zheng Xinguo's house. At this moment, he was driving the rich woman's Porsche on his way home at a speed of 70 miles per hour, feeling free and at ease. Speaking of which, why do I always see the image of a wealthy woman in my sister-in-law? When faced with this question, Yu Xiaocheng did not delve into it. After all, feelings are often wrong. When Yu Xiaocheng arrived at her doorstep, she took out her key from her pocket and gently inserted it into the lock. The moment she pushed open the door, she was stunned by the scene inside. The two sisters sat at the dining table and turned to look at him at the same time. One had an angry expression on her face, while the other had a faint resentment between her brows. Oh no! This is a case of the second wife interrogating the victim. Chapter 48, Hugging her best friend in front of her own mother. Yu Xiaocheng watched as Zheng Yanru and Chu Fang sat at the dining table, both staring at her with anger and resentment in their eyes and expressions. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and it felt as if the blood in her body had been drained by fear. The mother and the bride, isn't this just a case of the two women interrogating each other? Oh no. The rich woman must have gone to her sister to complain about what happened this afternoon. I'm doomed. Oops. I think I forgot to lock the car doors. Yu Xiaocheng slapped his forehead in frustration and muttered to himself, look at my memory. I can't even do something this simple right. As they were speaking, she silently turned around, attempting to deceive the two sisters with her superb acting skills, but just as she was about to run away, Chu Fang pulled her back into their house. Still trying to run. You think your lame tricks can fool my eyes? Chu Fang, who had been drinking, was now flushed, and with her angry eyes, she looked exactly like when you reincarnated, except that she was holding the green dragon crescent blade. Ouch! 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 Yu Xiaocheng was dragged by the ear by her mother to the sofa in the living room, where her mother then pressed her down. You brat, instead of going to work, you went fishing outside. Chu Fang scolded angrily. You even called your Aunt Zheng and told her to take a taxi home herself. What are you trying to do? Do you think you're so great that you can fly? You think you're all grown up now? I. Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and answered cautiously, I can't come back. I have a dinner party tonight and can't get away. There's nothing I can do. What dinner party? I think you're just addicted to having fun. Chu Fang glared at him fiercely, her anger blazing. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you're causing me new trouble. You brat, are you asking for a beating? At the same time, the sophisticated and wealthy woman sat at the dining table, watching her best friend scold her son. A slight smile involuntarily appeared on her lips, and she felt a surge of secret pleasure. Especially when she saw the little rascal drooping his head and looking so pitiful, she felt extremely satisfied. If she could, she would also like to join in the scolding. Snort. You little rascal, you deserved it. Who told you to leave me behind and make me take a taxi home? I'll curse you out. At this moment, Chu Fang went all out, hurling all sorts of nasty insults at her son. Besides being genuinely angry, there was also an element of acting involved. After all, the victim of this incident was right there, and if she didn't yell at her, her best friend might suspect she was protecting her son. Yu Xiaocheng sat there silently, like a wronged wife. He felt quite guilty at first, realizing that he was indeed in the wrong. But when he secretly glanced at the rich woman and saw her watching the show with a faint smile on her lips, Yu Xiaocheng realized that this might be a case of using someone else to do his dirty work. What to do? The rich woman is not only a bit cunning, but also adept at using military tactics. Sister. I'm not trying to kick him when he's down, I just feel that Xiaocheng has been having some problems lately, doesn't he seem as motivated as before? Zheng Yanru frowned and said earnestly, Sister, this can't go on, you need to discipline him properly. Isn't this just kicking someone when they're down? Yu Xiaocheng stared dumbfounded at the rich woman, at the mature beauty whose eyes held a hint of malice. He felt both angry and helpless, and there was really nothing he could do about her. After all, her backer was too powerful, completely suppressing him through bloodline. I already knew. They've really been getting more and more outrageous lately. Chu Fang took a deep breath and said seriously, as the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child, so they still need a beating. Before Xiaocheng and the rich woman could react, Chu Fang went into her bedroom and came out a moment later with a feather duster in hand, looking fierce. Judging from her posture, she was ready to put family members aside for the greater good. Elder sister. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. The rich woman didn't expect her best friend to be serious. The key was that judging from her actions, she wanted to beat the little rascal to death. If it were someone else's son, she wouldn't care at all, but if it was her best friend's son, she would be heartbroken. Zheng Yanru hurriedly stood up, grabbed Chu Fang's arm, and pleaded, Sister, let's talk this out, don't hit him, he is, after all, your son. Sheru, don't worry about it. I'm going to get my revenge today. Chu Fang said through gritted teeth. Yu Xiaocheng sat on the sofa, watching the two sisters struggle. For a moment, she couldn't tell who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. But then again, the pretty rich woman was kicking me when I was down earlier, so why is she helping me now? Oh. I fucking get it. This is the classic slap and then sweet treat tactic. Look, look. I almost forgot that this situation is entirely thanks to her. Mom. Go ahead and hit me. Yu Xiaocheng stood up, straightened his back, and said with a defiant look on his face, if I even frowned, I wouldn't be your son. The two sisters were stunned at the same time, especially the cunning and sophisticated rich woman, whose eyes were full of confusion and helplessness as she looked at the little rascal, and even a little incredulous. Okay. Xiaoru, you heard it too, didn't you? It was this brat who made the request, Chu Fang sneered. Then go ahead. The wealthy woman released her best friend's wrist. She decided to fulfill the little rascal's wish, and more importantly, her own. As long as he and she weren't mother and son, all problems would be solved. Well? No. You're not going to try to break up the fight. This is completely different from what I expected. Yu Xiaocheng was dumbfounded. The slap was real, but the dates were of poor quality and moldy. They were not only not sweet, but they also made him sick. Seeing her fierce-looking mother holding a feather duster and walking menacingly towards her, Yu Xiaocheng wasn't stupid. Instead of obediently sitting there to be beaten, she quickly got up and started playing Qin when circling the pillar with her mother. Come on. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Yu Xiaocheng hid behind the rich woman, gently placing her hands on her slender waist, and threatened her mother, dare to lay a hand on her. If you dare, you'd better kill her. Compared to Chu Fang's fury, the rich woman, who was being used as a shield by the little rascal, was trembling with rage. That damn stinky man. It's one thing if he doesn't protect me, but he actually used me as a shield. You brat. You actually dare to use your Aunt Zheng as a shield. Xiaoru, run. I'm going to beat him to death today. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xiaocheng tightly hugged her mother's best friend into her arms to prevent her from slipping away if she wasn't careful. In a short time, the two sisters were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 49. Is it comfortable to hold auntie? Compared to the bewildered Chu Fang, Zheng Yanru, this mature and wealthy woman, felt an indescribable tingling sensation. Although she was also somewhat dazed by this unexpected situation, when her mature and voluptuous body was held tightly in his arms, feeling his unparalleled strength, her heart, which had been lonely for more than 30 years, melted in an instant. You little rascal. Don't hug me so tightly, auntie can hardly breathe. Despite her thoughts, her body behaved unusually well, nestled motionless in the little rascal's arms, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. His robust physique and the overwhelming sense of security made this mature urban woman somewhat infatuated and unable to extricate herself. Oops. You brat. What are you doing? Chu Fang snapped out of her shock and shouted angrily, let go of your Aunt Zheng right now. Your Aunt Zheng is a married woman now. What kind of behavior is this? As they were speaking, she tried to pull her best friend out of her son's arms, but found that she couldn't pull her out no matter how hard she tried. You damn bastard. You want to drive me crazy, don't you? Chu Fang was almost going crazy, and she cursed at Yu Xiaocheng. However, Chu Fang misunderstood her own son. He didn't force himself to hold her, it was the pretty, wealthy woman who insisted on staying in his arms. So when Chu Fang pulled her, Zheng Yanru resisted desperately to prevent her best friend from dragging her out of the little rascal's arms. Oops. Sister, why are you in such a hurry? Let him hold you a little longer. The pretty rich woman muttered to herself, quite dissatisfied with her best friend's actions, but dared not express her true feelings. After all, the friend was the little rascal's biological mother, and besides, she had secretly gotten a marriage certificate with the little rascal without her knowledge. The key point was that she and the little rascal were still in an unclear relationship. Truce. Sign a ceasefire agreement, or I'll hold you until dawn, Yu Xiaocheng said. You dare threaten me? Chu Fang glared fiercely at her son and said angrily, let go of your Aunt Zheng right now, or I'll cut off your allowance. Fine. Here you go, auntie. Keep holding me. The rich woman bit her lip lightly, secretly cursing in her heart. Seeing her unruly son clinging to her tightly and refusing to let go, Chu Fang was almost frantic. Fortunately, Yu Xiaocheng didn't go too far. Just before his mother was about to explode, he quietly released the pretty rich woman from his arms. The moment the little rascal let go, the rich woman felt an unprecedented sense of loss, as if she had lost the only support in her life. Okay. I already know I was wrong. Yu Xiaocheng pouted and obediently admitted her mistake, saying, I won't do it again next time. There will be a next time? Chu Fang asked, her eyes wide with anger. No. Have you finished eating? Should I start cleaning up? Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and asked cautiously. Hurry up and pack. Chu Fang rolled her eyes at him, pulled her best friend to the sofa, tightly grasped the rich woman's hand, and said apologetically, Xiao, are you? Cheng was just joking with you, you mustn't take it to heart. It's fine. I don't mind. Zheng Yanru glanced at the little rascal who was clearing the table, then turned to her best friend and said gently, if it were any other man I definitely wouldn't want to be hugged and cuddled by him, but Xiaocheng is different, he is my nephew, I don't mind. That won't do either. After all, you have a husband. You may not mind, but your husband will. Chu Fang shook her head and said earnestly, I know you were very good to Cheng, but that was before. Now there's a rift between us. I don't want my brother-in-law to have a problem with me because of Cheng, and I don't want you and your husband to have a conflict because of Cheng. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, didn't say much, nodded silently, and then looked at the kitchen, watching the little rascal washing dishes at the sink. She asked softly, Sister, actually your son is really good. He can cook, do housework, and is also a super academic achiever. Speaking of this, she glanced at her best friend and whispered, actually, you're quite reluctant to part with Xiaocheng, aren't you? Well, what's the use of being reluctant? I'll eventually marry another woman and have children, so it doesn't matter. I still have you. Chu Fang took Zheng Yanru's arm and said softly, we promise to be sisters for life. In the past, the rich woman would have agreed without hesitation, but at this moment, she hesitated, secretly glancing at the little rascal in the kitchen out of the corner of her eye, biting her lip lightly, and murmured, sisters for life. The two sisters chatted about everyday things on the sofa, while Yu Xiaocheng quickly washed the dishes, quietly went into her bedroom, and never came out again. The wealthy woman was chatting absent-mindedly with her best friend, her mind entirely on her friend's son. However, her thoughts were soon answered by someone when her phone rang in her pocket. She took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from the little rascal. She glanced at her best friend beside her, deliberately turned to face her, and quickly opened WeChat to check the message. Yu Xiaocheng, what time are you going back? Zheng Yanru, I'm not going back. I'll stay at your place tonight. Brother-in-law? Chu Fang asked with a smile. The wealthy woman looked up and replied in a sweet voice, no. It's your son. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and said angrily, when did you start learning to be bad? The sophisticated and wealthy woman pursed her lips, smiled slightly, stepped forward and took her best friend's arm, and muttered, if I told you that my husband is your son, sis, would you believe me? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang flicked his forehead. You started talking nonsense after just one bottle, Chu Fang said with a smirk. I'll go get you some pajamas, then take a shower and go to bed. Oh, by the way, what do you want to eat tomorrow morning? I'll make it for you. I love anything you make, the rich woman replied. You brat. All right, I'll handle it myself. Chu Fang stood up and went into her bedroom, leaving the rich woman in the living room. Seeing that her best friend had finally left, Zheng Yanru then openly took out her phone and started chatting with the little rascal through the door on WeChat. Zheng Yanru, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you welcoming me? Zheng Yanru, then I'll leave. The rich woman pouted and looked towards the bedroom. You little rascal. If you don't let me stay here, I'll take a taxi home right now, I don't care. No one can stop you then, not even your mother, I'm telling you. At this time, I received a reply from the little rascal. Yu Xiaocheng, a warm welcome to Anqing for staying at my humble abode. So perfunctory. It's obvious at a glance that is not sincere. The sophisticated and wealthy woman rolled her eyes. Just as she was wondering what to say, an idea suddenly struck her. Her hands involuntarily typed out a message and sent it out without her even realizing it. Zheng Yanru, you little rascal, is auntie's body soft? Is it comfortable to hold you? When she came to her senses, her heart skipped a beat, and her scalp tingled. Oops. What stupid thing did I do? How did I end up sending him this content? Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. But it's too late. Yu Xiaocheng, big hips, small waist, super plump. Chapter 50. Go find my little man. The pretty rich woman blushed deeply when she saw the message from her best friend's son. The shame flickered like a candle flame deep within her, and she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. You little pervert. You call yourself a top student. You're nothing but a scoundrel. Faced with Xiaocheng's slightly teasing words, Zheng Yanru was not angry with him at all. Instead, it was like a key that unlocked the most secure shackles in her heart, followed by endless loneliness and shyness. However, on the other hand, I think I actually like him quite a bit. His way of doing things, that cheeky and mischievous look, is making it hard for me to resist. The wealthy woman bit her lip, picked up her phone, quickly typed out the message, and then sent it without hesitation. Zheng Yanru, you little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Zheng Yanru, you're not allowed to say such lewd things again, or don't blame your aunt for being rude to you. Finally, he added a fierce emoji. The wealthy woman gripped her phone tightly, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards the bedroom, then glancing at her best friend's room. Suddenly, a complex emotion overwhelmed her, a feeling difficult to describe. She felt tense, afraid, and ashamed, yet also a touch of excitement. This is different from being alone at home. At my best friend's house, I'm secretly chatting with her son behind her back, about things like big hips and small waists. This feeling of being sneaky and nervous is actually kind of addictive, but I just feel really sorry for my best friend. Just as the pretty rich woman was lost in thought, the little rascal's door suddenly opened, and Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the bedroom. The two stared at each other in the quiet living room. Compared to the other man's carefree attitude, the pretty rich woman turned her head slightly away, not daring to look him in the eye anymore. Yo yo yo. The rich woman is actually blushing. You were the one who started this, I was just answering truthfully. After spending the last few days together, Yu Xiaocheng had come to see through the woman in front of him. Her so-called aloofness was just a facade for her burning loneliness. No wonder Aunt Song Chin said that someone as petite as you couldn't handle it. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. Of course. A woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea. Sometimes you think you understand women, but you've only seen a part of it. There's still a large part that you don't understand, so you still need to be cautious. It's never wrong to be careful. Where is my mom? Yu Xiaocheng came out of the kitchen, taking a bite of a sweet and crisp Fuji apple, and asked softly, where did it go? She's in the bedroom. The rich woman kept her head tilted to the side, avoiding direct eye contact with him. Would you like an apple? Yu Xiaocheng sat down next to the rich woman and then casually asked a question. Zheng Yanru frowned, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Looking at this seemingly calm little rascal, she was very puzzled. I was so embarrassed by what just happened. How come he's acting like nothing happened, and even asked me if I wanted an apple? Oh, right. What's there to be ashamed of, you little hooligan? Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and murmured, why have you suddenly become so lewd? You asked. I answered truthfully. If anyone's going to be a scoundrel, it's you who'll be a scoundrel first. I'm just following along with you, Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and replied earnestly. I. The sophisticated and wealthy woman was speechless, desperately wanting to refute something, but not knowing where to begin. In desperation, she suddenly stood up and stomped hard on the little rascal's instep. Instantly, a pain no less than that of a stubbed toe swept through her body, causing Yu Xiaocheng to gasp in shock. Snort. It hurts so much. Looking at the little rascal's grimacing face, Zheng Yanru felt a pang of heartache, but mostly a sense of satisfying catharsis. Just then, Chu Fang came out of the bedroom carrying her pajamas and said to her best friend, Xiao, are you? I found your pajamas, go take a shower first. The wealthy woman took the pajamas her best friend brought and silently went into the bathroom, leaving the mother and son still in the living room. What are you doing here? Chu Fang asked her son, sounding annoyed. Eat an apple. Yu Xiaocheng took a bite of her red Fuji apple and answered indistinctly. Go back to your room to eat. Don't hover around me, just looking at you annoys me. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and snapped angrily. After all, she was his biological mother, and that's why she was so fierce. Yu Xiaocheng had long been used to it. In fact, he admired his mother quite a bit. Thinking back to those most difficult days, she was able to get through it all, which proved how great maternal love is. The night was quiet. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng is sitting in front of his computer working, designing a systematic method to solve the problem of imperfections at the source end in quantum communication. For him, passing the doctoral re-examination is a must. Once he passes, he will have to race against time, because there are thousands of research teams in this field. To stand out in the fierce competition, he will naturally have to produce outstanding papers to win over all his peers. Think about it. His thoughts suddenly disconnected from scientific research, and what came to mind was the voluptuous body of a certain mature and wealthy woman, especially after he had hugged her that night, which aroused endless fantasies. Calm. You need to calm down. Yu Xiaocheng patted her cheeks, trying to force herself to wake up, but those thoughts just wouldn't go away, as if they were branded into her mind. Well. Don't blame me for being inhuman, blame my auntie for being too charming. Yu Xiaocheng slumped in her chair, staring up at the ceiling, a wave of helplessness and distress washing over her. Although everyone else was on the path to the pinnacle of life, hers was so different. Others used talent and courage to create their own futures, while she had clung to a rich woman's coattails, and to make matters worse, she was even a little lusting after her body. Just then, my phone, which was lying to the side, vibrated. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from the pretty rich woman. Zheng Yanru, is the little rascal asleep? Yu Xiaocheng, not yet. Zheng Yanru, your mom is asleep, but I can't fall asleep. Can I come to your room and sit for a while? Can you chat with me? Yu Xiaocheng, the door isn't locked, come on in. In the next room, after seeing the little rascal's reply, Zheng Yanru carefully sat up. When her feet touched the edge of the bed, she couldn't help but turn around and look at her best friend beside her. The wealthy woman bit her lip tightly, her hands gripping the corner of her pajamas. A deep sense of shame made it impossible for her to face her best friend, and every breath she took felt like swallowing her shame. After hesitating for a long time, the wealthy woman gently nudged her best friend and said cautiously, Sis, I'm going to find my little man. Well. Chufang, ZZZZ. Although her best friend didn't wake up, and it was just her subconscious response, in the rich woman's eyes, it was a get-out-of-jail-free card. After quietly getting out of bed, the wealthy woman tiptoed out of her best friend's bedroom and went to the adjacent bedroom, where she gently knocked on the door. Open the door, it's me. Chapter 51. Don't move, let auntie hold you for a while. Zheng Yanru stood at the door of the little rascal's room, so nervous she could hardly breathe. Every inhale was a swallowing of fear in the air, and every exhale was an attempt to soothe the shame in her heart. That inexplicable feeling of infidelity was almost driving this charming and wealthy woman to the brink of collapse. Tui. What kind of messed up affair is this? I haven't developed feelings for him yet. I'm just too lonely and want to talk to someone. If I have to give a conclusion right now, a secret rendezvous might be a more appropriate word. Wait, no. A secret rendezvous is inappropriate, only lovers are suitable, but he and I, we can't even be called lovers yet. Just as the wealthy woman was lost in thought, the door to the second bedroom slowly opened. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the mature woman in front of him and said with a smile, You've arrived. They are here. The wealthy woman pursed her lips and said softly, Let me in quickly, don't just chat at the door. Yu Xiaocheng welcomed her mother's best friend into the room, then casually asked, Would you like to chat in bed or in a chair? Zheng Yanru was stunned for a moment, and a faint blush instantly rose on both cheeks. She bit her full, red lips and said angrily, You little hooligan, how come you're getting more and more outrageous? You wanted to chat, right? We can't just stand there and chat, can we? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her innocently. Stop looking at me pitifully, pretending to be ignorant and clueless. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Zheng Yanru glared at him fiercely, then looked around the little rascal's bedroom and found it to be quite simple. Apart from the wardrobe, the big bed, and the computer desk, there was basically nothing else. Are you working? The wealthy woman noticed the computer screen was lit up and there were some drafts on the desk. She asked softly. Actually, it's kind of work. I'm trying to find a solution to the source and imperfection problem in quantum communication. I plan to design a completely new systematic method to actively control the characteristics of photon information carriers. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips and said leisurely, You wouldn't understand even if I told you, so never mind. Snort. You're the smartest. The rich woman genuinely didn't understand these things, but she was extremely defiant. She silently sat down on the edge of the bed and said to the little rascal who was still standing, "You can continue working. I'll be fine by myself for a while." She had said she wanted to chat, but now she suddenly changed her mind. Faced with this unpredictable rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng was full of doubts, but she didn't think too much about it. She went back to her computer desk, picked up the black pen, and started calculating a formula on the paper. At the same time, the wealthy woman watched him quietly as the little rascal hunched over his desk, writing furiously. His bright eyes gradually became misty, and an indescribable emotion flickered between his brows. This was the first time she had seen Yu Xiaocheng so serious. She had to admit, a serious man is so handsome. The key is that he was already handsome, but now he was even more handsome than she had ever imagined. What to do? Do I like him, or is there some other reason? Zheng Yanru is still unsure of her true feelings, at least for now. She doesn't dare to give an answer. But sometimes, many uncontrollable thoughts and impulses completely outweigh the answer itself. In fact, the answer isn't important anymore. Every now and then I find myself wanting to message him. When we chat, I always find myself smiling unconsciously. I don't know when it started, but I just want to share my life with him. I feel very comfortable when I'm with him. And there's one more direct manifestation of that. I've been feeling increasingly anxious and insecure lately. The rich woman pursed her lips, gazing at the little rascal's back, his earnest and focused expression. Her lips parted slightly, but the words that were about to come out lingered for a long time before she silently swallowed them back. "You little rascal. Well, will you leave me someday? Then we'll see if Auntie kicks me out." Yu Xiaocheng turned around and looked at the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman sitting behind him. He smiled gently and said, "It's not easy to find a rich woman who can feed me and dress me up. I don't want to leave. As long as you don't kick me out, I'll stay by your side like a leech." Zheng Yanru rolled her eyes at him, but a smile appeared on her lips as she said angrily, "Then you'd better behave yourself from now on. With how disobedient you are now, it's hard for me not to kick you out." As soon as he finished speaking, she murmured to herself in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "If only it had happened sooner." The rich woman thought the little rascal hadn't heard her, but Yu Xiaocheng had heard everything clearly. While writing calculation formulas on the manuscript paper, he gently replied, "I think everything is just right. I happened to be there when you needed me most, not too early and not too late. If it had been a little earlier or a little later, the ending might not have been like this." In an instant, Zheng Yanru's heart skipped a beat, as if a string in her heart had been plucked. She raised her head and stared straight at his back. Her dreamy eyes seemed to be trying to read more information from his subtle movements. Her full lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, shy yet so tender. "Just right. It seems to be just right. Next week. It should be Wednesday. You don't need to pick me up for work, I'll give you the day off." The rich woman said softly, "I have some things to take care of, I need to go to my parents' house." "Oh. New." Yu Xiaocheng casually agreed. At this time, the sophisticated and wealthy woman quietly stood up and said softly, "I'm going back now. I'm suddenly feeling a little sleepy." Yu Xiaocheng nodded and continued calculating a certain formula. As Zheng Yanru reached the door and grasped the doorknob, she couldn't help but look back, her hazy eyes revealing a hint of longing and impulse. "You little rascal. How? Come here right now." Although she didn't know what kind of magic pills the rich woman was up to, Yu Xiaocheng obediently got up and walked towards the door, stopping only when she reached the rich woman. And then, the beautiful, mature, and wealthy woman suddenly pounced on him, nestling tightly in his arms, her arms encircling his waist, her flushed and hot cheeks pressed against his chest. All of this happened so suddenly that Yu Xiaocheng didn't have time to react before she was suddenly embraced by someone. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and everything around us fell silent, except for our heavy breathing and rapid heartbeats. Even through the thick pajamas, one could still feel the fullness and curves beneath, especially the unique fragrance of a mature woman, which made Yu Xiaocheng feel somewhat intoxicated. "Don't move. Let Auntie hold you for a while." Chapter 52. Your son is very strong, I'm very satisfied. Thump, thump, thump. The beautiful, mature, and wealthy woman nestled in someone's arms, her heart, which had been lonely for over 30 years, was now pounding rapidly. Especially the faint smell of smoke on the little rascal and his strong, muscular chest, everything was constantly numbing her consciousness. The sudden courage she had felt earlier had long since vanished, leaving only a surge of shame welling up inside her. Despite the shame, the feeling of nestled in a man's arms was something she couldn't resist. I wish time could stand still, forever frozen in this moment. Feeling the warmth of his body, the strength of his chest, and the unparalleled sense of security, Zheng Yanru's eyes were already filled with mist, her hazy eyes brimming with a tenderness that was hard to express. "Don't move, let Auntie give you a good hug. Your mother and I met too late to hold you when you were little, and now I want to hug you as you've grown up." The charming and wealthy auntie was deceiving herself. The real reason was quite different. After dinner, being tightly embraced by the little rascal felt like a taste of something new, compelling the rich woman to act so irrationally. She wanted to relive that feeling, to fill the loneliness in her heart with it. Of course, she had already thought of a reason, which was what she said earlier. "You little rascal. Why do you smell so bad?" The pretty, wealthy woman frowned, biting her red lips, and muttered to herself, "It's all the smell of smoke. It's awful. I haven't showered yet." "I'll shower after I finish calculating that equation," Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, while secretly reaching for the rich woman's waist with one hand, trying to pull her closer. However, the sensitive rich woman noticed this as soon as she had this thought. "I told you not to move." Zheng Yanru frowned, and said in embarrassment and annoyance, "You little rascal, put your hand back. This is not fair." Yu Xiaocheng said indignantly, "Why can you hug me but I can't hug you? Isn't this a time for gender equality?" The rich woman pouted and said irritably, "Didn't you already hug me? And you even hugged me in front of your mother. And, you little rascal, you actually used me as a shield. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I want to bite you to death, you little rascal." Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and said cautiously, "Didn't you already punish me? Why bring this up again?" Snort. "Your aunt has always been so good to you, but in the most dangerous moment, you pushed your aunt out and survived on your own." As the rich woman spoke, her originally delicate face was shrouded in resentment, and one hand silently reached for someone's waist, pinching a piece of soft flesh hard. In an instant, a searing pain swept through his body, almost making him cry out. At this time, Zheng Yanru released the little rascal, raised her slender fingers and gently tapped his forehead, scolding him angrily, "Be good. Be obedient. Don't make Auntie angry again." As soon as he finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving Yu Xiaocheng standing there, inhaling the lingering fragrance of a mature woman in the air. TSK TSK TSK. This woman is getting more and more alluring. The sophisticated and wealthy aunt quietly sneaked into her best friend's bedroom, tiptoed to the edge of the bed, gently lifted the covers, and was about to lie down when suddenly, she heard a hazy murmur in her ear, which startled Zheng Yanru so much that she trembled all over. "Where did you go?" Chu Fang asked, her eyes closed and her mind hazy. Seeing her sleepy best friend, the rich woman's heart finally settled down. She pursed her lips and replied softly, "She went to have an affair with your son." "You brat. It's getting worse, I need to go to sleep." Chu Fang turned over, subconsciously tugged at the blankets, and then drifted back to sleep. The rich woman crawled into bed, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, her thoughts still lingering in the second bedroom. She didn't know what had gotten into her, but she had actually buried her face in the little rascal's arms, and the crucial point was that she couldn't help but hug his waist. Oops. How embarrassing. How could this happen? The wealthy woman, belatedly realizing what was happening, felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling all over her body. She hurriedly hugged the remaining half of the bedding, burying her head in it and twisting her body slightly, as if only in this way could she alleviate the endless shame. Just then, the phone, which was charging, rang. Their head buried in the blankets slowly lifted, and then the person turned over, reached for their phone, and saw a WeChat message from that little rascal next door. "Yu Xiaocheng, I'm going to take a shower. Zheng Yanru, MM." Putting her phone back, the sophisticated and wealthy woman lay on the bed. The initial crawling sensation was gone, but a new confusion arose. She didn't know why, but the image of a certain muscular man kept flashing through her mind, especially after her recent experience. If only I had touched it a couple of times. That muscular little rascal must feel really nice to touch. The moment this shy thought crossed her mind, the rich woman's face turned bright red, even a little hot. Oh my god! Why is my mind filled with such lewd thoughts? The pretty rich woman found it hard to accept, but no matter how much she denied it, the fact was, the reserved woman of the past was gone, replaced by an impulsive, lonely, isolated, and even thirsty woman. Sister. What do I do? Zheng Yanru turned over, looked at Chu Fang who had her back to her, and muttered bitterly to herself, I think I really have fallen for her. Unaware of her best friend's inner monologue, Chu Fang remained asleep, lying there quietly. I don't know why this is. Originally, it was just to appease my family's pressure to get married, but without realizing it, in just a few short days, I seem to have developed a towards your son. Zheng Yanru rolled over and lay flat on the bed, murmuring to herself, a feeling of wanting to rely on someone, wanting to be loved. Isn't it incredible? I find it incredible too. He is your own son, I am your sister, and I am his aunt, but in the end. Zheng Yanru bit her lip, her brows furrowed with shame, and murmured, if you just want to find a place for your soul to rest, it might be understandable, but the problem is that anyway, your son is very strong and healthy, and I am very satisfied. Speaking of this, the wealthy, mature woman, overwhelmed with shame, couldn't help but hug half of the quilt tightly, burying her burning face deep inside, wriggling slightly as before. And then, the bedroom door slowly opened. Yu Xiaocheng, who had originally planned to invite the rich woman for a late-night snack, was stunned to see Zheng Yanru wriggling on the bed under the light of the living room. Aunt Zhen, what are you doing? The voluptuous, wealthy woman suddenly heard a familiar voice, looked up, and followed the sound. In a quiet environment, the two were separated by a door, their eyes meeting. Chapter 53 I'm not in heat. The sophisticated and wealthy woman looked at the little rascal standing at the door, at the bewildered yet curious expression on his face, and she almost went crazy. A strong sense of shame surged into her heart, as if the whole world was mocking her, and that shame made her silent and avoid the situation. She hurriedly turned her head to the side, her brows furrowed with despair and frustration. Suppressing her rapid breathing, she replied calmly, nothing. I was just a little itchy. The pretty rich woman's words only made Yu Xiaocheng more puzzled, and he couldn't help but ask, where does it itch? Aren't you annoying? Is this a question you little rascal, should be asking? Zheng Yanru was on the verge of collapse. Her delicate hands were gripping the bedsheets so tightly they were almost twisted into a pretzel. She stammered, You don't ask so many questions. What do you want from me? Oh. I wanted to ask if you were hungry, and if you wanted me to cook you a midnight snack, Yu Xiaocheng replied. Upon hearing the little rascal's reply, the wealthy woman, who had been so ashamed that she wanted to jump off a building, suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. She gently bit her lip and murmured, no need, eating too much at night, it's easy to gain weight. All right. Good night. Yu Xiaocheng gently closed the door, and the bedroom returned to its dark and quiet state. At this moment, the pretty rich woman's mind was filled with the image of her wriggling and being seen by the little rascal, the awkward eye contact, and the inexplicable questions, which were like a soft feather gently stirring her proud and lonely heart. Oh my god! How am I supposed to live from now on? Zheng Yanru clutched her head, overwhelmed by a flood of shame that felt like it was tearing her apart. But she quickly calmed down. After all, what was done, and there was no use in regretting it. She had to think about what to do next. The sophisticated, wealthy woman took a deep breath, trying to figure out what to do next. But no matter how much she thought about it, she still had no answer. Maybe she should rush into the kitchen right now, grab a sharp fruit knife, and stab him to death from behind. To erase the secret of her writhing in bed, forever from this world. Just as Zheng Yanru was lost in thought, Yu Xiaocheng was cooking dumplings in the kitchen outside the door. Standing in front of the stove, watching the flames leaping, he kept thinking about the image of the rich woman writhing on the bed. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Could it be? Is he going into heat? Yu Xiaocheng burst out laughing. It was the first time she had ever seen a pretty rich woman act so flirtatiously, but she found it quite cute. After the pot boiled, water was added twice more. Yu Xiaocheng took out the cooked frozen dumplings, slowly walked out of the kitchen, sat at the dining table in the living room, ate the dumplings dipped in vinegar, and looked at an equation on her phone. Suddenly, the bedroom door slowly opened, and Zheng Yanru crept out, sitting directly opposite Yu Xiaocheng, staring intently at him, making Yu Xiaocheng feel uneasy. Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook you a bowl too? Yu Xiaocheng shrank back and asked cautiously. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said seriously, what you just saw, you are not allowed to mention it to anyone, and you are not allowed to talk about it to me later. In short, forget everything you just saw. Yes. I've already forgotten. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said with a smile, actually, it's nothing. Nothing at all. You, what do you know? Zheng Yanru glared at him, her face flushed, and said angrily, anyway, you're not allowed to mention it. Oh my goodness. Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, it's just posting. The conversation ended abruptly there. The little rascal pretended nothing had happened and continued eating the dry mixed dumplings on his plate. Send what? Explain yourself. The pretty rich woman questioned him fiercely. Nothing. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and spoke softly, while speeding up her eating of dumplings. Snort. It's definitely not a good word. What words are related to FA with Macron? As she was thinking, she suddenly shuddered, a blush creeping up her cheeks and even extending to her neck and ears. Her rapid, heavy breathing caused her chest to rise and fall. You stinky man. You stinky man. You're the one who's in heat. The pretty rich woman hurriedly stood up, walked quickly to the little rascal's side, gently pinched his ear, and then whispered in his ear, you little rascal, remember this, I wasn't in heat just now. She was getting anxious. Yu Xiaocheng didn't answer, just smiled at her without saying a word. No. Seeing his meaningful smile, the pretty rich woman was about to explode. She was so anxious that she stomped her feet and explained, that's not being in heat. It's not being in heat. No. It's in heat. Oh right, it's not estrus, Yu Xiaocheng replied playfully. Zheng Yanru completely broke down, raising her shy little iron fist and pounding it into the little rascal's arms like a storm. However, although it looked fierce, it didn't have much force. From Yu Xiaocheng's experience, it was as comfortable as tickling. After only a short while, the rich woman was panting heavily, standing next to the little rascal, her rosy cheeks showing an angry expression, which gave her a unique charm. Here you are. Have a dumpling to regain your strength, then we can continue the beating later, Yu Xiaocheng said gently, picking up a dumpling and holding it to the rich aunt's lips. Zheng Yanru was stunned for a moment. Looking at the dumpling being offered to her mouth, she was thinking of refusing, but she couldn't help but open her mouth. He stuffed the whole dumpling into his mouth, just like a greedy squirrel. Want more? One more. Good. The rich woman ate the dumplings fed to her by the little rascal, completely forgetting her previous unpleasant experience and the unbearable events. That's enough. Zheng Yanru wiped her mouth with a tissue and said softly, I'm going to rinse my mouth and go to bed early. She slowly walked towards the bathroom, but when she was almost there, she suddenly quickened her pace and hurriedly hid inside. The wealthy woman stood behind the door, her body pressed tightly against it. Her cold and beautiful face was flushed, her eyes were filled with a hazy mist, and she bit her red lips. Deep inside, her heart was already churning with turmoil. I can't stand it. She simply couldn't resist his gentleness. I was so angry and furious, but in the end, it turned out like this. After rinsing her mouth and washing her face, Zheng Yanru waited for the pretty rich woman to come out. The little rascal was already gone from the living room. She couldn't help but look at the second bedroom next door. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and silently returned to her best friend's room. Zheng Yanru lay on the bed, staring silently at the ceiling, her mind a jumbled mess. Though she didn't want to admit it, the facts had already proven. I think I'm really in heat. Chapter 54 Aunt's crotch ripped. The next morning, Yu Xiaocheng was woken up by his phone alarm. Still half asleep, he turned it off, glanced at the time, and then drifted back to sleep. But less than 5 minutes later, his mother burst in and dragged him out of bed. What time is it? What time is it? Chu Fang glared at him with a dark face and said irritably, get up now, you're going to take your Aunt Xing to the company later, and you'd better work properly today, stay in the office and don't wander around. If your Aunt Xing calls to complain again, you just wait and see. Feeling groggy, Yu Xiaocheng put on his clothes and listlessly went to the bathroom. After a quick wash, he sat down at the dining table to wait for breakfast. Suddenly, he realized something, looked towards his mother's room, and asked in confusion, "Where's Aunt Jin? Hasn't she gotten up yet? It's only a few o'clock. Let Aunt Jin sleep a little longer, she's usually very tired." Chu Fang carried a bowl of porridge out of the kitchen and placed it in front of her son, along with a packet of pickled vegetables. Ouch! Mom, you're so hypocritical. Yu Xiaocheng was almost vomiting blood, but facing her domineering mother, she dared not speak out and timidly ate pickled vegetables and porridge. At this moment, the door to the master bedroom slowly opened, and Zheng Yanru walked out of the room. The two looked at each other briefly before quickly looking away. The sophisticated and wealthy woman said softly, "Sister, good morning." As soon as he finished speaking, he greeted Yu Xiaocheng, who was eating breakfast, with a "good morning, Xiaocheng." "Morning, Aunt Jin." The two, who were clearly very familiar with each other, were exchanging insincere greetings. Yu Xiaocheng didn't seem to notice anything amiss and continued eating her breakfast. However, for the wealthy woman feeling guilty, this clandestine feeling was particularly exciting and nerve-wracking, especially in front of her best friend. "Xiaoru, go wash up quickly, then you can have breakfast. After breakfast, you two go to work." Chu Fang said with a smile, "I prepared something else for you, not porridge and pickled vegetables. These kinds of unhealthy things are not suitable for you." "What's the meaning? So your own son, only deserves to eat food that has no nutritional value?" Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes, sullenly eating his bland breakfast. When he saw the rich woman's breakfast his mother had served, his heart sank to the bottom. "Mom, am I your biological child?" Yu Xiaocheng asked doubtfully. "Nonsense. How much suffering you endured when you were pregnant with me." Chu Fang rolled her eyes at her son. "Just say what you have to say, or shut up. Stop beating around the bush and being sarcastic." "I want pumpkin porridge too." Yu Xiaocheng pushed the empty bowl that had been left uneaten over. Chu Fang silently pushed the empty bowl back, saying irritably, "I only cooked this much, specially for your Aunt Zheng. If you still want to eat, there's porridge in the pot, go to the kitchen and get some yourself. I can't stand this house for even a second longer." Yu Xiaocheng mentally complained, but her body obediently went into the kitchen, ladled out a bowl of porridge, and returned to the living room, shoveling the rice into her mouth. The rich woman came out of the bathroom and slowly walked to the little rascal's side. After sitting down, she looked at the pumpkin porridge in front of her, then glanced at the little rascal's porridge. She felt extremely guilty towards her best friend. Her best friend had been so good to her, and she had secretly kidnapped her son. "I'm such a jerk." Despite feeling guilty, the rich woman ate with relish and finished the pumpkin porridge before she knew it. After having breakfast, the two left together, but neither spoke to the other until they got into the car, remaining silent. Back at the company, the wealthy woman began her workday, while Yu Xiaocheng stayed in his temporary office, pondering the equation that had trapped him in a predicament. Once he solved this equation, the rest of the work would be like driving a bulldozer, sweeping everything aside. The pretty rich woman is working overtime again today, and Yu Xiaocheng is by her side. Of course, he also has his own things to do, busy solving that equation. At this moment, Zheng Yanru suddenly got up and walked towards the water dispenser. While making instant coffee, she asked softly, "Do you want coffee? I'll make you a cup of instant coffee." "Need not. I don't drink coffee much," Yu Xiaocheng replied casually, biting the end of her pen. The rich woman pursed her lips, picked up her coffee, and went back with a displeased expression. As she passed by the little rascal, she couldn't help but peek over, only to see the dense calculation process. Her head throbbed instantly. Although she was excellent at math and ranked at the top of her class in school, the math problem that Yu Xiaocheng was trying to solve was beyond her comprehension. But the rich woman quickly noticed the little rascal's phone. The screen was playing videos of beautiful women dancing, including a voluptuous woman performing a pole dance. "What do you mean? Am I not as pretty as her? Or not as voluptuous? And the worst part is, she's watching a beautiful woman dance right in front of me." However, Zheng Yanru misunderstood Yu Xiaocheng. He didn't operate the live streaming software after opening it. It was an automatic system push, and since his thoughts were on the equations, the system automatically muted it, which led to this misunderstanding. "I want to go home." Zheng Yanru, her face dark, packed her handbag and said coldly, "Oh? So early today? Yu Xiaocheng looked up at her, puzzled. Snort. Mind your own business. Go watch your beautiful girl dance. The wealthy woman slung her handbag over her shoulder and walked outside without looking back. Yu Xiaocheng then realized the misunderstanding, hurriedly exited the live streaming app, and rushed over. Along the way, the sophisticated and wealthy woman kept a straight face and responded to the little rascal's advances with silence. After returning to the rich woman's house, Zheng Yanru locked herself in her bedroom, leaving the little rascal outside to fend for himself. However, she wasn't sulking with anyone. Instead, she stood in front of a full-length mirror, looked at herself in the mirror, and casually struck a dance pose. The wealthy woman pouted, feeling dejected. She sat on the edge of the bed and muttered to herself, after not dancing for over 20 years, I really can't do it anymore. Zheng Yanru had been learning to dance since she was a child, so she could be said to have a natural talent for it. However, her dance skills only lasted until she was 10 years old, and then it stopped abruptly due to certain family reasons. She had already forgotten about it, but when she saw the little rascal watching others dance, she felt very unhappy. Simple reflection, calm analysis. The rich woman decided to give it a try and then go and stun the little rascal outside. Zheng Yanru stretched her legs and found that she was still flexible, but of course, compared with her past self who could do the splits, she was now a sorry sight. But that's enough. You don't need to have a great foundation, just make him understand one thing. Auntie can dance too. At the same time, Yu Xiaocheng was sitting on the sofa eating oranges, hesitating whether to go home now, when suddenly the bedroom door opened and a beautiful, mature, wealthy woman walked out expressionlessly. Then I saw the rich woman silently walk to a wall, suddenly lift her right leg, and lean her body forward slightly, showing off a floored leg press. The little rascal eating the oranges was stunned, momentarily bewildered by this unexpected scene. Suddenly, a hissing sound broke the silence of the living room. The aunt's pants ripped at the crotch. Chapter 55 The Rich Aunt's Jade Feet. Confused as he was, Yu Xiaocheng, who was eating an orange, was watching the rich woman stretching her legs for no apparent reason. The woman's already fitted suit pants were perfectly accentuated by the leg stretching motion, which highlighted her round and perky buttocks. However, what happened next shocked Yu Xiaocheng so much that he dropped the orange on the ground. The crotch of his pants, which perfectly outlined his buttocks, suddenly ripped open with a sudden ripping sound. Brilliant! It's absolutely wonderful! Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but take a second look. The sexy black lace knit panties were deeply imprinted in her mind. So she really liked wearing this style of panties. At the same time, the glamorous, wealthy woman was clutching her buttocks, her alluring face flushed crimson. She was on the verge of collapse. She had originally planned to show off to the little rascal and let him know that his aunt was no pushover, but she never expected such an embarrassing scene to unfold. I was just doing a leg stretch, and I ripped my pants in the crotch. The worst part is that I was facing away from him. So, the moment they ripped, he would know everything inside. I'm doomed. I'm completely doomed. I really can't go on living. I feel like there's no point in living anymore. She cautiously turned her head, stealing a glance at him out of the corner of her eye, and saw him picking up oranges from the ground. A strong sense of shame washed over her. He must have been so engrossed in watching that he even dropped the oranges he was holding. What to do? What to do? How do I handle this awkward situation? Oops. Never mind all that, let's get out of here first. The shrewish, wealthy woman clutched her backside and frantically scurried into the bedroom, locking the door behind her. She pulled down her pants as quickly as possible, and looking at the ripped casual trousers in her hand, she grew increasingly angry. She had spent so much money to have them custom made, and yet she had lost face so badly in front of that little rascal. But then again, the rich woman pinched her pert buttocks. She had been dissatisfied with the quality of the pants, but now she felt a little bitter and helpless. It seemed that she couldn't completely blame the quality of the pants. After all, they weren't dance training clothes or yoga clothes, and, plus, given how pert her buttocks were, it was only natural that they couldn't support her weight. Well, how am I going to get out of here? And how am I going to face that little rascal? The wealthy woman sat on the edge of the bed, her brows revealing a hint of confusion, but even more so, an indescribable shyness. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted the wealthy woman's troubled thoughts. Are you all right? Yu Xiaocheng called softly from the doorway. No. It's nothing. Zheng Yanru bit her lip and murmured, sit down for a while. I'll be right out. I'm not sitting here anymore. I'm going home, Yu Xiaocheng said softly at the door. Hearing that the little rascal was leaving, the rich aunt disregarded the awkward atmosphere, grabbed a pair of pants, put them on, opened the door, and went out. Seeing that her best friend's son had already gotten up, she immediately frowned, her eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. You've only been here a short time and you're already going home. Zheng Yanru said irritably, her face dark. You're not allowed to leave, stay for another hour. Okay. Whatever auntie says goes, I'll do whatever auntie says. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and silently sat back down on the sofa. Actually, he didn't want to leave in the first place. He just said that to lure the rich woman out, since it was especially boring to be alone. The rich woman pursed her lips, sat down silently next to the little rascal, and said calmly, what did you just see? A perky, round butt and sexy black lace panties. Yu Xiaocheng knew what kind of answer the rich woman wanted to hear, but the cunning man deliberately didn't give that answer. He brought up the matter again to see what kind of interesting reaction the rich woman would have next. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yanru instantly exploded, her resentment and shame overwhelming her reason. Her previously calm expression was now distorted and deformed. In fact, the mature and wealthy woman was a very elegant and quiet woman. Although she was only in her 30s, she possessed that mature woman's, that kind of temperament that comes with time. However, now it had been destroyed by someone. The wealthy woman clenched her fists, trying hard to suppress her anger. She was holding back, she was barely holding back when she finally couldn't. I'll fight you to the death. The shy little iron fists pounded on the little rascal's body like raindrops. Yu Xiaocheng was beaten so badly that he ran away with his head in his hands, while the pretty and wealthy woman chased after him. She chased him, but he couldn't escape. You'll see how bad you are. You'll see how bad you are. Will you dare to act naughty in front of your aunt again? The rich woman grabbed Yu Xiaocheng's ear and angrily questioned him. I won't dare again. Yu Xiaocheng lowered his head and answered with a wry smile. Snort. The rich woman snorted coldly, released her hand, and said irritably, forget what just happened. Yes. Before I forget, can I ask you a question? Yu Xiaocheng asked cautiously, why did you suddenly start stretching your legs? I. Zheng Yanru didn't know how to answer for a moment. She couldn't very well tell him that she was jealous of the dancing woman. Seeing that the wealthy aunt was stammering and not saying anything, Yu Xiaocheng simply cut to the chase and said softly, actually, I didn't see it, it was a live streaming app that pushed it to me. At the time, my attention was on the equation. I was stuck on that equation for several days and couldn't solve it. The sophisticated and wealthy woman rolled her eyes, turned her head slightly to the side, and said calmly, don't make excuses. Do you think I don't understand big data? The system will push whatever you like to watch. You little rascal, you're not honest at all. This. It really was a system push notification. Yu Xiaocheng was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain. Fool. Seeing her best friend's son's speechless embarrassment, she couldn't help but smile faintly, turned around and went back to the sofa, and said leisurely, come here, you little rascal. How? Dear auntie, is there anything I can do for you? Yu Xiaocheng asked softly and gently as she approached the wealthy woman. Auntie seems to have hurt herself a little when she was stretching her legs. Could you massage them for her? The rich woman didn't look at him, but stared at a corner of the room, pursing her lips as she murmured. Actually, her legs weren't injured at all. It was just that the little rascal had pressed her shoulders so comfortably last time that the rich woman wanted to relive that experience. Yu Xiaocheng sat down next to the rich woman, gently lifted that beautiful leg and placed it on her thigh, then took off the slipper and removed the white boat socks from her jade-like feet. A slender, beautiful foot comes into view, with delicate, exquisite toes gracefully outstretched. Chapter 56 Don't hurt your brother-in-law. The wealthy aunt stretched out her legs, staring intently at the little rascal beside her. Seeing him staring blankly at her feet, a faint blush rose on her usually aloof face. She felt a mix of shame, nervousness, and amusement. I never expected, that little rascal is not only a womanizer, but also a foot fetishist. He has quite a wide range of interests. Hello. Have you seen enough? Zheng Yanru bit her lip lightly, her eyes gleaming with a dreamy light, and said leisurely, "You've been spacing out ever since you took off your socks. Do you think Auntie's feet are pretty? You little rascal. I didn't know you were a foot fetishist." Cough cough cough. Yu Xiaocheng coughed awkwardly a few times and replied earnestly, "I was studying the acupoints on your feet, not admiring them." So stubborn. Go ahead and look, it's not like I'm stopping you from looking. The rich woman rolled her eyes and said in a light tone, "Have you finished your research? Can we begin?" "Let's begin." As Yu Xiaocheng spoke, he gently pinched the soles of her feet with both hands. The once relaxed and carefree rich woman suddenly stiffened all over. The sensation from her jade-like feet became more and more obvious, especially as the pressure from the little rascal's fingers changed. A series of tingling and numb sensations came from the soles of her feet. While feeling ashamed, she also felt a little bit of pleasure. If possible, try wearing sneakers, because your soles are very hard, caused by wearing high heels all year round. Yu Xiaocheng gently massaged the rich woman's soles and said in a serious tone, "Anyway, you are the boss of the company, no one cares what you wear." Zheng Yanru didn't listen to a word of the little rascal's advice. She was trying her best to control her emotions and avoid making strange noises unintentionally. There was no way around it, even though it was just a simple foot massage, it was already very stimulating for a rich woman. Oops! What are you doing? While the rich woman wasn't paying attention, Yu Xiaocheng quietly used his fingertips to gently glide from her heel to her toes. The sensation was like a tiny electric current coursing through the sensitive soles of her feet, reaching the deepest part of her soul. Just kidding. Yu Xiaocheng replied with a mischievous grin. You give me a good massage. Stop being naughty. The pretty, mature, and wealthy woman blushed and threatened angrily, "If you dare to misbehave again, be careful, Auntie won't be polite to you." Yes. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and casually agreed. Despite her mischievousness, her technique was quite good. After all, Yu Xiaocheng had worked in her mother's beauty salon, especially when the salon was just starting out, where she often helped customers by massaging their shoulders or legs. Gradually, Zheng Yanru got used to this feeling. She lay half reclined on the sofa, watching the little rascal intently massaging her feet, and her emotions gradually overflowed. It would be such a shame if such a good man were snatched away by someone else. Rather than letting another woman ruin him, it would be better for me, his aunt, to ruin him instead. Sister. Is that the logic? My sister she shouldn't be wrong, right? Just as the rich woman was lost in thought, Yu Xiaocheng lifted her trouser leg and gently pinched her ankle. This sudden turn of events startled the wealthy, mature woman, who trembled and looked at him nervously. What are you going to do now? Why are you lifting my trouser leg? That was just the appetizer, now comes the main course. Enjoy. Yu Xiaocheng gently pinched the rich woman's calf, the moderate pressure allowing Zheng Yanru to find a perfect balance between tension and relaxation. As the little rascal's palm gently caressed her, a warm current spread from her legs, gradually permeating every part of her body. Is he massaging my legs? Immersed in shame, warmth, comfort, and relaxation, Zheng Yanru couldn't help but ask herself this question. At first, it was indeed a massage, and the technique was very standard and comfortable, but now, it didn't feel like a massage anymore, it felt like deliberately touching her legs. You. The wealthy woman bit her lip, breathing heavily, and asked, "Are you giving me a massage? Why are you touching me like that? You don't know, do you? This is a new technique I created, called cold touch therapy." Yu Xiaocheng explained earnestly, "As the name suggests, it's about touching, using my hands instead of a mother's hands, just like a mother's hands touching her child. As for its effects, it can treat endocrine disorders and even prevent osteoporosis." Oops. Yu Xiaocheng was kicked down. You little rascal. I'm starting to feel like this is getting weirder and weirder. The wealthy aunt sat cross-legged on the sofa, clutching a headdress to her chest, glaring at her best friend's son with embarrassment and anger, and said angrily, "You're taking advantage of your aunt, and this touching therapy, is that something you invented?" As soon as he finished speaking, the rich woman stretched out her other leg and said irritably, "Give this leg a good massage." Just when she thought it was over, there was a second wave. Yu Xiaocheng used the same trick again, gently kneading the soles of her feet with skillful technique. The rich woman, who was originally angry, suddenly became dazed again. Suddenly, the rich woman's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was the little rascal's biological mother calling. "It's your mom on the phone." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and warned seriously, "Squeeze it carefully, don't do anything reckless." After saying that, silently answer the call. "Xiaoru, are you at the company or at home?" Chu Fang asked gently on the phone. "At home. Just got back not long, aha." The rich woman shuddered suddenly, letting out a sweet, nasal breath before nervously glaring at the mischievous young man, signaling him to stop. "Well, what was that sound just now?" Chu Fang asked curiously. "Without. Nothing." Zheng Yanru bit her lip and stammered, "Sister, what do you want to see me about?" "Nothing much, just wanted to ask you how Cheng did today," Chu Fang replied. It's fine. I spend all day at the company, there's nowhere else." Pain. Be gentle." In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, even the second hand of time was stopped, and everything was so quiet and silent. Cough cough. "Oh, you're busy, huh? Well, then I won't bother you any longer." Chu Fang smiled and said meaningfully, "Don't you dare mess with my brother-in-law, you little rascal." "Sister. You have to listen to my explanation, it's not what you think." Zheng Yanru said impatiently, "It was your son. It was your son who was playing tricks. He was giving me a massage." Hello. Sister. 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 The call had already been disconnected. After putting down her phone, the wealthy woman quietly looked at Yu Xiaocheng, and Yu Xiaocheng quietly looked back at her. "It's getting late, I should go home." "You don't need to leave tonight." Chapter 57. The son was gored by the old cow. Yu Xiaocheng stared at the fierce-looking, wealthy woman in front of him. Her angry gaze seemed to threaten to devour him at any moment. He knew he was likely doomed tonight. Thinking about it, he really deserved it. Taking advantage of her phone call with her best friend to give her something suicidal was just asking for trouble. At the same time, Zheng Yanru looked at the pitiful little rascal, seeing him drooping his head and looking innocent. She felt both annoyed and amused. He had clearly done something wrong, but he was putting on a wronged act. But to be honest, this trick was really effective on her. "Do you know you were wrong?" the rich woman asked coldly, her face stern. "No." Yu Xiaocheng knew that now was not the time to argue. After all, the more honest the better, and the more resistant the better. "What did you do wrong?" the rich woman asked. "You're wrong about everything," Yu Xiaocheng replied honestly. "Specific." "I shouldn't have. I deliberately did something bad to embarrass your aunt while you were on the phone with your best friend." "So you knew?" Zheng Yanru raised her eyebrows, grabbed his ear, and said angrily, "Your mother has a deep misunderstanding about me now, and you keep causing trouble for me. I've already warned you, why don't you listen to me at all?" Ouch. Ouch, 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 my ear is going to fall off. Yu Xiaocheng tilted her head and begged for mercy with a face full of pain. Snort. "So what if it's gone? You've been ignoring what I said anyway." Zheng Yanru released her hand, gently poked the little rascal's forehead with her slender fingers, and said angrily, "Don't go home tonight, you're staying here." Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, looked at the wealthy woman beside her with a puzzled expression, and asked cautiously, "What kind of naughty thing are you holding back? Speak properly." The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at him and replied indifferently, "When your mother calls you later, just make up some excuse. Remember, whatever you do, don't say you're staying at my house." Isn't this just asking for a beating?" Yu Xiaocheng replied reluctantly and helplessly, "You know my mom's attitude. She's always suspected that I'm being kept by a rich woman. If I just make up some excuse, the world will probably end the next day." "That's your problem, I don't care." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, silently stood up, and walked towards her bedroom. Just as she opened the bedroom door, she suddenly turned back and said, "I want to eat noodles tomorrow morning, can you arrange it?" After saying that, they left the little rascal in the living room. As soon as the door closed, Yu Xiaocheng's phone rang, and the caller was none other than her biological mother, Chu Fang. "Hello. Mom, is there something wrong that you called so suddenly?" Yu Xiaocheng asked softly. "Where are you?" Chu Fang asked seriously. I'm out having late night snacks with friends, I probably won't be back tonight. Yu Xiaocheng made up a random excuse, intending to get away with it like that. Hearing that her son was going to stay out all night again, Chu Fang was furious. Suppressing her anger, she asked, "Man or woman? Is it that woman who's keeping you?" "No, no." Yu Xiaocheng explained helplessly, "Besides, I'm not being kept by anyone." Just as the little rascal was desperately trying to explain, the sophisticated and wealthy woman hiding behind the bedroom door was secretly listening to the commotion outside. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into her mind. "Since you can cause trouble when I'm on the phone with my best friend, why can't I cause trouble when you're on the phone with your mom? Give them a taste of their own medicine. Let them experience what it's like to be misunderstood." After trying several different tones, Zheng Yanru found one that wouldn't be noticed by her best friend but still conveyed a mature charm. She quietly opened the door and looked at the little rascal sitting on the sofa, still desperately trying to explain. The rich woman pinched her throat and spoke softly. "Young man. Auntie's done washing up, hurry up and get into bed." After saying that, the whole world fell silent. Yu Xiaocheng stared in disbelief at the rich woman, seeing her face flushed but with a wicked smile before she slipped into the bedroom with lightning speed. "Yu Xiaocheng. You don't need to come home anymore. Beep beep beep. Hello. Mom? Mom? Mom?" After putting down her phone, Yu Xiaocheng's gaze shifted to the bedroom with the door tightly closed, and she couldn't help but sigh. This pretty rich woman is too vengeful, and more importantly, she's very cunning. At the same time, a classic line inexplicably flashed through my mind, "You're so sexy." I've forgotten the exact source, but just from that pretty rich woman's words, "Auntie's finished washing, hurry up and get into bed," it revealed boundless enthusiasm and unrestrained passion, mixed with a hint of impatience. Absolutely wonderful. The next morning, Yu Xiaocheng woke up from his sleep and groggily put on his clothes. When he left the room, he found a note on the dining table. "You're off today. Auntie's going to work by herself. Remember to close the doors and windows before you leave." Looking at the message left on the document, Yu Xiaocheng could roughly guess the reason. Most likely, the person was too ashamed to face him, so he secretly ran away. After a quick wash, Yu Xiaocheng went out. First, she found a breakfast shop and ate breakfast in a corner. Then she went straight to her mother's beauty salon to explain what happened last night. Having arrived early, Yu Xiaocheng sat in her car waiting for the beauty salon to open. After some time, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message from the wealthy woman. "Zheng Yanru, little rascal, are you awake yet?" Yu Xiaocheng, hum. "Zheng Yanru, are you at my house?" Yu Xiaocheng, wait for your best friend to come to work outside your beauty salon and explain what happened last night. Zheng Yanru, oh. Zheng Yanru, it was my fault last night. I shouldn't have teased you like that. When you see your mother later, you should speak properly and think it through before you speak. Don't say anything carelessly. Zheng Yanru, transfer of 50,000 from Zheng Yanru. Zheng Yanru, this is your bonus. Bonus? Hush money, I suppose. Yu Xiaocheng, your best friend is my own mother. She carried me for 10 months and gave birth to me. How could I lie to her? Yu Xiaocheng, we need to pay more. Just then, a familiar figure walked over, stood directly beside the car, and gently knocked on the car window. Yu Xiaocheng didn't care what the rich woman sent him and hurriedly got out of the car. "Mom. Don't call me mom, I don't have a mom like you, no. You don't have a son like me, oh dear. You've made me so angry I'm confused." Chu Fan grabbed her son's ear and said angrily, "You brat, you still say you're not being kept by a rich woman. I heard it all clearly last night, it's crystal clear. What else do you have to say for yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang let go of her son again, sobbing and pounding on the roof of the car, muttering miserably to herself, "Oh dear. I don't want to live anymore. The cabbage I raised with so much effort has been eaten by the old cow." Chapter 58. He is your uncle-in-law. "Hey hey hey, Mom. Mom. Mom." Looking at her mother's poor performance, Yu Xiaocheng gently nudged her a few times and said helplessly, "That's enough, you're going a bit overboard. What do you know? I worked so hard to raise you until you were plump and healthy, only to have you gored by an old cow in the end. Do you even understand the bitterness of that? Chu Fang wiped away her tears, still sobbing, and said, "Tell me now, who exactly is that woman? Is she someone I know?" "She's actually your best sister. Zheng Yanru." Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied with a bitter smile, "Mom, don't overthink it. I really wasn't kept by a rich woman. Last night was just a friend joking around, deliberately using that kind of voice to mess with me. Besides, if she really was a rich woman, with my small frame, would I still be able to walk the next day? My legs would have been weak by now." Hearing her son's words, Chu Fang suddenly stopped crying. She had many connections in the circle of wealthy women and had heard about the various tricks those lonely rich women played in clubs. Although it wasn't as described online as something about the symbolism of steel wool, it wasn't much better. "I still don't believe it. Unless you bring the person to me and let me see them with my own eyes," Chu Fang said seriously. "If I said, the rich woman is Aunt Zheng, would you believe me?" Yu Xiaocheng replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fang grabbed her son's ear and said angrily, "How many times have I told you not to joke about your Aunt Zheng? Are you asking for trouble? Of all the people you can joke about, you have to choose your Aunt Zheng. Look. I've already told you the truth, but you still don't believe me. It hurts. Gently, my ears are about to fall off," Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly. "Snort. It's good that it's gone, anyway, you just ignore what I say." Chu Fang let go of her hand and said irritably, "Well, why does this sound so familiar? Oh, I remember now. No wonder they are as close as sisters, they even speak in similar ways." Yu Xiaocheng touched his ear and whispered, "I am indeed dating a woman, and she is quite wealthy, but she is definitely not an old woman. That's all I can tell you. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later." "Swear." "I won't believe you unless you swear an oath," Chu Fang said coldly. Okay. I swear, okay." Yu Xiaocheng raised her hand, her index and middle fingers pointing to the sky, and said earnestly, "I, Yu Xiaocheng, swear to the heavens that everything I just said is true. If there is even a single lie, may the heavens strike her with lightning. Why criticize others instead of yourself? I'm your own son." At the same time, Zheng Yanru, who was working, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Achoo! The wealthy woman casually pulled out a tissue and gently wiped her nose, her brows furrowed in confusion. "Could it be that I caught a chill last night?" After throwing the tissue into the trash can, Zheng Yanru lost all interest in working. She stared blankly at the computer screen, her mind filled with images of a certain little rascal and her best friend. She wondered how the mother and son were doing, and whether they had gotten into a fight. Just then, she suddenly received a call from her best friend. Looking at the note on the screen, Zheng Yanru was a little scared, but in the end she mustered up her courage and answered the call. "Sister. Is there something you need?" the sophisticated and wealthy woman asked gently, having adjusted her mindset. "Cheng just came to see me. He admitted he's dating a woman, but he won't say who it is. It's infuriating." Chu Fang complained on the phone. "Is he even my biological son? Why is he getting more and more stubborn?" Hearing her best friend's words, the rich woman breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Why are you still dwelling on this? Didn't you already let it go last time? All right, don't let this bother you anymore. By the way, I have something else to tell you. I'm getting a facial this afternoon, sis, you have to make sure you arrange it for me. Are you coming this afternoon?" When Chu Fang heard that her best friend was coming to her beauty salon, she nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, then I'll personally do your skincare." The two sisters chatted about everyday things for a while before hanging up the phone. "You little rascal. Your mouth is quite tight." The rich woman held her phone, opened her WeChat chat with a certain rascal, looked at the chat history, and without hesitation transferred another 100,000 yuan to him, along with a message. "You did a great job, and your aunt is very satisfied." Yu Xiaocheng glanced at WeChat but didn't click to receive payment. He then drove off to Shandai University on his own. Just now, he received a call from the head of the physics department at Shan University, asking him to come see him now. Although it was a bit sudden, it wasn't unexpected. Some schools like to do surprise calls because that's how they can test the most authentic level of ability. When Yu Xiaocheng arrived at the School of Mathematics and Physics of Shan University, she went straight to the office of the head of the physics department, knocked lightly on the door, said, "Come in," and then pushed the door open. "Yu Xiaocheng, right? Come, sit down." A middle-aged man in his 30s smiled and said this when he saw Yu Xiaocheng. Seeing Yu Xiaocheng sit down opposite him, the middle-aged man said, "I am the head of the physics department of Xin University. My name is Zheng Yanru. I notified you to come here today because I wanted to see you. Actually, you have already passed all the reviews. After receiving your advisor's recommendation letter, we gave you the green light. After all, the academician's favorite student is trustworthy. And even without your advisor's recommendation letter, based on the projects you completed during your master's studies, you'd be more than qualified to be a lecturer at a second-rate university," Zheng Yanru said with a smile. Yu Xiaocheng smiled politely and said, "Director Zheng, you're too kind. Actually, I did all of this with my teacher. I only played a tiny role in it. Without my teacher, I'm afraid I wouldn't have reached this level. Also, I'm very fortunate to be able to pursue my doctorate at your esteemed university. You're being modest. You don't need to be so modest in the future." Zheng Yanru opened the document in his hand and said leisurely, "I've looked at all the information here, and there are basically no problems, except for the marriage section. Did you fill it in wrong?" "That's right. I'm already married," Yu Xiaocheng replied. You got married at 24. Zheng Yanru looked at him in shock. "We only got the marriage certificate, but legally speaking I am a married man," Yu Xiaocheng explained. "Oh. So that's how it is." Zheng Yanru nodded and continued flipping through the documents in his hands, saying, "It's good that you're married, so you can focus on your work." The two then discussed physics, mainly focusing on Yu Xiaocheng's future research direction. When Zheng Yanru heard that he wanted to work on quantum communication, he was overjoyed. As long as Yu Xiaocheng could achieve results and publish 2 top-tier journal articles a year, his position as vice dean would be secure. The wealthy woman had just finished her morning work and was about to go to the cafeteria for lunch when her phone rang. She thought it was her little rascal calling, but it turned out to be her nephew. "Auntie, you don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? Hurry up. Some people are already married at 24. The man on the phone said seriously, "There's a very talented genius coming to our school to pursue his doctorate. I just met him, and is only 24 years old, but is already married." Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly, a faint blush spreading across her beautiful, aloof face. She thought to herself, "He is your uncle." Chapter 59. This watch brought back painful memories for my brother. Zheng Yanru, the head of the physics department of the School of Mathematics and Physics at Xin University, is also the nephew of Zheng Yanru. Although they are the same age, Zheng Yanru is of a much higher generation and has become his aunt. Despite being a generation apart, the two have always had a good relationship. When Zheng Yanru heard that the little rascal was going to Xin University to pursue a doctorate, and even to study physics, her first thought was of her nephew. She had indeed wanted to call her nephew and ask him to take care of Yu Xiaocheng in the future, but Yu Xiaocheng strongly refused, and she didn't know what reason to give to her nephew, so she gave up on the idea. No respect for elders. "Even you're pressuring me to get married," Zheng Yanru said irritably. Zheng Yanru chuckled on the phone and replied earnestly, "Auntie, your nephew is just concerned about you." Snort. "Don't give me that. Do you think I don't know what kind of bad ideas you're up to?" Zheng Yanru said calmly. "You just want to see me make a fool of myself to satisfy your desire for revenge. I'm telling you, that's enough. If you really piss me off, you'll be in big trouble." Hearing his aunt's threat, Zheng Yanru trembled all over. The fear of being dominated by this woman when he was a child surged back into his heart. He hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Aunt, you really are so easily teased." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and asked casually, "You just said that a very talented genius came to your school to pursue a doctorate. What's his name? Just how talented is he?" "Him. His name is Yu Xiaocheng. You may not know this, but I know him quite well," Zheng Yanru replied earnestly. "This person has a wealth of research experience. He started publishing articles during his undergraduate studies, one of which was even published in a top journal. Then, during his graduate studies, he was even more remarkable. He published 2 PRL articles, which completely crushed all the geniuses at the time. Hearing her nephew's praise, the shrewish and wealthy woman felt a great sense of satisfaction. Although the praise was directed at the little rascal, it felt even better than being praised herself. She pursed her lips and murmured, "Since he's so capable, you'd better take good care of him." "Definitely. Whether I can sit in the position of vice dean depends on whether Yu Xiaocheng can produce 2 top-tier journal articles within a year," Zheng Yanru said with emotion. "I think there should be no problem. Moreover, this young man is very humble, but at the same time, I can also feel the pride in his bones. He's a bit bad, a bit cheeky, and a bit lewd." The mature and wealthy woman pouted, recalling those unpleasant experiences in her mind, and said leisurely, "You should take care of him when you need to, and you should also discipline him when you need to. A 24-year-old young man is a bit impetuous. You need to temper his arrogance." "I don't think it's necessary. It's perfectly normal for a genius like Yu Xiaocheng to have pride and sharpness. After all, he has the right to be. Besides, he is Professor Shu's prized student, and his research background is very strong. No one dares to mess with him," Zheng Yanru explained. "Oh. Whatever you want." Zheng Yanru didn't say much. Just as she was about to hang up, she suddenly remembered something and asked casually, "You said that young man got married. He's only 24. What kind of person is his wife? Has he told you anything about her?" All of the above was just a pretense. The real issue was yet to come. The wealthy woman wanted to hear about herself from others. "I didn't ask too many questions. After all, it's not good to pry into these things. Anyway, he said that his wife is very beautiful and elegant, and also very rich. She is a good woman who can be both elegant and domestic, and being able to marry her is the honor of his life," Zheng Yanru replied. Upon hearing her nephew's words, an indescribable feeling quietly welled up in the wealthy woman's heart. Her crimson lips involuntarily curved into a smile, and her eyes held a hint of dreaminess and tenderness. "I never expected him to speak of me like that in front of outsiders. I'm hanging up." The wealthy woman hung up the call immediately and sat there quietly, still pondering the little rascal's evaluation of her. At this moment, Zheng Yanru was like a young girl experiencing her first love, her brows full of spring-like joy, completely devoid of the aloof and cold demeanor of a female CEO. "Ouch, my face is so hot." 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu Xiaocheng locked himself in his room, trying to find a solution to the equation. The time for him to start his doctoral studies was basically set for the middle of next month, which was only about 10 days away. It seemed like he had plenty of time, but in reality, it was a bit tight. While calculating on the draft paper, he suddenly became irritable, crumpled the scrap paper into a ball, then slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Unexpectedly, he clapped his hands and shouted, "System! Pity! The miracle did not happen. Damn it! I thought there might be a twist." Yu Xiaocheng slumped in her chair, sighing repeatedly. The more she thought about it, the more miserable she felt. Putting aside the suspicion that she was trying to marry a rich woman, just the thought of being reborn. Everyone else's rebirth starts in high school, especially the 2 months before the college entrance exam, a disaster area for reborn people. Why was her rebirth just a few days before the rich woman was deceived by a scumbag? Just when Xiaocheng was feeling helpless, she suddenly received a phone call. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was her older brother, Zheng Yanru, calling. "Hey bro. Got some time? Want to go fishing?" Zheng Yanru asked. "Reservoir or black pit?" "It's a black pit, isn't it?" "Walk." Following the address given by Zheng Yanru, Yu Xiaocheng arrived at the location as quickly as possible. After parking the car, she picked up her fishing gear and found her older brother, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. "Brother. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting," Yu Xiaocheng said apologetically. It's all right. Actually, I felt bad for suddenly asking you to come fishing." Zheng Yanru smiled, then continued, "Come on, let's not waste any more words and go inside." Perhaps because it was a weekday, there weren't many people fishing, but the two brothers still stood side by side, each holding a fishing rod, chatting and fishing at the same time. Just then, Zheng Yanru, with his keen eyes, noticed the gold watch on Yu Xiaocheng's wrist. TSK. Rolex Day Date Series. I never expected my younger brother to be wearing it at such a young age. But then again, why did I feel such a strong sense of loss when I saw this watch? Why? Huh? What's wrong, bro? Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Seeing the Rolex gold watch you're wearing brings back some painful memories. Chapter 60. The aunt who forgot her friends for the sake of a beauty. Yu Xiaocheng couldn't understand Zheng Xingguo's words, nor could she comprehend the deep pain in his heart. She glanced at her Rolex gold watch and asked in confusion, "Brother, what's going on? You're being so mysterious. I don't understand what you're talking about." Zheng Xingguo sighed, a faint sadness showing between his brows, and replied, "Seeing your Rolex gold watch reminds me of mine. I've never seen what it looks like, but it should be similar to yours." "No. You own your own watch, but you don't even know what it looks like? Isn't that contradictory?" Yu Xiaocheng said, bewildered. "I haven't finished yet, listen on." Zheng Xingguo pursed his lips, then continued, "I originally had a Rolex gold watch that belonged to me, but before I could even get it in my hands, that Rolex gold watch was stolen by a person with ulterior motives. Speaking of which..." Zheng Xingguo's face twisted with rage, and he said viciously, "I'm so angry. How dare they steal my watch?" Faced with his brother's cryptic description, Yu Xiaocheng hadn't understood a word from the beginning. However, he could deduce from his brother's words that he seemed to know who had stolen his Rolex. He pursed his lips and whispered, "Brother, from what you're saying, it sounds like you know who stole it." "Definitely. He's my lifelong enemy. He stole my watch and my cotton-padded coat." Zheng Xingguo said through gritted teeth, "I wish I could tear him apart. Is this person so poor? Can't even afford a cotton-padded coat?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Zheng Xingguo gave a wry smile and replied slowly, "Little cotton-padded jacket means my daughter." "No. Brother, why don't you just say your son-in-law stole your watch?" Yu Xiaocheng was speechless. "The way you described the conflict between father-in-law and son-in-law. I thought it was the fuse for World War III." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaocheng took off his Rolex gold watch, handed it to his older brother next to him, and said, "Brother, you can borrow it for a few days." Zheng Xingguo was taken aback. He looked at the Rolex gold watch that was handed to him, then at his calm younger brother beside him. He was quite touched. He silently pushed the Rolex back, showed off his own watch, and smiled, "Patek Philippe, 3 million. I'm really superfluous." Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Brother, you're over 50 and a big boss, why are you so mischievous?" "Just kidding." Zheng Xingguo replied with a smile, "Actually, I don't care about that Rolex. What I care about is my daughter's feelings for me. Oh well, it's all in the past. Let this matter fade away. By the way, did you buy this watch yourself?" "My wife gave it to me." While putting on her watch, Yu Xiaocheng answered softly, "She's a young rich woman." "Rich woman? You're quite something, kid. You know the fastest shortcut to success in this world." Zheng Xingguo smiled and said seriously, "But with your intelligence, I believe you can also reach the pinnacle of life." Yu Xiaocheng looked embarrassed and replied helplessly, "She insisted on giving it to me. I couldn't refuse, and when I said no, she started throwing a tantrum. I couldn't do anything about it." "I understand. I know this all too well, your sister-in-law is that kind of person." Zheng Xingguo said with a sigh, holding the fishing rod. "What she gives you is all her self-righteous love, but it's also quite good, brother. You need to understand one thing, it's not important how good a person is, but how good a person is to you." Yu Xiaocheng nodded, looking at the boy on the water, and murmured, "I understand. No one in the world will be nice to you for no reason. All enthusiasm and generosity come from cherishing and caring." Zheng Xingguo was very satisfied with Xiaocheng's words. He did not expect that Xiaocheng would have such insights at such a young age. It also proved that he had not misjudged her. He then smiled and said, "Don't forget the day after tomorrow. If possible, bring your sister-in-law along too." She's quite busy," Yu Xiaocheng stammered. "Brother, I'll just come alone. I'll bring your sister-in-law when there's a chance later." Zheng Xingguo sighed and said helplessly, "Fine, whatever you say." "Oh, right. My daughter will be there that day too. When you see her, just call her sister," Zheng Xingguo said. "Let us just keep to ourselves, it's alright, I don't care about these things." "Oh." Yu Xiaocheng casually agreed. "In addition, don't bring anything this time. While you're at it, could you also take some cigarettes and tea back with you?" This storage room is practically overflowing with stuff. Yes. Yes. This is a good option. Do you need me to empty the entire place? This. After getting a skincare treatment at her best friend's beauty salon, Zheng Yanru used working overtime as an excuse to sneak home. Sitting alone on the sofa, clutching a headrest, her eyes were fixed on the television, but her thoughts were elsewhere. She took out her phone, looked at the screen, and immediately felt a pang of disappointment. That little rascal hasn't spoken to me all day. Does he think he won't come looking for me if I don't go to him? The rich woman pouted as she scrolled through her chat history with the little rascal. Suddenly, she broke down emotionally, her shy little fists pounding on the headrest. That'll teach you to ignore me. That'll teach you to ignore me. You little rascal. You little hooligan. You little pervert. After a good pounding, I felt much better, but I was a little hungry. The sophisticated and wealthy woman stood up and slowly walked into the kitchen. When she opened the refrigerator and saw that it was empty, she felt incredibly heartbroken. He returned to the sofa, dejected, and continued to hug the headrest, his brow furrowed with longing for someone. Zheng Yanru used to think she was used to being alone and living in her own world, but after a certain little rascal barged in, she realized that she was actually not used to being alone at all, and that everything was out of necessity. Suddenly, a door opened, and the glamorous, wealthy woman, who was clearly distracted, looked in the direction of the sound. The moment the door opened, they saw the little rascal they had been longing for walking in slowly from outside, carrying a bag of groceries. How did you suddenly come here? Zheng Yanru sat cross-legged, staring intently at Yu Xiaocheng, and asked in a stammering voice. Of course I'm here to cook dinner for my rich wife. Yu Xiaocheng picked up a bag of vegetables and smiled gently at her. These are fresh vegetables I just bought at the market, all of them are your favorites. The beautiful, wealthy woman watched him quietly, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and tenderness as she looked at the unexpected little rascal, and deep within her heart, she felt an unprecedented surge of emotion. Just then, Zheng Yanru's phone rang. The caller was Song Chin. Hello. Yanru, do you want to have dinner together tonight? Beep beep beep. Before her best friend could finish speaking, the wealthy aunt hung up. Who is it? Selling shops. Chapter 61. Dad's little sweetheart arrives. Although I feel bad for my best friend, her call was really at an inopportune time, especially the things she brought up. Even though we eat together, it's not as comfortable eating with my best friend as eating with that little rascal. Oh, these days personal information leaks are serious. A super rich woman like you must be highly sought after by others. Yu Xiaocheng changed into slippers, picked up the bag of groceries, and said as she walked, "We'll have dinner in an hour." Zheng Yanru responded softly, her pretty eyes fixed on him, and said leisurely, "Would you like auntie to help you out?" Yu Xiaocheng shook her head and replied gently, "No need. The fumes are very irritating to the skin. I don't want to see my future auntie turn into a haggard old woman. Just sit on the sofa and wait for dinner to be served." You little rascal. That would be considerate and caring. Although the mature and wealthy woman's expression remained unchanged, a sweet feeling flowed deep within her heart as she murmured, "Going home tonight?" Definitely. After all that commotion last night, if I don't go back tonight, your best friend might kill me. Yu Xiaocheng stood in the kitchen, taking out various vegetables from a bag, and replied leisurely, "You have no idea what your best friend was up to this morning. She was crying, making a scene, and even threatening suicide. She even forced me to swear an oath." How did she force you to swear an oath? Zheng Yanru asked. How else can I force you? Of course, I'll force you to say that you didn't sleep with an old woman or anything like that. But it's okay. I'll take it all out on you. Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile while scraping the fish scales. Anyway, you'll be struck by lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, the rich woman suddenly stood up, hurriedly walked into the kitchen, stood next to the little rascal, reached her delicate hand to his waist, pinched his soft flesh hard, and said angrily, "No wonder I sneezed several times this morning. It turns out you were cursing me behind my back, you little rascal." Oh dear. Fairy, spare my life. Yu Xiaocheng winced in pain and pleaded, I was wrong. I won't do it again." The rich woman snorted coldly, silently released her delicate hand, then picked up a bunch of celery, stood beside him, and while picking off the leaves, said softly, "Let me help you out. I'll go back to the living room after you start cooking." In the cramped kitchen, the two stood side by side, each busy with their own tasks. Although they didn't say much to each other, a warm atmosphere gradually began to emerge in the air. The charming aunt couldn't help but look at the little rascal beside her, watching him earnestly kill the fish. Suddenly, her emotions began to overflow. In fact, Zheng Yanru had fantasized about what love and marriage would be like. Back then, love and marriage were passionate and exciting. However, at this moment, she no longer had such ideas. So-called love and marriage are based on happiness, and happiness is very simple: having a home to return to, someone to wait for, and the peace and tranquility of life, which is probably just a bowl of hot soup on the dinner table and a lamp lit for yourself. A simple and peaceful life is fine. I prefer having him around to poetry and distant places. The wealthy woman pursed her lips, about to speak, when she suddenly noticed the Rolex gold watch on his wrist and asked softly, "Why are you wearing it all of a sudden? Didn't you think it was very expensive? It's a waste to just leave it there, but it's nice to wear occasionally. However, it just feels a bit old-fashioned." Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile, "This Rolex is more suitable for middle-aged men. Young people like me prefer the green Submariner." It seems that's indeed the case. Zheng Yanru looked at the gold watch and thought it looked increasingly tacky, like that of a nouveau riche who had just gotten rich from a land expropriation. She said slowly, "It is a bit tacky. Don't wear it tomorrow. Hide it away properly. Auntie will pick out a watch that suits you better." Well, if I remember correctly, my dad has a Patek Philippe, worth around $1 million. Although it's second-hand, it's in very good condition, and most importantly, it's perfect for a young person like my little rascal. So I just asked him for it, and gave it to my little rascal, since he doesn't need one anyway. "Do you like Patek Philippe?" Zheng Yanru suddenly asked. "No. What do you want to do?" Yu Xiaocheng looked at her in horror and said cautiously, "I know you are very rich, but there is no need to spend it like this." The rich woman pouted, feeling a warmth in her heart as she faced this thrifty little rascal. She replied softly, "It's free, you don't need to spend any money. If you want, I can get you one." Free? Could it be a counterfeit? Yu Xiaocheng couldn't understand what the rich woman meant by free. Even an entry-level Patek Philippe costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. Could she really get one for free? Unless it's a high-quality counterfeit. But the rich woman would definitely give her an authentic product, since she couldn't afford to lose face like that. "This can be free. Are you kidding me?" Yu Xiaocheng was a little skeptical. "You don't believe me?" The rich woman frowned, feeling a little annoyed and resentful at the little rascal's distrust. She immediately put down the celery and stormed out of the kitchen. "Where are you going?" Yu Xiaocheng chased after her and looked at the rich woman who was changing her shoes, asking her in confusion. "Wait an hour, and I'll let you wear a Patek Philippe." Snort. The rich woman put on her shoes, grabbed her car keys, and left without looking back, leaving Yu Xiaocheng standing there dumbfounded, not yet able to react. A viller. Zheng Xingguo was showing off his afternoon's catch of fish to his wife. All right. Stop showing off. Do you think I don't know? This is all thanks to Xiaocheng. With your skills. Chu Chunyang said irritably, and stop going to see Xiaocheng every now and then. He's a future scientist. You're always bothering him, aren't you? I know my limits, Zheng Xingguo replied. He's relatively free right now. I won't go looking for him when he gets busy again. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Xingguo said mysteriously, I have to say, my little brother is quite clever. How? What did you find out? Chu Chunyang asked curiously. He was fishing with me today, and he was wearing a Rolex worth over 600,000 yuan. I asked him about it, and it was a gift from his wife, Zheng Xingguo remarked. He's so young and already knows how to take shortcuts in life. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. You really have a lot of free time. Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes and urged impatiently, hurry up and cook. As soon as he finished speaking. Then I heard a doorbell ring. The couple looked at each other, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Then Zheng Xingguo went to open the door. The moment he opened it, he saw his daughter standing there and immediately smiled like a loving father. Ouch. So it's Dad's little darling. Chapter 62. The heartless little cotton-padded jacket makes her move. Looking at his sweet little daughter in front of him, Zheng Xingguo's mouth almost twisted into a grin. Although he was the chairman of a listed group, he was also a true doting father to his daughter. "Dad, have you eaten?" Upon seeing her father, Zheng Yanru didn't get straight to the point. After all, this kind of thing needs to be done at the right time. "I was just about to cook dinner when my precious daughter arrived." Zheng Xingguo said with a smile, "It's perfect that your mother is here today, so the three of us can finally have dinner together. Come on in, don't just stand there, come on in." Zheng Xingguo welcomed his daughter into the house and began shouting at the top of his lungs, "Wife, daughter is back." Hearing the commotion, Chu Chunyang immediately got up and went over. When she saw that it was Zheng Yanru, she smiled like a proud mother and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "You brat, you finally know how to come home." "Mom, you know how busy I am with work." Although the mother and daughter had conflicts before, and the matter of marriage had escalated to the point of no return, they were still mother and daughter after all. When they met again, they were still able to put aside their resentment. The key was that Chu Chunyang knew that her daughter might have another man outside, which greatly relieved her anger. Snort. They are all just excuses. If you really want to go home, you can always find the time. Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes, then added, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Zheng Yanru shook her head, pursed her lips, and murmured, I came back this time to talk to Dad about something. I'll leave right away." As soon as he finished speaking, she dragged her father, pulling and tugging, toward the second floor, saying impatiently, "Dad, come to your study with me quickly, I have some things I need to discuss with you, hurry up, we're in a bit of a rush, get moving." A bewildered Zheng Xingguo was dragged upstairs by his daughter, leaving the head of the family, Chu Chunyang, standing in the living room on the first floor, her brows furrowed in deep thought. "Daughter. This person is clearly up to no good. It looks like old Zheng is going to have to spend money to avoid trouble again today." On the other side, the father and daughter went to a study. Zheng Yanru pressed her father down into a chair, then sat opposite him and stared at him intently for more than 10 seconds, making Zheng Xingguo feel uneasy. "My precious daughter. What do you want with your father?" Zheng Xingguo asked cautiously. "You're making me nervous." Zheng Yanru bit her lip and stammered, "Dad, whatever request your daughter makes, you'll agree to it, right? No matter how outrageous the request is, you'll agree to it, won't you?" "Afim. As long as it's within Dad's capabilities, whatever your request is, Dad will agree to it 1,000 times over." Zheng Xingguo, unaware of the seriousness of the matter, replied earnestly. Hearing her father's words, Zheng Yanru felt much more at ease and said hesitantly, "Actually, it's not an unreasonable request, it's just. I just wanted to, if I remember correctly, Dad, you seem to have a lot of expensive watches in your collection, right?" Upon hearing the word watches, Zheng Xingguo's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood why his daughter had suddenly visited. She had her eye on his watches. "I think so." "Actually, it's not that much," Zheng Xingguo said cautiously. What do you want to do?" "Dad. Don't ask me what I'm going to do yet. You just said you didn't have many watches, and I think you're lying." Zheng Yanru said seriously, 2 years ago, my mother and I were doing a big cleaning at home, and we opened your secret compartment. It was full of expensive watches, more than 100 of them." "What? It was already exposed 2 years ago." Zheng Xingguo was taken aback and jumped up from his chair, asking in horror, "You knew about this 2 years ago?" "Of course. Mom originally planned to confiscate them, but after I strongly persuaded her otherwise, in the end, they were all kept, and not a single piece was touched." Zheng Yanru said slowly, "Dad, wouldn't you say this counts as saving a life?" "Calculate. It must be calculated." Zheng Xingguo, who had survived the ordeal, was still a little frightened, and his voice was trembling. Zheng Yanru pouted and said hesitantly, "Dad, since it's a life-saving favor, shouldn't there be some reward?" "How do you want Dad to reward you?" Zheng Xingguo asked. "Not much. A Patek Philippe," Zheng Yanru said softly. "It's that second-hand Patek Philippe with super complicated functions. I've already checked, and the original price was around 1.4 million. Now it's less than 2 million. I want that one." Zheng Xingguo was completely dumbfounded. At first, he thought that a caring little cotton-padded jacket had come, but now it was clearly a black-hearted little cotton-padded jacket. What does she need Patek Philippe for? What else can we do? I definitely wanted to give it to that man, the man who stole my Rolex. After figuring everything out, Zheng Yanru was so angry that he almost ground his back teeth to powder. Other people's sons-in-law would send things to their fathers-in-law's house, but his son-in-law just kept bringing things to his father-in-law's house, and he didn't even know what they looked like. "Dad. What are you thinking about?" Zheng Yanru waved her hand in front of her father and whispered, "What are you standing there for? Give me the watch right now." "This. Can we discuss this some more?" Zheng Yanru was a little reluctant. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the watch, but he was very unhappy about giving it to some brat. "I want that one. There is no room for negotiation." Zheng Yanru pouted and answered stubbornly, "Mom. I'm going back. Take good care of yourselves, Dad. I'll be coming over the day after tomorrow," the shrewish, wealthy woman said to her mother, carrying a bag. Chu Chunyang glanced at the bag in her daughter's hand, but didn't say much. After seeing her daughter off to the car, she watched her leave until she disappeared from sight before returning home. Then she saw her husband walking down the stairs looking sullen. "What's wrong? Look at you with such a sad face. Are you reluctant to let your daughter go?" Chu Chunyang, who already knew everything, teased her husband. "You can guard against anything by day or night, but it's hard to guard against a thief within your own family." Zheng Yanru sat on the sofa, his chest drooping, and said angrily, "My Patek Philippe is gone just like that." Chu Chunyang smiled slightly and said casually, "I knew my daughter was up to no good as soon as I saw her. All right, it's just a broken watch, and besides, it's a gift for my future son-in-law. Why are you being so stingy?" "What future son-in-law? I don't agree to this marriage." Zheng Yanru roared angrily. "First he stole my Rolex, and now he's trying to cheat me out of my Patek Philippe. I won't let my daughter marry him." Seeing her husband's angry and embarrassed expression, Chu Chunyang sighed helplessly, feeling utterly exhausted. "My daughter finally found a boyfriend, but then my father-in-law and son-in-law started fighting amongst themselves." Chapter 63. Determined to take down my best friend's son. Yu Xiaocheng had prepared dinner early, but the wealthy and beautiful woman hadn't returned yet, so he couldn't start eating. He sat alone on the sofa in the living room, playing on his phone. He didn't know how much time had passed when he heard a click. He looked up at the sound and saw the wealthy woman returning with a bag. "Oh my goodness! My dear lady! You're finally back. I've been waiting forever." Yu Xiaocheng stood up and said to the rich woman who had just returned, "I'll go heat up the food, please wait a moment." "Take your time." Zheng Yanru silently walked up to the little rascal, handed him the bag in her hand, and said casually, "Hurry up and try it on, see if this Patek Philippe suits you. If it doesn't, I'll help you exchange it for another model." "What is that? She really brought it?" With a suspicious look on his face, Yu Xiaocheng took the bag and took out a small, exquisite black box. When he opened the box, he found a Patek Philippe watch in perfect condition with very complicated functions. Although Yu Xiaocheng didn't know much about watches, he knew that this watch would cost at least $1 million. Did she buy this specifically for this? But the store is long closed late at night, and even if it weren't, top-tier luxury brands like Patek Philippe aren't something you can just get if you have money. You have to wait in line, and waiting a year or more is common. "Do you like it? Hurry up and put it on so I can see it," Zheng Yanru urged. "Where did you get this from?" Yu Xiaocheng looked up at the rich woman and asked seriously. The pretty rich woman pursed her lips and replied indifferently, "Never mind. Anyway, I got it for free, and it's absolutely genuine, but it's not brand new. However, it's already 95% new. That's all I can tell you." So annoying. Why are there so many questions? I told you to put it on, so why are you asking so many questions? Can't you just listen to me? The rich woman was extremely agitated, but she couldn't tell him the truth, otherwise he definitely wouldn't want it. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the Patek Philippe in the box, sighed helplessly, silently closed the exquisite little box, and forcibly stuffed it into the rich woman's hand, replying, "It's really too valuable, you should take it back. I never get my things back once I give them away." The sophisticated and wealthy woman, her face dark, took out her watch, glared at the little rascal in front of her, and said, "Hold on and give me your hand." Faced with the rich woman's unreasonable domineering attitude, Yu Xiaocheng smiled helplessly and stretched out his hand in front of her. Then, the rich woman took off her Rolex and replaced it with an even more expensive Patek Philippe. Looking at the Patek Philippe in his hand, Yu Xiaocheng felt quite complicated. A noble scientific warrior, whose mind was full of how to serve his country and how to build it, has now been ruthlessly corrupted by evil capitalism. My soul, my ideals, my future, have all been tainted by the stench of money. Oops. I hate my own incompetence. What's wrong? You look like you're in a lot of pain, the rich woman said, looking at the little rascal with a puzzled expression. Don't you like it? Yu Xiaocheng sighed and muttered to herself, this thing is really too valuable. I don't know how I'm going to return it. Zheng Yanru was stunned for a moment. Looking at the little rascal with a conflicted expression, the rich woman burst out laughing. She raised her slender fingers and poked his forehead, saying in an annoyed tone, as long as you still have a marriage certificate with Auntie, Auntie will always treat you well. That's Auntie's standard. As soon as he finished speaking. Before Xiaocheng could speak, Zheng Yanru walked to the dining table and urged, Auntie is hungry, please get her a bowl of rice. Yu Xiaocheng stood there stunned for a long time, looking at the beautiful and wealthy woman who had already taken her seat. Looking at this single woman in her 30s, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He really wanted to hug the beautiful aunt and then suck on her sexy red lips, using his passion to fill the loneliness and solitude in her heart. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaocheng walked to the rich woman's side. The bewildered woman was still wondering what he was up to when suddenly, he grabbed her right hand tightly, and then an irresistible force pulled her up. The next second, her whole body was nestled into the little rascal's arms. Thanks. Yu Xiaocheng hugged the rich woman and her mother's best friend, and whispered gently in her ear. Faced with this unexpected embrace, Zheng Yanru's delicate body almost melted. Her cheeks were already flushed red, especially when his hot breath sprayed on her ears. It felt like being patted on the chest, and her body almost went numb. Okay. Auntie is a little hungry, go and get her some rice, the wealthy aunt murmured. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng let go of her mother's best friend and quickly went into the kitchen to serve rice to the wealthy woman outside. At the same time, Zheng Yanru kept looking at him, her heart still pounding. In fact, the rich woman had already noticed the little rascal's love, but this love was hidden very deeply, and it would be really hard to notice it if you didn't pay attention. Snort. You little rascal. You will always belong to your aunt, and your aunt will let you break through this barrier. Although they had already obtained their marriage certificate, the greedy rich woman wanted more than that. She wanted the little rascal's body, his soul, and everything about him. At this moment, greed overcame shame and restraint, and the rich woman was ready to go all out to win over her best friend's son. The third day has arrived. Yu Xiaocheng dressed up specially at home because she was going to her older brother's house for dinner today. Although Zheng Xingguo had repeatedly told Yu Xiaocheng not to buy anything, he still felt a little embarrassed to visit someone's house empty-handed, so Yu Xiaocheng ended up buying something anyway, nothing very expensive, just some high-end fruits. That's about it. We can head to my brother's house now. After looking in the mirror, Yu Xiaocheng was quite satisfied with her outfit. She then picked up several boxes of high-end fruit and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly slipped into his bedroom and found 2 watches, a Rolex and a Patek Philippe. Simple reflection, calm analysis. Yu Xiaocheng put on the Patek Philippe watch worth millions. Yu Xiaocheng felt a little excited at the thought of the shocked look on her older brother's face when he saw the Patek Philippe in her hand. He. Brother, you didn't expect this, did you? I also have a Patek Philippe. Let's go. Wearing a Patek Philippe given to her by a wealthy woman, dressed in clothes bought by the same woman, and driving her Porsche Panamera, Yu Xiaocheng went to Zheng Xingguo's house. Chapter 64, a jaw-dropping scene. Please continue reading. Inside a villa. Zheng Xingguo and Chu Chunyang were sitting on the sofa watching TV, but unlike the calm Chu Chunyang, Zheng Xingguo was still bothered by what happened the day before yesterday. Don't let me find out who this kid is. Zheng Xingguo muttered angrily to himself, I will never let him get away with this, and I will never let my daughter marry him. He has no sense of martial ethics whatsoever. He tries to deceive and ambush. Is this acceptable for an old comrade in his 50s? This is not acceptable. All right. It's been almost 2 days, is it necessary to hold a grudge like that? He's your future son-in-law. You're his future father-in-law, why be so petty? Besides, it was probably my daughter's own idea, it has nothing to do with him. Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes and said irritably, that's enough, don't argue with me. I just can't swallow this, Zheng Yanru said through gritted teeth. Other people's sons-in-law bring things to their fathers-in-law's house, but our sons-in-law are carrying things to their fathers-in-law's house. Is that reasonable? It's not reasonable. Chu Chunyang ignored him, eating fruit and watching TV. Just then, the doorbell rang, and she urged her husband to open the door. When Zheng Yanru opened the door, he saw his heartless daughter holding a birthday cake. Although he had some resentment about what his daughter had done the day before yesterday, seeing her in person again, all the resentment in his heart dissipated. Dad's little darling is here again, Zheng Yanru said with a smile. Is this a birthday cake for Dad? I had it custom made. When Zheng Yanru saw her resentful father, she went up to him and gently took his arm, whispering, Dad, are you angry with me? He took your Patek Philippe the day before yesterday, and my mom said, you haven't been able to eat these past 2 days. Fart. Is Dad such a stingy person? Zheng Yanru curled his lip and said irritably, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. She just wants to stir up trouble between us so she can reap the benefits. Let alone 1 Patek Philippe, even 10 Patek Philippes. Dad wouldn't blink an eye. Zheng Yanru smiled slightly, a hint of mischief in her eyes, and muttered, then give me another one. Again. Zheng Yanru immediately chickened out, stammering, Just kidding. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and said angrily, how could your daughter be so greedy? Don't worry, she will never touch your watches again. Ouch. It turned out to be a false alarm. Zheng Yanru finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled awkwardly but gently, you little rascal, you can actually joke around now. The father and daughter then went inside, and the 3 of them sat on the sofa, creating a harmonious and joyful scene. However, Chu Chunyang wanted to ask her daughter about her love life several times, but she swallowed her words. After all, asking directly would be too abrupt and might offend her daughter, potentially backfiring on her. I'm going upstairs to rest for a bit. Zheng Yanru said goodbye to her parents and slowly walked upstairs. Watching their daughter's departing figure, the couple couldn't help but exchange glances, each seeing a meaningful look in the other's eyes. But compared to Chu Chunyang's smile, Zheng Yanru's expression was tinged with hatred. Something's definitely wrong. Guess, when will she bring her son-in-law home? Chu Chunyang nudged her husband with her elbow and asked softly. Snort. Whether she takes it or not is up to her. I don't agree to this marriage. Zheng Yanru said coldly. Chu Chunyang was so angry that she almost ground her back teeth to powder. She reached out and grabbed her husband's ear, angrily saying, you shut up. It's just a broken watch. How long are you going to make such a big deal out of it? Do you believe I'll smash all your watches? No. Zheng Yanru immediately admitted his mistake. At the same time, the sophisticated and wealthy woman returned to her room, lay on the bed, and was sending WeChat messages to some rascal. Zheng Yanru, you little rascal, what are you doing? Putting down her phone, the wealthy woman lay flat on the bed, staring intently at the ceiling, her face full of contemplation. Ever since deciding to take her relationship with the little rascal to a deeper level, she had been thinking of various ways to get her best friend's son to confess his feelings to her. Should I use hints, or seduction? Seduction seems easier. This little pervert definitely can't resist auntie's ample bosom, but doing it this way is too shameful. If it's a hint, I'm afraid he won't understand. Just as the beautiful rich woman was at a loss, her phone suddenly vibrated. Yu Xiaocheng, I'm driving now, I'll talk to you later. Zheng Yanru, oh. The rich woman pouted, silently sat up, put on her slippers, and went downstairs again, looking sullen. When she returned downstairs, the couple was busy in the kitchen. The wealthy woman wanted to go in and help, but Chu Chunyang thought she was in their way and kicked her out. Mom. Why are there so many dishes? There are only the 3 of us today, we don't need that many people, do we? Zheng Yanru noticed 2 bags of vegetables in the corner of the kitchen and asked them in confusion. There's another person coming, Dad's sworn brother. Zheng Yanru said casually as he was busy chopping vegetables, go sit in the living room for a while. The beautiful, wealthy woman sat alone on the sofa, her eyes unfocused and unsure of what to do, even though she was staring at the television. If only he were here with her right now, how happy she would be. Just then, suddenly, the doorbell rang, interrupting the pretty rich woman's thoughts. My darling daughter, go open the door. The voice of her resentful father came from the kitchen. Zheng Yanru stood up helplessly and walked to the door. The moment she opened the door, she saw the little man she had been longing for, standing right in front of her. In a short time, the beautiful, wealthy woman was stunned, her eyes filled with astonishment, surprise, and even disbelief. Yu Xiaocheng was also shocked, never expecting that the person who opened the door was her mother's best friend, with whom she had just gotten her marriage certificate. The two stood there dumbfounded, exchanging glances, their minds a complete mess. You, how did you get here? Zheng Yanru asked nervously. I came to eat, Yu Xiaocheng replied softly. You're here for dinner. I'm here to eat. Who invited you to dinner? My older brother invited me to dinner. Your older brother? My older brother. Suddenly a man's voice rang in their ears. Ouch. Brother. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Zheng Xingguo didn't hear any noise at the door, so he came out to check. He found Yu Xiaocheng standing at the door and quickly went up to give him a warm hug. Zheng Yanru stood to the side, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Chapter 65. This relationship is in complete chaos. Please continue reading. Zheng Yanru watched as her father tightly embraced her young man, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. For a moment, she was completely stunned. The sudden shock was like a lightning bolt appearing out of nowhere in the dark night, catching her completely off guard. Yu Xiaocheng wasn't in much better shape. He was being tightly embraced by his older brother, his mind buzzing. He had no idea what was happening. He'd knocked on his brother's door, only to be greeted by a beautiful, wealthy woman, and then his brother suddenly appeared. Brother. Come, let me introduce you. This is my precious daughter whom I've been telling you about. Zheng Xingguo released Yu Xiaocheng, pointed to Zheng Yanru beside him, and then said to Zheng Yanru, Daughter, this is my sworn brother. In an instant. Upon hearing Zheng Xingguo's introduction, the two were nearly driven mad, their eyes filled with astonishment, panic, and utter bewilderment. Yu Xiaocheng felt as if she had been struck by lightning, or as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. In any case, her whole body was numb. Her mother's best friend, with whom she had gotten a marriage certificate, was actually the daughter of her sworn brother. Did that mean the rich woman had become her niece? Oh my. The relationship was already complicated, and now it's even more of a mess. How am I supposed to define it now? Am I her nephew, her husband, or her uncle? Ouch. My head hurts so much. It feels like my brain is growing out of it. At the same time, Zheng Yanru, who had been stunned, came to her senses, looked at her resentful father, and then glanced at the little rascal beside her. A hysterical yet helpless emotion surged up from the depths of her heart. My romantic journey has been incredibly difficult to begin with. I fell in love with my best friend's son, and now look what's happened. My best friend's son has become my uncle, and he and my nemesis father have become sworn brothers. How am I supposed to date anyone now? What's wrong? No one's saying anything. Zheng Xingguo thought the two were a little awkward, so he quickly smoothed things over, saying, It's all right. From now on, we'll treat each other as our own daughter. Although Dad and Xiaocheng are sworn brothers, he'll call you sister from now on, and you'll call him brother. Is this a sibling issue? This is making trouble for your daughter. He is your future son-in-law. Zheng Yanru was so angry her scalp was about to explode, but she couldn't show too much anger. Suppressing her rage, she said angrily, Dad. You, how could you be so unreliable? How could you be so reckless? You. My precious daughter. Dad and Xiaocheng are close friends despite their age difference, and they feel like they've known each other for ages, Zheng Xingguo said earnestly. Besides, Xiaocheng is no ordinary person. He is a future scientist, a PhD candidate at the age of 24, not to mention in China, even abroad, that's a very impressive level. Snort. I understand him better than you do. My daughter and he have already obtained their marriage certificate. Zheng Yanru was still furious. She couldn't accept the reality before her. The little rascal she liked had inexplicably become brothers with her father. This was even more absurd than her becoming best friends with the little rascal's mother. They were more than 30 years apart in age, yet they were calling each other brother and sister. Of course. This can't be entirely blamed on Dad, the little rascal also bears half the responsibility. But no matter what, the road ahead is even more difficult. Before, all I had to do was win over my best friend, but now I not only have to win over my best friend, but also my parents. So annoying. I just wanted to find a man, but why did it turn out like this? The wealthy woman was experiencing excruciating pain, while Yu Xiaocheng wasn't much better off. The complicated relationships filled him with despair, and he was also filled with shame towards his older brother and sister-in-law. The couple treated him like a younger brother, yet he had secretly abducted their daughter, etc. She kidnapped her best friend's son, and I kidnapped my brother's daughter. Does this mean we're even? No. This should be called stealing each other's crystal towers. Yu Xiaocheng winked at the rich woman, and the rich woman, feeling the mischievous look in the little rascal's eyes, wished she could punch him twice. Come. Brother, come in and sit down. Zheng Yanru welcomed Yu Xiaocheng into his home, then turned to his daughter and said, Xiaoru, take good care of your younger brother. Yu Xiaocheng glanced furtively at the wealthy woman with a gloomy face and hurriedly said, Brother, no need to go to so much trouble, I'll go help your wife with the work. Sister-in-law, I'm here to help you. Yu Xiaocheng left the father and daughter behind and hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. Ouch. It's your brother's birthday today, how could I trouble you? Chu Chunyang greeted Yu Xiaocheng with a smile, then playfully scolded, Go sit in the living room for a while, you're the guest today. Sister-in-law, Yu Xiaocheng said earnestly, cooking fumes are very harmful to a woman's skin. You're so beautiful, you can't let cooking fumes turn you into a haggard old woman. If that happens, not only will you feel sorry for me, but I will feel even more sorry for you. Enough said. This kitchen belongs to me and you. Chu Chunyang laughed so hard she almost fell over, touched her face, and murmured, Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Just then, looking at her beaming mother, Zheng Yanru felt a surge of contempt for the little rascal. He'd used those same words on her just 2 days ago, and now he was using them on her mother. No originality whatsoever. After a struggle, Zheng Xingguo and Chu Chunyang finally won and kicked Yu Xiaocheng out of the kitchen. At this moment, he stood at the kitchen door, looking at the rich woman sitting on the sofa, and mustered up his courage, and slowly walked over. He sat cautiously next to the wealthy woman, secretly observing her expression out of the corner of his eye. Her face was hideous, as if she wanted to devour him, which frightened him so much that he dared not speak. After hesitating for a long time, he cautiously asked, Niece, are you all right? Believe me or not, I'll kill you. Zheng Yanru turned her face away, glared at him fiercely, and said through gritted teeth, I'm your aunt. Actually, there's no problem. You call my mom sister, I call your dad brother, you call me uncle, I call you aunt, it's a win-win situation. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said softly, the way we address each other changes depending on the environment. When you come to my house, you are my aunt. When I come to your house, I am your uncle. After hearing the little rascal's absurd words, the rich woman trembled with anger. Suppressing her resentment, she coldly said, Is that even human language? Then what can I do? Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and replied helplessly, Do you think I wanted this? But things are what they are. I guess I'll just have to accept reality. While they were bickering, neither of them realized that a thrilling night was just beginning. Chapter 66. I also have a Patek Philippe. Please read on. As for who is whose uncle and who is whose aunt, Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Yanru argued for a long time, and in the end, they could only stick to their own versions of events and silently admit the cruelty of reality. In short, their relationship is now a complete mess. For example, Yu Xiaocheng, sometimes he is Zheng Yanru's legal husband, sometimes he is Zheng Yanru's nephew, and sometimes he is Zheng Yanru's uncle. As for the charming and wealthy woman, it's the same situation. She is not only the little rascal's legal wife, but also the little rascal's niece and aunt. Xiaoru, hurry up and take the dishes out. Chu Chunyang shouted loudly at her daughter. Zheng Yanru glared fiercely at the little rascal beside her, silently stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Yu Xiaocheng also hurriedly got up to help. I'll do it. Be careful not to get burned. Seeing the fair-skinned, wealthy woman about to take the fish that had just come out of the steamer, Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly took over the task. Wearing oven mitts, he carefully carried the fish out and slowly walked towards the living room. Chu Chunyang watched, her heart filled with satisfaction. She was growing increasingly fond of Yu Xiaocheng, but it was a pity he wasn't her son-in-law. Your dad's sworn brother is reliable, Chu Chunyang said with a smile. At first, I was very annoyed by your dad's behavior. A man in his 50s, actually becoming sworn brothers with a young man in his 20s. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable, but after meeting Xiaocheng, you have to admit, he's really quite good. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, a complex emotion welling up inside her, and replied slowly, he's not your son-in-law, what's the point of you being so satisfied with him? You silly girl. Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes, then suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice, do you have a boyfriend? Why do you ask that? Zheng Yanru did not answer directly. I have a feeling lately that I should just tell mom, you probably have a man, and he should be quite young, a strong young man, right? Chu Chunyang said with a smile, don't hide it, just tell mom openly. Mom won't tell anyone else, and I won't force you to bring him home. Mom just wants peace of mind. Seeing that her mother had said that, Zheng Yanru took a deep breath and murmured, there is indeed a man, and he's a younger man, but he and I are now. Speaking of this. He glanced furtively at Yu Xiaocheng in the living room, a surge of resentment rising within him. He said slowly, when the time is right. I'll bring her home. Well. What am I supposed to do now? My man is my dad's sworn brother, how am I supposed to tell him this? Okay. As long as there's a man, that's fine. Chu Chunyang said with a beaming smile, don't drive him away, hold on tight. Try to make mom and dad become grandparents next year. If possible. I hope you have 2 children. Oh my, 2 kids surrounding my legs, calling me grandma. Oh my. My heart melts. Faced with her mother's daydreaming, Zheng Yanru didn't say much. She picked up the dishes and went out on her own. When Yu Xiaocheng passed by, she deliberately stomped on his foot hard, but unfortunately, she wasn't wearing high heels. Soon all the dishes were served, and the family of 3, along with Yu Xiaocheng, sat down happily. Yu Xiaocheng and Jing Xing were sat together, while Zheng Yanru and her daughter Chu Chunyang sat side by side. What followed was a simple yet heartwarming birthday scene. After the cake was cut, the family dinner officially began. Come. Try your sister-in-law's cooking. Zheng Xing were put a piece of braised pork on Yu Xiaocheng's plate. Yu Xiaocheng took a bite, his face immediately showing surprise, then he wolfed it down. With a look of admiration, he said to Chu Chunyang, sister-in-law. You're cooking. I'm not just saying this to sound nice, it's genuinely delicious. This is countless times better than any fancy restaurant outside. Oh. I'm suddenly a little jealous of my older brother. How did he manage to marry such a perfect wife? I'm so envious. How? Am I not good enough? What did I do that displeased you? Zheng Yanru pouted, clearly disapproving of the little rascal's flattering words. Little Cheng. Your words are as sweet as honey. Chu Chunyang looked at him with a smile, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law and liking him more and more. I have always been pragmatic. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly picked up another piece of braised pork, popped it into her mouth with a smacking sound, and exclaimed, no wonder when I asked my brother to have dinner once, he said he wanted to eat at home. At first, I thought it was because my sister-in-law's family rules were too strict, but now it seems, it's because my sister-in-law's cooking is too delicious. Yes. Zheng Xing hurriedly said, that's right. In a short time, Chu Chunyang's smile became even brighter. Zheng Yanru, standing beside her, looked on with disdain, thinking to herself that her mother actually believed such a low-class lie, but then again, wasn't she the same way? Xiaocheng. How about having a drink with me today? Zheng Xing had already filled Yu Xiaocheng's glass with moutai and said, if you get drunk, so be it. You can stay at my place tonight. Seeing Yu Xiaocheng hesitate, Chu Chunyang said, Xiaocheng, just have a drink with your brother. It's his birthday today, so let him enjoy himself. Don't feel like you're bothering us. Just treat this place like your own home. Since my sister-in-law has spoken, I won't leave tonight. Yu Xiaocheng picked up her wine glass and said to Jing Xing beside her, first, I wish my brother good health and all the best. After saying that, He drank it all in one gulp. He then poured another glass and said to Chu Chunyang, "Sister-in-law, may you stay young forever." Then he drank it all in one gulp. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dinner table reached its peak. Throughout the meal, Zheng Yanru barely said a word, while the little rascal kept babbling on and on. But to be fair, this guy is really good at coaxing his elders. Even my mom, who never drinks, had a little drink today. Brother! Brother! Yu Xiaocheng, with her arm around Jing Xingguo's shoulder and her face flushed with drunkenness, said, I'm telling you, last time at the Black Pit, you showed off to me, showed off your watch, it was called, something Patek Philippe. Hey! What a coincidence! I also have a Patek Philippe. Yu Xiaocheng chuckled, his brows furrowed with pride. Upon hearing Yu Xiaocheng's words, Zheng Yanru immediately tensed up, her body trembling involuntarily, her lips quivering, her terrified expression like that of a frightened rabbit. Fool! You mustn't tell. Tar da. Yu Xiaocheng suddenly raised his left hand, brought it close to Jing Xingguo's eyes, and said proudly, My Patek Philippe, brother, you should take a look, isn't my watch awesome? It's over. It's all over. At this moment, Zheng Yanru only wanted to run away. Chapter 67 Is this what your dad's? Please continue reading. Watching the little rascal raise his left hand and show it to his vengeful father, flaunting the Patek Philippe watch. Zheng Yanru was so nervous she almost stopped breathing, and her body even began to tremble slightly. She was afraid not only of the watch, but also of the series of unexpected events that would follow. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm really dead this time. How come I didn't notice that he was wearing that Patek Philippe on his left wrist? However, no matter how much she regretted it, it was all in vain at this moment. The trembling rich woman had already decided to flee and was even prepared to disappear from this world. Hey, brother. Zheng Xingguo, who was quite drunk, looked at the watch Yu Xiaocheng was wearing and stammered, It's very nice. How much did you buy it for? Upon realizing that her father hadn't noticed it was his Patek Philippe, Zheng Yanru, who had been contemplating suicide, suddenly felt alive again. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. Fortunately, her father was drunk and his consciousness was very blurred. He probably wouldn't realize that the watch was his own. How much? Brother, do we need to pay for this watch? Yu Xiaocheng put his arm around his shoulder and said with a grin, It's free. I didn't spend a single penny. And it's genuine. I'm just asking you, aren't you awesome? A free Patek Philippe. Snort. What do you mean free? Your brother bought it with real money. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips, picked up her teacup and took a small sip, her eyes fixed on the two most important men in her life, especially a certain drunken troublemaker, fearing that he might say something shocking. Free? I don't believe it. Zheng Xingguo struggled to open his eyelids and stammered in rebuttal, How could there be anything free in this world? Yu Xiaocheng chuckled foolishly, continuing to put his arm around Zheng Xingguo's shoulder, and murmured, Of course there are free ones. My wife gave them to me. She didn't spend a single penny. Why do you talk so much? Zheng Yanru bit her lip, feeling slightly dissatisfied, but a strange emotion was revealed between her brows. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be some kind of emotional touch, which was understandable. Under the constant calls of wife from that little rascal, the charming and wealthy woman gradually lost herself. Then ask your sister-in-law. Zheng Xingguo was already on the verge of dying from drunkenness. His voice grew softer and softer, and his eyes were almost closed as he mumbled, Could you get me a Patek Philippe too? Absolutely. I'll give you this one first. After saying that, Yu Xiaocheng took the Patek Philippe from his wrist and forcefully handed it to Zheng Xingguo, asking earnestly, Brother, am I being a good brother? Good brother. Zheng Xingguo gripped his watch tightly and forced a smile at Yu Xiaocheng. The wealthy woman sat there, seemingly expressionless, but in reality, she had clenched her fists so tightly that veins were bulging on the back of her hands, showing just how angry she was. Damn little brat. The watch I finally managed to trick my dad into giving me, and you sent it back to me. No, that won't do. We have to steal this back, otherwise, if dad sees this watch the next day, this will definitely cause a huge problem. Zheng Yanru was secretly planning her theft for tonight, while Chu Chunyang, sitting next to her, looked at her daughter with a puzzled expression, seemingly confused about something. Yu Xiaocheng, ZZZZ. Zheng Xinghua, ZZZZ. The two brothers were completely drunk, to the point of being unconscious. Mom. What to do? Zheng Yanru pointed to the two men and asked helplessly. What else can we do? Let's take them upstairs. Chu Chunyang sighed and muttered helplessly to herself. Immediately afterwards, the mother and daughter carried the two men upstairs together and put them into the second bedroom. This young Cheng. Why do you like to give gifts when you're drunk? Chu Chunyang took the Patek Philippe from her husband and stuffed it directly into her coat pocket, muttering to herself, I'll keep it for now and return it to Xiaocheng tomorrow. How? How did it change hands? Zheng Yanru watched helplessly as her mother took the watch away, feeling incredibly anxious and wanting to snatch it back, but also hesitant to do so. Xiaoru. Are you going back? Chu Chunyang asked. I'll stay here tonight, Zheng Yanru replied softly, pursing her lips. All right. Chu Chunyang nodded, then take a shower and go to bed early. Mom will go downstairs to tidy up. After Zheng Yanru responded, she followed her mother out of the second bedroom. Night. It's always quiet. Zheng Yanru tossed and turned on her bed, reached for her phone, and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. That's about it. Mom must be asleep. Zheng Yanru hurriedly sat up in bed, walked barefoot to the door, opened it, entered the master bedroom, gently grasped the doorknob, and carefully pressed down. It's open. The rich woman's heart was in her throat, both scared and nervous, but thinking about the subsequent scandal, she could only muster her courage and tiptoe into her parents' room. Using the faint light from her phone screen, the wealthy woman easily found her mother's coat. Just as she was about to reach into the pocket, she subconsciously glanced at her mother lying on the bed. Seeing that she was sleeping peacefully, Zheng Yanru bit her lip and reached her delicate hand inside. Huh? Where's the watch? I clearly saw her put it in her pocket. Both pockets were emptied, but the Patek Philippe watch was nowhere to be found, and the wealthy woman panicked instantly. Just as she was at a loss, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Are you looking for a watch? In the dark and silent room, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zheng Yanru so much that her face turned pale. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped her heart tightly, making her hair stand on end and her whole body tremble slightly. Snap. The bedroom light came on. Although the bright light dispelled the darkness, it also meant that the atmosphere in the room began to become tense. Zheng Yanru, her body stiff, slowly turned her head and saw her mother sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at her with a half smile. At this moment, the rich woman wished she could smash her head against the wall and die. This watch should belong to your dad, right? Chu Chunyang took out the Patek Philippe from under her pillow, examined it carefully for a long time, looked up at her daughter whose face was ashen, and smiled. As the saying goes, even the most cunning fox can't outsmart a clever old hunter. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chunyang paused, then asked meaningfully, Did you confess to me on your own initiative, or do you want your father to come to you tomorrow? Chapter 68, returning the title of sister-in-law? She should call me Mom now. Please continue reading. Zheng Yanru looked at her mother with a deathly pale face. Although she didn't know how her mother found out, it didn't matter anymore. The important thing was that her mother already knew. I. Zheng Yanru bit her lip tightly, her eyes instinctively avoiding the gaze directed at her, and stammered, Mom. I don't know what you're talking about. What about being honest or not being honest? I didn't do anything wrong. What is there for me to be honest with you about? You brat. You still won't admit it now, huh? Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes and said irritably, When Xiaocheng was showing off his watch to your dad, I noticed your expression. You looked apprehensive, uneasy, and scared. I knew something was up. Then I kept observing you, and I noticed that the way you looked at Xiaocheng was really strange. Do you have one? Zheng Yanru is still putting up a last-ditch effort. Of course. Chu Chunyang replied mysteriously, because the look in someone's eyes when they love them is never wrong. I saw happiness in the way you looked at Xiaocheng, and your strange behavior at the dinner table only strengthened my belief. So I guess, your man is Xiaocheng. Oh my God. What should we do now? Zheng Yanru was going crazy. She had hidden it so well, but she still couldn't fool her mother's eyes. Seeing her daughter standing there dumbfounded, her face full of confusion, Chu Chunyang patted the edge of the bed and said softly, "Come and sit down first." Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and silently sat down next to her mother. At this moment, Chu Chunyang gently held her daughter's hand and said with a smile, "No wonder I like Xiaocheng more and more. I was a little puzzled at first. How could I have such a strange feeling about someone I don't know very well? It turns out he is my future son-in-law." Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Zheng Yanru had no choice but to admit it, murmuring, he is indeed my man. Not stubborn anymore. Finally admitting it. Chu Chunyang laughed and said, "I thought you were going to keep denying it." "I wanted to. But the watch is with you. I can't do anything about it." Zheng Yanru showed a wronged expression like a little woman, pouted her full red lips, and said angrily, "Mom, can you give me back the watch? It was a gift I gave him." She's not even married yet, and she's already starting to move her parents' things. If she gets married, I reckon you'll have emptied the whole house. Chu Chunyang complained that her daughter was favoring her husband, but she still returned the Patek Philippe to her. Zheng Yanru didn't speak, but clutched the watch tightly and murmured, "Mom, you must keep this secret from me, please don't tell Dad." "Don't worry. I won't talk nonsense." Chu Chunyang patted her daughter's hand and answered gently. But as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and asked, "Did you arrange for your husband and your father to meet? How did they become sworn brothers?" Speaking of this, Zheng Yanru was so angry that her scalp tingled. She gritted her teeth and said, "How could I possibly arrange for them to meet? If I had known that they knew each other and had even become sworn brothers, I would never have taken the watch from Dad to give to him. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I just wanted to find a man, and in the end, it turned into this situation." "Did you mean the relationship between your man and your father was purely a coincidence?" Chu Chunyang asked, looking astonished. Zheng Yanru nodded, then said angrily, "I guess it was that day he went fishing and happened to run into my dad who was fishing too, and that's how they met. It must have been about a week ago, Mom. Think carefully, was it around that time that he came to visit us?" Yes. Xiaocheng arrived around that time." Chu Chunyang nodded hurriedly. Zheng Yanru clenched her fists and said indignantly, "Why can't we be a proper father-in-law and son-in-law? Why do we have to be brothers? Now our relationship is a complete mess." Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes at her and said leisurely, "If you had brought him home earlier, this mess wouldn't have happened. In the end, it's all your own doing. You clearly had a man, but you insisted on hiding it. Now look what happened, your husband has become an uncle." "Mom, I'm already annoyed, can you please stop making things worse?" Zheng Yanru said irritably. Chu Chunyang smiled slightly, took her daughter's arm, and said, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. It's normal for a father-in-law and son-in-law to become like brothers, which means they have a good relationship. The biggest problem now is you. You turned your father's Rolex into a tie and tricked him out of his Patek Philippe. He now harbors a lot of hostility towards his future son-in-law." I. Zheng Yanru, who was initially a little angry, was now filled with embarrassment. "This matter. I won't interfere, you have to handle it yourself." Chu Chunyang patted her daughter's hand and said earnestly, "Although Xiaocheng is your future husband, your father is still your biological father. You should decide what to do." Zheng Yanru responded, then glanced at her mother and murmured, "Mom, can I sleep with you tonight?" "All right. Lie down where Mom is." Chu Chunyang made room for her and said softly, "Come on." Zheng Yanru slowly lay down, staring straight at the ceiling above her head. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Although her mother's problem had been solved, her father's situation was too troublesome. What if he found out that Yu Xiaocheng was his son-in-law? Would he be furious and turn against her? "You two are so far apart in age, who pursued whom back then?" "He pursued me." He, do you think I believe that? Then why did you ask?" The next morning, Yu Xiaocheng woke up from her sleep, and the moment she opened her eyes, a heart-wrenching headache swept over her entire body. After struggling in bed for a long time until the headache subsided, he glanced at Jing Xingguo, who was fast asleep beside him, slowly got up, put on his clothes, and left the room. Just as I walked down the stairs, I saw Chu Chunyang carrying a pot of porridge out of the kitchen. Little Cheng. Come on, have some porridge to warm your stomach. Chu Chunyang hurriedly called to Yu Xiaocheng. Yu Xiaocheng sat down at the dining table, and Chu Chunyang handed him a bowl of porridge. Watching the young man beside her wolf down his food, Chu Chunyang's eyes were filled with joy and affection. Sister-in-law. This porridge is so delicious. Yu Xiaocheng repeatedly praised, I have never eaten such delicious preserved egg and lean pork congee before. Chu Chunyang smiled slightly and said in an annoyed tone, still calling me sister-in-law? You should call me mom. In an instant, Yu Xiaocheng's skull flew off. Chapter 69. Like daughter, like mother. Yu Xiaocheng, who was eating breakfast, was suddenly startled by Chu Chunyang's words and was instantly terrified. A strong fear surged from the depths of his heart and rushed straight to the top of his head, almost piercing it. What's going on? Why did they suddenly say something like that? Could it be that they've already discovered it? Still confused, Yu Xiaocheng tried to resist, looking up at Chu Chunyang beside her and smiling, Sister-in-law, don't joke around. How can I call her mom? You're my future son-in-law, so why can't you call me mom? Chu Chunyang smiled lovingly at his stubbornness. Xiaocheng, you need to know one thing, the gaze of someone in love is never wrong. Look at Xiaoru's eyes, they are full of love for her. I noticed that a long time ago. This. Judging by just looking at someone's eyes is probably not a reliable standard, is it? Yu Xiaocheng said, forcing a fight and continuing to resist desperately. Of course. If we only rely on eye contact, it's certainly not enough evidence to prove anything, and I am a very meticulous person. Chu Chunyang smiled gently, Xiaocheng, where did the watch on your left wrist go? Yu Xiaocheng glanced at his left hand and instantly shuddered. His watch was gone. You got drunk last night, and then you insisted on giving your Patek Philippe to your older brother. Chu Chunyang said with a smile, Xiaoru gave you this watch, right? Do you know how you got it? I. Yu Xiaocheng opened her mouth, but found that she didn't know what to say. Actually. At first, I didn't know about your relationship with my daughter. You two were very good actors and almost fooled me, but even the most cunning fox will leave traces. Chu Chunyang said softly, when you forced the watch to your brother, I noticed that Xiaoru was very nervous. I knew there was something fishy going on. Just as I expected. After I took the watch you gave to Lao Zheng, Xiaoru sneaked into my room in the middle of the night, intending to steal the watch. Guess what? I caught her red-handed. Chu Chunyang paused, then continued with a smile, Xiaocheng, you're so smart, you should know whose watch it is, right? At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng's face was ashen. An extremely terrifying thought sprouted in his mind. Looking at Chu Chunyang beside him, he stammered, it can't be my brother's, can it? Otherwise what? Chu Chunyang said meaningfully. Oops. What a blunder. Yu Xiaocheng was extremely embarrassed, feeling like a million ants were crawling all over her. But it's also quite funny. Xiaoru tricked her dad out of the watch and then gave it to her man, and then you gave it back to her dad. Chu Chunyang found it hilarious when she recalled what happened. They say reality is more outrageous than movies, and it seems that's definitely true. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chunyang asked again, Xiaocheng, with irrefutable evidence right in front of you, you still won't call me mom? I. Yu Xiaocheng looked embarrassed. After all, everything happened too suddenly and she was completely unprepared. What exactly happened? What did I do to make you disrespect me so much that you won't even call me mom? Chu Chunyang asked with a disappointed look. No. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly said, Mom, please don't misunderstand, I wasn't prepared just now. Although there was a hint of coercion in the voice, Chu Chunyang felt very pleased by the spontaneous mom, and her whole body felt comfortable. She couldn't stop smiling and said gently, it's okay, you'll get used to it after a while. Xiaocheng, call me mom again, let mom experience what it's like to be a mother-in-law. Mom. Yu Xiaocheng obediently called out. Why? Good son-in-law. Chu Chunyang laughed heartily, saying with a joyful expression, no wonder mom felt so close to you the first time she saw you, it turns out you're her son-in-law. But then again, how are you going to handle the relationship between you and your father-in-law? You don't know, your father-in-law is very averse to his future son-in-law, and you should know why. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and murmured, I don't know what to do either. I only found out last night that Yanru is your daughter. I was devastated. It's all right, it's all right. It's all your future wife's fault. She clearly had a man, but she deliberately hid it. If she had brought him home earlier, none of this would have happened. Chu Chunyang waved her hand and said earnestly, Xiaoru will handle it. Don't worry about it. Also, your father-in-law doesn't know yet. Don't tell him for now. I'm afraid he won't be able to accept it. Yu Xiaocheng gave a casual reply, and after a long silence, she cautiously asked, Mom. Yanru, has she confessed everything? More or less. But I have a feeling she's hiding something, Chu Chunyang said with a smile, looking at her future son-in-law. You probably won't be honest with me, will you? She gets angry very easily. Yu Xiaocheng replied helplessly. Should. They probably didn't tell anyone about the marriage certificate, otherwise they wouldn't have used the word future. This is what I want to tell you next. Chu Chunyang sighed and said earnestly, Xiaocheng, your future wife has been spoiled by your father-in-law. She has a bit of a temper, so you have to be more accommodating to her in the future. Of course, you can't completely put up with her. If this girl goes too far, call your mother, and I'll stand up for you. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said softly, Mom, actually, Yanru isn't as bad as you think. She does have a bit of a temper, but does that mean we should abandon her? Just like a flower that's hard to care for, should we throw it away? No. I'll just buy the best vases, research all sorts of information, slowly learn about her, and carefully nurture her until she blooms. Speaking of this. After a pause, he answered earnestly, loving someone is like nurturing a flower. The more you give, the more beautifully the flower will bloom. Chu Chunyang looked at him quietly, a deep joy welling up inside her. This son-in-law, Xiaocheng, is our family's choice, and no one can take him away from us. Xiaocheng. Chu Chunyang took a watch out of her pocket, put it in her future son-in-law's hand, and said softly, this watch is a small token of my appreciation. I don't know how much it's worth, but I got it from your father-in-law. Richard Miller? Looking at the watch his mother-in-law had given him, Yu Xiaocheng felt like he was going crazy, and at the same time, a strong sense of shame washed over him. No. No. Yu Xiaocheng repeatedly refused, saying, I've already let my brother down, I can't let him down again, and this is too precious. It's all right. Free. Chu Chunyang said with a smile. This. Yu Xiaocheng was speechless. All she could say was that like mother, like daughter. At that very moment, the culprit, Zheng Yanru, came down the stairs. Chapter 70. A thief broke into our house. When Zheng Yanru woke up, she found that her mother was not beside her. She didn't think much of it. After putting on her clothes, she quietly walked out of the bedroom. When she went down the stairs, she saw her mother and the little rascal sitting at the dining table. Especially her mother's expression of looking at her son-in-law, she immediately felt shy. Are you awake? Come, sit down and have breakfast together. Seeing that it was her daughter, Chu Chunyang hurriedly invited her to sit down. The sophisticated and wealthy woman composed herself and slowly walked to her mother's side. Just as she was about to sit down, Chu Chunyang helped her up, and she looked at her with a puzzled expression. Go sit with your future husband, Chu Chunyang said irritably. The beautiful, wealthy woman shuddered, her usually cold and alluring cheeks instantly turning bright red. A wave of intense shame washed over her. She tried to say something but found herself at a loss for words. Then, she secretly glanced at the little rascal. Seeing his nonchalant expression, her uneasy and restless heart calmed down slightly, and she silently walked to his side. It seems my mother and her future son-in-law have already recognized each other. However, this is the easiest problem to solve among many. One's best friend and one's father, these two are the biggest obstacles on the road to happiness. The former is someone who secretly kidnapped her best friend's son, and the latter is someone who personally caused the father-in-law and son-in-law to become enemies. Oh dear, what a headache. Of all people to fall in love with, I had to fall for this little rascal. Zheng Yanru pouted and ate her breakfast sullenly, constantly plotting in her mind. Meanwhile, Chu Chunyang looked at her daughter and future son-in-law with eyes full of joy. They were a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Xiaocheng. I heard you're going to study again, right? Chu Chunyang said gently. Xiaoru told me it's Shindai University. When are you going to pursue your doctorate? Around the middle of this month, Yu Xiaocheng replied. Oh. Chu Chunyang nodded, and said thoughtfully, how about this, you get married before you start your studies. Do you think that's okay? Mom. My affairs, can you please stop interfering so much? Zheng Yanru jumped up on the spot, angrily saying, when to get married, we have our own plans, so please stop interfering. If you continue like this, then we can only apologize and never have anything to do with each other again. Chu Chunyang just glared at her daughter and didn't say anything more. Actually, her intention was to tie Yu Xiaocheng down with marriage. After all, an outstanding young man like Yu Xiaocheng would definitely be in high demand in society. There are so many sluts out there. What if her son-in-law gets seduced and runs away? That brat, she's got a really big heart. You just let your man go to university. What kind of place is that? There are so many beautiful young girls. How can a woman in her 30s compare? Shin University. Shin University. Wait a minute. If I remember correctly, Chiang Chiang was a junior leader at Shindai University, right? At the same time, Zheng Yanru looked at her thoughtful mother and knew that she was up to something again. She pursed her lips and said calmly, Mom. I know what you're thinking. You're overthinking it. Yu Xiaocheng is doing scientific research and is very busy. He doesn't have time to cheat. Cough cough cough. Yu Xiaocheng was taken aback, and replied awkwardly but politely, yes. Mom, I'm going to pursue a doctorate, but pursuing a doctorate and studying are two different things. Mother? He just called my mom, called her mom. The sudden call of mom startled Zheng Yanru, who was sitting next to her. Her expression was full of surprise and disbelief. That's true. Chu Chunyang looked at her son-in-law beside her and said softly with a smile, Xiaocheng, you shouldn't blame your mother for being overly suspicious, right? No. Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile, I think that's only natural. As for when to get married, I'm open to it anytime, anywhere. It mainly depends on Yanru's own wishes. She can get married whenever she wants, and I'm always ready. Okay. With your words, Mom can finally rest easy. Chu Chunyang beamed with joy. On the other side, Zheng Yanru was both embarrassed and angry, and helpless. This little rascal was so cunning, deliberately passing the buck to me. But then again, was he really ready? But he hadn't even confessed to me yet. After breakfast, Yu Xiaocheng went to the bathroom to wash up, while Chu Chunyang deliberately left her daughter behind, starting a private chat between mother and daughter. Mom only has one request for you now. Keep an eye on Xiaocheng. Keep an eye on Xiaocheng. Keep an eye on Xiaocheng. Chu Chunyang said earnestly. The sophisticated and wealthy woman was speechless for a moment, wondering what kind of magic her little rascal had cast on her mother to bewitch her like this. She replied calmly, what if I meet an even better man? Don't daydream like this when you're over 30. Chu Chunyang rolled her eyes and said irritably, having Xiaocheng by your side is already a blessing. Anyway, let me tell you, don't drive Xiaocheng away. If Xiaocheng runs away, see how I deal with you. Zheng Yanru pouted, complaining inwardly, but also feeling secretly delighted that the little rascal had gained his mother's approval. Oh, right. What's the situation at Xiaocheng's family? Chu Chunyang asked. Single-parent family. Zheng Yanru casually said, his father passed away a long time ago, and his mother raised him. Your mother-in-law has worked so hard, Xiaoru, you need to be nicer to your mother-in-law in the future, Chu Chunyang said seriously. Don't act like she's causing trouble for me at home. Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and answered cautiously, then, how about becoming best friends? I mean, my future mother-in-law and I will become best friends, the kind of best friends who can talk about anything. All right. Your dad and your man are like brothers, Chu Chunyang said. Zheng Yanru could barely suppress the smile on her face, and nodded repeatedly, saying, Mom, don't worry, I'll make sure things go well. Oops. Wife. A thief has broken into our house. Zheng Xingguo rushed out of the study, found his wife, and said impatiently, Wife. We've been robbed. My watch, worth over 2 million yuan, is gone. Chu Chunyang, who was sweeping the floor, pouted and replied leisurely, 2 hours ago. I saw my daughter sneak into your study. Could it be that she took it? What? Did my daughter sneak into the study? Upon hearing the result, Zheng Yanru collapsed onto the sofa, muttering to himself in anguish, this little cotton-padded jacket, it's already leaking. It's full of substandard cotton. Chu Chunyang had her back to her husband, feeling a little ashamed. When she turned around, she found her husband was rushing out the door. Where are you going? I want my daughter's watch back. This is outrageous. Is her biological father more important, or her lover? No, no, no. Wait a minute. Chu Chunyang, who chased after her husband as he drove away, was extremely anxious. Something happened. Something terrible is about to happen.